everyone, and welcome to the MLB 23 Championship Series. My name is Scan, and I am here with Community Manager for MLB The Show, Brev. We have a lot of great MLB The Show tournament baseball to watch today. Brev, how are we feeling today?
Feeling good. So many good games yesterday, so much good competition. All the players still around have a chance to win it all, and I'm interested to see how the games play out today.
Absolutely. We are now in day 2 of our group play so far. We saw a lot of crazy games in day 1 yesterday, and we still have a lot more in store with day 2, day 3, and day 4 with the semis and grand finals coming up. A lot of great games in store, Brev, with a lot of prizes at stake. $25,000 for first place.
That's a lot of money for for being the best MLB The Show player. And you know what? Whoever wins it is going to have earned every single bit of it, because these games have been high competition.
Absolutely. And you're still making good if you get in that top 8. Whether you're getting first or all the way down to 8th, you're still in a pretty good position after putting in all that work in our tournament so far. And we've got a lot of great players who are showing up today. As we switch over to our highlights from the other few days, and let me ask you this, Brev. What type of players are we keeping an eye out on today?
Well, one of them is the guy you just saw hit a grand slam, Adley Rutschman. Here's another one, Jose Ramirez. And also, I'm interested to see how much Camilo Doval usage we see again today. He was put in basically every high leverage situation yesterday. At this point, the players have seen 4, 5, 6 innings off of him, and it'll be interesting to see if he's still effective. And in addition, if any changes to players' bullpens happens today.
Absolutely. This is a game of adjustments. We have a lot of games to play today, and there'll be a lot of adjusting in the lineups, in the individual series that we see along the way. And I'll tell you what, a lot of home runs are hit. I want to see how many home runs that these players hit today, after some of them having a pretty long day yesterday.
You never know, these games are on Legend if you looked at the scoreboard, but these players are crazy. But you know, today's a new day. Everybody's waking up to a new day. You never know if your mechanics are going to be as good or bad as they were yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see if somebody comes out slow out of the gate, if they can make the adjustments they need to make. And that walk-off win by Kreiner yesterday was insane.
Absolutely. We had some crazy performances, Kreiner being one of those guys to keep an eye out on today. But we still have a lot of great players in the upper bracket who still have 2 losses under their belt to get. This is double elimination here today. Those in your upper bracket, Kreiner and Pitching Rebel, have not lost a single series yet, while your lower bracket with Ty Plays, Tappy, Wilsey, and Baby Acuna all can't lose a single series if they want to advance to those playoffs.
Yeah, and the upper bracket Kreiner Pitching Rebel matchup is going to be a great one, and whoever loses still gets another chance, so those guys getting a great shot to make it to the finals.
And on our other half, we got Alex Cakill and Jado Wavy, who also put on great performances yesterday, still in your upper bracket. Fuentes, STW, Real Alex Hay, and Monty, all in your lower bracket as well. A lot of really good players out there today. The roster is getting slimmer and slimmer, and we're getting some really good matchups. I know we talked about that Pitching Rebel and Kreiner matchup. Are there any other matchups you're keeping an eye out on today, Brev?
I'm keeping an eye out on the lower bracket. Lots of players that had really good round 1s that just ran into a buzzsaw in round 2, specifically Fuentes and Wilsey. Both played great, and Ty Plays as well. And, you know, they were really close to staying in the upper bracket and just dropped 2 out of 3. So, anybody in the lower bracket could win, and lots of good plays still to come.
Absolutely. You have so many good players. And speaking of good players, we have our great Race of 98 program. If you're looking for good cards to add to your team, 97 Rob Nen being a pick very often seen in this program. But a lot of great cards, including that 99 Mark McGwire in the great Race of 98 program.
Yeah, grind through the whole program, get a 99 Sosa and 99 McGwire for free. That McGwire is stacked hitting-wise, just missing a little bit of contact left. And you're right, we did see a little bit of 97 Rob Nin yesterday. Bullpen choices are a little bit sparse these days, and he's a good one.
And speaking of bullpen choices, your pennant race program, a lot of great content in this program as well, including that 99 Raleigh Fingers, who we saw a good bit.
Yeah, we saw Raleigh a bit yesterday, and there's also several 99s you can earn in this pack. Didn't see any Bumgarner yesterday. But maybe there'll be some mix-up with the starting pitching. Saw a lot of Halladay, a lot of Leiter, a lot of John Donaldson. We'll see if that keeps up today.
Yeah, I think the thing to keep an eye out on is just how people adjust in this next day. A lot of different matchups you'll see. You have that adjustment over the 3-game series. I want to see how these players do so today. And these are our matchups today. We got Ty Plays and Tappy, Wilsey and Baby Acuna, Fuentes and STW, and Alex K versus Monty. These are your lower bracket matchups that we'll be starting off with today. None of these players can lose a series if they want to move on. So for them, the stakes are at an all-time high here so far.
Yeah, and the Ty Play Tappy matchup is going to be an interesting one to watch. I mentioned already Ty Play very close to staying in the upper bracket, just barely losing to Pitching Rebel. And Tappy is kind of on the other end of it. He lost pretty badly to Kreiner in the first round, but immediately came back, bounced back, and had a series sweep in the lower bracket. So interesting to see how both of their journeys through the tournament so far affects their play today, and if either of them are still affected by the results yesterday.
Absolutely. You kind of have to drop the emotions from a maybe tough loss yesterday and find a way to reset today. All these players are good enough to keep moving forward here today. They just got to stick with the approach that's gotten them here as we get to the back end of this tournament here.
Yep, and there's going to be, a lot of good matchups with the lower bracket, like I mentioned earlier. A lot of players that had good performances and just couldn't squeak out those wins. Also interesting to see Wilsey specifically, too. He was really close to taking that first game from Kreiner, who is, I think, so far the definitive favorite in the tournament with the way he's been playing. And so we'll see if he's able to bounce back from that mentally as well. It's hard to bounce back giving up 7 in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, you got to feel for him, too, because he was battling an entire game with Kreiner, the guy to keep an eye out on, and then just lost all momentum in the last end of that series. And today he's got to reset, and he's shown he can be a great hitter. He's got to find it, come out swinging here today.
Yeah, and he had some dominant wins against Klusman in the first round, too. So, again, I keep saying it, these guys in the lower bracket, anybody from the lower bracket could win. And I'm also interested to see, we have our upper bracket matchups today, and the losers of those drop down to the lower bracket. So are they going to be able to adjust and come out swinging in the lower bracket and put on some good performances after they drop a series for the first time?
Absolutely. It's tough to bounce back after losing a series. We saw that yesterday, some players who got dropped in their upper bracket matchups and they couldn't really entirely bounce back in their lower bracket matchups. And I'm as interested to see how many series go to distance. You only saw one game even go to extra innings yesterday, and there was a lot of late game pressure that the players ended up pushing through, besides that one series where it went to extras. There's a lot of late game pressure and close back and forth, so I want to see who really goes out ahead in battles in these close games as we potentially see some crazy close series today.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of mercy rule games yesterday too, so I mentioned it a couple times yesterday. As the away team, if you fall behind early, it gets kind of hard on you, because the longer the game goes on, the farther you fall behind, the harder it is to come back, especially when your opponent can just close it out with a mercy in the bottom half of the inning.
Absolutely. And speaking of that, we are tuning into game number 1 in this Group A lower bracket. We have Ty Plays and Tappy, two dudes who had to battle it out against some great players yesterday, but they've bounced back and they're still moving on in this lower bracket. What do you think are the keys to starting off a game against 99 Roy Halladay at the plate here, Brav?
Well, you've got to make it clear that you can hit the sinker and that you can hit the cutter, but you've also got to make it clear, especially with lefties, that you're not going to swing at cutters in off the plate. That's what you're really looking at with Halladay, trying to get people to swing at balls and make weak contact. And sometimes it feels a bit hard to hit lefties against him even. Sometimes it's a bit more comfortable with the righties.
He's going to get a swing and miss on a down and away cutter, and that Roy Halladay cutter can catch up on you a bit sometimes. But that's hit the deep left center by Rafael Devers. It looks like it's going to hit that gap, and it does. Tappy looking to get going here early with a 1-out double here in the top of the first, and this is what you want to do in games like this. You want to get off to an early jump start offense, and that's a beautiful swing on an away sinker.
Yeah, that's a great bounce back at bat after striking out to lead off the game. And timed up the sinker really well and hasn't timed up the cutter well yet. So that's what I'm looking at as a pitcher so far.
Looks like he went to go tune his settings, try to get a different look. You always see these in-game adjustments. One of my favorite things to keep an eye out on as we play here, as we get to the middle innings of the game and players maybe struggle to hit or get going, see them change that PCI, see if they find something else that's comfortable. Let me ask you, Brev, what type of PCI do you normally rock when you're playing the game?
I'm trying to use the PCI that's most like the wedge because I've been playing this game for what feels like 20 years. So I got the yellow color, I got the outer circle. But it's funny to me how quickly these players will go and change their PCI after just a couple at bats. You know, when you play this many games as they have on Legend, you can tell very quickly if something's not clicking for you, and they try to fix it fast.
Absolutely. It's such like a comfort thing, and if you're just a little off, you try to change that PCI, and sometimes you could just tell that that's the thing you need to change. You're just not seeing the ball right out of the hands. And that was a very quick adjustment we were seeing out of Tappy there. But we got John Donaldson on the mound here in this series between Fuentes and STW Chick. Both these players had some battles of games yesterday as well. Fuentes is out on the mound right now, your home team in this series. And John Donaldson's a tough one to face, that's for sure.
He's been a tough one to face for months now. I mentioned it yesterday, but a lot of these players have seen John Donaldson a ton, so it's a bit of a risky pick here if your opponent has just had a lot of reps against him. Also on Legend, I'm glad we're on the pitcher view here because you can really see how big those pars are on certain pitches like the forkball and sinker. On Legend, with Donaldson, you could aim for the corner with one of those pitches and still end up leaving it a bit down the middle, so not the best control for that card.
Absolutely, and you're seeing the use of analog pitching rather than pinpoint, which is something that you see in some of these games. Some of these players are a little bit more confident and comfortable with that analog pitching. Some players question how comfortable they are with pinpoint and how consistent those pitch locations are. And you're seeing here with Fuentes, he's using analog on the mound.
Yeah, I think we've seen more pitching parity in terms of style than we have in tournaments before. Some guys using analog, some guys using pinpoint. Monty was using pinpoint yesterday and missing on purpose to try to hit the corners. So a lot of interesting decisions being made, even just with the settings.
Absolutely, and we got our red zone style coverage going on. We got 4 games, all lower bracket games, as that is driven to deep right field on your bottom left corner. And Fuentes off to a great start, up 2-0 against STW Chick. That is as good of a start as you can ask for.
I'm not surprised, honestly. I think Fuentes probably played the best games out of anyone that ended up in the lower bracket. He was on fire all day yesterday and just, had a crazy battle in his series where he didn't come out on top. So looks like he's locked in again today.
And on your top left, Mike Trout hitting a perfect to right field against Marcus Stroman on the mound. And Tie Play taking a 2-0 lead here in the bottom half of the first. And again, these early game runs are such a big deal because these games end up becoming shootouts with high scoring totals. You got to get the head start whenever you can.
This Marcus Stroman pick is really interesting. We haven't seen him from anyone yet. And personally, I don't think he's too hard to hit, and we don't see him in comp too much. So maybe Tappy's going for like a familiarity thing here, but it'll be interesting to see if Tie Play can keep it up at the plate because he's been crushing the ball so far.
This is where the lineup build and the strategy comes into play. You change up the players along the way, try to throw your opponents off, and that's probably the play coming on with Marcus Stroman on the mound. Like you said, definitely not your normal competitive pick here. I think it's the mix of that arm slot and being a little bit of a short king on the mound makes him a little easier to hit and read at the plate for these guys. But yeah, he does get through the first.
He's basically like Roy Halladay, but with not as deceptive pitching motion. So I could kind of see the strategy behind it. I hope it works out for him.
We flip over to our game between Fuentes and STW, and Fuentes keeping the foot on the gas here. Runners on first and third, nobody out. Justin Morneau, someone we haven't seen too often today or in the tournament so far, making an appearance here with runners on the corners, and this rally is a big opportunity for Fuentes. But that'll be up the middle, off the leg of Roy Halladay. He tries to throw home, Can't get the out, but pump fakes to first, and you at least get something out of that. That could have been a lot worse if he doesn't get that out at first, but Fuentes still takes a 3-0 lead.
He's lucky to get the out at first there after that pump fake home. I think he really wanted to save the run and realized late that he wasn't going to be able to. Morneau a bit slow, and that's why he was able to get the out. But the Justin Morneau pick makes me think this might be a durability team build. He gets almost max hitting stats under that, so we'll see what roster Fuentes is rocking with.
Yeah, it looks like it with some of the players who are getting boosted. We flip over to a replay in our other game, and Alex K off to a great start in his matchup, currently up 4-0. And if you watched yesterday, you saw Alex K go up against Alex Gakil, and Alex Gakil just ran away with both games. But Alex K amongst the best hitters of this entire bunch. So big for him to start off with a 4-0 start, but looks like that's going to be a 5-0 game. As on your bottom right corner, Jimmy Fox hits a homer, and now Alex K up 5-0.
And Tappy answering with a Adley Rutschman bomb himself in the top left to tie the game up. That's like the third Adley Rutschman home run we've seen already, and we've been live for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, he is such
crazy.
A good pick for those teams, especially for those players running that durability team. And it's funny, we went out to this 4-screen view, and all these players started to pop off. Home runs left and right, like you see in your top right corner. And man, some of these games are going to be crazy. If this is what we're starting off with, we're going to see some crazy high-scoring games. Baby Acuna in your top right corner taking a 3-1 lead against Wilsey. Ooh, cutter in on the hands, jams him, and that's that Roy Halladay cutter can catch up on you, and you want to throw that in on the hand, try to get some late swings. And you got to be careful.
It catches up on you fast. That's what I was talking about earlier. That's why Roy Halladay is so popular on Legend especially. It takes a ton of discipline as a hitter to only swing at those strikes inside. Looks like he missed his spot there, and Jose Ramirez is not a guy you want to miss a spot to.
Yeah, Jose Ramirez has been doing damage in this tournament. He's been so tough to even strike out in those 2 strike counts, but you can hit him in the heart of the order and he will do things like that. And I like the strategy from Baby Acuna here. 3 straight switch hitters in the heart of the order with Jose Ramirez, Elly De La Cruz, and Ketel Marte.
Yeah, it doesn't allow for your opponent to make any crucial pitching decisions. And often in late games, you know, you might have a righty-lefty matchup you want to play, and with that lineup construction, it doesn't matter, it feels like. So good lineup construction there, I agree. And Jose Ramirez, a guy that's been on basically everyone's team, and so has this milestone Elly De La Cruz.
Yeah, and not just at the plate. Elly De La Cruz does it all in the field, too. He looks like a dolphin out there in shortstop, diving left and right, scooping up every play. He is such a big factor out of that chase pack, and just him and Mike Trout, while there's some expensive commodities, are a big part of these teams here today.
Yeah, just 2 of the best cards in the game, 2 of the best cards that are worth the price as well, and another Roy Halladay cutter off the plate.
It just jammed him inside in that cutter, but that's what Elly De La Cruz does. Even on a swing that he's not really on, you got to deal with 99 speed and now 99 stealing on the base paths. And, man, like if you're Wilsey on the mound, you can't find a way to get out his first inning. You got to try to stop this rally here before Baby Acuna gets this game away from you.
And that's a swing that always seems to happen when you're already having a bad inning. You know, he just wants to get out of here, and it's just going to get worse.
Oh, man. The MLB The Show gods not happy with how this inning is going. 6-1 now. And Baby Acuna is off to a hot start against Wilsey here in game number 1.
It feels like it always happens like that. You give up like a very late dribbler single, like every time the next at bat is a 2-run bomb. And in the first inning of a tournament game, you know that's gotta hurt.
It definitely does, but there's a lot of game left. You have this whole series, and you can't really get too down on yourself. Kind of got to stay very level mentally. And, I mean, Wilsey's shown that he can hit. All he is just one big inning himself away from getting right back into this game over here.
Yeah, 5-run lead in these scenarios with these players is really nothing, especially as early in the game as we are. And Wilsey put on a show offensively yesterday, too, so I'm sure he's not too worried about it.
As we flip over to another game's replay, Jose Ramirez doing some damage again for Fuentes, and he is off to a crazy good start, up 5-0 against STW Chick, and he might end up being an offensive force here today.
He already has been, and I think you're really seeing like the meta shaping up, how these comp players construct their teams, the cards they like. We've seen Ellie, we've seen Jose Ramirez, we've seen Adley, just really strong switch hitters. Makes it really hard for your opponent to pitch to you for 1/3 of your order.
Absolutely. You only have, like, you have all of those switch hitters to deal with, and all of them have just been doing damage all tournament here. And those guys are all mainstays in the lineup. And the thing that gets interesting is the depth of teams. We saw some interesting players get chosen for the rest of the slots here. This is an interesting one here. Jock Peterson up at the dish here for STW, but he's going to put a perfect right to left field. And now he's rallying here in the top of the third.
Yeah, looks like he's figured it out a bit against Donaldson. And if he's rocking with the same lineup he did yesterday, he's got his best hitter, 97 Ha-Sung Kim, on deck in the leadoff spot.
Yeah, that card did some damage yesterday, especially in that last game he played. I think he had like a 2-homer game and a triple or something of that sort. And here he comes. 2 runners on here in the top of the third, and these are the times where these picks really matter. Those not usual names come up in a big scenario like this, and this is a big situation if you're STW looking to try to keep up with Fuentes here.
And we talk about a lot, comfort level with cards. He obviously loves this card and feels comfortable with them, and he did damage yesterday. That's an unhittable pitch, though.
Yeah, that John Donaldson sinker will just do you dirty sometimes, and you mix that in with that fork ball. It is so tough to time up that sinker, but also slow down to that fork ball, and they look like the exact same pitch most of the way.
It's frustrating as a hitter, too, when Donaldson dots the corner because you know he got lucky with the par placement.
Yeah,
he could have ended up anywhere.
He's just peppering him inside. That is driven to left field by Raul Acuna. Perfect on a down and in slider. And that's a swing you want. He was very aggressive swinging inside. That one just catches the corner, and that's as perfect as a swing as you can ask for on a down and in outlier slider.
That is just a ridiculous swing on legend difficulty. That's an outlier slider that caught the corner by a pixel, and he just goes down and gets it anyway and cuts the lead to 2. So impressive. These guys in their PCI is just, I can't even believe it sometimes.
It's unreal. It's automatic to these dudes. That's the part that gets me, is they just never stop. It's so like, you don't even think about it. For me, if I can hit a pitch like that, I have to feel like I know the pitch is coming, but they could just react so well to these pitches flying into the zone. It's unreal.
And you can see Fuentes here too, maybe thinking about some pitching moves here. Not the best inning from Donaldson. We see this a lot throughout the tournament. You get 2 quick outs in the inning, and then you just can't get out of it. We just saw it in the Wilsey game. These hitters are just so good at making something out of nothing with 2 outs.
Chipper Jones is going to lace a single up the middle here with 2 outs, and now you're up to the 5 spot in the order. You're getting that pitch count up on John Donaldson, and it brings up Kyle Tucker here, who's done some wonders here for some of these players in this tournament. That max clutch, I mean, that PCI is still going to be big, but that'll be a rollover to second. Great play by Mookie Betts, and he's going to get out of the inning. Big jam to get out of.
That was such a good play by Fuentes defensively. You only get that sliding animation if you do a manual input on R2. Made the play he needed to play and got out of the inning.
And if you check that bottom left corner, Fuentes bounces back after giving up 3 with a leadoff solo home run for Ronald Acuna. Probably about 450 feet out to left center. And that's the thing with these games. You could bounce back at a rally of your own, and then the players will just get right going again, and you're just constantly playing catch up.
No lead is safe. That is for sure.
And if you're wondering about our teams and the builds they have to follow, they have to have Season 4 eligible teams. Players that are usable in ranked seasons. You have your 1 wild card. The only players not allowed are created players and knuckleball throwers. Everyone else that is Season 4 eligible is at play. And with that Season 4 eligibility, you see a lot of guys like Al Leiter and Roy Halladay on the mound with that sinker-cutter mix.
It's very popular on Legend, especially the cutters. Just being able to place it where you want to. It's one of the most accurate pitches you can throw.
Yeah, these guys love their sinker cutters. That'll be a theme that you all see today. A lot of Roy Halladay, Al Leiter, and even relievers like Javier Assad, Mark Leiter Jr., like you see in your bottom left corner there, with their sinkers and cutters.
And with those relievers, you mentioned Mark Leiter Jr. SCW is actually the only person in this tournament that's been using him, and hasn't had a ton of success with him too, so that's a bit of a sneaky pick for him that hasn't paid off so far, as he gives up a bomb right on cue.
Literally
that's what he was
on
doing
cue.
all day. Yeah, he didn't have a good day yesterday, and I'm surprised to see him back out there today. But maybe it's the pitching version for him of Ha-Sung Kim in the lineup.
Yeah, and that's driven to right field off of another sinker-cutter reliever, Brock Stewart, and that ball is going to fly. How far is that going to go for Ketel Marte? 477 feet, and Ty Plays looking to break open this game. Now up 4 here in the bottom of the third, and another perfect up the middle. And yeah, the bullpen is a big question mark today. Brock Stewart being one of those guys that we see sometimes.
Yeah, that's a backbreaker for Tappy. He's got 2 outs in the inning. We just talked about it. He takes Stroman out of the game just because he felt like it was a situation where he needed to get the last out. Immediately gives up a 2-run bomb to another meta switch hitter, Ketel Marte from the Extreme program. I've used Ketel a lot. I love that card.
Oh, I actually really loved him. I didn't really love cards of his in previous years, but I threw that card to my team, and he had been impossible to take out for the longest time. His swing is just butter, and I know he's a favorite amongst a lot of the Diamond Dynasty crowd.
His swing is so good, and he's got balanced contact this year. Wow. The Brock Stewart move has not worked out so far.
What a swing by Cody Bellinger. Ty Plays is rallying here in the bottom of the third. Now a 6-run lead for him. And these are the type of rallies that make the difference in the games. You can just get that bit of a head start and put up that crooked number early on. Puts a lot of pressure on someone like Tappy, who now has to chase him down 6. There's only so much game left.
And I mentioned it in the opener, not only does Tappy have to chase him, but he has to chase him as the away team, which is a tough task because you don't even know how many runs you have to score to keep yourself in the game. At any point in the bottom half of the inning after the 4th, your opponent could just stretch the lead to 10, and the game ends right away. So it's going to be a hard uphill battle for Tappy.
Oh, is that driven to left center? And another home run for Ty Plays here in the bottom of the third. We are up to a 9-2 score. And this is a huge inning.
Another just ridiculous swing. He's been throwing cutters in, and he's able to catch the front door sinker on a perfect PCI placement. And Ty Plays is so locked in this inning. All this damage with 2 outs.
And interesting things with this series, Tappy yesterday went in his home field scenarios. That'll be a high, deep fly out to center field. Where Tappy, once he got home game in his series, he ended up taking his opponents to Minnesota, the target field. And a completely different style of game you see there, where you're not going to see as many runs put up normally. So I'd say a big first game to pick up if you're Ty Plays. Take advantage of that offensive type stadium while you have it.
Yeah, and the advantage of being able to pick that stadium twice if this goes to 3 games is really huge, especially since he's proven so far he's going to perform at his home stadium.
Absolutely. Speaking of good offense, we flip over to our game between Alex K and Monty Slide. Alex K off to a hot start, up 6-0. Monty, another great hitter, just hasn't found his stroke yet here in his first few innings. But as we see in a lot of these games, all it takes is 1 or 2 swings to connect to get right back in it. And here we are in the middle innings, getting the Al Leiter pitch count up. I mean, Al Leiter's been very efficient. You got to keep an eye on the pitch count, though. See if he starts taking some close pitches, get that pitch count up.
Yeah, and that's really the best pitch from Al Leiter besides the cutter that you just saw. He throws a belt-high slider against the righty. He throws his slider so fast relatively to his other pitches. It makes really good tunnels with the cutter, and it's really hard to time up both at once. And How about Al Leiter throwing 4 shutout innings? We haven't seen a lot of shutout innings so far this tournament.
Absolutely, especially against a good hitter like Monty Slide. You never know when he's going to get going, but it's a big advantage for Alex K. Build up a 6-0 lead here, build up a gap between him and Monty, and you kind of feel like Monty's going to get going at some point, but at least so far, Alex has done a good job of building up that separation from him.
Yeah, that's huge, especially as the away team, and that's what we were talking about in the opener too. Today's a new day. Even if you hit well yesterday, you could come out of the gate slow, so it'll be interesting to see Monty and how he adjusts moving forward if he's able to figure out by the end of this game.
And you're seeing two different sides of the game here. Roy Halladay in the 5th up to 61 pitches. On the other hand, Al Leiter being very efficient at right around 50 pitches. And it's a big part of the game to work that starting pitcher pitch count, because that bullpen is only so strong with how these teams are built so far.
Especially with the rule, you can only use one different starting pitcher every game. So once the starters are gone in these matchups, they're gone for the whole 9 innings. So starting pitcher performances are super important, and the bullpens for pretty much everybody have been below average. So getting that starter out of the game has been huge so far.
And we were talking about it before with the bullpens being pretty weak, and some teams already dipping into the bullpen in the early parts of their games. I'm interested to see as we go on later today if players like that new 99 Kenley Jansen will be getting later, will be making some appearances for players, because that would be a big piece to add to their bullpens.
Yeah, before the set 2 rotated out, Kenley was everyone's favorite closer. I think you saw him in the 9th inning all the time. Here's his second Mark Leiter Jr. appearance, by the way, so maybe more popular than just STW, but you're right. We got some great content coming out at noon Pacific today, and some of the cards may find their way into these lineups as we move through the weekend.
Absolutely. This is a big situation for tie plays. Bottom of the 4th, nobody out, 2 runners on, with the heart of the order. And tie plays only needs to put up 3 runs, then he gets himself a Mercy Rule win. But that'll be an early rollover swing. That's going to be a double play that could potentially stop this rally. An opportunity to potentially walk off for a Mercy Game 1 win. But here we are now at 2 outs in the inning and only a runner left on 3rd.
Yeah, that's a frustrating one for tie plays. You know, he wanted that home run to just end the game right away. But he's still up by 7, still cruising. So his goal right now should be to get that runner in from 3rd.
Yep, absolutely. And Tappy's a great hitter in his own. You never know when he can get back into the game. So it's big to try to get that Mercy opportunity whenever you get close. And that's going to be a good bounce back at bat. And now he's got another opportunity here. Probably want to look for a pitch to elevate here with Ketel Marte.
And he homered in his last at bat. Another home run would end the game on a Mercy. This is probably not the guy Tappy wants to face right now.
That down and in splitter gets an early swing. We're now in an 0-2 count. 2 outs. That's a cutter right down the middle. But tie plays is just underneath it. Flies out the center field. That'll end our inning. And big situation to get out for Tappy as he stays alive in this game. And you would love to bounce back with a good inning of your own now. As we flip over to Fuentes versus STW, we have the bases loaded here for Fuentes at the plate, I believe. And this game's starting to get interesting. It's an 8-5 game. Fuentes has been very good offensively, and again has a chance to break it open here. As that's driven to left field by Austin Riley, and that's going to be a grand slam. Fuentes now up 7, and we were talking about it. He was looking off to a great start offensively, and that grand slam is massive for this game.
We've seen so many grand slams in this tournament. Austin Riley has had an amazing tournament too. And you saw Kendall Graveman there up to 21 pitches before that last one. And he's another reliever that has been beaten up a little bit for everybody in this tournament. And it doesn't change here. Gives up a grand slam. We saw Rebel yesterday kind of turn a close game into an easy win with a grand slam in the middle innings. And Fuentes following the same script here today.
Yeah, it's so big when you get multiple runners on base to hit those home runs. All of these players have the ability to hit the home run whenever. But when you get 2-3 runners on, and you could build up a gap of a lead, that just changes this game from a 4-run game, a 3-run game that is, to now a 7-run game. And now Corey Seager just keeps this rally going with a perfect. And we're getting to the 9th spot in the order here. And that's the out you want to get with Patrick Corbin. You don't get it, and now you have to face a righty with a lefty.
And it just keeps coming. Back-to-back perfect singles. And the mercy rule is on the table here. And you're forcing into this lefty-righty matchup against Mookie Betts because of the 3-batter minimum. Not the best scenario for STW to be in.
As that's driven to right field, but a swing that he just missed with Mookie Betts that'll end our inning. Fuentes storms to a 12-5 lead, and he's looking very good offensively. John Donaldson's been getting the job on the mound for him. As we flip over to our other games, Alex K on your bottom right corner up 8-0. Looking to run away with a potential mercy opportunity here. I'm impressed with the pitching performance. No runs allowed.
5 shutout innings, and right before we panned to this game, looked like Tappy had put up a 4 spot to cut the lead from 9-2 to 9-6 in that game. And still only 1 out in the inning, so some interesting stuff brewing there. But yeah, this has been a clinic so far by Alex K. And you have to wonder if the struggles at the plate for Monty will carry over into the next game.
Absolutely, but that will be a single up the middle by Ketel Marte, and opportunity is getting closer here for Alex K. If he can rally up some runs this inning, he could get into mercy territory in the bottom half of the inning. So this may have some bigger implications than we may think, as we were talking about in the previous game with Tappy. He staves off a mercy rule for 1 more inning, and he puts up a 4 spot of his own. He claws right back into the game. So again, you get close. You got to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and that's why hitting the mercy is so important if you can, because all of these guys can score 5, 6, 7 runs in 1 inning, and all of a sudden you go from almost mercying to only being up by a couple. And so getting the win when you can get it is amazing, of course. You know, Alex K here is looking to at least get it to 10-0, because I'm sure he feels confident going into the bottom of the 6th that he can put another 0 up.
Ooh, he's trying a little hit and run action here with a bit of a lead, trying to sneak a single through the infield, but that second baseman covering second. But now it's going to be a walk. 2 runners on for Alex K here. Now that brings up at the top of the order. And of course, Ellie De La Cruz, who is incredible versus right-handed pitchers.
And that was great mind games on the base pass. He goes with the hit and run 3-2, and then next pitch doesn't try to steal. And his opponent looked like he missed his spot and was maybe thinking about the runner a bit too, because he threw down to second right after the walk.
Outside ball.
Absolutely. And big situation here as you get to the top of the order. You would love to just keep the chains moving, get to that heart of the order with runners on if you're Alex K. An opportunity to really break this game open, because it feels like Monty's a great hitter just waiting to get going. You could sneak out with a Game 1 win before he can really get warmed up. That would be a huge advantage in this series. But that will be rolled over to first, but he's going to step on first. Only get that out at first. You're probably only getting 1 out in that situation anyway, but now you've got runners on second and third with 2 outs rather than on the corners. As that's driven to center field by Mike Trout. A hanging slider from Kendall Graveman, and Alex K is running away with game number 1 this year with a 470-foot bomb by Mike Trout.
You don't often see home runs in games that look like blowouts like this that you would consider a big deal, but that home run was a big deal. Not only does it put the mercy in play for Alex K, but Monty was almost out of that inning. He got a huge ground out from Ellie De La Cruz and was 1 out away, and unfortunately just hangs the middle slider next pitch, and now he's got to put up at least 2 to stay alive in this one.
Absolutely, and Al Leiter's had his number all game. 48 pitches here in the bottom of the 6th. He's been very efficient too, so I want to see if he adjusts at the plate, maybe tries to take some more of those close pitches, but it seems like Monty's staying aggressive, ready to swing at a down and in sinker there. I want to see if he could really drive that pitch count up, though, because that would probably be the thing that gets Leiter out. But that's a good start, a leadoff single to right.
Yeah, and it's an interesting dynamic here, too. You know, maybe you just want to take as many swings as you can just to try to get your reps in, you know. None of these guys ever think they're out of the game, but from an approach standpoint, like, the more swings you could take in this game, the more likely it is you might be able to figure it out by next game. So He's smoked a couple balls so far this inning, too. You wonder if pitch confidence is a factor at this point. But good start to this inning, honestly, for Monty.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm Alex K on the mound, I'm just going to keep riding that pitch confidence. You see that bar is almost filled already here in the 6th inning, and that's a big part of these games, especially when the bullpen's a little weaker, riding that starting pitcher momentum when you have it. But we're starting to see some question marks from Al Leiter here now. A 3-1 count to Mike Trout, and that's going to sneak up the middle. 2 runners on for Monty. This is why that inning from Alex K last inning was huge. Whether or not he gets some mercy, Monty's starting to wake up the bats here in the bottom of the 6th.
That's a ball.
And this is interesting, too, with the format. Energy doesn't carry over game to game, so you could bring a closer in to try to get this mercy and not have to worry about preserving any arms there. Tough call, though, with how well Leiter's been pitching.
Yeah, it's a really tough call. Do you want to go to a reliever and give him a different look that could maybe get him going, or you just want to stick with the guy that's been working all game? Another great at bat from Monty at the plate, making it 3-2. The pitch to Ronald Acuna, and that's driven to center field, and that one is gonna go. And here comes Monty Slide, 3-run homer, and it's now an 11-3 game.
Left a 4-seamer right down the middle, missed his spot a bit with the input, and Monty giving himself some life here. You know, Alex was probably just trying to get through that at bat, because if he got up to Bellinger here with 2 outs, things were looking good with the lefty-lefty matchup. But we will play at least through the 7th. This is a great rally and a great test of grit from Monty there.
As we bounce back to our other game, we talked about mercy opportunities and not taking advantage of it. We got our Tappy tie plays matchup here, and we're getting interesting here. Tappy's made it an 8-9 game. Giancarlo Stanton coming up at the plate. We flip over to a highlight in one of our other games. Fuentes has kept the foot on the gas, and he picks up a 15-5 Mercy Rule win in game number 1 of his series.
Very impressive game by Fuentes. 15 runs in 5 innings on Legend is just crazy. And he's able to convert on the mercy, and this is a game where tie plays was not able to, as you mentioned. He had the mercy rule run at the plate in the 4th with a 9-2 lead. Tappy has climbed all the way back and is rallying here in the top of the 6th as well. Game is getting away from tie play a little bit.
Yeah, this is a scary situation if your tie plays. 2 runners on, part of the order with Ronald Acuna coming up. You got to be very careful what you throw with Mariano, because one mistake pitch and his game absolutely flip-flops. But that's a well-located slider. He's going to get a ground out to short, but no double play. Acuna too fast at the dish. But now that brings up Julio Rodriguez with 2 outs here.
Ball 1.
This is such an intense moment in the game. You can feel it right now.
1 ball, 1 strike.
It is. This series feels like it could be a really close one the whole way.
1 ball.
And already starting off game 1 with a battle back and forth. Now a 1-2 count to Julio Rodriguez, and a great take on an inside sinker. You got to be really careful, but that's a perfectly located cutter. It's where you want to throw that, just outside of the plate.
And that's a frustrating foul for tie play.
I got 3 and 2.
Yeah, you definitely want the swing and miss on that. You got that early swing, but now it's a 3-2 count. Joey Votto looming on deck, and another foul ball from Julio, and he's battling in this at bat.
Oh no, he sent both runners.
Yeah, he felt like he probably had to swing at that one. Sent both runners. That runner from 3rd coming home. Definitely didn't mean to do that, and he might not have wanted to swing at that. Might have felt forced to with that runner on 3rd, probably getting thrown out at home if he doesn't. But that ends our inning, but it's an 8-9 game, and here comes the biggest reliever we've seen in close games, Camilo Doval.
Yeah, he's been everyone's go-to in high-leverage situations, and Tappy's goal right now is to keep this in a 1-run game. He's had a great comeback. You can't let it get away from him. And from tie play's perspective, that's a big out he just got to end that inning. You're still up by 1. Just get it back together at the plate and extend your lead a little bit.
Yeah, and I like the move from Tappy to go to Doval. He's been like the go-to reliever for a lot of people. And if you could find a way to keep tie plays at 9 here, with how he's been hitting, he could give himself a chance to take a lead next inning. But you're going to that bullpen early.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot in this tournament. It just goes to show how in tune with their strategy and how good these players are. a lot of them using Doval in that classic Andrew Miller high leverage situation. Doesn't matter what inning is. What matters is I feel like it's the most important inning, and that's where we've seen Doval the most in this tournament.
Absolutely. Let me ask you this. What do you think is the tough part to hit with Doval here?
The hard part about Doval is the outlier cutter and the sinker that's not an outlier. So you have to worry about not only movement in opposite directions, but also about 8-mile-an-hour difference in speed.
As we look at a replay from Alex K, and man, he is at 11-3 lead, but we have some fight here. 11-5 now, and Alex K with a chance to get that mercy before. And Monty's rallying here, bottom of the 6th, and now this should get another runner home. And this went from a potential mercy opportunity to an 11-7 game now.
Yeah, Monty with a crazy rally. You saw Al Leiter was still in the game by the time the 5th run was given up. So Alex letting his opponent get back into it a little bit, maybe giving Leiter too long of a leash there, and just hoping that Raleigh can get an out so he can stop the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about before. These guys are never out of a game. Sometimes it's just an opportunity to stay in a game that gets them going, and Monty's putting up a great inning here, and he's right back in reach, but he's gonna just miss an inside 4-seam from Raleigh fingers. But that's a big rally for him. It gets the offense going, and he's giving himself a fighting chance here in this game.
And because these guys can score so many in one inning like that, that's why we keep stressing it's so important to take advantage of the mercy rule opportunities if you can, because as we just saw, Monty putting up a 7 spot in the bottom of the 6th, and he's right back in the game.
Yeah, especially here at Shield Woods, you got that high elevation, especially the left field, that ball flies. So with how good of hitters these players are, they could string together run after run really easily.
And this is another reliever we've seen a lot of, has had better success than others for sure. Another trusted reliever for a lot of these players. Monthly awards Javier Assad. Because of his delivery, it seems like his sinker is a lot faster than it is. So really tough to hit, especially on Legend.
Yeah, he's been a big part of the bullpens here in this tournament. As we go to our 4-camera view, you have your tie plays Tappy matchup. Tappy looking to tie up that game. On your top right, you have our Baby Acuna Wilsey matchup. Baby Acuna off to a great start, up 10-6, but still plenty of game for Wilsey to score some more. And on your bottom left, you're into game number 2 with Fuentes and STW Chick, as that's driven to right field on your top left corner by Adley Rutschman, and Tappy has come all the way back and tied it up in the top of the 7th.
This is just such good fight by Tappy. He's down 9-2. The mercy rule run is at the plate. He gets the out and rolls off 7 straight to tie the game. Going into the bottom of the 7th. How will tie play respond?
Absolutely. Big for Tappy, but he only keeps it tied, and with how some of these games go, all it takes is one swing to get you going again if your tie plays. He's put up some big innings. But he's going to have to do it against Camilo Doval again, who is very tough to hit, like you said, for that outlier cutter, slowing down to that sinker that is an outlier. A lot of movement on those pitches, too. So, tough guy to really get going against.
And a big deal, too, is the 3/4 delivery. He doesn't come over the top like other pitchers, so that just adds to the movement. Kind of similar to Roy Halladay in that sense, where the pitch motion almost makes the pitches feel like they have more movement, and that one is crushed.
Yeah, beautiful swing on a cutter that just catches too much of the plate. It's funny, I was about to say those down-and-away sliders and cutters are tough because they're arm slot from Doval, but when it catches the plate and they're ready to hit it, they'll make you pay, and tie plays takes the lead up there in your top left. We jump into our game with Fuentes and STW Chick. Fuentes picked up a mercy rule win in game number 1, but only off to a 2-0 lead to start. And STW bounces back here in the bottom of the 1st, and he's got a rally of his own brewing here with 2 outs.
That's a big bounce back run. You get mercied in the first game, you give up a 2 spot in the top of the 1st. It's nice to at least get 1 on the board, get some confidence back. And I like the stadium choice going to Ship It. If Fuentes just scored a ton at Shield Woods, maybe you can slow him down a bit with some higher elevation at the stadium. Lower elevation, I mean.
Yeah, Ship It is one of the more popular stadiums, but you're going to go to Ship It if you don't want that high elevation as much. Look for a little bit more of a well-rounded game, but some of these dudes don't care. Kyle Tucker pulls an inside cutter, and even though we're at Ship It and not at Shield Woods, the bats could still go crazy, and we're already in a 3-2 ball game in STW Chick's favor here in the bottom of the first.
That's just such a good swing. Another good swing here. A little Jose on Jose action. Oh, what a catch.
A catch in left field. Big out to get to end this inning if you're Fuentes, but of course a lot of damage done, and this game screams a back and forth battle yet again. Now that especially STW's getting the bats going, if he can keep up with Fuentes like he has in some of his games, this game could be a real crazy one by the end of it.
Yeah, and STW did not play bad by any means in game number 1, and he's at home at Ship It now too. Probably feeling some confidence after that bottom of the first. I would expect a battle here in this game number 2, and if it goes to game number 3, that is going to be spicy.
Yeah, and like you said, sometimes these Mercy Rule games give off the impression that one player just severely underperformed or just really got entirely outmatched, but these Mercy Rules are sometimes just a stretch of a couple really good innings from one team. And one team could still battle, but sometimes there's nothing you can do. But Fuentes still is keeping the bats going. Another hit here with nobody out. Now you got runners on the corner as we get towards the bottom part of the order here.
And I'll be honest, with these couple of swings Fuentes has taken so far, it doesn't look like he's struggling at all against Al Leiter. So that'll be something to watch as well. How long does STW stick with Al Leiter? Looks like Fuentes is looking for a possible platoon option here.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to pinch it for the captain, Cal Ripken here. He's just deciding who he wants to go with based on his versus left-handed hitting stats.
Oh, that is really smart. It's tracking his stats. You're right. And he's checking, who do I hit better with against lefties?
Yeah, this is the stuff that's cool to see when you see someone have to make like a statistically based decision based on how they hit. And sometimes attributes aren't at all. Sometimes it's just based on how you do in those matchups. And he's going to bring in Ketel Marte, and this is a big matchup because, again, you have 2 runners on, nobody out, and you can really keep this rally going here in the top of the second.
There's a lot that went into that decision. I'd love to talk to Fuentes after and see what he thought, but you lose a bit of leverage by using the switch hitter off your bench now. I wonder if he's thinking maybe I'm going to get Al Leiter out of the game soon, and the switch hitting as we go on throughout the game is going to be more important. Because if you bring in Jackie there, you're looking at probably another pinch hit later.
Yep, and you also take out a really good pinch run option as that's driven to left field by Ketel Marte, and Fuentes definitely has to be happy with the decision after that, making that a 5-3 game now. And this is the managerial decisions that you come to see. Sometimes that pinch hitter that comes into play, and looks like he was on the money with that call.
Yeah, that is just beautiful to see. This is why these players are some of the best in the world. How about that sequence? He goes to the bench, checks all his averages, decides to go with Ketel Marte as a pinch hitter, immediately rewards himself with a 3-run bomb.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if it were me in that situation, I would have just put in whoever. I would have been like, okay, this hitter's better versus lefties, get him in there. But the decision works out perfectly. And speaking of some close scenarios, Tappy down 1 against tie plays. 2 runners on here, now in a 3-2 count. And if I'm, actually, no, I got the games flip-up. This is Wilsey and Baby Acuna, my bad. And a big walk here for Wilsey, and he's trying to rally to fight back in this game. He's fought back a good bit to get close, but scary situation for Baby Acuna on the mound here as we're drawing close to the end of this game. One swing could put you in a real tough spot as we get to these last couple innings. You got to be careful what you throw here, especially to Rafael Devers.
And really interesting pitching decision, too. He brings in a new pitcher, but it is a righty, so I wonder if he was expecting a pinch hit for Devers if he went lefty. Maybe he likes the Rivera versus Devers matchup better than whatever would have come from him bringing in a lefty followed by a pinch hit. And this is another game where a comeback has been huge, and this is the biggest spot for sure.
Yeah, not even just for the sake of tying the game. If he puts up one really good swing, he could actually build up a good lead against Baby Acuna, who is off to a great start offensively. And now you see the momentum kind of tip between one side or the other. Big opportunity to take some momentum if you're Wilsey. Now we're at a 3-2 count, 2 outs. The runners should be running. big pitch here. You got to throw something in the zone. He's going to. And he gets an inside cutter just a little early. And we'll be at 3-2 again. The pitch from Mariano Rivera. And the dot of a sinker on the black. And that is such a difficult pitch to read. And a perfect pitch to get out of that situation for Mariano Rivera and Baby Acuna.
That is just so clutch. That is the perfect location for that. He threw the cutter right before, and you had to think the cutter was in the mind of the hitter there. It's actually a really good take because you only lose if it's a sinker and if it catches the corner. If that was a cutter off the plate, you're walking in a run and tying the game. Just a perfectly placed, really clutch pitch there to hold the lead.
There you go.
Yeah, and a really ballsy pitch too, because these players are so good at hitting inside fastballs, especially with that matchup. He could turn and burn on it if he's ready, but he takes the dicey pitch, hits the spot, and it pays off. As we flip to our other game here, Fuentes and STW Chick here in the bottom of the second. And again, STW Chick rallying in another situation, even though we're early on in game number 2, where STW has a chance to turn the tides with Ha-Sung Kim making an appearance.
And this has been his go-to guy all tournament. Already has a 2 home run game under his belt, and this is a spot where he needs him to come through.
As that's driven to right field, and he's gonna get that swing. This is giving me deja vu to yesterday. A perfect to right field for Ha-Sung Kim. And this is why he's his favorite card, for swings like that. And now STW Chick has a lead.
So big. You wonder why a guy with all the 99s available in the game, why would you throw a 97 Ha-Sung Kim in your lineup? It's all about comfort. It's all about repetition, and it pays off big time there.
Absolutely. A lot of players get caught in a general meta or what attributes are always the best, but sometimes you just need that player with good enough attributes and a swing that you really love to really get you going. That is definitely Ha-Sung Kim for him.
That's a foul.
And now we've got another situation here. Alex K up 14-8 at the plate right now with a chance to build some separation against a rallying Monty Slide.
And how about this bounce back from Alex K? You know, giving up a huge lead, but stretching the lead yet again in his top of the inning.
Yeah, the name of the game is just to be persistent. Don't really stop scoring. Even when your opponent starts to fight back, you got to keep going, because any player can fight back in these games. And this is a big situation for your Alex K. 3-2, 2 outs. And he's going to fight that one off. And we'll be at a 3-2 count yet again. And we'll see if Mariano stays in the game here in the 3-2 count. Some players like to swap out that reliever in this 3-2 pitch. And in comes Jose Alvarado. And in comes a potential pinch hitter. Looks like Austin Riley will be coming in this situation. With that captain boost, his card is stacked right now. And I don't love this matchup, but 3-2, 2 outs. And he's going to fight it off. And here we go. The 3-2 from Alvarado again. And he gets the check swing. And that's what happens with those small decisions. You bring in that lefty reliever just to give him a different look. And it pays off huge for Monty Slide. And he keeps it at only a 6-run game. But good for Alex K to get some runs in the 8th there to extend that lead a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a big out there. If you let the game get to 17-8, it's going to be really tough to come back. So huge out. And as a hitter, it's really hard to adjust to a 3-2 count pitching change.
0-1.
As we flip over to our Ty Plays Tappy game, this game has been a battle. Ty Plays has ran away with a little bit of a comfortable lead late game. Now a 13-10 score in the top of the 9th. Javier Baez is going to swing and miss, but he sent the runner to third, trying to hit and run.
Safe.
And he's safe back in second. That was almost a costly mistake, but he gets out of that with that runner still on second. Now 1-2 count with Javier Baez. Man, you got to take a deep breath after that one.
Yeah, lucky to get back to second base safely. The runner at second doesn't really matter in this situation, so not sure about that steal. Maybe he was trying to pull a ball at the third baseman, but he's lucky to be safe there and not give up one of his 2 outs that he has remaining.
And we talk about the individual player choices in the underrated picks. That's driven to left field by Javier Baez. And Tappy is going to fight to the end here. Now a 12-13 game, and he's now one swing from tying this game.
Tappy has fought all game, and how huge was getting back to second base in that rundown. Makes it 13-12 instead of 13-11, and still only 1 out in the inning.
Yeah, and you talk about being that away team and chasing this game. It's still a big deal because now he's just fighting a tie and maybe take a lead. But with how Ty Plays is playing, a 1-run, 2-run lead, you never know is going to be safe. So you still got to get those final 3 outs. As that's driven to right field by Juan Soto, and Tappy's going to tie it up. Back-to-back jacks with Javier Baez and Juan Soto, and this game is even up here in the top of the 9th.
This game is insane. Tappy's done nothing but rally from behind the whole game, and he does it again in the 9th. But he needs more. Like you said, Ty Play very capable of scoring himself, so you know he'd like to get a lead going into the bottom of the 9th.
No balls, 2 strikes.
And the one thing with Tappy I always like to see is he always brings an interesting choice of players in comparison to a lot of others. Jeremy Pena, Javier Baez, Giancarlo Stanton are players that you don't really see a lot of the other guys using, but Tappy just feels very comfortable with sending them out there. And Jeremy Pena has a chance to be a big impact here at the top of the 9th.
And Pena was huge for him in the last chance qualifier too, so that card came out right on time for Tappy.
That's going to be dinked over to shortstop. Now we've got 2 outs in the inning, and that brings up that other pick, Giancarlo Stanton. He's considering a pinch hitter, and in comes that monthly award, Christian Yelich, with some very good splits versus righties. A big at-bat here. I like the urgency with the managerial decisions, trying to take a lead here in the top of the 9th.
Yeah, this is a spot where you need a home run, basically, or at least an extra base hit, so I like playing the hand in this matchup.
Ooh, but that Raleigh fingers forkball does wonders. Sets him a little eager on a 2-0 pitch, and this game remains tied. And if your Ty Plays, you have a big opportunity now, keeping this game tied. He had a chance to walk it off with 1 swing here as we get towards the bottom part and top of the order. Lucky to get out of that there. As that's driven to left field by Cody Bellinger. Does it have the legs? It does. Ty Plays walks it off here in game number 1, and that's why it was so big to keep that game tied. 1 swing is all he needed, and he gets that swing and picks up a really crazy game 1 win versus Tappy.
That game was insane, and if you're Tappy, you've got to be feeling down after that one. He did nothing but fight, comes all the way back, and it just doesn't end up mattering in the end. Interested to see how he bounces back in game number 2 of that series.
Absolutely. And in this game, with Monty Slide and Alex K got off to a great start. Been trying to run away with this game with Monty, but Monty's just been creeping back in. Now down only 6 here at the top of the 9th. So again, with how these players can rally, you got to keep the foot on the gas. As Ketel Marte is going to fly out to left on a swing he just missed.
Yeah, this game has been interesting. A bit of back and forth, but not throughout the whole game. It's really just been a couple huge innings by both players.
Ooh, just misses a fastball from Alexis Diaz. And just like that, we have 1 out left in the inning. And you wouldn't really want to go through this inning without scoring anymore, but at least he's got a 6-run margin. It's a pretty big gap to give up here in the bottom of the 9th, but I don't know. You never know with how these bottom of the 9th innings go. We saw last night with Kreiner, he was down 4 heading into the bottom of the 9th of his game. You never know when someone just turns it on and fights into a game again.
Yeah, no lead is safe in these tournaments, and like you said, we just saw Kreiner put up his own 7th spot in a bottom of the 9th last night, so this lead is not safe. It was already proven yesterday. You know, with Elliott the plate 0 for 5, he'd like to get something going and stretch the lead a bit.
Absolutely. 3-1 count now here especially, and another mid-at-bat bullpen decision. In comes Patrick Corbin to try to get this out. Flips Ellie to the right side, and oh, he just misses an inside sinker. Now you got 3-2, 2 outs. Runner on first should be running, and it's going to be a walk, and he's rallying it. And again, now you've got to face Mike Trout with the left-handed pitcher, which I'm not really feeling too great with, but he's going to get the fly out to right. Alex K just misses that swing, and that's going to end our inning. And he's going to have to hold off a 6-run lead. Let's see if he can hold off Monty here in the bottom of the 9th.
And we see Doval in the game again. It's been a theme throughout the tournament. This is the guy you want in the big spots, but this is his second inning of work. You wonder if a rally starts going a little bit, you get base runners on, how many pitches is he going to stretch Doval to? Or is Camilo just going to be able to shut the door and give Alex K the win?
Yeah, Mike Trout's the guy you want up in a scenario like that, but he's going to roll over a ground ball to second in a big first out to get to start, because now you bring up the heart of the order with nobody on. And Acuna comes up, who has done damage all tournament, but at least now he's got nobody on.
That Mike Trout at bat was just beautiful pitching, gets ahead in the count and gets him to chase a cutter off the plate outside for an easy ground out.
Ooh, great swing from Acuna up the middle, and that'll be a single. Mike Trout's going to throw it into the infield, and this might be the swing that gets Monty going, but you also got to be careful with the double play looming here. You got to be very particular what you swing at here.
That's a ball. That's
yeah, and you got to be very careful of that pitch he just threw. The sinker right below the zone, but also the sinker outside. When you've got to speed your bat up that fast where you're pulling cutters foul, you got to also be careful to not swing early at those outside sinkers and roll it over. That's why Camilo is so tough.
Absolutely. You're looking for that early swing rollover. That's got the rollover, but too much plate. Cody Bellinger hits it down the line. He's going to send him home, making it a 15-10 game, and it looks like Monty's getting that rally going, and you're driving up that pitch count with Camilo Doval. You make some questions for Alex K. He's going to keep him in. A good approach from Monty, but a little bit of an impatient swing. You talked about speeding up your bat on that away pitch a little bit early in that away sinker. Now there are 2 outs in this inning. You only have 1 out to work with here.
Yeah, smart pitching to go right back to that. He gets the very early rollover we were talking about, but Jimmy Fox can't make the play. Goes right back to the same pitch, gets a 1 pitch out, and now this is going to have to be a crazy rally by Monty.
Yeah, and he's got to take some pitches. He's going to have to do a good job of sitting back in those away sinkers. They're so good at hitting the velocity, but it becomes another game when you got to hit that outlier cutter and then slow down to the 95-mile-per-hour sinker. Now it's a 1-2 count with Marcus Semien at the plate.
2-2.
Make that a 2-2 count. Doing a good job of taking those low sinkers, but now we got a 2-2 pitch. Gonna go inside with that sinker, and he's gonna turn and burn on it down the line. Marcus Semien with a beautiful swing. He's gonna send him 2. Should get there easily with the cutoff. And you never know. Now down 4 with only 1 out left.
And now Camilo in the yellow energy, that opponent PCI is going to start to grow, and this is a good decision. Just go to somebody else and try to get that last out.
Absolutely. You got to try to change up the look. He's clearly reading Doval well, and now comes into play those shadows coming from left field. I'm not sure if it's entirely affecting Monty to plate, but it is a factor now as he stepped up to it this year. It sometimes be a little tough to see that ball in the shadows. And that'll be a fly out by Kyle Tucker, ending our game with a 15-11 win for Alex K. And a big win for Alex as he was looking to run away with that to start, but still gets the job done.
Yeah, huge win for Alex, especially after dropping 2 straight against Kikil yesterday. Good bounce back win, and we've seen a couple games so far, really good performances all around, and the losing team playing extremely well too. So we may be in for a lot more third game series than we had yesterday.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we've had quite the bounce back from Wilsey this game, who is chasing baby Acuna, who got off to a great start. And now Wilsey up 17-12 here in the bottom of the 8th. Camilo Doval on the mound, and now that you got your guy in the mound out of the bullpen, now he only needs 3 outs to pick up a win. And what a turnaround of this game.
Yeah, baby Acuna was up huge. Wilsey just keeping the pressure on, taking good at-bats the whole game. I'm telling you, it's so hard to beat anybody that can put up 17 on Legend. So we'll see if he can add to it. But if you're baby Acuna, you got to put up a 0 here. And it looks like he already has it. Yep. It's now 18-12.
Right as we tuned in, we already see he's given up 1. Wilsey just showing he's been one of the best hitters of this group that we have left. He's someone to keep an eye out on, and it's going to be so tough to keep up with him with how good of a hitter he's been so far.
Yeah, and as we talked about in the opener, gave Kreiner a run for his money. played Kreiner better than anyone has so far this tournament. So even though in the lower bracket, still playing extremely well in every single game.
Absolutely. You definitely want to still put up some runs here in the top of the ninth. Like we've talked about, those leads are definitely not safe. If you could just keep that momentum your way, heading into the bottom of the ninth, only needing 3 outs, that would be huge. But those final 3 outs, no matter what the lead is, are terrifying to get with how good of hitters these guys are.
And for Wilsey specifically, I have a feeling he does not want to go into a bottom of the ninth up 6th after giving up the 7 spot last night.
Oh, and that's a great swing from Kyle Tucker, just directly to Ronald Acuna. Did not get that launch angle. Perfectly located cutter, and now you've got 2 outs here, and that shutout inning actually is within reach, or I say shutout inning past the 1 run. That'll also be a perfect, but Ketel Marte bobbles it, but gets that out at first anyway, and you only give up 1 in the top of the ninth. You give yourself a chance with your baby Acuna. You just got to get rallying right away with only 3 outs to work with.
Yeah, you give yourself a chance. A bit unlucky there for Wilsey for sure.
Yeah, you definitely don't want those swings to be an impact. And oh, that's a replay of what just happened. They're a little bit delayed with their feeds. I was about to say, right as he got a really good swing out, he got another one on the mound. But that's the same play that we're seeing here. And I was kind of mentioning it. Sometimes you see that back and forth where one player gets a couple swings of rough luck. And sometimes how this game plays, it'll just be a back and forth where that other player now gets that swing or 2 of bad luck. As that'll be a perfect single for Jimmy Fox to get going, and literally a perfect start to the bottom half of the inning here. Now bringing up the 5 spot here.
I love that aggression there. Coming out swinging first pitch, getting a base runner. You can see Duvall already up on the pinch count, but that is not what you want to see.
Yeah, swings like that will kill you when you're trying to play the comeback game. There's a little bit impatient first pitch in the next at bat, a tad early, and that's that Camilo Doval sinker that's a little easy to roll over away. That's a big first out if you're Wilsey on the mound. But now you got 3 straight switch hitters like we talked about before, and I feel like you're going to see a heavy dosage of those inside cutters. Oh, never mind. We're just going to see Patrick Corbin enter the game. So won't be seeing inside cutters, but you still got 3 switch hitters.
I like this pitching change. It's early enough in the inning where even if Corbin gets hit around 2, you have time to go somebody else and still save the game. And also, Camilo was getting up there, approaching 30 pitches. Don't really want to give your opponent any freebies.
Yeah, and that Patrick Corbin curveball could be a real tough one to take. I would have absolutely waved through that one right there. He's going to get a down and slider in on the zone, though. Late swing by Jose Ramirez, and Wilsey is 1 out away from picking up a Game 1 win.
This would be a huge win for Wilsey, especially after that series last night, and especially after being down big in this one, too, as the away team. Might go home with a 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, and you got Ellie De La Cruz at the plate. Triple shy of the cycle. I feel like you wouldn't see something like that often where a player is on cycle watch, but they're still down 6 in the game. But this is what happens in competitive MLB The Show, is that's going to be a grounder up the middle. Unfortunately for Ellie De La Cruz, won't be a triple, but this rally stays alive for baby Acuna at the plate. And you got to keep the foot on the gas as you work your way towards the top of the order here.
Hey, Ellie got the cycle in real life, and that's why the card exists, so I'm sure he's fine with not getting it there.
Ooh, inside sinker. That Patrick Corbin sinker will do that to you sometimes. And that's going to be a Game 1 win for Wilsey. Very good offensive performance in that second half especially. And it gives me energy of Kreiner's series last game, where once Kreiner got going, he couldn't be stopped. Wilsey has that potential to keep the foot on the gas offensively here.
And another game where the losing team played extremely well. You scored 12 on Legend if you're baby Acuna. You had a lead for a lot of it. You didn't play bad. You just got to come out and do it again next game and hope the outcome is a bit different. You saw from the box score there, Wilsey with an 8 spot in the top of the 8th in that game.
Yeah, and this game has gotten interesting as that's driven to left field by Rafael Devers. And Tappy, who just tied the game on an RBI double, just takes the lead with a Rafael Devers opposite field homer. That is tough to do, especially at a park like Minnesota here, where that ball doesn't carry the same. Just sits back, hits it straight away left, and that's where you want to hit. Is that driven to left, but a little bit in on the hands, and some great swings from Tappy to take a late, or I should say an early lead here against Ty Plays.
Yeah, and you mentioned it in game number 1 how Tappy was likely going to Minnesota as the home team, and he did. The reason they make this pick is to have more of a pitcher's park, but hasn't been much of a pitcher's park so far with a 5-3 game in the 3rd inning.
Absolutely. Sometimes the players just field offensively, and they just take advantage of whatever stadium they're in. Is that driven to right field by Adley Rutschman? Perfect, perfect, and that's up in the second deck. Right as Tappy takes the lead, Ty Plays bounces back. First swing of the inning with a perfect, and this game is screaming a back-and-forth battle.
How many Adley Rutschman home runs have we seen already today?
It's unreal.
I mean, that card is just, I can't even believe what I'm seeing sometimes.
Yeah, it's unreal.
There's gonna be a lot of sad Adley Rutschman users when set 5 comes out for sure.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, if you're going to wild card anyone, is that driven to right field by Mike Trout? Is that going to get over the wall? It does. Back-to-back home runs. And Mike Trout also showing up yet again. I'll tell you what, though, I mean, once we get towards that next season, that wild card play is going to be really interesting. I think Adley Rutschman has a case of being up there with that 99 Chipper Jones, amongst others, is like a really good wild card choice for that switch-hitting top-level catcher.
I agree with you. The switch hitting, you can just set it and forget it with your catcher, and works with any of the other popular team builds. Like if you want to run a shortstop team, you could still just throw Adley at catcher, so makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and Jimmy Fox, who would end up being another great catcher option here in the current season, is going to fly out to left field. And here's Brock Stewart. We talked about the bullpen. We're going to the bullpen early here for Tappy. As that's driven to left field by Ronald Acuna. Perfect. And Tappy is Ty Plays is bounced back to take a 6-5 lead.
And I feel like I'm getting deja vu from game number 1. You're exactly right. He moves away from the starter early, and the first person he picks out of the bullpen is Brock Stewart. And for the second game in a row, Brock Stewart giving up a lot of runs right away.
Yeah, this is where the bullpen management really becomes a play. That's a dot up and in. Where sometimes you go to that bullpen too early. Sometimes you want to extend that starter because they're getting the job done. And these decisions really matter because sometimes they work out well in the instance of some of the previous games, but sometimes they work out poorly where you go to Brock Stewart early and he's getting shelled. Ty Plays is reading him like a book, and he just can't get out right now.
Yeah, and Ty Plays really has read him like a book the entire series. He didn't even come away from game 1 with an out, so how long will Brock Stewart stay in the game, and how far can Ty Plays stretch that lead?
As we flip over to our Alex K. Monty Slide matchup, Alex K. had nearly ran away with game number 1, picking up a win there. But we flip over, and if you're Monty, this is the start you want. Pick up a 3-run first, and you're potentially 1 out away from a scoreless first. Keeping Alex K. at nothing, that would be huge if you could establish a lead against them.
And we're seeing a lot of Dustin May here, a lot more than we saw yesterday. Another popular legend pick. Again, the sinker-cutter dynamic, but with a lot more velocity. But with that velocity comes a lot worse control, too. So give a little, take a little, but a solid starting pitching choice.
Yeah, absolutely. You're risking hanging those pitches a little bit more, but that velocity hits a little harder, especially for these players who are trying to dial up on inside fastballs. You got to commit to those inside cutters a little bit more because they're coming in a lot quicker. And now it seems to be working so far against Alex K, but plenty of game left. And if I'm him, I'm just working that pitch count up. Going to try to see if I could get that mistake pitch from Dustin May.
And he'll throw them. You know, the pars are big on Legend. You could aim for the corner and leave it low middle. That's a great pitch.
A dot of a backdoor cutter. That is so difficult to hit when you're trying to hit 96 plus in on the hands. And then the slow down away on a backdoor cutter. And great pitching for Monty to keep this at a 3-0 lead. And now you get that opportunity to build up a bit of a gap in that lead.
It's a good bounce back out there. You know, you give up a 3 spot in the top of the first. You don't score in the bottom of the first. Momentum-wise, crucial to get a 1 pitch out.
And Jose Ramirez, who has just been so difficult to face all tournament here. He's got that small strike, so he's tough to pitch to. Is that driven to left field? And Jose Ramirez doing Jose Ramirez things. That's 4-0 now for Monty Slide.
The switch hitters are just putting on a clinic today. So many Adley home runs. Jose Ramirez has been on everyone's team producing. Just impressive stuff, and the switch hitting really ties it together. You just set it and forget it, leave them in. They're always going to have a good matchup.
And you just see so many stacked teams. You've got Mookie Betts here in the 9-hole of this game. Like, how do you deal with Mookie Betts in the 9 spot of lineups? He's arguably one of the best hitters in the game right now. It's just unreal.
That's the beauty of Diamond Dynasty, and it's the beauty of having the DH in the game this year too. You know, in years past you'd have the pitcher in the 9 spot. This year you've got set collect Mookie Betts in the 9 spot. Quite a different dynamic for sure.
Absolutely. And we're going to flip over to another game. There seems to be some connection thing with our feed there. We'll flip over to Fuentes versus STW Chick. And Fuentes has just been that offensive force we talked about. Up 13-8 here in the top of the 6th. That's going to be driven to left field. Just underneath it with Mookie Betts. That'll end our inning here. But Fuentes off to a great offensive start again here in game number 2, looking to put a close to this series.
And we knew this game was going to be like this from the first couple innings. You remember that Ha-Sung Kim home run that gave STW the lead. This is going to be a back and forth the whole way. And Fuentes, through now 10 innings total, has put up 28 runs. That is insane.
We flip over to tie plays versus Tappy. That's driven to left by Adley Rutschman, and he has just been a monster in this game. 9-5 game now for tie plays, and he's looking to run away against Tappy, who picks target field. I got that mixed up, and I'll tell you what, it's been an offensive showing nonetheless.
Yeah, it hasn't really mattered for tie plays. There's another perfect. This is a swing you pick this field for, though. Might stay in.
It left. Man, 2 really good swings as we hop on into tie plays. And yeah, that's got to be tough. You pick a stadium like this, and that one's driven to right field. This one is going to get caught, though. Nice play out there in right field. But it's got to be tough. You pick a stadium like this intentionally to reduce that run total, and you still give up 10. That's how on tie plays is right now.
Yeah, tie plays is locked in, and it's an extra bad feeling because if you're losing at a pitcher's park, it's actually harder for you to come back, right? You picked the pitcher's park to try to limit the scoring, but now you're the one that needs the scoring. Going to be an interesting dynamic with Darius, with Tappy at the plate.
Man, I feel like Ty plays just consistently putting up solid swings, and every swing feels like he just barely misses it. You're not seeing many sort of lazy swings or swings outside the strike zone that are very uncharacteristic. He's just been on his game right now. He's seeming like a very difficult force to get past here so far.
When your opponent's hitting the way Ty plays is hitting, it's pretty demoralizing.
It definitely is.
10 runs through 4 innings at target field. But it doesn't matter if you can score just as much, so the approach here has to be start generating your own runs.
Is that driven to left field by Adley Rutschman? Does it have the legs? It doesn't. Just underneath it out to left field. A solid swing, but just a touch off for Tappy.
And that's what I mean with this field. You know, it's almost working against him at this point. That's a swing that probably generates a home run at Shield Woods, but it stays in the park here, and it's an out for Tappy as he's trying to mount a comeback.
Yeah, we got Dustin May in the mound. Look, we talked about he's got great velocity, but you got to hope for those mistakes. These guys can punish mistakes. You kind of just got to stay in at bats, get that pitch count up, and hope that one of those pitches just ends up over the center part of the plate. That's driven to right center field. Does it have the legs get off the wall? It does, and a great read off the wall. A tough one to do. It's easy to let that ball skate past you, and that could have been a triple even inside the park territory, but plays it safe off the wall and keeps that a double.
That was honestly a great play by Ty Plays defensively to put his guy in the right spot to catch that right off the wall. You're right. If it hits a little higher off the wall or if he's standing in the wrong spot, might be a triple or even an inside the park.
And that's going to bloop down the line for Juan Soto, and Tappy is still fighting. He's going to put up a one spot here in the bottom of the fourth. Now he's only down 4, and this brings up the top of the order. And just like that, a hard ground out the third, and that'll be very smooth double play. Ty Plays gets out of the inning by only allowing that one run.
It's a big momentum-killing double play and a great pitch. He runs the sinker about 2 or 3 inches below the zone. Can't really do anything but swing over the top of it, even if you have good timing, and gets the results he was looking for.
Derek Jeter, Ronald Acuna sneaks a single through the infield, through the left side, and STW Chick looking to rally here in the bottom of the 7th, down 5 against Fuentes, who has been on his game offensively. But this is the rally you want to start. 2 straight singles. That runner Acuna will go to third. He's going to keep him halfway to second. He's going to try to send him back. He's going to get back in there. Now you got runners on the corner, and Javier Assad in a very early jam here in the bottom of the 7th.
I think that was really smart base running. It's risky, but he made his opponent think he was going to try to stretch it into a double. So instead of getting the out at third, he throws to second, so you get the guy to third base for free. And that is a tough line out with nobody on.
Yeah, really good swing from Chipper. Just a well-located pitch that's very tough to do anything with. He's got to hope that's not hit to the second baseman. But it finds his glove. But you got to keep your head up. We've got Kyle Tucker here who could still make an impactful swing. As we're looking in the bullpen here for Fuentes, only 4 guys left. And here we go, that close game situation. Camilo Doval in.
Yep, this is the high leverage. Again, these players are so smart with their usage of him. He's undeniably their most trusted reliever, and we see him coming in big spots in the 5th, in the 6th, now in the 7th. He needs these outs, and so he's going to his best pitcher.
Absolutely, and Kyle Tucker having the game 3 for 3 with 2 homers. You're going to try to throw some down and in pitches, try to see if he expands that zone. Not doing it, though. He's fighting this at bat. 2-2 pitch is a high cutter, and we're going the distance. This at bat, 3-2 count. Try locating a way sinker, and he gets the swing and miss. Beautiful pitch.
That's a great pitch, and based on the swing that STW Chick took, it looked like he was worried about that backdoor cutter. The tunnel that he threw that sinker in, where it's running off the plate low and away, he swings and misses because he's looking for the cutter that comes back and catches that corner. Good pitch selection there by Fuentes.
As we look at a replay to our Ty Plays Tappy game, Ty Plays is keeping the foot on the gas. 3-run home run with Ellie De La Cruz, and he is stormed off to a 7-run lead. As we have a line drive to right field by Jose Ramirez that's not going to be caught. It should score that runner from third, and a big double for Jose Ramirez, and now STW Chick is down only 3 here in the bottom of the 7th.
I am so excited for the rest of this game. These two have been trading blows the entire time, even in game 1. Both players just at the peak of their game, especially hitting-wise, and this is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, and right as you see a bad swing or two, they usually instantly adjust, and they're putting up good swings at next at bat. It's easy after that previous strikeout to get in your head about that away sinker. But this at bat, he bounced back with Jose Ramirez and put up a great swing. And now he's just like that within reach here.
And Fuente is actually changing up his pitching camera here. Maybe he wants to visualize the tunnels a bit better than that behind the pitcher view he's been using. He's given up 10 so far, looking to make an adjustment pitching-wise to try to be a bit more effective.
Yeah, these are the in-game adjustments you see. Sometimes a change in camera and perspective is that's driven to left field by, of course, Adley Rutschman. And he's going to end up with a 2-out double. And just like that, we have that tying runner up at the plate.
STW Chick has just been so impressive in both games. It really feels like the whole time Fuentes is dominating, but at the same time, STW is just taking good at bat after good at bat and keeping himself in this one too.
Yeah, and you see that bullpen check as that'll be a ground out. Camilo Duvall gets out of it, but you see Fuentes only has so many relievers left. Did not want to expend someone else to try to get out of that inning, and it pushes Camilo Duvall, but in his favor, it does work out. Now we're here in the top of the 8th, and you got to look to bounce back. 2 runs is probably not going to be enough of a lead.
And if you're Fuentes, you'd love some insurance here, especially after being shut out in the 7th. You'd hate to go back-to-back shutout innings when you're trying to preserve this lead and when STW has been hitting as well as he has.
Yeah, and Kendall Graven been a somewhat popular use out of the bullpen. He's got that sinker, cutter, slider mix. Very good in that hits per 9 as well. Is that driven to right field? A good swing from Austin Riley, but again, not much you could do with that one. Just right to Kyle Tucker. And he's got to look to recenter here with Adley Rutschman up and just look for that mistake pitch. As that'll sneak by for a single, just gets the bat head in front of the plate, slaps it through the infield. That might be the type of hit you need with 2 outs here to get a rally going, and you bring up another switch hitter in Ketel Marte.
Yeah, every time you give up one of those early swing dribbler singles, it seems like it's a home run the next at bat, so we'll see what happens here. Big break for Fuentes. Was a lucky swing there to get a single out of it.
And that's driven to right field. Is that going to have any legs? It doesn't. Just right to Kyle Tucker. And a little bit of an unfortunate inning if you're Fuentes. Some great swings you put up. Just went right to the fielders. But that's how it goes. Now you got to stay focused. Pitch well here in the bottom of the 8th. You still have that 2-run lead. And then just recenter for the 9th.
Yeah, frustrating inning for Fuentes. Almost like a backwards inning from him. And those can be the most frustrating. His good swings were outs. His one bad swing was a hit. And we haven't seen Cano here out of the bullpen yet either. Pretty similar to Payamps, but with a changeup. And Payamps has been getting shelled in this tournament. So something to watch here. He's already used Doval, so he's going to have to go to some lower tier relievers to try to close this one out.
Yeah, and Cano seemed to work out for him. He was comparing his 2 relievers. He's got a 3 ERA, give or take, with Yadier Cano, which for these players, a sub 4 ERA is very good out of pitchers. So the obvious option for him, and going to see if that outlier sinker can get the job done for him.
Yeah, and that's similar that he's checking the stats again with his pitchers, just like he did with his pinch hitter earlier.
That up and in sinker gets the job done. Too late on it. That's the thing with those outlier sinkers. When you throw them righty in on the hands, it's very difficult to find that timing. Usually end the tick behind, and that's how you get 2 late swings like that.
And here we get Kim again up at the plate. He's 1 for 4, so that big home run earlier was his only production until now. And I was just about to say, if you're going to make a rally, this is going to be the guy to start it. There's a reason he's in his lineup, and he comes through in a big spot here.
And I want to see how Fuentes adjusts here. He was just peppering in inside sinkers. That's a hanging slider to Ronald Acuna Jr. And just like that, we are tied. And STW comes up big here late game.
That is such good gamesmanship. You said it right before the pitch. You want to see how Fuentes adjusts as a pitcher because he took a really good swing at that sinker. So Fuentes did adjust. He goes slider instead next pitch, but STW 1 step ahead of him, ready for the slider. He leaves it over the plate and does not miss it. Just great back and forth with the mentals. And then give props to STW for getting the pitch he was looking for and taking the swing that he needed.
Absolutely. It's very difficult, first of all, to get those hands in on that inside sinker like that. And then next pitch to have to adjust on a hanging slider and stay back on it enough. Very difficult to do, especially here on Legend difficulty. And that swing looking to be a big difference maker in this game.
Especially in a right-on-right situation to take that good of a swing on a slider. You know, in the right locations, the slider is one of the hardest pitches to hit in same-handedness matchups. And he did not miss.
And Drew Pomeranz comes in, bounces back with a strikeout against a switch hitter. And again, you have another switch hitter in Chipper Jones, who's great versus lefties. But he just a little bit off on this one, and this game is going to remain tied. You got to try to take a lead here if you're Fuentes and put a back crooked number, because you do not want to go into the bottom of the 9th next inning in a tie ball game.
With the offense we've been seeing Yeah, Fuentes has to score here. You're most likely not going to put up a 0 in the bottom of the ninth with the way STW has been hitting. But you've been hitting just as well. This game is as evenly matched as we've seen. 13 runs on 17 hits for both of them. It's going to come down to who is more clutch here as we move from the ninth and potentially beyond.
Mark Leiter Jr. in to try to keep this inning scoreless for STW. You've talked about him, but he's gotten shelled a bit today. But he might be the guy to get through this inning.
This is an interesting choice. I wonder if he's running out of options back there. I don't know the state of his bullpen, but you're right. He has not had a ton of success with Mark Leiter Jr. throughout the course of this tournament. But this would be a big spot for him to turn it around.
Yeah, we talked about battling back in his games. That's driven to right field by Derek Jeter. And that's how you want to start off the inning for Fuentes. Sits back on an away splitter, pokes it to right field, and just a beautiful swing to start off this inning. And like you were saying, I don't know what the bullpen decision was like. STW has been playing comeback all game, so might not have that same bullpen depth. And now that's a single for Mookie Betts.
Yeah, and this unfortunately has been the story throughout for STW. This Mark Leiter card has just struggled to get outs in every single game that he's pitched in. And it continues here, unfortunately. Great swing on the Jeter home run, though. Splitter is the best pitch for him, and he goes out and gets it.
And just missed that swing with Jose Ramirez. It just feels like Fuentes is reading him very well right now. This is why it's so big to get those early leads, because once things get close later, it seems like STW has expended a lot of his bullpen, and it brings Mark Leiter with his 9 ERA to try to get out of the situation here. And now here we go, another reliever in, and he's got to find a way to keep this at a one-run game. You got to keep this within reach, and that's going to be a grounder up the middle, and it gets through. Now we got 2 runners on as a cleanup spot in the order comes up, and that's a big hit. Jeter didn't dive when he maybe could have, and now you bring up Ronald Acuna up versus a lefty with 2 runners on. Scary situation for STW. And that one's going to sneak by. He's going to keep the runner at third. Play with the bases loaded here. Big situation here. Ground ball could end the inning, but also one swing could put this game away for Fuentes. He's going to bring in Jackie Robinson for the handedness matchup, and here we go. Bases loaded, 1 out. Jackie Robinson versus the lefty. This is a huge at-bat.
Can't take Corbin out either.
Had driven up the middle. Jeter's not going to beat him on the tag. Big out to get if you're STW Chick, but you still got to face Austin Riley, who is also incredible versus lefties.
Tells you a lot about the move to Corbin with 4 righties coming through on the lineup.
Yeah, definitely only had so many bullpen arms. He had to go to someone different, but this is the risk you take. You face 125 contact and power and clutch versus lefties. As that's driven to left center, it's over Jeter's head. We'll score at least 2. And Austin Riley delivers 16-13 now for Fuentes, and this is the inning that you need in such a close game.
This is such an impressive inning by Fuentes, doing exactly what he needs to do here. And it really just seems like STW running out of options in terms of pitching towards the end of this game.
Yeah, and big for Fuentes. All the momentum was in his way to start this game. Great offensive start. It's been a battle back and forth as we got into the middle innings, but now that he's up in this series and he's got the lead here in the top of the ninth, the entire complexion has changed. He's just 3 outs away from clinching a series win here.
And the entire complexion can change again if he's able to put one over the fence with Adley here. Would be a dagger.
As that's driven to left field, but right to Jose Ramirez, and that'll end our inning. A 3 spot for Fuentes, though, and he's now 3 outs away, and I'm interested to see how Chick bounces back. 3 outs remaining potentially for him in this series. He's got to put it all on the field right here.
Well, you know what? You were down in game 1, you played well. You're down in game 2, and you've played well. You've got a chance to win it here. And with the 5-hole leading off the inning, we could see, if the cards fall into place, a big at-bat yet again for Kim in the leadoff spot.
And I feel like this down-away pitch is somewhat risky. A perfect way to start off a rally would be to poke a single down the line against the shift here with Kyle Tucker. But he's going to pull one right the first, and you got your first out. Didn't sit back on that away cutter. He's going to roll over to first, and Not the way you want to start off the bottom of the ninth with your series on the line.
Yeah, he gets a cutter down the middle and just can't time it, and that's what's so tough about Drew Pomeranz on a legend. Throws 3 different fastballs at 3 different speeds. Really unique card. It's hard to time up his hard 4-seam with his slow 2-seam, and then he's got the cutter right in between them.
I like this pitch choice a lot, going to a high fastball at 2 strikes. You got that small strike zone. Sometimes players chase a little high. Now we're in a 1-2 count, and that's a hanging fastball. Just ends up over the center part of the plate, but he's just underneath this swing that he definitely wants back. And STW Chick is down to his final out.
It's a good swing on that pitch. Just must have just been a little bit off of it, and now you've got to do the whole rally with 2 outs.
Yeah, definitely not what you want. But again, this is the guy you want in a situation like this. Adley Rutschman, who has been a monster all day. As we look at a replay to our other game, Tappy goes down on a ground out here to short from the looks of it. And Ty Plays picks up the mercy rule win. What a showing from him against Tappy.
Yeah, just really impressive. Really impressive from Tappy, too. Tappy played a great tournament all around. And Ty Plays just played the better game in game 2 for sure, putting up, looked like it was 16-6, but I think the final was 17-6. 17 runs at Target Field is crazy.
Absolutely, and things are getting interesting here too. Castellanos comes in to pinch hit off the bench. Fuentes goes to his last reliever, Alexis Diaz. So if you know this is his last reliever, this could be a big opportunity for your STW. Is that's driven to center field? He's just laid on an inside sinker, just misses it with Nick Castellanos, and Fuentes honestly should be celebrating, breathing deep after that win, because he was down to his last pitcher to get through STW Chick.
Yeah, if STW could have continued to rally there, that could have been really interesting with him not being able to go to anyone else. But another player that's knocked out now, STW, played a fantastic tournament, nothing at all to be ashamed of, and really impressive performance even in the losses. Yeah, it looks like we got a 3-error game here for Alex K. What is going on with that?
All right, as we tune into this game between Monty and Alex K, this score is a little scuffed. They had an unfortunate disconnect before. So Monty, who is on your top of your scoreboard here, actually has 1 more run than what is showing. He actually has 4 right now. Is that driven to deep right field by Ellie De La Cruz? That is a 3-run homer. Actually, yeah, I have this. Yeah, that is actually not Monty hitting. Monty is in the field right now. Big home run for Alex K to take a lead here in the bottom of the 2nd.
Yeah, so this is a 5-4 game then.
Yep.
So that's a huge home run for Alex
game
to retake the lead at home. Still early though. Looking like another game that's going to be a back and forth with a lot of offense.
Yeah, all these series have been some crazy back and forth. Those first 2 series you saw finish in some 2-0 sweeps, but a lot of those games are closer than what they showed. Tappy put up a good performance against Ty Plays through a lot of that series, but Ty Plays was just able to run away. And same with our last series with Fuentes and STW Chick. Chick was just chasing them the entire time and just couldn't catch up at all. And Fuentes just played some great baseball today.
Yeah, Fuentes looked really locked in. Unfortunately for STW, he was locked in too and just couldn't quite get there. But like I said, great tournament all around.
And that's how these tournaments go sometimes. Sometimes you could play your best baseball, but someone just has the step on you. They play a little bit better that day, and that's how this goes. Some really good players go head-to-head, and someone just has their number for the day, and that's literally the difference. In 99% of ranked games in scenarios like that, they probably win. When you're playing goon after goon after goon, all it takes is just a couple extra swings that go their way, and they could out-hit you.
Yep. And they could, you know, have just as good a game as you, but get a couple more breaks than you did, like you said. Or they could just be a little bit better, which is kind of what we saw in the Fuentes series. Fuentes just a little bit better throughout and is able to get the W in the series.
Yeah, and a good bounce-back inning to start off. You lead off with a double by Ellie De La Cruz for Monty. Only needs 1 run to tie here. He has 4 runs, despite what the scoreboard says. And a chance to tie and potentially take the lead as you get towards the heart of the order. And We talk about that early lead is a big deal. A rally like this could be huge if Monty connects some swings and puts up some big runs on the board.
Yeah, and it looks like Alex is up 1-0 in the series, so we've talked about it a couple times, but being behind as the away team is not a favorable spot at all in a tournament situation like this. So Monty really needs to keep the offense going and try to lead the pace of this game and not try to play as much catch-up, because playing catch-up is going to be really tough, and that's a great way to start it.
That's a beautiful swing from Ronald Acuna on an inside sinker, and just like that, it is a 6-5 lead for Monty Slide. That's how you bounce back. You give up that lead. Next inning, you put up a 3-spot and take that lead right back, and that's a beautiful swing on an inside sinker. And now you force Roy Halladay out of the game in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, this is a very early bullpen move. We'll see how that plays out throughout the late innings.
As we flip-flop to Wilsey versus Baby Acuna, and Wilsey is just keeping going with the offense, now up 7-2 here in the 4th. It's another one of those situations like yesterday with Kreiner. Once Kreiner got it going, he really couldn't be stopped, and I'm getting the energy right now. Wilsey got going the second half of that first game against Baby Acuna, ran away with the win, and now up to a great start this game.
How about the steal first pitch here, too? We don't see a lot of stealing in comp play, but he must have had a read there. 99 speed, 99 stealing from Ellie, and now he takes the double play off the table in an inning where he's already put up some numbers.
Yeah, I really like that. Sometimes that aggressive play, even when you have a 5-run lead, is what makes a difference. You don't really think about stopping. You almost play like it's a 1-2 run game, but you're up 5, trying to just keep it going, keep expanding that lead. And Wilsey's definitely putting the pressure on. If you could connect on a couple more swings this inning, you'd be getting close to something special here this game. That's driven to left field by Marcus Semien. Perfect. Now 2 runners are on, and we get to that 4th spot in the order, and I think it's going to start to get interesting here with Austin Riley, who's great versus lefties.
And 71 pitches and an unfavorable matchup on the mound, and still no change, still leaving Al Leiter in. And right on cue, he does make the move. I think this is the right call here. You can't really give up too many more runs.
And that's driven to right, but caught by Acuna. Catches on his front foot, but still gets it in quick. Keeps that runner on 3rd, which is a big out to get, but now you bring in the righty, and now you got to face Kyle Tucker in a righty-lefty matchup. That's smoked by Wilsey, but again, right to second base. 2 hard hit outs to end the inning for Wilsey. This kind of shows how many good swings he's putting up. He's still hitting some screamers for his few outs in the inning, and he's up 7-2 here.
Yeah, very unlucky those last 2 swings, especially with 2 runners on base, but still a 5-run lead, nothing to stress about. He's also out hitting Baby Acuna 12-3 right now. So pretty dominant showing. Wilsey's had a really impressive tournament so far.
Absolutely. So we got our side-by-side going here. Wilsey versus Baby Acuna on your right side. On our left side, we got Monty Slide and Alex K. 1 more run should be on the board for Monty Slide with an 8-5 lead rather than 7-5. And I'll tell you what, Monty's looked really good ever since he's got going in the latter half of that last game.
He has looked really good, and we had a bullpen move early to Payamps, and he's still trying to get out of this inning. It's still the top of the 3rd. Monty has continued to add on. This is going to be the 20th pitch for Payamps, who's had a bad tournament overall for basically every player. And the rally just continues for Monty. This is, again, a good bounce-back game for him after dropping game 1.
Yeah, it's so big to get that bullpen out there. Get that starting pitcher who could probably do some of the most damage out of any pitcher. It just puts so much pressure on the other team. As that's driven to center field by Mookie Betts. Payamps will get out of the inning, but Monty Slide holds an 8-5 lead here in the bottom of the 3rd. Lots of game left, but good momentum on the side of Monty Slide. And this is the type of thing that you want to see against Alex K. If you could just build up that lead and put the pressure on him. He's someone who can hit with the best of them. Kind of got to keep that foot in the gas and keep going.
Whole lot of game left. You're right about that, but can't really be too upset about putting up 8 runs through the first 3 innings. Now he's got to get the momentum on the pitching side too, and it's very hard to do against somebody like Alex K, who has put up a ton of runs in this tournament.
Yeah, Alex is one of those dudes who's just like an automatic hitter, and even when he struggles for a bit, he could get going in the blink of an eye. So whenever you get that advantage of a lead, you got to keep on building separation because he's just one big inning away. And a great start to his inning, working a full count against Dustin May, making him throw a lot. But he's going to get an out here from the looks of it. That's fouled to Adley Rutschman. A big first out as we get towards the heart of the order here. It'd be huge if Monty could bounce back with a scoreless inning. But here we go with some adjustments. So we're adjusting that PCI a little bit, seeing what works. These are adjustments that you see mid-game.
I was going to say that swing looked a little awkward from Alex. It looked like he didn't really see the cutter well. He reacted late, swung late, so not surprised to see an immediate PCI adjustment, and we'll see if he can get back on track here mechanically with that.
That'll be a ground out. Alex going down a little easily here as he gets to the heart of the order. This could have been an opportunity to get right back even in this game, but has just not found it this inning. And this is what Dustin May does to you. That's a hard hit right, the shifted third baseman. Whereas that sinker can just get to you, and paired with that cutter, you can just get you a little bit off your timing. And with players of this caliber, all they need is just that little bit of a difference in velocity to get them a little later than normal.
And it's a bit of a different look, like we said. May with more velocity. There's a lot of slow velocity sinker cutter. He's faster, and another solo shot for Monty here, making it 9-5. I mentioned earlier how it's important with him down 1-0 in the series and being the away team that he's got to lead the pace. He can't be playing from behind. Yeah, he's doing a great job so far.
Yeah, you got to keep it going. He gets the starting pitching out of the game, or more bullpen help out of the game. You got Raleigh Fingers entering the game. And again, you're getting to some of the better bullpen early on in this game, which is a big advantage. We talked about that in the previous game with STW Chick, where he expended his bullpen a lot and ended up hurting him a little bit in that close game. Bottom 5 here, we flip over to Baby Acuna and Wilsey. And Wilsey looking for a chance to mercy. If he scores 2 runs here in the bottom of the 5th, the mercy rule will be into play with that 10-run lead. And with top of the order coming up in Ronald Acuna, he's looking to do that right here.
Only needs 2 runs, still the bottom of the 5th, has just put on a clinic offensively so far in this one. And really the whole tournament. We've seen a lot of missed mercy rule opportunities. You know Wilsey would like to put up 2 here and get out of this series with a win.
Absolutely. You've got Javier Assad in. You got that sinker cutter slider mix coming into play. The 3-2 pitch coming, and it is a floater of a changeup, but the infield is perfectly shifted for that. That's a big out because change the complexion of the inning. You have a potential walk-off situation for Wilsey that now gets taken away, and that could have been the walk-off had Acuna gotten on, but it is just a solo home run, now putting Wilsey within 1 of that mercy rule win. Still a great swing to bounce back from after a perfect out. Now you bring up the heart of the order, Marcus Semien, with a chance to end this game, and another beautiful swing, this time to the opposite field. Man, Wilsey just seems relentless at the plate right now. Every swing, he's been all over.
You can just tell when these guys are locked in. He's not taking any pitches unless they're way off the plate. Simeon's been his best card throughout the tournament, and Riley's been doing good too. Just an offensive clinic, like I said, and something in the gap might end this game here.
Ooh, the cutter gets him a little bit on his front foot. Early swing. Now we're in a 1-2 count. Goes to the cutter, instantly adjusts and sits back on it. It's hit down the line. Is he going to send that 85 speed home? He's going to, and that's going to be a walk-off mercy rule for Wilsey. And that shows how good of a hitter someone like Wilsey can be. Adjusts instantly with that swing timing in the next pitch, sits back on that away cutter and hits it down the line.
Yeah, that was a great piece of hitting on the pitch away, and actually a bit lucky that he didn't hit it harder. If that had been smacked off the top of that big wall out there, they might have had to play at the plate, but it bounces up against there softly, easy to score from first, and he gets the mercy rule and the series win. Again, really impressive tournament so far from Wilsey. You know, the only reason he's in the lower bracket is because of Kreiner, and otherwise he's played amazing baseball.
Absolutely. It's no discredit to anyone in that lower bracket. We've had a bunch of 2-0 series in the start of this lower bracket, but a lot of close games, really good back and forths. It's just sometimes the difference is just a couple swings, a little bit of momentum that one player got. And this game has the potential to go in Monty's favor with how it's going, but Just like we talked about in those other series, Alex K is just kind of looming, waiting for those big innings, and he's within reach, down 4.
Yeah, big inning for Alex here, and that is connecting on Jimmy Fox with the outside pitch. Again, we talk about swing tendencies. Why is Fox so good at hitting those pitches?
Because he's got that push tendency. Beautiful swing on a down-and-away cutter to sit back on it. That power to right field plays different with Jimmy Fox. And now this is a 9-7 game. They had a disconnect before, and Monty has 9. And you know what? Now it's a 9-8 game as I say that. And we talked about Alex K looming, waiting for those good swings to start to connect, and he has found it here to start this inning, and it's now a 1-run game in a blink of an eye.
He really has found it, and it kind of all started when he changed his PCI. So these are these little adjustments these players are making throughout the game just to find some level of comfort. And saying Alex has found comfort is an understatement. As I've been watching him throughout this tournament, it's kind of unreal how streaky he's been. He can go through innings where he's scoring 6 and 7 at a time and then put up a couple zeros afterwards, but overall scoring a ton and still nobody out in this bottom of the 4th.
And another really good swing from him. You probably got to take Dustin May at this point out of the game. It's basically a tie game at this point. He's given up 8. You probably got to go to that bullpen at this point, maybe a little earlier than you want to, but definitely got to change up the look. And I was asking Chet what type of card that I saw today, which was someone I didn't expect to see that's doing well. That Trevor Story is probably that pick for me. He's been a good pick for some players, and having him in the 9 spot for Alex has done wonders for him today. That's driven to right field, but that's at the warning track a tad bit early, and Trevor Story will have to stay over at first.
Yeah, Story's got one of those swings that everyone loves. A lot of people running shortstop team builds too, which he's qualifying for. I think he was the consensus best pick from the World Series pack last season from the comp community, and it's good to see Alex having success with him too.
Ooh, a hard ground ball to short, but no flip to second. No double play. That could have been a double play. I don't know if he botched the throw or if he just didn't think about throwing it to second, but opportunity for Alex K. He stays alive in this inning, and now that 90 or 85 speed is over at second base now.
That could end up being a big mistake, just an input mistake there through to first instead of second, and now you give your opponent an extra out, and the runner in scoring position should have been out of it. Now this is just house money here for Alex K.
That's the thing with that throw meter is sometimes it's not hard for these players to do, but if he did potentially mess up that throw meter and just took the out at first, sometimes that could be the difference. It throws you off. You get off your timing a little bit, and it could make a difference. And if he does mess up like this and it costs him, I mean, you're going to look back at that play that should have been the third out of the innings. That's driven up the middle by Corey Seager, and here we go. Play at the plate. Here comes the cutoff, no throw home, and it's now a 9-9 game here in the 4th, and you have to look back at that ground ball now.
Yeah, it just hurts a lot, and not even with the runs, but with the pitch count. And
there he
give
goes.
Alex K props for capitalizing on this mistake and immediately scoring 3 runs when Monty should have been out of the inning, and Alex is just pouring it on here.
Yeah, and the players that end up doing the best in these scenarios are the ones who just capitalize on mistakes, and that is just some beautiful baseball from Alex. He got that opportunity, that weird play to extend the inning, matches it with a perfect single to tie it, and then an absolute bomb by Ronald Acuna to give him a now 2-run lead. And that's how you bounce back. You put up that crooked number inning. Now all the pressure again is on Monty as he's the away team here.
Yep, now Monty's got to come back after giving up that 6th spot, and again should have been out of the inning, so you wonder how that affects your mental as well. If he comes out here and has a sluggish top half of the inning offensively, could be looking at losing a lot of momentum.
You got to stick with that approach that's been working so far. Try not to get too impatient. Try to look for the pitches that you're ready to hit. Sometimes when you get in an urgent situation like that, you get a little frustrated, expand that zone a little bit more. So you got to focus on staying controlled at the plate here. A good start working a 3-2 count against Raleigh Fingers. If he get on with Adley here, that could get some momentum back his way. But, oh, that Raleigh Fingers forkball. Beautiful pitch.
That's just nasty. You can get that Raleigh Fingers for free in the Pin and Chase program, and we've seen a lot of them in this tournament. And that type of swing, he was sitting on the front door sinker, and the forkball Comes in a swing and miss, but comes right back and connects on a sinker and makes it a one-run game.
And that's one of those scenarios that's tough. You get a beautiful swing and miss on that fork ball, and then you bounce back with a sinker to start next at bat, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to hit this sinker. That's the pitch I'm looking for. I almost feel like I wouldn't want to throw him any sinker with fingers there. He was clearly off on that fork ball, but he challenges him, and he makes him pay. But now we're at a one-run game here yet again as we get towards the bottom part of the order here for Monty.
Nope.
Yeah, it's tough. There's so many little minute changes and adjustments these players make. You never know if you go back to that fork ball if they're going to be adjusted. And Monty is finding it against the sinkers so far this game. That's the pitch he's done the most damage on, and a great bounce back inning here.
Yeah, beautiful. Just getting the bat head in front of the zone, poking those sinkers that catch a little too much plate over that right field wall. Not high elevation here at Chip It, but you hit it down the line there. You can poke some over that right field wall, and that's 2 in a row that definitely are in his benefit. And just like that, we are in a tied 11-11 game.
Man, this is such a good game. Already double-digit scoring in the 5th, and this is just game 2 of the series. 2 players just going at it.
And he gets him on that sinker. That's where you want to locate that sinker. He's been all over them. You want to throw it below the zone, get him to expand. But that inning still had a lot of damage. We're tied again, 11-11 here.
And now it's going to be a war of attrition, right? Who can keep it up? Who can keep taking the good swings? You've taken a lot of them so far, and it's resulted in a tie game. Do you have something left in the tank to keep it going the rest of the way?
Inside.
Good old Kendall Graveman making another appearance at sinker cutter slider mix. I mean, I don't know how comfortable I'd be feeling with him in this tie game. He's gotten shelled. That slapped the left center, but hangs up enough for Acuna out there.
Chat's asking about the score. The game is tied because they had to restart due to a disconnect. So
yes,
Monty, the away team, actually has one more run than the scoreboard shows. So we're in an 11-11 game, and you're right, Scan. We've seen a lot of Graveman today, a lot of Graveman yesterday, and not a whole lot of success. But you really kind of just get the vibe from these players that there's not a whole lot of cards they trust out of the bullpen besides Doval.
Yep, yeah, it's interesting. I want to hear your thoughts on this because there's a lot of these players running the relievers that are in team affinity. That's a great up-and-away cutter. I feel like I would have been interested in trying out that Tom Henke team affinity captain with the players like Patrick Corbin and Kendall Graveman and such making some appearances here. As that's hit to right field by Ketel Marte, and that cutter is just a beautiful swing. Turns on that pitch, pulls it to right, and that's just what Alex K does. He's just relentless at the plate sometimes, and he has found it these last 2 innings.
Yeah, good solo shot there after making a couple outs. But to your point about the team affinity, it would actually be a lot easier to run like a pitcher captain in a situation like this where energy is reset from game to game. Surprised I haven't seen it too, but you know, these guys play a lot of games, and I'm sure they just want to go with what's comfortable for them. And as we've seen throughout a lot of the pitch choices, there's a recurring theme throughout with the starters and the bullpen. Lots of sinkers, lots of cutters. And these are just the guys they trust.
Yeah, I'm actually interested in the reliever choices because in Team Affinity, you could run some interesting ones like that Trevor Hoffman, Rob Dibble card. If you were to run that boost, you could get a real interesting bunch of players. I was honestly surprised not to see one person give it a go because those players get that boost and that hits and Ks per 9. You have a bullpen nearly stacked with those nearly maxed out attributes.
The attributes would be good, and you'd have the ability to give a different look from pitcher to pitcher. You know, Dibble with the outlier cutter dynamic. There's some sinker cutter guys like Rivera. Hoffman is a whole different type of pitcher than anybody else in the game, really. So I don't disagree. I think the team affinity pitcher captain is really good, but in a situation like this, it's probably just, you know, they want the sinker cutter, I would have to assume.
Absolutely, and as we're getting towards 3 p.m. Eastern, I'm interested to see when we start to see appearances potentially of that 99 Kenley Jansen out of the pen. That's been such a big question mark for players. We're getting towards that new content drop. I wonder if some of the players later on will pull the trigger and add them to their bullpens.
I imagine that they will. He was everyone's go-to the last 2 seasons, so maybe later today and definitely through the weekend we'll be seeing a lot of Kenley, probably in some high-leverage situations like we've seen with Duvall so far.
Yeah, and that would be huge. You get Kenley, and you could start using Duvall in some more close situations mid-game and then save Kenley for a save situation later on or another close situation. Like, it just gives you a lot more versatility where the bullpen's had a lot of question marks for these players.
Ooh, he was all over that cutter.
Yeah, Jose Alvarado, another one of those guys that sinker cutter mix, almost like Dustin May, where he's hitting with a little bit of velocity. But you're really looking for that sinker cutter as those main 2 pitches. You're going to see a lot of those in on the hands of these hitters, kind of tunneling them back and forth to try to get them to expand that zone. There's that inside cutter, perfectly located on the black and gets them a hair late. That's going to end the inning. Monty goes down pretty easily here, down 1.
Vaxis makes a great point in the chat too. Also in the program coming out today is a 97 Adam Ottavino, who was another popular choice with his Kaiju card earlier. So I wonder if he'll see some play too. I know the comp guys love him. The sidearm delivery almost, the cutter. I wonder if we'll see him too.
Yeah, draws a lot of parallels to a popular pick, Lou Trevino, with that arm slide. Throws across his body in a very similar way, but Ottavino just has that really slow slider. But that's driven to left field by Mike Trout, and Alex K just not stop. He keeps scoring 3 straight innings of scoring, and he's looking to keep getting more here as we get to the late part of this game.
And really the story too is Monty putting up a 0 in the top of the 6th. He's slowed down a bit after mounting that huge comeback, so he's going to have to get it together and start to mount yet another comeback after coming all the way back already once this game.
Absolutely, and this is again where that bullpen comes into play. We start getting to that depth of the bullpen. Payam's coming in here, and he's kind of gotten shelled a bit. And for someone like Alex K, who just has a lot of momentum right now, very sketchy position if you're on the mound.
At least nobody's on base, but could get scary fast for sure.
3-2.
Might get another 3-2 pitching change here. I don't know how many batters deep he is, but this looks like I'm frustrated with my pitcher pause.
Yeah, and to update you all on the score, it says 10-13, but since there was a disconnect before, it's actually 11-13 on your scoreboard on your bottom right corner. So keep that in mind. There's one more run on your top part of the scoreboard for 7:27 for Monty Slide. So keep that in mind as you get into these late innings. Remember that he's got to get one more run, and if things potentially go to extra innings and such as they normally would, is that driven to right field by Acuna, that'll be caught. They'll have to play another game and treat that as extra innings. But, of course, we have to get to that point, and we still have a 2-run lead in the favor of Alex K. And Monty's looking to bounce back and get some runs on the board after some rough innings for him.
He's got to get it going offensively, but nice job making the pitching change to Rivera and getting 2 quick outs to get out of the inning with no more damage, and then a leadoff single to try to start getting some of that momentum back.
Yeah, keeping Alex K to just a 1-run inning is huge. And if you could put up that crooked number for yourself here, not only can you tie the game, you could take a bit of a lead if you have that rally and set the series kind of at bay for him. Only a couple innings potentially left. You gotta expect he has a lot of great swings in him. He really focuses on these next few innings to try to capitalize.
And Adley Rutschman has done damage all day. Does he tie the game up here?
Now we're at a 1-2 count.
Nope, inside, ball 2.
Good adjustment to take the inside cutter there. Now a 2-2 count, comes back with the sinker and a great take. Now we're in a full count to Adley Rutschman. Be careful what you throw here. Sinker that just gets over the plate right to Ellie De La Cruz. And a big out because now a double play could end this inning and keep him right at 11.
And a big decision to not send the runner there in a 3-2 count would have resulted in a double play. We've seen a lot of hit and runs this game. That was a good no call there, and it pays off immediately.
What a swing on a slider that just catches the plate. Marcus Semien, who is a big favorite for these guys, especially who run that shortstop captain, and Semien makes him pay. It is now a 13-13 game here in the top of the 7th.
Just not where you want to throw the slider, and Monty did not miss it, and you know his eyes were lighting up when that pitch was coming in over the middle of the plate.
And especially with this bullpen, the name of the game is to just see a lot of pitches and just really make sure you get those mistakes, and he absolutely capitalized on that mistake, because those are the opportunities you don't get too often. Now we're in a tie game, and now you probably got to start worrying about Assad. He's missing some spots. Some of those pitches are landing over the plate. That confidence is getting down, and in comes Mariano Rivera.
And Rivera with 2 shutdown outs in this exact situation last half inning for Monty. So can Alex get the same results? And if he can't, that's going to be a big storyline as we move through the later innings.
Inside, ball 1.
Whew. That was hit a mile.
Yeah, that
Just
inside
early on the
cutter.
timing.
That's the pitch that you want to hit. Get your hands in. Pull that ball to the right, but it's sometimes tough to keep it fair. And a dot of a cutter from Mariano Rivera. And that's the game with these players. Just throwing those cutters, sometimes on the black like that, sometimes in on the hands, and just constantly changing location and keeping them off guard with guessing pitches there.
Just an absolute dot and a huge out. It looks like he's going to get out of the inning here. Just missing on the cutter down the middle. And the exact same situation for both players. Both players going to Rivera when they needed outs, and both players getting them.
Yep, and to remind everyone, this was a disconnected game. They had to reset a game. They didn't reset the score perfectly, so there is a 1-run extra on the top part of your scoreboard. 727 on there. Monty Slide has 1 more run. So this is actually a 13-13 game technically, and this is going to be a crazy back and forth as we finish here. And another dot for Mariano Rivera. He's just been doing that late game in these tournaments, just dotting some cutters and sinkers on that inside part of the plate. But he's going to poke one down the line with Adley Rutschman. Should be able to get there in second easily. That's a big 2-out or 1-out hit for Alex K, looking to try to take this lead right back.
I'll be interested to see how many pitches inside Jimmy Fox gets in this at bat. He's done a lot of damage to the opposite field in this game. He's got that push tendency. Is there a pitcher adjustment here to pitch him more on the inside part of the plate?
Ooh, and there's one of those mistakes. Just that cutter that ends up center cut. You really want to punish when you get it, but he just misses it there, fouls it off. Taking a second to pause and reset. He definitely feels off. And I was going to question the decision to take out Mariano Rivera. He just squared up one swing, pulled the plug on him early, but so far, Assad's getting the job done these first 2 pitches. Has him off his game at the plate. And here comes the pitch, another down and in sinker, and a great take from Alex K.
And I think the move to Assad does tell me he wants to pitch inside a little bit more. He has that power sinker that looks a lot faster because of his pitch motion, and that's exactly what he did. Attacked him inside, didn't let him play to his tendency, and got a big strikeout.
Ooh, and that backdoor cutter just does wonders when it's located well. Round out to first, and this game remains tied 13-13. And we're heading to the top of the 8th, and stakes are high for Monty. You're in a tie game, series on the line for you. You hope to take an opportunity here to break this game open, maybe.
Stakes are high for both, but higher for Monty for sure. But if you're Alex, you definitely don't want to see this go to game 3 with how well Monty's been playing in this one. And I'm just so excited for the end of this game. This has been such a back and forth.
And that's driven to right field, and it's gone. It just stayed in the air. Ellie De La Cruz catches up on an inside pitch, turns on it, and just gets it over that right field wall. And now it is a 14-13 game. A late lead here for Monty Slide.
And that's the story, really. Monty going away from Rivera at the first sign of trouble. Alex K doesn't have the luxury because the first sign of trouble was a solo shot. And now Monty with a 1-run lead.
He will get that rollover from Mike Trout a little early in that away cutter, but you start to get to that heart of the order, and Acuna up, and after a great swing like that, you definitely start to question Mariano Rivera, but you at least pitch very carefully with him. Try not to give him any sort of other mistakes. You don't want to let this game get out of your hands. You're only down 1. You're definitely within reach. Got to try to keep it here if you're Alex K on the mound. But there's a sinker that ends up over the plate. I feel like that pitch ending up there is probably your sign that you should be taking him out.
Yeah, and as the tournament has been played around so far, I imagine this is a spot for Camilo Doval. And he actually goes to Pomeranz. So maybe trying to save Doval for the 9th.
Yeah, looking to go matchup here with Drew Pomeranz, lefty. Try to get a little bit of an eager swing likely out of Monty. Maybe a rollover double play opportunity. But you've got a lot of speed over at first base. You got 95 speed, 99 stealing. I wonder if he's got a play in mind. Try to play some small ball, get that runner over at his third maybe. Nope, no small ball there. A two-seam that ends up over the plate. A beautiful swing from Monty's slide. Perfect to right center. And that's just as good of a swing as you can ask for against Drew Pomeranz. He's got those 3 fastballs. It's tough to time up that two-seam sometimes.
That is just such good disciplined hitting. He sits back. He recognizes that slow two-seamer right away, sits back and crushes it left on left. And now back-to-back with Adley Rutschman. What an inning for Monty.
Yeah, and the Drew Pomeranz decision certainly has not paid off. He's coming to this game and giving up 2 perfect homers. And honestly, a lot of credit towards Monty because he's put up 2 great swings on 2 fastballs that were 2 completely different speeds. And got perfect on both of them. So he's putting himself in a great position here with that lower confidence here with Marcus Semien up.
And the confidence to sit back on the two-seamer in a lefty-lefty situation is just so good. He saw it out of the hand, executed, just perfect hitting. That's what you want to do with Pomeranz, is get someone to swing early on that two-seam, and he connected.
And now you're ahead 3-1 in this count. I'm unleashing green light here, but he goes backdoor cutter. Well-located pitch. Now you've got a full count. Scary potential pitch for Alex K on the mound. Here it comes, and it's a two-seam. And that two-seam sometimes looks like a changeup out of the hand with the motion it has. It's going to go foul, though. 3-2 count again here with 1 out. And another foul ball. He's fighting. Monty is ready to swing here in this at-bat. Here we go again. Another fastball. The 4-seam this time. And he just sits back on it perfectly, the right center. And Marcus Semien is on here with 1 out. And Drew Pomeranz can't even get an out right now.
Yeah, he's getting shelled, and there's still only 1 out in the inning. This is kind of awkward, too, with the lefty up. You may leave him in 1 more at bat, but it looks like he's going to Doval. I thought this should have been the move from the start. Unfortunately, he goes with Pomeranz, and the game's getting away from him a bit, but still an opportunity to answer with his half of the inning.
Yeah, that's what happens. Sometimes you manage for the matchup. Sometimes you just go to your guy. This might have been the time where he could have just went to his guy, Camilo Doval. He's going to get a fly out here. Just gets him underneath that cutter. Might get the runner over to third. He's going to send him. There shouldn't be too close for a play. Junior makes it a little close, but now that runner's on third here with 2 outs. And yeah, the fact he got him out so quickly that at bat makes you think he should have just gone to Doval right away. He just went to his guy rather than focusing on that lefty-lefty matchup.
1-1. Ball 2.
But yeah, to remind you all, it is technically a 17-13 game. Monty's slide was up 1-0 for a disconnect, as that's going to sneak through the infield. They can get 17 or 18-13. And yeah, this is just a really big rally for Monty late game here. Coming up when it matters most. And since that is technically another run on Monty's scoreboard there, it's a 5-run lead now for him.
And Mookie 0 for 4 with a chance to turn that around and really turn this into a huge inning for Monty here.
And we were talking about a bit yesterday with Roflo that when you have a star player like a Mookie Betts going 0 for, sometimes that 5th at bat you feel like they're due, and you throw the wrong pitch here to Mookie, and with how Monty has been swinging, he could definitely make him pay. So you definitely got to be careful here. You're at a 5-run deficit. You're Alex K. It's potentially doable here in 2 innings, but you got to stop this rally right here.
If you're Alex, you need this out in the worst way. You cannot give up anymore.
And that down and away cutter gets the job done, gets Mookie to roll it over. We are now at an 18-13 game heading into the bottom of the 8th. And Alex K looking to bounce back with a rally of his own.
18 runs on Legend at Ship It through 8 innings.
Yeah, it's just another one of those games where it's like, man, you got to feel almost for an Alex K, because he's put up 13, played up a great game, but Monty's just been a step ahead of him offensively this game. 17 runs on Legend is unreal.
Yeah, this is why these guys are here, though. This is why they're here, and others aren't, because they hit the way that they have in this game. And honestly, I feel like Monty has really showed me a lot in this game. You know, Alex has had a couple of big innings, but otherwise, Monty has kind of dictated the game. And we'll be interested to see how Alex bounces back here in the 8th. If he has a bad 8th inning, could be telling game might be over on the spot. We'll see.
Yeah, and so much of these games, especially these back and forths, are so much of a battle of persistence and who just stays mentally focused the entire time, who can consistently put up runs. And Monty's done that this game. He's been very consistent at the plate, and now all the pressure is on Alex here. It changes the dynamic, yes, if he gets out of his comfort zone here, trying to force some runs on the board. Had a shutout inning last inning and only scoring 1 in a couple of the last couple innings. And a lot of pressure on him to get going big offensively here with only 2 innings left.
And for Monty, Assad has been really good. Not on that pitch, though. That's a huge bounce back swing from Ellie there.
Beautiful swing on that inside cutter. Doesn't get a little too early on it. Keeps it in play. Just hits at the right center. That's what Ellie De La Cruz does versus righties. But you still got a good lead. 4-run lead here if you're Monty. I mentioned what his bullpen options look like here. He's seemingly going to want to stick with Assad. He'd love to get it through this inning with Assad on the mound, I would assume, and give him a different look for the 9th. But you know he's going to go to Jose Alvarado here.
Lefty. Interesting play here with Trout at the dish.
I wonder if he's thinking, since Trout is better versus righties on the splits, and maybe there's a lefty or someone coming up soon. An interesting bullpen decision here.
Ball, that's inside.
Yeah, or maybe he just feels like if he attacks that inside part of the plate, he's had a lot of success.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Sometimes these lefty-righty matchups are advantageous for the pitcher, especially with that sinker-cutter mix, because you can just keep on jamming them with cutters and sinkers. That's a fly out to center field. Now we're down to 2 outs, and that Alvarado decision might work out. Now you've got a lefty coming up.
Yeah, great stuff there. He must have seen Seager on deck, and you're right, Trout with a bit of reverse splits. So good pitching decision there, honestly, and a good pinch hit here.
Ooh, and he gets him to roll over on that sinker, but he just sneaks through the infield. You at least make him make a decision, get a pinch hitter in there, expend some of that bench. Now this is where the Alvarado decision really comes into play. But now you've got a lefty on the mound against Acuna, who's got 119 pop.
Yeah, you were hoping not to get to this 3rd batter here in this matchup.
Yep, and then probably go to a righty in the 9th and have a clean little inning, but that single just puts a little bit of pressure on. As that's driven to left field, is it going to stay fair? It looks like it's hooking foul. Just misses a high cutter.
That's not where you want to throw that cutter either.
Ooh, and he went back inside. He doubled down. He's like, I missed that spot in that cutter. I'm going to throw another one just a little bit more inside. Now we're at a 1-2 count again. Goes to the cutter again, and a great take.
Gotta watch the front door sinker here, playing off of that.
Ooh. And he went cutter again. This is sometimes the way to play. Just keep on throwing that same pitch. Sometimes the players eliminate that pitch.
Full count.
Oh, he tried to slide step sinker there. Tried to freeze him on that. Now you're in a 3-2 count, 2 outs. Runner on first should be running here. And we could get interesting here with 2 outs. Here comes the pitch. And it's another inside cutter.
Man, I don't know what I'm looking for at the plate here. He is just throwing it in every pitch.
Yeah, I feel like I'm just going to keep on expecting inside cutter. And he gets another one just a little bit lower in the zone. And he gets that swing and miss. Big pitch for Jose Alvarado. Got into a little bit of a tough scenario. but that inside cutter was definitely why he brought him in, and it
0-1.
works. Alex is having a tough time reading those inside sinkers and cutters off the plate. It's tough with how quick that comes in, and big inning for Monty, and just like that, you can put up a little bit more insurance here in the top of the 9th.
And so far this game, the story has been the bullpen decisions. Alex made a bullpen decision to go to Pomeranz that did not work out at all. Couldn't even get an out with him. On the flip side, Monty makes a bullpen decision to go to Alvarado, and it ends up paying off. So that is the difference in the game right now. And Monty, of course, looking for some insurance here, up 4.
Yeah, and I was going to say, at the start of this top of the 9th, is an opportunity to build up some insurance, a 4-run lead, since the score is technically 18-14 in Monty's favor. He has an opportunity to add some more insurance, build up a gap. Alex could easily score 4 in an inning. But he has a couple very urgent swings to start off, gives a couple outs to start on some lazy grounders, gets lucky on that ground ball in the first that Jimmy Fox botches. But now we're still 2 outs here very quickly in the 9th, and Camilo Doval looking to get through a very quick top of the 9th.
Belly 4 for 5 though, done a lot of damage this game.
Oh,
what a pitch.
Dot of a slider, perfectly located, and that's a very quick inning for Monty, and the momentum is set up for Alex. Even though he's had some struggles, now you get through a quick inning in the 9th, and now you're just 4 runs away from tying this game, and he certainly could put up those 4 runs. I guess we'll see.
And Alex Soler here as the pinch hitter, and Alex has been one of the streakiest hitters in the tournament so far. You can see in bottom of the 4th of this game, he put up a 6th spot, so this is not out of reach by any means.
Yeah, and you like the pinch hitter decision here, and I feel like at this point, Alex K's got to know he's just throwing inside cutter after inside cutter. He just wants to capitalize on one. There was one he could have, but he just a little bit too early on it. Now, just like that, you're in a 2-strike count, and in comes Camilo Doval. You have that righty-righty matchup. He's going to pinch hit, keep that urgency on his end. And now it brings up Cody Bellinger in a 2-strike count. What pitch do I think you see? An inside cutter.
You're going to see a lot of them.
Another one. 2 great takes. Reading it out of the hand well to start off this at bat, but 3-2. I bet he throws it again here.
He's been challenging him with the same pitch with Alvarado right before, so I agree with you. I think he challenges him again.
3-2, inside pitch. And the check swing goes his way. Went slider that time. Good pitch choice, but an even better check swing. Now you've got a leadoff runner on. Not the start that you want with Doval on the mound. Now you have to face the 3 batters with them.
That was such a good at-bat by Alex, though. Had to face the 1-2 count pitcher change and ends up working the walk out of it. Just really disciplined hitting.
And now you're seeing some adjustments on the mound for Monty. Now going away with those cutters a little bit more here. Now I want to see how much he sprinkles that inside cutter. Either Alex is just taking it all the way, or he's got a very good read on him. How much do you balance that? There's a cutter I caught a little too much plate, but he definitely wasn't ready for the slide step. So still a 2-2 count here.
Count is 3-2.
And another great take on that inside cutter. Another full count here with Adley Rutschman at the plate. He goes away with the cutter, and he sits back beautifully. High and deep to left center field. Does it have the legs? It does. And that lead is cut in half just like that. 18-16. Remember, there was a disconnect. Monty has 1 more run than the scoreboard shows. It's an 18-16 game. And that's how you bounce back and start off a 9th. Make some really good adjustments to Camilo Doval. Now you're down 2 with 3 outs left.
Yeah, and Alex tried to mix it up a bit and go with the backdoor cutter instead of the cutter inside, and it caught way too much of the plate. I was surprised we never saw a sinker in that at bat too, especially with Monty laying off those inside cutters. You'd think he'd try the front door sinker once.
That's driven high and deep to center field. Does Jimmy Fox have it? It's off the glove and it stays in play. That'll be... Oh, he's sending him to third. We're going to have a play at third. Oh, and he's out. Oh, no. Gets a little urgent, sends Jimmy Fox to third on a very confusing, weird play. And that's a very costly first out because now that tying run is not at the plate anymore.
It's so costly. The runner didn't matter because he's down by 2, and he ends up making the first out of the inning at third. Not to mention the input by Monty with his outfielder, timing that jump perfectly so that it hits the glove and bounces back in play instead of just being a home run. Lots going on that play, but a huge mistake to get thrown out at third in this spot.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a crazy situation. Saves the home run and then gets an out at third anyway. Those are the plays that make a difference in a series, and that's going to be strike number 3 on Ketel Marte. And I'll tell you what, this is tough to bounce back from. You have an unfortunate situation like that. It's tough to stay locked in and composed because that's a very frustrating way to potentially stop this rally here in the bottom of the 9th.
Yeah, and it's really your fault, too. You had an opportunity and you made a mistake, and that check swing strikeout really tells me that K's a bit rattled here.
0-2 pitch here with 2 outs. Great take on the inside sinker. There's that sinker, but still a 1-2 count. Camilo Doval looking to end this inning. Inside sinker again, and Trevor Story's going to fight it off. Here we go again. 1-2 pitch from Camilo Doval, and that inside sinker again. Good check swing on that this time. And I'll tell you what, Monty is just peppering in those same pitches over and over again. Challenging Alex. He's going to go high cutter. Now we're at a 3-2 count. This is getting interesting again.
This has to be in the zone. You can't walk him.
And he goes high cutter. Great pitch. Gets him to expand the zone. And yeah, I think Alex had so much momentum going his way. You felt like he could have really came back and made that interesting, but that costly out at third hurts. And it definitely got in his head a little bit. He's got to reset and pick it up next game.
Yeah, that was a big momentum-changing play. There was a couple of them in that game, going to Pomeranz, giving up a 5 spot, and then also mounting a comeback. He had a super strong start to the bottom of the 9th, gets a runner on, hits a 2-run shot. Looks like he has what it takes to make it. Comes back, hits almost another home run, and then that crazy play that ends up making the first out of the inning just changed everything. But give credit to Monty. He scored 18 runs on the road while being down 1-0 in the series. Huge bounce-back game, and this third game of the series is going to be nuts.
Absolutely. This series has gone a distance. We've had some crazy back and forth, but we're also going to check out some highlights from our other series. A lot of great games played today. A lot of 2-0 sweeps in these series. But it definitely does not do the best description of it that you see with this game here. 13-13 in the bottom of the 9th for a walk-off for tie plays that he just ran away with it here in game number 2.
He really did, and Tappy played a great tournament. He just ran into a couple guys that could not be stopped at the plate in both Kreiner and tie plays. But Tappy played really well, and that was really a theme too. We had a lot of 2-0 series today, but a lot of the losing players played really well themselves. Just a lot of really good MLB The Show competitive play today.
And another one, Wilsey, who had to battle back in game number 1 versus Baby Acuna, ends up battling back and running away with game 1. It had a crazy game number 2 where he wins in 12-2 mercy rule fashion. A lot of these series are just a game of momentum where you get things going your way and those bats start to click. You sometimes just can't stop them. And Fuentes is someone who's been one of the best hitters of the day today.
He really has, and this series was a heartbreaker for STW as well because he played so well and he hit so well. That second game was even closer. This huge Ketel Marte pinch hit home run was a game changer too for Fuentes, and Fuentes was just a little bit better, but just so many good games, so many good performances from everyone in the tournament today.
Absolutely. Shout out to our players who are putting up some crazy scores. You see this series, if the Tappy and tie plays was crazy. And all of these series have had some crazy runs scored. And as we keep progressing through the day and the series go the distance, it's going to be a test to see who can keep up that offensive production all day.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see, as we move into the upper bracket as well, you're thinking about Kreiner, Rebel, Kikil, those guys. They've had some time off while these players in the lower bracket have been fighting all day. So it'll be interesting to see if there's any rust there as well. But the lower bracket games have been great, and I'm really excited to see this Game 3 between Alex K and Monty because these first 2 games have been crazy.
And if you're just tuning in, catching up with what's going on, we are in day 2 of our group play leading up to our playoffs and finals. And we've been watching our lower bracket games. These players lost a game yesterday on the brink of elimination. They cannot lose if they want to keep advancing. So this is why this series especially is crazy, because we're in a game 3 technically elimination game with a lot more at stake, and soon we'll be watching those upper bracket games with some great players like Kreiner and Pitching Rebel, who are still at it, who haven't lost yet. So completely set of stakes for these players here.
Yeah, but you said it right. This is a game 3 of a series in the lower bracket, so loser goes home, and both players have played extremely well, splitting the first 2 games of the series, and I'm just excited to get going. I want to see, one, if any of them have made some bullpen adjustments that we alluded to earlier, getting a break in between games here, and also what starting pitching are we going to be looking at here? Going into game 3, I think they've already thrown May and Halladay, I believe. So will we see Leiter? Will we see Donaldson? Will we see somebody else?
Absolutely. And a reminder to you, chat, you should vote in the poll on who you think is going to win this final game. We got a crazy finish here in store between Alex K and Monty Slide, and a lot of stories at play because Alex K had a frustrating sequence of events to end it there. Can he keep it up? Can he bounce back and get those bats going again here in game 3? Or is Monty just going to ride the momentum all the way to the finish line here?
Yeah, well, Alex has been a streaky hitter all tournament, and it looked like he was hitting a hot streak in the bottom of the 9th, and then just a soul-crushing mistake kind of ended the game there for him. So I wonder what his mental state is, and because he's been so streaky, if he's in a bad mental state, is that going to leave him on a cold streak to start the game? I really want to see him come out and score right away. I think that would be huge for him coming off the back of that Game 2 loss.
Absolutely, and it's going to be an interesting outcome for this series. It's tough to really predict if someone's going to win or not. I don't know if there's really a favorite. Just so much of this could be momentum. The chat really thinks Alex K is going to come out with the win. 100% of the vote in the chat, which is I think that's definitely not a fair depiction of it. I think it could be far closer to that because both of them have played well so far.
Yeah, so far this series has been basically 50-50 right down the middle. Both players trading blows the whole game. I mean, our last game was 18-16 on Legend. Just insane how well these guys hit and how flustered they don't get when they're giving up runs on the mound too, because they all believe they can come back and score just as many.
Absolutely, that's what makes these players different. It's just so much confidence in their own skill, where they could give up football scores against them, and they just stay confident and keep it going. A lot of people would mentally check out of games like that, but these players battle to the end. Every single game, especially in this series, has been a battle to the very end. So I think we're going to have a very crazy finish here for this game number 3 as we head into that here shortly.
And we've mentioned a storyline throughout the tournament for basically all the players is really the lack of effectiveness from bullpen pitchers. And I mentioned if there are some bullpen changes happening here as we move into game 3, how are the newcomers being used in high leverage situations? We've seen Camilo Doval be the trusted closer used in high leverage situations, and we'll see how it plays out in game 3 if the game's really close. How do we use these relievers that have been our most effective so far?
Absolutely, and we talked about potential options coming soon with that 99 Kenley Jansen coming in, the new content drop today, along with Adam Ottavino, who could be a very nice reliever option at a lot of these players. Like, a lot of question marks in that bullpen, like we've talked about, from players like Assad and Payamps, who have sometimes been effective and sometimes just haven't had it. We have an opportunity to add a big 99 to that pen. I feel like anyone should take that opportunity if they can, as we're starting to get towards crunch time here today.
Yeah, and I loved your comparison earlier between Trevino and Ottavino, both with the similar arm slot and pitching repertoire. So anybody that was running Trevino, I wonder if they'll make that swap. And another guy you mentioned that's been really popular today is Kendall Graveman, who has also not put up good results on the mound. So I wonder if one or two of the guys that we've mentioned so far will be replaced. And in this crucial game 3, it could end up making the difference for one of these two players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Adam Ottavino is especially one to keep an eye on, because that across-the-body slider is very difficult to read. When he throws that slider on that bottom right part of the zone, it's so difficult, even for these really good players, to use, no matter what overall Adam Ottavino is. So I want to see if any players pull him out, or maybe there are any other wild cards that we might not even mention, maybe not even just in the bullpen. Maybe we see someone make an appearance at the plate. You got some fun cards like that new Carlos Santana. that we might see at some point, which could be really fun for these teams.
Yeah, you're right. Not just adjustments in the bullpen, but all across the board. You know, if you've been struggling with a hitter, do you replace him with somebody else? Do you try and get cute with a starting pitcher you don't throw very often in this deciding Game 3 just to try to throw your opponent off a little bit? We saw Tappy try it earlier with the Marcus Stroman pick. Didn't necessarily work out for him, but it's definitely a factor if you throw somebody out there to start the game that your opponent hasn't seen very much of, especially on Legend. You could steal a couple low-scoring innings early in the game and get some momentum that way.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just so many fun options now that we're getting more content here in the season. And I just want to see, maybe not the players in this series, but as we keep going throughout the day, as players who are around who are maybe just relaxing, want to catch up on stuff, they have an opportunity to experiment. But some players that have been working out well, who I don't think will leave the lineup, someone like Adley Rutschman has just been a mainstay all day. I feel like he's been like the overall MVP. He's been hitting home runs in every series.
Yeah, these changes in the lineup, these small changes, are really only taking place in half the lineup, right? I think we've seen basically every player rocking with Jose Ramirez, Adley Rutschman, Ronald Acuna, and Mike Trout. So that's 4 of your 9, and really you're just playing around with the other 5 slots. But yeah, those meta cards, especially the switch hitters, have come through big for everyone. Adley's had a huge day. Jose Ramirez had a huge day yesterday for everyone, and I'm sure it'll continue with more offense in this one.
Absolutely, and as we get towards game number 3 of this series, we talked about the rule with the 1 starting pitcher use. We saw a few of the big names already hit, like Roy Halladay and such. Now that we're in game 3, we might see some interesting starting pitching decisions here as well. Maybe not even guys we've seen, but there's some other options in the 99 overall route that we haven't even seen much in this tournament. We saw Tappy pull out Marcus Stroman, but there are other players that might be a play, like a Madison Bumgarner, who also has a sinker-cutter pitch mix.
Yeah, and aside from John Donaldson, sinker cutter is really all we've seen from starting pitchers so far in this tournament. I wonder if at some point somebody will go to an outlier slider guy, maybe somebody like a Paul Skeens, some type of that archetype of pitcher. These guys really love their sinker cutter, but that might be someone I'm looking at just to give a change up in like how the pitches come in, because these players at this point have seen probably 400 sinkers and cutters between the 2 games, and it would just give a different look.
Absolutely, yeah. It's so much sinker cutter. They're very reliant on those sinker cutters, and I think as we develop these series and the days goes on, this is where the minute decisions where you try to throw off your opponent come into play, whether that's offensively or with someone in the pitching staff. You want to change up the look, especially for this series. Monty and Alex K have both been destroying the baseball lately. So it's tough to decide what you end up doing here. Do you just stick with what's been working? Do you want to take a risk and try someone new to try to throw them off the game? It's big, risky decisions here.
And I like that you phrase it that way, take a risk, because do you want to go into the deciding Game 3 and try something cute, or do you want to trust what has gotten you here so far? Both of these players have had a crazy run to get as far as they have, and right away this is exactly what I'm talking about. We have an outlier slider pitcher choice here in Chase Pack Jacob deGrom.
Yes, someone we haven't even seen much. I think I've maybe seen him once or maybe twice throughout this tournament here. You're bringing that outlier four-seam, that very fast slider, that sinker with some pretty good velocity to it. Interesting choice, because he's someone that I feel like a lot of the good players can hit well since he can time up that velocity, but completely different look from our other pitchers here.
Yeah, I love this pick. I don't know if he made it for the same reasons we talked about, or if he just trusts deGrom, but you're right. This is a great changeup to the looks he's been getting, and completely different pitch repertoire than all the sinker cutter guys we've been seeing so far.
Absolutely, and some of the name of the game here with Jacob deGrom, when you're hitting against him, is that fastball. If you can hit that velocity, you'll make him pay. That is hit high and deep to right field by Elliot De La Cruz. And a great start if you're Alex K. If you can hit that Jacob deGrom four-seam fastball, changes entirely how you face him. He's now got to play the game against the slider and the changeup and sinker.
0-1.
Yeah, that's really the key on Legend, is being able to hit that 102, and we know all the guys in this tournament can. So from a pitching perspective, it's how much do you want to feature the sinker and the slider to try to slow your opponent's bat down a little bit so they're not just turning on burning every time they throw that four-seam.
Yeah, I know you talk about this a bit with some pitchers. Sometimes you want to pitch a little backwards and not feature that four-seam fastball as your primary pitch. And maybe in this scenario, you want to throw mostly sinkers and sliders with DeGrom rather than that four-seam, because a player here like Alex K could definitely hit that 102.
Yeah, this would be a great at-bat to start featuring that sinker a little bit. He threw him a couple times in the first at-bat, and they were pulled foul. You'd love to throw an outside sinker and get a rollover, easy ground-out double play here.
1-2.
Absolutely here. We actually have his mic on here on his perspective, so you could hear him take a big, deep breath here. And that's kind of how it's got to go when you're hitting in a scenario like there's a little bit of a pressure. It's just a game of keeping yourself relaxed and composed. The second you start to lose that, you start expanding the zone. Like that pitch there is a great slider. Can't really get frustrated. You got to shake it off and just carry on to this next at bat.
Yeah, that is a great pitch, though, from DeGrom, and it's a pitch he hasn't had to hit so far in this series, like we talked about. Lots of sinker cutter, that power slider in off the plate, and you have to respect both the front door sinker and the outlier that catches the plate. Just that swing and miss is something we haven't seen a lot, and it's a direct result of the pitching decision here to go with somebody with a little bit of a different look.
Yeah, and I think a big thing with DeGrom here is that 94-mile-per-hour slider. It's not outlier like John Donaldson, but now you have a faster slider in comparison to a lot of the other pitchers. Now you have to make Alex K adjust a little bit, swing a little bit earlier on those away sliders, so might see him end up a tail late on those away sliders to at least start here while he gets that mental timing down. But a great swing on an away sinker to hit that up the middle. Now we got two runners on here, and he is rallying here in the top of the first.
Yeah, and really that's a great 3-2 pitch and a frustrating result if you're the pitcher. You get him to swing over the top. If he was a little bit earlier, could have been out of the inning with a double play. And now the righty-lefty matchup.
Oh, he goes down to the way fastball. A little too dialed up on it, so that'll be a deep fly out the center. And that runner will stay right there at second base. So a big out to get on the mound for Monty. And that's just one of those swings that he's just a little too dialed up for that four-seam fastball. Just has to sit back on it a little bit. And again, a little dialed up on an away sinker. And Jacob deGrom, just like that, is out of the trouble.
Yeah, I know he gives up the leadoff home run, as you see here in the replay, but really that's a W if you're pitching in that inning, especially coming off the back of the last game being 18-16 at Ship It, only giving up one. And some swings that made it obvious that some adjustments may need to be made as the hitter. You know, he's early on the four-seam blown away, then he's early again on the sinker. Two lazy flyouts.
And now we got John Donaldson, another fast velocity, high velo slider pitcher on the other side for Alex K on the mound.
Great gamesmanship here from both of them, understanding that they probably don't want to go to another sinker cutter starter in this decisive game 3, and so far it's worked out for both of them pretty well.
And this is the type of pitcher that I think can get to you after you play some crazy high-scoring games and the day starts growing in time. It's tough to hit those high-velocity sliders and read them well, having played for now about 3 hours. So this is where it starts to get interesting, and I like that choice a lot. It's going to really be a test of who can really hit that slider first, I feel like.
Yeah, the slider is the decisive pitch for both of these cards. Really, they're the same card, just throw with different handedness. And Donaldson's forkball much slower than deGrom's changeup. But I just love how good our competitors are. They're both on the exact same wavelength and both making great adjustments to try to put themselves in a good spot to take this game 3.
And there's that John Donaldson slider perfectly located down and in. And that's where you just got to get those adjustments going as you get going into the second, third, fourth inning. You just got to see how he's approaching you on the mound. And you see that slider, when that ends up in the zone there, can be a very tough pitch to read, especially in comparison to a lot of other pitcher sliders, which seem to have more horizontal movement and a little bit slower and loopier than John Donaldson's.
Yeah, he throws that slider so hard, and it's his primary pitch, so it's a lot easier to sometimes locate it well, both middle and up in the zone against righties. It's a very popular pitch to throw high.
Great swing, getting those hands in on an inside sinker. Probably wanting that sinker a little bit off the plate, try to get him to expand that zone, but it stays right on the black, and Jimmy Fox just gets his hands inside And that max contact just slaps it out to right. And then a beautiful away sinker to Ketel Marte. Slow turn, though. And he stays on base here, so you still have that runner on first. No double play here.
That's a great pitch, though, and that's what he was looking for in the first inning when it was dribbled up the middle for a single. And that's going to be a story. Can they adjust to both the outlier fastball and the sinker that is not outlier? Traditionally a very deceptive pitch repertoire.
Absolutely, and I like that pitch sequence a lot. You get Jimmy Fox on an inside sinker, and you see he's got good timing on it. You know he's ready for those inside timing pitches, and then you throw him an away sinker, probably on that same swing time, and get him a hair earlier and get him to roll over that. But now you got to find the zone here in a 3-2 count with DeGrom and Trevor Story up. And he gets in there. Low sinker, grounder to short. They're going to turn 2 this time around. And just some really clutch sinkers out of Jacob DeGrom there. It's Alex K a little bit on top of it.
Yeah, you can really see the difference in the confidence at the plate, too, with the minute PCI placements. Alex just a little bit off, has 4 hits in the game so far, but only the solo shot to put him on the board. And again, I just love the DeGrom pick. I love that they're trying something different with their entire tournament stake on the line. It's really cool.
Yeah, this is the beauty of the 3-game series, especially one that's as close as this one, where you see them really feel the pressure to make some different decisions, whether it's in the lineup or the bullpen. And those are decisions that make the difference. Which one is the one that makes the right one? And both of them on the same wavelength pitching-wise. Now you got to see who can adjust to that new pitching decision. Is that smacked to right center field by Cody Bellinger? That should be a lead-off double here. A little bit of a stumble at the wall, and he's still going to say it's second. And that's a beautiful start. Great swing on an inside sinker there.
And still just a little bit off of it. Only hit it 91 off the bat, but you love to start an inning with a leadoff double. Last inning started with a leadoff single, and nothing came across. We'll see if it's a different story here. Adley has had a great tournament so far for everyone.
That slapped up the middle, and you can just tell both these players having a little bit of a tougher time sitting back on those away sinkers. A little bit early on those, rolling those over a bit here. And the difference in this game to start might be who just makes that adjustment and slaps that ball the other way for the first time.
Yeah, and the reason they're having trouble with the sinker is not necessarily because of the sinker, but because of the other pitches that you're threatening with when you pick somebody like Donaldson or DeGrom. That's a nice sac fly that's going to tie the game up, but they're off of the sinker because they're worried about the power slider and they're worried about the outlier fastball, as opposed to like a sinker cutter pitcher. Traditionally, the sinker and cutter are pretty close in velocity, so it's a lot easier to get in a groove with the timing.
Yeah, this is becoming a game of the change of velocity, when at first it was a lot about the deception of the sinker cutter tunnel. Now you're trying to really change time and get your opponent on their front foot, maybe get them to expand that zone a little bit. But you're definitely trying to play timing, and they definitely are with that sinker. Beautiful low sinker below the zone that he was definitely not ready for. And that's a 1-run inning, and we're at a 1-1 game. A little bit of a contrast from our previous games. I guess it shows that both these players have some adjustments to make with the different types of pitchers on the mound.
Yeah, the adjustments with the pitchers have been great, and it'll be interesting to see now as we move towards the middle innings who can adjust first as a hitter. And when inevitably these pitchers start facing adversity, how long of a leash do they have to stay in the game?
Yeah, someone's just got to jump start, put up that crooked number in an inning if they could build some separation, and that starts putting pressure on the other player to try to adjust a little quicker against this different pitcher that they're struggling with. Beautiful backdoor slider from Jacob DeGrom, and that's why it's tough. Normally with a slider like that, you have to sit back with the timing that he gets, but that's a 94-mile-per-hour slider. You are absolutely not sitting back on that like that.
Yeah, that is really fast. And DeGrom cruising so far in the third. Strikeout and a weak contact flyout.
Yeah, pitchers like this are just a bit frustrating to face, as we're going to see a change in the PCI. He's going to the bat PCI. I love it. But the black... Oh, he's not doing the bat PCI. Never mind. Jinxed it. But yeah, I love that you're seeing this this adjustment in the gameplay, and this type of pitcher is tougher to face. Those types of swings, like those swings outside the zone like that, where those off-timing swings are the types of pitchers that get you frustrated when you just can't find your timing. While with those sinker cutter pitchers, you could find your timing. But you sometimes just expand the zone in those sinkers. A little less frustrating of a scenario, but I think the pressure is starting to build with these types of pitchers, and these guys definitely not finding their timing too much right now.
Especially for Alex K, coming off of the back of how Game 2 ended, and being the away team here. If he puts up another 0 and Monty starts to get to some momentum, it's going to be interesting. Is that a Shieldwood special?
Oh, does it have the legs? It doesn't. I thought he got it for a second. I thought you were just going to poke that over. But again, that's got to be a frustrating one, because when these dudes are on, he easily hits that out to left field. But just a tad late, just a tad underneath. Like you said, just the prospect of that outlier four seam and that slower sinker is so tough to adjust to both. And especially with John Donaldson here, you have a really slow fork ball, which is also tough to adjust to.
2-1.
Yeah, and I said I wanted to see Alex K come out and score fast, and he hasn't done it so far. 1 run through 3 innings. And if Monty can get it going on the plate, it's going to start putting a lot of pressure on Alex.
Count is full.
Yeah, there's having a tough time sitting back in those sinkers while also being on those four seams. It's kind of been a name of the game here. A lot of earlier foul balls on those sinkers or ground outs that I think whoever just makes that slight adjustment first might be the difference of this game. That's a sinker that catches some plate, but gets the right part of the PCI on that one. A little early on it still, but at least got the barrel of the bat, flying it through the infield, and now you've got some runners on here, or a runner on for Mookie Betts, who is great in this type of matchup.
This is why you put a Mookie Betts in for the righty-lefty matchup. He's also got the speed to beat out a possible double play, and a lot of pop too. So this is a big at bat so far early in this game.
Ball.
Tough take on that down and in slider, especially after seeing it last pitch, but a great one. Now works to a 2-2 count with some great patience. Now with full count, John Donaldson not really finding the zone. What do you throw here? He goes hanging forkball home. He was just a hair early from keeping that fair.
And he saw it the whole way.
That's why that forkball is so tough. It's so slow. You could see it all the way, and you could still be early on it. And then the slider. Oh, absolutely brutal.
Donaldson is just the king of tunneling that low and in corner to righties. There's just so many ways they could attack you there.
Yeah, it's just like Randy Johnson when you go all down and in with those fastballs, sliders, slurves, splitters. But it's like another level with Donaldson. That's going to be lined to first, but he cannot get the tag on Jose. So his inning stays alive. And again, a swing just missed, just late, which is very unordinary for a hitter of Monty Slide's level. But that's just what John Donaldson does. He gets you a little bit off his timing.
Yeah, just late on the four seam, and the PCI was a bit to the right of the ball too, so almost took a sinker swing at it and ended up being a four seam. Lucky he didn't get doubled up there at first.
Now we're at a 2-2 count. At the very least, you're getting that pitch count up in Donaldson, working some full counts, 22 pitch inning here. So whether or not, as that's destroyed by Mike Trout, a slider just catches the center of the plate, and Monty Slide makes him pay. I was about to say, you're getting that pitch count up, you're raising your chances of seeing a mistake, and he got it there in that full count and made him pay.
Yeah, that's a big home run, especially with 2 outs and the way Alex K's been struggling at the plate. Huge for momentum. Good stuff by Monty.
That's driven to center field. Does it have the legs? It does. That right there is why players like this play at Shield Woods, because they hit a line drive like that and it'll just float with that high elevation. And just like that, a couple swings go Monty Slide's way and he's up 4-1.
Ball.
And really the difference so far, 1 run on 4 hits for Alex with 3 left on base, 4 runs on 4 hits for Monty. So he has been scoring it all with the home run.
Yeah, and the name of the game has just been seeing a lot of pitches. He's driving up that pitch count, fouling off some of those tough ones. And if Alex K wants to bounce right back in his game, he's going to need to just come up with the same approach, see some pitches, try to not expand that zone. And honestly, even if he gets some strikes over the plate, he's got to stop being as eager on those away sinkers and just maybe take that strike, try to work a good count and drive that pitch count up.
We are seeing a bat PCI
there
adjustment
it is.
Here. This is the 2nd PCI adjustment and the 3rd PCI of the game for Alex. So he's making it clear that he doesn't feel comfortable and he's trying to figure it out.
Ooh, and just that's tough. You probably want to come up and work some pitches, and then DeGrom just dots a sinker down and in. Nothing you can do there. But you definitely want to keep working a good count here. I think that's going to be your best shot at taking out DeGrom here, and just work some pitches. And he got a little bit of a floater of a slider. That's the tail bit early. He's quickly done with the bat PCI. Flip it over back to circles.
The bat PCI got exactly one plate appearance in the whole tournament. And it was a strikeout. A strikeout into a rage changed the PCI back.
Yep. It's so funny how that goes. Like, right now, Alex Hayes is trying to get it going, so he's just trying to find that PCI that he's most comfortable with. It's interesting how the PCI can kind of change up how you see the ball or how you place the PCI. And he's just trying to find that here as we're getting towards the middle innings of the game and the pressure is building up.
He really needs to just take one good swing and connect for like a solo shot, because he is looking very uncomfortable at the plate.
Yeah, in some of these games when you're just struggling, all it takes is just one swing to get you going again. He just needs to get that mistake from DeGrom. Solid swing on a low fastball. Lucky he has the auto shift on. That'll sneak through for a single, and that might be the swing that he needs to get him going here as you bring up Adley Rutschman.
Yeah, we saw a 2-run bomb give Monty the lead last inning. Alex can answer here.
And you definitely don't want to get too impatient here. You put up a good swing last at bat, but you're doing a good job of driving the pitch count up. And especially with DeGrom, sometimes he can lay one over the plate. You want to wait for your pitch here, because especially if you get impatient, you set up a potential easy double play opportunity.
You're absolutely right about the pitch count, too. Up over 60 now. So DeGrom, even though he's pitching well, may not be around for more than like the 5th or 6th.
And that's huge. We talked about the bullpen and the question marks and how these players had such a good read on him. This might just be a game of getting to the bullpen as soon as possible, and someone might be able to break it open then. Oh, that 4-seam got him, though. Just got him a little off that PCI. That seemed like a sinker-type swing there. Thought he was going to get that inside sinker, but just keeps that PCI a little bit to the left. And that's the problem with that outlier 4-seam. You got to adjust to those sinkers. And, that's a mistake you want back.
He's going to want that one back. And that was actually a challenge pitch last at bat. The up and in outlier 4-seam is something you see commonly in regular play, but it's a risky pitch to throw in comp because everybody can hit it. He's able to get the weak pop out on Rutschman on that pitch and then follow it up with another out. And DeGrom cruising through 4 innings.
And yes, somewhat risky pitching there, but that's the type of stuff you need to do in some of these games against good players. They assume you're not going to throw the risky pitch. Sometimes you just got to give it to them and throw them off their game. And I'll say this, Jacob DeGrom on the mound is doing a great job for that, for Monty. He's just throwing Alex off. He's made him uncomfortable with the plate. He's looking a little uncharacteristic here. Even missing a hanging slider that he absolutely would not have before. And that's the difference in this game, just the swings on a mistake pitch. That's destroyed to center field, and another very good swing on a slider just catches the plate. And again, difference in the game, Monty has got some center cut sliders, but he's made him pay for them.
Yeah, dead center, bomb, and not too different of a pitch than the one he pulled foul with Jimmy Fox, and he goes and gives up a bomb there too. So I love the strategy. The pick of DeGrom has really paid off, and if Monty can keep pouring it on here in his half of the inning, not only could he get into that bullpen first, but he could start stretching the lead as a home team, which is a huge advantage.
Yeah, and I don't know if I could emphasize enough is that is driven to left field by Marcus Semien. I don't know if I could emphasize enough that John Donaldson is so tough to hit in a scenario like this, and he's hitting those sliders all day right now. That's been where most of his runs have come from. Any slider is getting close to the plate, and he's all over that right now, and that's John Donaldson's bread and butter.
Yeah, that's John Donaldson on Legend is one of the hardest pitches we've ever seen, but these guys have seen them so many times. They've figured out that slider timing a bit, and they've also seen a lot of sequencing with Donaldson, as opposed to DeGrom, who you don't see as often. So, great pitcher, but risky pick in a tournament like this against a bunch of the best players in the world who have taken thousands of at-bats against John Donaldson.
And yeah, there's a slurve. We haven't seen too many of those slurves out of Donaldson, which is another tool he has at play. And you also haven't seen too much of that fork ball. And I was just about to say, there's the fork ball, great take. That fork ball is a pitch for me that I swing and miss at every time. I think I played a Legend game the other day, and I swung and missed at every single fork ball below the zone. It makes people look foolish, but like, you see the hesitancy to throw that pitch, and it might just be that Monty's read it very well. Like, he spit on a very difficult fork ball right there in a full count.
Yeah, he saw it the whole way, and another reason for the hesitance is that on Legend, Donaldson's forkball par is gigantic. You could aim it for the corner, and it could end up floating over the plate, so it's hard to really throw that pitch in a non-advantageous count.
Yeah, and a big thing, since these hitters are using the automatic step control where they don't actually control the stride of a player, sometimes when you see those slow fork balls, you could read it a little bit because that player gets a little bit of a slower stride. And sometimes the players, like at this level especially, are so keyed into that where they could just take a pitch like that that is normally really difficult to take.
I wonder if there's a term for that. Do you know a term?
I wonder. I feel like there could be a very good term for that. I wonder what that could be.
We'll let the comp community help us out.
Yeah. They could come up with something.
Oh,
Is that
man.
driven the left by Mookie Betts? And Monty is looking to run away with this. He's not only taken a lead, he's kept the foot on the gas. Now up 8-1. Is that driven to left field by Ellie De La Cruz? And now that John Donaldson is out of the game, Monty might just be able to keep going. 2 more runs from potential mercy run territory, actually from the mercy rule. And yeah, now you're in the bullpen. You have to take him out. You just have to find a reliever to get you 2 outs here.
I'm surprised no Doval here because this game is over with 2 more runs.
That's out.
Absolutely. Everything is at stake here. You kind of got to go to your guy. Mariano somehow makes sense. He's been kind of the number 2 for a lot of people in the pen today. But definitely, again, still risky when you have 2 runs at stake and now you get into the 2, 3, 4 part of the order here.
Count is full.
And Monty has just executed perfectly all game. He's done exactly what he's needed to do. Gets the strikeout there. So good mix-up from Rivera, but he's come out swinging. Like I said, he got into the bullpen first. And the strategy of starting DeGrom has really paid off too. Just in control so far.
Yeah, these are the managerial decisions that make the difference. Literally, both these guys change up starters. But Jacob DeGrom has just had the number on Alex K so far this game. That is doing dividends as... Now, after this single from Ronald Acuna, you bring up Cody Bellinger versus a righty. With the game on the line, 1 swing ends in a mercy rule win and series win for Monty Sly, so you got to be very careful here.
1-1.
1 swing ends the whole series after all the battles we've seen.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Here comes the pitch, inside cutter, and man, this has just been a name of the game all day for Monty and Alex. They've been all over those inside cutters. But that's a beautiful sinker down in the way. Gets that late swing. Gets out of the inning. So a little bit of a sliver of hope, but I'll tell you what. Now that all the pressure is on you, if you're Alex, you really have to find DeGrom right now. This is where that urgency really comes into play. You might only have 1 more inning in this game.
Yep, you've got to get it going now. I will say... Earlier in the day, we saw that Tappy matchup. He was down 9-2, and Ty Plays had the mercy rule run at the plate, didn't convert, and Tappy ended up bringing the game all the way back. So we've already seen this scenario once today. DeGrom with the pitch count getting up there. If Alex can figure it out this inning, he is still in it. If not, it's going to be really hard.
And that's a pitch he definitely wanted to punish. A changeup that just ends up in the upper third of the zone, but it's a little too early on that timing. This is just what Jacob DeGrom's been doing, just all over the place with his timing, with that slider, the changeup, the sinker. He just has not had a read on him all game.
Yeah, he's looked very uncomfortable, and that's a tough pitch to sit back on because it could very easily be a sinker up and away too.
And a reminder, this is game number 3 of this series. If you check your bottom right corner, Alex K and Monty Slide have each won 1 game in this series. It's a best of 3. And these players are in the lower bracket, meaning they lost a series before. This is a double elimination bracket. So everything at stake for both of these players. The loser gets eliminated. There's an inside fastball to Trevor Story that, again, Alex K is just underneath, just a little early on that timing, but also just underneath that PCI. That ends up on the corner. He probably destroys it, but gets it a little bit higher, perfectly located from Jacob deGrom.
Yeah, and I've mentioned a couple times how streaky of a hitter Alex K has been in this tournament, and ever since that botched home run in the bottom of the ninth last game, he has just not looked like himself. He looks very uncomfortable. He looks rattled, honestly, and if he has to go into the bottom of the fifth with no more run production, it's going to be looking very bleak for him.
And a reminder here as well, whoever wins this series actually secures their spot in top 8. Beautiful down and away sinker from Jacob deGrom. And Monty Slide is looking to win this series, advance to top 8, and guarantee some money from his performance. A lot of stakes here in this type of inning here, even though he's got an 8-run lead. The opportunity is there to potentially close out a game with a 2-run inning.
Listen, if you're Monty and you just had the game you had in Game 2 and barely clawed out a victory, you want nothing more than to end this game in this inning. You don't want to give Alex any chances, especially with deGrom's pitch count. You're going to have to go to your bullpen soon, and who knows what happens from there.
Yeah, and just a really good start to the inning. Already a full count to Adley Rutschman, and a changeup that catches the play. It's hit high and deep to right. Did he get enough of it, though? He did not. The 3-2 changeup works out, just gets him a little off that PCI, but that is in the nitro zone to a lefty, so a very scary pitch.
Good timing, too, just a little bit off with the PCI. It was a good swing overall. That's just the little things on Legend that make it so tough to hit.
And that's where the mind games of pitching come into play. You probably don't expect the 3-2 changeup, but a great read by Monty to get the timing down, but didn't even read the location of it. And now we're down to 2 outs. He has his opportunity, the Mercy. He's within reach. You get a little 2-out rally here. And you never like missing these opportunities, because even though Alex is slumping and has not found his stride here, he's also someone that has easily put up big innings, like 8-run innings before.
And this will be 2 innings in a row that Monty didn't convert on the Mercy, too, and that starts to add up over time. Rivera has been nails out of the bullpen for Alex just when he needed him.
Yeah, and that pitch count just keeps going up with deGrom. You start to worry how long you can keep him going. If you're Alex, you just want to find a way to keep him at 9 and just keep working at deGrom pitch count. If you know you haven't been able to read him well, he's got to keep driving that pitch count up and try to get him out of this game, because he's read the bullpen all day. Got to get to that pen here soon.
Well, he's going to get a chance to do so. That's a huge scoreless inning for Alex.
There was that 3-2 changeup again, almost similar swing. He must have been reading sinker there. Had that PCI a little bit left, having a tough time getting that PCI down and in and net. That's huge, because Mariano Rivera gets him through a couple innings, keeps him in this game and away from the Mercy. But you probably can't go Mariano again after that again. So again, urgency, and Jacob deGrom has been pulled here in the 6th.
Wow. Maybe he didn't want to give him an opportunity with the low energy, but especially going to Pyomps too, this is a very interesting move. I mean, Monty's put himself in a position to dominate this game so far with his strategy, so I'm not going to doubt him as it stands right now, but I think I would have tried to stretch deGrom a little bit longer.
Yeah, this is where the managerial decisions come into play. You're starting to push the envelope with deGrom there. Pitch count getting up as he starts to creep towards that yellow energy. But I think he could have extended him another inning, and just like that, here comes Alex. Inside sinker, turns and burns to right, left center.
Close play.
It'll just be a single, though. Good play from the outfield, but this is the thing. You were riding that momentum with deGrom. I definitely understand you want to take him out because of energy, that low energy or anything like that could get Alex going. But now you go to the pen, and now it might be a decision that really nips him, because it might just be what gets Alex going here.
And especially with the choice of Pyomps, you know, not too different than deGrom, sinker slider pitcher, and also has had a tough day for everyone. He's been getting hit around a lot in this tournament. Hitters look very comfortable against him, and it's an opportunity for Alex to figure it out.
Yeah, I just feel a little bit of a different sense of comfort here. He's check swinging at some pitches that are close. He's not really overcommitting to some pitches like he was with DeGrom on the mound. That's a beautiful swing on an inside sinker. And here comes Alex K. 2 straight singles to start off the top of the 6th. And things are going to get interesting here now. I think that's your sign that we're going to have a crazy finish here.
He wants that one back.
Absolutely. Great swings and some inside sinkers, lefty-righty before. Wants to turn on that one, but just gets a little bit underneath it with Acuna. Those are swings that hurt you as you get to the late part of this game when you have a first pitch swing on a pitch that you just miss.
And Alex has been the streakiest player in this tournament. He's had the hottest of hots and the coldest of colds. And since that 9th inning last game, he's been cold, but he has put up multiple 6, 7, 8 run innings out of nowhere this tournament, and it's exactly what he needs to pull himself back into this game.
And we talked about that bullpen being some big question marks, and Kendall Graveman been another one of those guys. He's got that sinker cutter mix, but he's sometimes gotten shelled. You're right back in these guys' comfort zone of seeing that sinker cutter pitch mix. That's why that pitching decision is probably a big deal. Now, interesting, Alex is going to change that PCI again here in the top of the 6th.
Interesting that he changed it up after only his first bad swing of the inning.
Yeah, I'm sensing a different vibe with him at the plate. Just from the looks of the PCI placement and his swing timing overall. Now he's back to that original approach he had versus those sinker cutters, but as I say that, a very uncomfortable swing on a backdoor cutter there. Great pitch. But you bring up Adley with your 2 outs here.
Yeah, unquestionably, he's got to come through here. A home run is basically what he needs, but anything really. I mean, even if he makes it 9-4, he's still not as close as he'd like to be. He needs something, and he doesn't get it.
He got that cutter on the hands, and even though he made some great swings that inning and looked like he was finding it, Kendall Graveman comes in, just gets him a little bit off on those cutters, and good urgency out of the bullpen, and now you're at least keeping him on his toes, making him adjust to different types of pitchers. Where he was reading Piamps really well. Now you bring in Kendall Graveman, you start throwing that cutter in the mix. He just never got a read in that cutter. As that's crushed to right field by Jose Ramirez. Perfect. That's just one of those sliders you want out of the zone and on the hands, but right in the nitro zone for Jose Ramirez. And here we go. One swing away potentially as that's hit high and deep, but just underneath it. And Monty's one swing away from a potential or from a mercy rule win. And right after you get out of that inning and you felt like Alex was going to claw back, I think the urgency to get this mercy is definitely here now because Alex is kind of waking up at the plate.
That missed. That's a ball.
Yeah, you kind of feel the air let out of Alex after that inning. He got what he wanted, a pitching change and a rally, but still didn't score. And now he's going to have to put up on 0 the rest of the way just to get another chance to hit.
Now here we go. 1-2 count. Raleigh fingers on the mound. Going to go down in slider and just... Monty's looked very good at the plate, even though he hasn't connected for runs. He's just had a great approach, been very patient. That's a good swing. Just right to the third baseman. Tough pitch to do anything with. But now you bring up Mike Trout here with 2 outs. If anyone's going to get him going, even on just a weak grounder to the infield, someone like Mike Trout is the perfect guy to do that.
Ball inside.
Great take on that inside sinker. I feel like you're setting up down and away forkball here. There it is, the away forkball. And there it is, the ground out. Okay, I don't have a script, chat. I promise you, I don't have a script. I didn't write any script here.
You know what happens after that.
Yeah, we know what happens when you give up that 2-out little single that extends the inning. Ronald Acuna up, the chance to do some damage. And yeah, that's the name of the game with Raleigh. That away forkball, inside sinker in on the hands and go away forkball. That's a 4-seam that catches the play, and now that 99 speed is on second. And we're getting towards the heart of the order. We got Cody Bellinger up with a chance to win a game here for Monty Slide.
Just needs a ball in the gap.
That missed. That's a ball.
Yeah, I'll say this, the Raleigh Fingers lefty-righty matchup is far scarier than righty-righty. You can't rely on that slow stuff as much. Trying to hammer inside sinkers here. Now in a 2-2 count. He's going slider, a little bit high on that slider, but it's located right on the black. So we're back to a 2-2 count, and just a four-seam challenge me pitch right over the heart of the plate, but it works out. He was looking for the sinker there, very likely, but gets that four-seam in. Alex K stays alive for another inning.
I'll be honest, I didn't think he was going to stay alive through that inning, and I'm impressed that he has, but we said it every half inning he's been hitting so far through the middle innings. It's now or never really for your tournament life. I mean, you don't even know how many runs you need because you don't know how many runs Monty's going to keep scoring, but you just got to figure it out. This is it.
And you're seeing these last couple innings, since 6 innings came out of Jacob deGrom, the entire bullpen is expendable here for Monty on the mound, and he's definitely managing with a bit of urgency. Javier Assad coming in right away to start the inning. And after last inning, he got out of it with Kendall Graveman, just no hesitancy, just going right to Assad, start off on a clean slate. And this is the advantage of having 6 innings basically out of a starter. You could expend your bullpen in some more matchup scenarios or not have that pressure to keep them in too long.
Nope, that's outside. Ball.
And really smart pitching, too. He threw double slider in the first at-bat, and only 1 cutter so far from Assad, who traditionally throws a lot of them. I think he wants to feature the sinker and the slider a bit more, maybe playing off of the struggles that was seen against deGrom.
Yeah, and this is the type of stuff you see in over the span of a 3-2 series. You start to see how players read pitchers and what pitches they hit well. And he's definitely not giving them any cutters in the zone here. That seems intentional. He knows Alex has been all over those at the plate very likely, trying to just throw him off for a loop. And this is where the strategy comes in, see who adjusts, who makes some changes. There's that cutter, just got a little too close to the plate that time. Finally gave in, and now you've got a runner here in Ketel Marte, bringing up the 9 spot, Trevor Story.
This is still a scary spot as the hitter, though. That right-on-right sinker in is so tough from Assad, and you can absolutely not hit into a double play here.
Yeah, you got to be patient enough, but you got to be committed enough to hit that inside sinker. Very tough balance, especially here on Legend difficulty.
Ball outside.
But a couple good takes. Heading to count 2-1. Another away cutter. Beautiful pitch. Perfectly located. Get him on a little bit early timing there.
And he was sitting sinker. You could tell by this timing of the swing, and he tried to check it last minute and doesn't get the call.
Yeah, for these players that are so good at hitting that velocity, it's very difficult to slow down on those away cutters. That's why Assad could be great. That away cutter is tough. He gets him to bite 3-2, and he gets a ground out. Not a double play, because he did go hit and run there, which does pay off. But that is a ground out. Now we got 2 outs, that runner on second.
That's just great pitching intuition. You could tell he was sitting on sinker basically that whole at bat and didn't really give it to him the last 3 or 4 pitches.
Oh, that's laced to the outfield. Ellie just gets the barrel of the bat on it and just slaps it into right center. And somewhat important run here. While Alex K has been struggling to get the bats going, he could just be a ticking time bomb waiting for that big rally, and that just gives him a little bit more leeway to stay in this game. He could now allow another run next inning.
It's really a cheap single. It's a lucky result, and you scrape a run across. And you wonder, that's exactly the type of thing that you need when you're down this big, and you have to convert that into more runs here too. Not only was it a bloop single that got you a run, but you get Assad out of the game too.
And interesting to go to Mo, because you had Assad who threw a very slow cutter in comparison. And now you go to Mo, and I'm interested to see if Alex is on that previous timing, maybe a little behind on that cutter, or if he's going to keep that timing and might find the barrel on it. Beautiful 3-1 cutter in on the hands. I bet he goes away cutter here, hopes for a swing and miss. He goes away, changeup, and a beautiful swing to sit back on that and hit that to right center. And here we go. That just might be what Alex K needed to get going. He's now down 6.
I mean, that's just an impressive swing with how uncomfortable he's looked all game. That bloop single really coming in clutch. Basically got him 3-4 runs now so far. And all of a sudden, it's a game.
Yeah, it just almost feels like I said, almost like a ticking time bomb. You just felt like he's had to break a seal. And I think that changeup down the way to Mike Trout was the pitch that did it. It's a swing that just got him right on his timing again. And now he looks very comfortable against Mariano Rivera.
Rivera had a lot of success for Monty in game 2 too, so this is not only an adjustment in this game, but a great adjustment overall to start seeing these pitches well and connecting.
Yeah, this is the risk you take with managing like how Monty has. He's had the lead, all the pressure on Alex. He took out his starting pitcher a little bit early, tapped to the bullpen early, and he's very urgent with taking out relievers. And now that you work something out here, he's gave up 1 run with the previous pitcher. You bring in Mo, and Mo is the guy that's gotten all this momentum his way. Now you have to take him out right away, and Alex K is just chipping away, evening out some momentum.
And I think Monty can tell that he needs to stop the bleeding here, going to Doval just for 1 out. He's got to get out of this inning. This has been a crazy 2-out rally, and Doval was the guy for the job.
Yeah, good guy to go to after Mariano Rivera. You got a little bit of a quicker cutter now, but the sinker is what gets the job done right on the black. Good swing, just a little on top of it. Tough to do anything with that down and sinker. And again, we talk about the momentum and the urgency. You got to be a little scared if you're Monty here. You got to try to put some runs up of your own. You got to, again, try to spread out that lead because Alex looks like he's heating up here in the later part of the game.
We've talked about it in every series, but with the level of competition in this tournament, how good everyone is at hitting, a 5-run lead is really nothing. And so if you're Monty, you need to answer here with some runs because, you know, Alex can keep chipping away. He put up 4 last inning. Even though you've dominated this game the entire time, Alex has put himself right back in it with that 2-out rally last inning. And if you don't extend this lead a little bit more, things could get interesting fast.
Absolutely. And like so much of these games, like we talk about the mercy opportunities, that's going to sneak by. Ellie can't get that one.
I can't believe he was even close to that one.
I know, he dove so early. I thought he had a shot to even body block that, and man, it just squeaks by, and we have this pressure here. Urgency from both sides. That's going to be laced down the line by Kyle Tucker. He is going to send him second. Ooh, he's going to keep him second. He's going to try to bait a run down here, I think. He got out at first. Bang, bang play, and that's the risk you take. You have a little bit of a lead. You try to get into a little bit of a run down there, maybe see if you could sneak a runner home, but someone like Alex is prepared for that situation, and now he just gave him a free out.
1 ball, 1 strike.
That's a big out, and the dynamic of a base running miscue changing the complexion of the game late last time in game 2. This time Monty's the one making the mistake, and if he can't get this runner home from third, it's going to play big.
Yeah, and it just the performance under the urgency. You have pressure to score runs. Monty has that pressure being up only 5 against Alex K, who's seemingly getting it going. Tries to push the envelope there, and it might have made him pay. But you still got Jose up here. 3-2 count here. Still a chance to put up some runs. And there's a walk. So he's keeping the inning alive, and you got Mookie Betts versus the lefty here.
Gotta convert in this at bat. This is the matchup you dream of when you put Mookie Betts in your lineup.
And just big for the momentum, because if you don't convert, then you just keep everything all on Alex K's side, giving him everything, every opportunity to come back here. So this is such a big deal for the last 2 innings of this game to get a 7-run lead, even potentially 8-run lead with a very good swing. Oh, that down and away sinker gets him. Beautiful. And that's almost great pitching into the urgency. You feel that pressure. You feel him a little bit uncomfortable trying to force in a run and get him to bite at an away sinker. And at first pitch here, again, not the swing you want to start off an inning with when you're down 5. It's a little off on a cutter, and that's what Camilo Doval does to you. The 99 catches up on you and gets you a little late in that timing.
Yeah, he did rally last inning, but it wasn't off Doval, so he's going to have to adjust to what these players have considered all tournament to be their most trusted reliever. And you're absolutely right. You do not want to make a first pitch pop out in this situation if you're Alex. But he bounces right back and gets a base runner.
Yeah, and that's a good swing against the sinker. Just squeaks it down the line. And I think the key for Doval on the mound here is that Monty's going to need to mix in enough of those sinkers and sliders. Because with enough of them, Alex can definitely adjust to that cutter. Just a little off here as he's seeing him to start. And if you're Alex, you definitely got to be very careful because this screams double play pitch. Away sinkers, away cutters. Right on the black there. Beautiful pitch. Now it's an 0-2 count. You got to be careful. You got to swing at your pitch. You almost would rather take a strikeout than a bad swing on a potential ground ball double play.
Last game, Monty went for a backdoor cutter. It was hit for a 2-run home run. Does he change the sequencing up? And he did perfectly. What a pitch.
Beautiful.
That's just knowledge of the sequencing that you've done all series and mixing it up.
Yeah, and these are things you see in 3-game series. Like we talk about a good bit. These players don't normally play series against each other back-to-back. As you play the series more, you build up tendencies and strategy that lasts over several games. That is going to be a single through the infield, though. Now you start to see some pressure for Doval, even though he hasn't really squared up too much against him. A little bit of pressure to maybe take him out with a couple runners on, but Doval will stay in here against Elly De La Cruz. And there's that backdoor cutter.
Started the rally last inning with a cheap single on an early swing. Does he have another one in him?
Very quickly, 0-2. The inside cutter gets him to expand. I feel like you got to go to an away sinker here. He tries to go to that backdoor cutter. Great take.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
There's the sinker, and oh, what an adjustment from Alex K to sit back on that, hit that up the middle. And Elly De La Cruz has come up with 2 big singles late game, and it's a 4-run game with 2 runners on still.
This is crazy.
And there he is. Kenley
Kenley Jansen. We were waiting for this. We said it was going to come in a high leverage situation. This is as high leverage as it gets. Tournament life on the line. 2 outs in the top of the 8th.
That's a ball.
Yeah, and Kenley, similar name of the game, fast cutter. Got a good sinker, a little bit closer to that cutter velocity. Get up to 95 there on that one. But you got other pitches to play with Kenley. He gives him a cutter, though. That's hit high and deep to center field. Is it going to carry? It is not. A big jam to get out of for Monty Slide on the mound. And Kenley getting the job done. A cutter to Alex just missed.
He just missed it. It was out over the plate, too, and I can't give enough credit to Monty and his strategy this game. He has played everything perfectly from a managerial perspective. Not only the DeGrom start, but the wherewithal to go pick up Kenley Jansen in the middle of the series and get the out he needed with him in the biggest spot of the game.
Yeah, and even just in the strategy, he's challenged Alex a good bit here. Throwing pitches in the zone that he certainly can hit. Not really pitching too scared out there. And even though he's given up a few runs these last couple innings, Alex hasn't squared up too much against him.
No, a lot of weak contact, and he's going to need a lot of solid contact in the top of the 9th if he's going to come back.
Yeah, again, if you're Monty here, you have a 4-run lead. You know Alex is just looming. It's getting closer and closer. You only have 3 outs to get here, though, and that's a great start. Inside sinker, lace to right field, and Elly De La Cruz proven to be really impactful late game here.
He's just one of the best cards in the game. There's a reason every single person in this tournament, the best players in the world, all have him as their starting shortstop.
He's just doing damage against these right-handed pitchers right now. Now you got 99 speed. Mike Trout at the plate in a 3-0 count. Got to be very careful here.
You got to pick a pitch and sit on it here. I'd be sitting on the sinker in.
And he gives him the away cutter.
Ball 4.
Great take. And he makes it a 6-pitch walk. Now you bring 2 runners on for Ronald Acuna in the 3 spot. And that Mike Trout card, it's tough to sit back in those away pitches sometimes with that pull tendency of his. It's easy to roll over, so I like the pitch selection to go into that away cutter.
That's the ball.
But you missed some spots in. Again, now you're 3-0 to Acuna, and it's getting scary. You're Alex.
Wow.
Sinker right down the middle, and the slide into first. Turns 2, and a big double play for Alex K on the mound. And we're talking about momentum skewing one way or the other. That was an opportunity for Monty to end this game, but you know what? He just bounces back and hits a 2-run homer anyway. Now it's a 6-run lead for Monty Slide.
That is such a good display of mental fortitude. He not only chose to swing 3-0 with runners on first and second, nobody out, but he took a great swing at it, was a pixel over the ball, ends up making a double play, and bounces back immediately and converts with 2 runs anyway. And now for Alex, it's going to be real tough, especially with the way he's been hitting throughout this game. Has had trouble making solid contact, like you said.
Yeah, and it's such an interesting thing because so many players would have gotten flustered after that double play. Solid swing with Acuna there, just right to the shortstop. Didn't really get enough launch angle on it. The next at bat would have just swung out of frustration and ended that inning, but he got a beautiful pitch to hit with a cutter and put up a great swing with Bellinger still. And now you're bringing Kenley Jansen with only 4 pitches to get the final 3 outs.
Not only Kenley Jansen, but it's a card you haven't seen all tournament, and if you've been playing ranked, it's a card you haven't seen for a season now.
Absolutely.
He's been rotated out, so it's going to be really hard to find the timing here, and he finds it immediately.
That is just nuts, because, like, you're right. Like, they haven't seen this Jansen. Yeah, they faced 99 Jansen in the previous season of content, but it's been a bit since you've probably seen Kenley Jansen out of bullpens. And now you face this 99 Kenley Jansen in. First cutter you see this inning, and you just lace it to center field.
And that's the exact same cutter in the exact same spot that he gave up a home run in the 9th inning last game, too. So I wonder if Monty will start getting away from that backdoor cutter to lefties.
Hey, that's a big first out to get, though. Get him underneath that cutter. But not on that sinker. A beautiful swing for Kyle Tucker. And Alex K is not going to go down without a fight. In an elimination game where the loser goes home, he's got some fight in him. 2 home runs in the inning off of Kenley. I'll tell you what, you thought Kenley could have been the guy to come in and get an easy 1-2-3 inning? Absolutely not.
I'm surprised he's moving away from Kenley with a 4-run lead still. I would have given him a bit longer, but those 2 swings from Alex have been really impressive.
Yeah, this is where that urgency has come in. Monty's been very urgent with his pitcher decisions. And yes, some great swings from Alex there, but also just some pitches that caught the plate. That sinker and cutter just caught that middle third of the plate, giving a little bit more of a window. I think if he just hit some spots, it picked around the zone, he could have kept him in for another batter or 2 maybe.
You can feel the tension here. Alex is a couple base runners away from making this a very winnable game, at least tying it up. But every at-bat matters, and every out you make makes it harder for you to win. So this is every pitch, you've got to try to get on base.
And looking at some decision-making here, he goes to the lefty, Patrick Corbin. I think he's doing that to get a lefty in the game. He hasn't really pitched with many on the mound here, trying to get Alex a little bit uncomfortable, see a different arm slot. But, oh, man, he hangs a circle change, and Alex K has 3 home runs in the inning. That one is going a country mile, and he's now within 3.
This is crazy.
Man, this has been just every single decision in this game is something you can look at. It's been insane.
Both players, too. I mean, Alex has made a great managerial decisions, too. He just was sluggish with his mechanics for a while. And he's not sluggish at all in the 9th.
Yeah, it looks like he's locking in here in the 9th. A lot of great swings here. And you got to give credit to Alex. He was out of his game for a long while. He's stayed strong, battled back, and kept himself within this game through this entire way. Is that smack to right? Just right to the right fielder. A good swing, just right at him.
That's so demoralizing when you're trying to make a rally. He pauses instantly, and I can't say I blame him. That is so tough. Wow.
Take a second to breathe, and now you face another lefty. And Jose Alvarado, a little faster on the cutter now. Give him a different look here after another good swing. But, again, you got Trevor Story, who's great versus lefties, and then you got top of the order coming around. Now we're down 0-2.
Lucky foul ball there. Gets another chance.
Big fight at the plate there to keep that at bat alive. 0-2 count again. Good adjustment to take that away. Sinker this time. The thing with Alvarado, past that sinker and cutter, I don't know what you throw. You got to really rely on those two pitches, maybe get him to expand the zone like that. But I don't know what you throw besides that.
You don't throw anything. You trust your pitches here. I wonder if he'll go cutter inside again.
He went sinker there, and he's just ready inside. I think that's your tell. He's sitting inside. You got to go cutter in on the hands here. He goes away. Try to get him to expand the zone there. Now we're 2-2. And he keeps trying to get him on that down the way cutter. 3-2 count. That runner should be running over at first. There he goes. Ground ball to short. And that away sinker does get the job done. Monty Slide claws away with a 12-9 win. What an effort from both sides in that 3-game series. Both these players battled to the end. A difference of a couple minute managerial decisions from the starting pitchers all the way to the bullpen. What a crazy game 3 that was.
And a crazy series in general. Every game was close. And, you know, Alex coming in with 8 runs in the last 3 innings of that game, but he was just too far behind from the beginning. And really the reason he was behind is the managerial decision, like you said. The starting pitcher pick of Jacob deGrom from Monty ended up proving to make a big difference in that game.
Yeah, and now that we are through that round of lower bracket play, all of these players have guaranteed themselves money since they have made the top 8. So congratulations to all of our winners of their lower bracket games. And in that scenario, everything on the line. You saw every decision mattered. And that was honestly a theme with a lot of these games. Even though we had some 2-0 series wins, a lot of differences were just down to a couple managerial decisions or just a couple swings.
Yeah, lots of strategy going on in this series, and it's something you don't really see in ranked, as we've talked about. You don't really play the same people over and over back to back, and these two were going at it every single game of a 3-game series. And by the time we got to game 3, a lot of the adjustments ended up making a difference.
Yeah, Alex K was just so great offensively in this series. You felt like he was just going to keep the foot on the gas all the way. But Monty just battled. He kept up with him all the way. And in that game 3, the difference is that he was able to build up that separation to start. And as you see with these highlights, it's a crazy back and forth between these two. What a series for both of them.
Yeah, Monty, with the huge Game 2 performance, was behind the whole time, ends up coming back and getting ahead by the end. And we'll talk about, probably for a long time, that out that Alex made at the end of Game 2 that was a big mistake and completely changed the complexion of the 9th when he was rallying. You wonder if that made a difference.
And absolutely. And as you look at this series, I really think the difference of that last game was just the starting pitcher decisions. You saw a big contrast between the John Donaldson, Jacob deGrom decision. If with how this tournament's gone, you may not have thought 9-9 Jacob deGrom could have been the difference maker in a game. But in a game 3 where both make some interesting starting pitcher decisions, he was the one that really got Monty that great head start.
Yeah, he was ahead the whole game because of that great start from deGrom. As soon as he started going to the bullpen, that's really when Alex started turning it on offensively. And it's the first time we've seen deGrom all tournament. It was a really smart pick. Not only was it a change of pace for Alex in this series, but it was a change of pace for Alex as a hitter for the whole tournament, because all we've seen all tournament from everyone has been Al Leiter, Roy Halladay, sinker cutter. He makes the very smart decision to go with deGrom in a decisive Game 3, and Alex spends 5 innings trying to figure out the timing of that slider, sinker, and outlier four-seam.
Absolutely. Those are the decisions that win you a series. We had a lot of crazy series here so far in this lower bracket. Even though there were a lot of 2-0s, a lot of these games were close. Tie plays had a close battle in Game 1 with Tappy, who put up a great performance in Game 2. Wilsey got some momentum in the second half of Game 1 against Baby Acuna and ran away with it. And then Fuentes was just so on his game offensively. Chick just couldn't really keep up.
Yeah, and as we've said a couple times, the losers in those 2-0 series really played well. You know, specifically Tappy and STW were right in every game, and their opponents were just a little bit better today. So unfortunate exiting the tournament, but nothing to be ashamed of, and great performances from all our players so far.
Yeah, all these players are top 12 players in the world with how these tournaments have gone. A lot of great competition. This is what happens when the greatest players get together. Someone's going to have to go. And unfortunately for some of the players today, they played well, but just someone outmatched them a little bit. And that's how the back end of this tournament's going to go. A lot of great players going head to head. And now all the stakes. As we get ready to head on into our next set of games, we're going to talk about some fun content. Get some diamond duos in the market. This one in particular, Luis Gonzalez and Tom Glavine. Some fun cards that we haven't seen too much in the tournament, but could be great pieces to add to your team, Diamond Dynasty.
Yeah, Luis Gonzalez always has that butter swing that everyone loves, and that Glavine's a little slept on. I don't think we'll see him in the tournament because his changeup's a bit too slow for Legend, and these guys are able to sit back on it really well, but a solid starting pitcher option for a lot of you guys out there.
Absolutely. So we'll be heading into our next set of games here shortly. We're going to be taking a short break before then. So we'll be back here in just a moment with our next set of games, and we will see you back here then. everyone, welcome back. We just watched a crazy first segment of this tournament. I'm here with C-Brev, and I'll tell you what, we just witnessed some crazy baseball, but this is just the start of our day today as we wrap up our group stage. We're starting to get some crazy games in store here, Brev.
We've seen crazy games already, and we're going to see games that are even crazier as we keep moving through the bracket. I mentioned earlier, we've got some upper bracket players that haven't played all day today, and so it'll be interesting to see how they come out of the gate, having not taken swings since yesterday, and if they're able to produce. And this matchup in the lower bracket, loser goes home, tie play, and Wilsey is going to be incredible.
Absolutely, and even our upper bracket matchup, Kreiner Rebel, is almost like a storybook matchup with how long these two have been competing. And that's just Group A. We also have our Group B bracket. We got some crazy matchups. Alex Kakil and Jado, that's going to be a crazy one up on your upper part of the bracket. And then Fuentes and Monty, both who had the battle through these series, are ready to go in that lower part of the bracket. We're going to be witnessing all of these series going on at the same time. Kreiner and Pitching Rebel, Alex Kakil and Jado, Ty Plays and Wilsey, and Fuentes and Monty. Half the players are in their lower bracket games, meaning if they lose, they're done. The other half are in their upper bracket games. They haven't lost any series yet, meaning they would be going down to the lower bracket.
One ball,
whoever loses.
2 strikes.
As we hop right into game number 1, we got that dream matchup, Kreiner versus Pitching Rebel. And right as we got a leadoff runner, we get a ground ball, double play. Start off the first inning.
This matchup is so incredible. Kreiner versus Rebel. Two guys chasing a legacy for different reasons, right? Rebel, considered widely to be the greatest of all time in competitive MLB The Show, hasn't won one of these in a couple years, looking to add another notch to his belt, taking on Kreiner, who is a back-to-back champ. Won 2 years ago, won last year, and is going for the three-peat. This really is like a dream matchup, and the beautiful part is whoever loses gets another shot, at least for now.
Absolutely, and they have some similar parallels in how they got here. Both of them yesterday in their second round of games had faced some adversity. Kreiner, who played Wilsey, struggled to get the bats going for a good portion of game 1, was actually behind, and then turned it on with a 7-run ninth inning to walk off, win that game, and then scored 19 runs in game number 2. While someone like Rebel had to battle through a 3-game series, but managed to claw his way through in another crazy series versus Ty Plays, who has been battling a lot, as that's laced down the left field line, and this is shaping up to be a potential 2-out double play at second base, though. Perfect throw. He's in there.
And that's that extra speed from the parallel Adley Rutschman. If he was a little bit slower without the parallels, he might have been out there getting rewarded for putting in a lot of at-bats with that card.
And that's why the Adley is unreal. He has a little bit more speed than a lot of catchers, but is still one of the best hitting options at catcher. That's why he's been used everywhere, along with guys like Jose Ramirez here, who have been unreal wherever you played him. Third base, shortstop, second base, left field. He's been getting it done, too. Now a 3-2 count, 2 outs here. Roy Halladay, another favorite on the mound, here on the mound for game number 1 for Kreiner. Packs him down and in sinker 3-2, and just like Jose Ramirez keeps on doing, he stays alive in at bats with that high vision, high contact, high clutch. He's tough to set down, but a beautiful backdoor cutter. We're gonna have a play at second. What a play by Marcus Semien, and that saves a run.
Such a good play. If he doesn't get to that, the runner's scoring, and not only did he get to it, but he gets an out and gets out of the inning without giving up a run. Rebel took some good swings that inning, but a double play and a diving play to make his 3 outs.
And we're going to talk about those managerial decisions and why people use certain players, but Semien with that diamond defense, great speed over at second base. Not every second baseman option that these players have been using would make that play, and it helps out in Kreiner's favor to save a run there. As we flip over to our other upper bracket series, Alex Kakil and Jado Wavy battling it out here, and it looks like we have a scoreless top of the first for Jado. And with Alex, he's someone like Kreiner where you got to really keep an eye on those bats. He's had some games where he's put up some crazy scores. We're going to see if he can get going right away here today.
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup too. Aside from Kreiner, Gakil has had the most impressive run through the upper bracket so far, has scored a lot, has had really convincing wins against good players. And Jado Wavy on the other end of it, bit of a Cinderella, working his way through some tough matchups, taking out Izzy, a former runner-up in one of our tournaments, and then also going to 3 games against Fuentes, who has hit well this series, this tournament as well, and coming away with a victory there.
And like we've said before, it's a different day from yesterday. You don't know if someone wakes up in a completely different type of play. Someone like Alex crushed you yesterday, but is he going to still keep that up today, or is Jado going to be the one to slow him down a little bit? Great inside cutter to Jose Ramirez here.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of nerves from Gakil. I think he just needs to run into one time.
Checking out this replay, we have a Wilsey versus Ty Plays matchup in your lower bracket, and Austin Riley hits a 3-run homer. And also on your right side, we have a Jose Ramirez home run. Both home runs at the exact same time, and that just might spark the offense of both these players.
And Gakil does run into one right on cue, so first pitch rollover with Trout, maybe a bit of nerves, but figures it out in the second at bat and crushes a solo shot to take the lead already.
The thing that's so interesting is that they're such aggressive hitters, and they have their approach and strategy, and even on like a swing like that with Trout, they don't stray away, and they just keep putting on good swings, especially with these sinker cutter pitchers. They have their approach to hit them, and that's the part that's always so impressive. They just never really stray away from that approach, and even if you throw the right pitch in one at bat, they could easily make you pay the next one.
And a lot of that is reps too. These guys play so many games every year on Legend difficulty, and you do start to see tendencies not only between the same player, but between the community in general. And the sequences start to make a lot of sense. And sometimes you can just come through with good mechanics on a pitch that you read before it was even thrown.
And a good read by Jado on the mound there. Throws an away cutter. Gets Alex to roll that over after giving up home run on an inside pitch. And that's the type of pitching that Jado has had to keep him in a lot of these games. He's battling been some great players this entire way, and is going to need to do it again against Alex.
Yeah, that was great pitching, and that's a good point. He gives up the home run on the inside cutter, and that at bat goes 2 away 4 seams into a cutter away and gets a rollover double play and 2 outs.
And now we got our red zone coverage here on your top left. Pitching Rebel coming up in the second, and another double play. Kreiner starting off pitching well on the mound. Rebel can't get much going up there. On your bottom left, you have that Ty Plays Wilsey matchup. Ty Plays currently at the dish, and Wilsey up 3-0. Your lower 2 games are your lower bracket matchups, meaning all of these players have everything at stake here. They're all in the top 8 here, which means they have all guaranteed some sort of money from their placement. But you definitely, once you're in this top 8, you have an opportunity to get to that top few. You want to take advantage of that, that's for sure.
And I tell you what, these 4 we have in the lower bracket, Fuentes, Monty, Ty Play, and Wilsey, they've played just as good a tournament as anyone has played, upper bracket or lower bracket. They've all put on great performances, and so both of those matchups, both of them fighting for their tournament lives, it's going to be some good baseball.
On your top left, Pitching Rebel hits a solo home run to take a 1-0 lead. On your bottom right, you have a big boy home run. 3-0 game for Monty now against Fuentes. That one's going to be an interesting one. Monty, he just had to play these offensive powerhouses, and has another one right after with Fuentes here. By a good start, that's hit to deep right field on your bottom right corner. Marcus Semien putting some pressure on. He's going to go to third. That's a 2-out triple. And Monty's looking great to start. 3 runs, now a 2-out triple.
And Monty just faced Donaldson in Game 3 against Alex, so interesting pitching choice from Fuentes there. Giving the same look.
Ball 1.
Yes, this is interesting scouting. If you had watched that last game, it's interesting because you could go with Donaldson. You might really trust him, and he did cause some struggles for Monty to start off that game. But once he found it, he was really punishing those outlier sliders. So I think it really comes down to how long you extend Donaldson. If you could throw him off for a couple innings, that was probably the objective, but already 3 runs off of him. Definitely not going the way that you want to if you're Fuentes. On your top left corner, Adley Rutschman hitting a perfect home run to center field. Kreiner's going to tie up that game. And here we go. That game's going to start getting interesting. You're going to see some potentially lower scores to start off these games, especially on your top two. For all those players are just hopping on for their first games today. But I could see, especially that Rebel Kreiner series, being some crazy back and forth shootouts as we get going.
This is a huge at-bat early in this game. You do not want to be down 6-0 in the first inning if you're Fuentes.
Yeah, and I love the patience here at the plate, getting that pitch count up. 30th pitch coming up from John Donaldson, 3-2. A beautiful sinker to get out of it, but you get through 30 pitches out of the starter in inning number 1. Now, you got to find a way to take advantage. If you could find a way to limit Fuentes here early on with Roy Halladay, this could be the type of start that you want if you're Monty. This is kind of how he's been picking up those wins. Getting good offensive starts and him a couple good innings of pitching, but cutter right down the middle, Mookie Betts will certainly not get the job done, and Fuentes is heating up.
And that was an interesting pitch selection. It was actually aimed middle. I think he threw it middle on purpose, maybe trying to get like a nervous PCI rollover or something, but Fuentes did not miss it. And you mentioned locking down Fuentes as a pitcher. It's going to be tough. He's been one of the hottest hitters in the entire tournament, and right away asserting dominance at the plate.
Yeah, you fall down 3-0, and then you just start this inning with 2 straight bombs with Mookie Betts and Jose Ramirez. And that's what Fuentes has been doing. It's been the name of his game. Just scoring and right away offensively. And, like, again, just pressure on Monty to just find ways to get out. But, oh, what a play at third by Jose Ramirez. Another great swing from Monty, from Fuentes, but big out for Monty to try to get something going here against Fuentes.
That was really impressive defensive play, too. When he got up to make the throw, the green area of the meter was actually really small, and he hit it anyways. And when your player's diving like that, you don't have a ton of time to react on that throw either. So just perfectly executed defensively and gets the first out that he needed. But you're right, Fuentes has done nothing but hit this tournament. And you wonder if fatigue starts to play a factor for Monty. If Fuentes continues to hit, this will be the second consecutive series where Monty has had to keep up with somebody that just can't be stopped.
Yeah, and it's just a battle of how long you can keep it up. It's now series number 2. You had a good amount of games. It's tough to stay consistent offensively for so long, and that's what makes some of these hitters so different. Someone like Fuentes is just so good offensively all the time. It's almost like you're playing a game of keeping up with him the entire time. Here we go, 3-2 count. Going to try to locate an away cutter to Ronald Acuna. And I really like that swing. Not early on it. Not doing a good job of sitting back in that away cutter. It's a hair bit late. Now he gets another 3-2 pitch with Ronald Acuna at the plate. There's the splitter. And he's sitting back on 2 slow pitches away here in a row. He's going to try to hit
confident swings.
Yeah, those are tough swings, especially when you're trying to be mentally ready for inside velocity. To sit back on a way cutter, a way splitter. But the fact that he's slowing down to that properly is a good sign if you're him. You just got to find that timing to keep those fair next time.
Yeah, and he's just late on a lot of the pitches outside, which means you're right, he's seeing them very well. And even the check swings on pitches just off the plate, showing some good discipline. Interesting spot here, 0-2 though.
That's a ball. Outside.
And yeah, with these dudes on legend difficulty, it's so difficult a lot of times just to get that velocity. But if you're sitting back on away pitches like that, it just tells me that you're reading the pitch well. That 98-mile-per-hour sinker doesn't really worry you at all. You're confident you're going to catch up to that, but also sit back on the away stuff.
And it's extra important in a spot like this with the double play as a factor to not be early on those outside pitches.
Yeah, I feel like you got to try to throw something inside here. He's waiting for those outside pitches in. Monty's just being relentless. There, that's a beautiful sinker just below the zone. Gets him to bite. 36 speed, won't beat that out. And that's an inning double play.
That's a great pitch. We talked about the play discipline from Fuentes in the first, but that was like a war of attrition just in that at bat. How many balls can you foul off and still lay off of the pitches that aren't on the plate? Finally got him to chase at the end of that at bat.
And that's some good pitching. He just really focused on that outside part of the plate and kept his eyes there. Almost made him expect that away pitch in the zone. But then he just sprinkles in a sinker below the zone there in that 2-strike count. And it gets him to get that ground ball double play as we go back to our red zone coverage. Pitching Rebel on your top left corner up to a 2-1 start versus Kreiner over at Ship-It Stadium. Willsey up 4-2 on your bottom left game. On your top right corner, we got Jado Wavy and Alex DeKill. Alex currently up 1-0, I believe. And then bottom right.
I tell you what. Sorry, Scan. I tell you what. Rebels, Commerce Comet, Mickey Mantle just went deep, and I've seen that card do nothing but hit home runs for Rebel. That has to be like the most valuable wild card.
I agree. He's been unreal. And like, this is where the wild card fun gets into play is you see while Mickey Mantle is nearly an obvious wild card for a lot of people with how good of the card he is. In this tournament, no one else is really wild carding him. He's been the one who's really exclusively done it, and he's come up huge for him all tournament. And this is where those decisions come into play. If you could wild card that one card you really like and it really helps you, it can make a ton of a difference like it is for Rebel here. And as good of a start as you could ask for against Kreiner up 3-1.
Ball. No,
on your top right corner, Alex Kakil and Jado. Again, upper bracket game. Jado is rallying at the plate here. Nobody out. Runners on first and second with Ronald Acuna up. It looks like he's going to induce an out, but that runner gets over to third. Now you've got runners on the corner for Cattell Marte. And Jado looking to make some sort of an impact here. You got ducks on a pond, an opportunity to tie this game up against Alex, who has been an offensive force. And he gets that up and in fastball. The difference of that pitch is that it's the four seam and not the cutter. It's a deep fly ball to center, which should score that tying run, but could have been more if it were a cutter instead.
That's why you throw the four seam to miss the PCI just like that. And in our upper bracket games, the top two on screen, our two most impressive performances yesterday, Kreiner and Kakil, both off to slow starts offensively.
And yeah, like we've seen, you got to wonder if they're going to find it at some point, if they're just warming up because it's their first games of the day. You have no idea how to gauge it. You kind of got to keep an eye out on how many swings are even piecing up, how many bad pitches they're swinging at to really gauge how they're doing at the plate. But I'll tell you this, Pitching Rebel is off to a fantastic start, getting that pitch count up, hitting some home runs early on, and you have to take advantage of your opponent if they are struggling to warm up a bit, as that's also hit down the line by Ellie De La Cruz. And Rebel off to a hot start here, now with runners on second and third with 2 outs.
Stadium choice playing big there too, with it ricocheting off that short wall and left, could not send the runner, so he's going to need another hit here to get that runner in from third.
And another interesting choice for Pitching Rebel, Ernie Banks. You haven't seen him too much out of players. I think he has him over at first base.
Yeah, Ernie Banks is a popular pick, especially on shortstop teams, because he does have that first base secondary, and the contact boosts are so good for him. Basically gives him max out contact.
Absolutely. And yeah, that's some of the discrepancy you see. You see the captain boost and what teams people are running. Is that's hit high and deep to right field by Ernie Banks. That's going to curve foul. Just misses a 3-run homer, which would have been huge.
Oh, that's inside.
But still a 2-2 count with 2 outs. 2 runners on. And here's the pitch from Roy Halladay.
3-2.
It's a great take. Now a 3-2 count. Gotta be very careful here if you're Kreiner. You don't want to give him something too well to hit. And a perfectly located sinker. And he gets out of it.
Great decision there to throw a ball in a 3-2 count. Open base at first. A walk doesn't hurt you. At least not that at bat. And he gets Rebel to chase.
And that's some of the strategy. Sometimes in 3-2 counts, you just feel like your opponent has to attack the zone. So you turn on the green light a little bit, and in that case, it hurts Rebel expanding that zone a little bit. But here you go. If you're Kreiner, you see Rebel getting off to a good start. You got to find a way to get going against Al Leiter here.
And you know he will. It's just a matter of time. And so if you're Rebel, you know, offense is just as important as defense.
And even though Kreiner's losing here, as this will be a fly out to deep right field by Jose Ramirez, he's at least seen a lot of pitches. He's getting that pitch count up pretty quick. 48 pitches here just at the start of the bottom of the third. And we talk about this pretty regularly, with the bullpen being a big question mark. And someone who's struggling to get going here in Kreiner, at least getting a lot of pitches is a big part of the game.
That's a ball.
We've seen it in every series so far. As soon as you start getting into that bullpen, that's when the offense really takes off. The starting pitchers have proven themselves to just be way better than the relievers in this series. And you're right, both players making an emphasis to work that pitch count. I think Roy Halladay for Kreiner is up to 60 already, and you see 52 here from Leiter. So could see some bullpens early, and then the floodgates will be open.
And yeah, that's a part of just the part of the content in Diamond Dynasty this season is that there's a lot of great starting pitching, but not as many of those top tier reliever options that would get the job done at this level. So that's why you see such a common theme and why you see players pushing that starting pitcher a little bit more than they're maybe comfortable with. Those bullpens are some big question marks. You get a little bit of help with that new Kenley Jansen. Mentioned that Adam Ottavino, as that's hit high and deep to left field by Marcus Semien. It looks like we'll have a play at the wall, and it's going to go. There goes Kreiner, 3-2 game with Marcus Semien, and he's going to fight back.
And Rebel immediately going to the quick menu, presumably doing some bullpen warm-ups. But that's just great gamesmanship and a huge adjustment from Kreiner. The other solo shot he hit, well, the third solo shot is now.
What a swing from Mike Trout. Kreiner is turning it up on some sinkers and four seams that are catching a little too much of the plate.
Yep,
And while that's some early swings, that's Mike Trout and that extreme pull tendency that he gets. He can pull a ball like that to left field, especially if he gets in that earlier timing.
With guys like Trout, sometimes you get better exit velocities on early swings than you do with good swings just because of that tendency that you mentioned. Just to close the loop on what I was saying earlier, first solo shot for Kreiner was on a backdoor cutter in a 3-2 count. Another 3-2 count there. Rebel adjusts and goes sinker. Kreiner adjusts with him, expects sinker, and puts it over the wall.
And that's what makes Kreiner so good this game, is you could try to adjust to him on the mound, take a guess at what pitch he's looking for, and he can just adjust so well as that's crushed to deep right field. Perfect by Ronald Acuna, and here comes Kreiner, just like that, up 5-3.
We said it's a matter of time, and time is now.
This is how it's been for him. He can have a little bit of a cold spell, but once he gets going, everything goes his way. And just the adjustments, I can't emphasize how difficult that is to adjust on those low fastballs like he is. Sitting back in that away sinker, pulling an away sinker. All of these things, it's so difficult to do with these different players and different swings. And this is why Kreiner is so good at this game.
Ball two.
And the timing is so pixel perfect. Taking a low and away sinker, not only going with it with just late, but hitting it perfect is just so impressive because there's not a lot of wiggle room in the timing windows on Legend.
Absolutely. But if there's anyone who's going to battle, it's going to be pitching Rebel. He's had some battles of games the other day, so while Kreiner's getting going, you may start to worry, this game and series is far from over because this is just a battle of titans right now.
Yeah, this is one of the best matchups we've seen in competitive MLB The Show. I mean, this is top tier. If you're Rebel, though, you got to get through this inning. Leiter already at 66 pitches, and you're just hoping you can get a double play here or something so that you don't have to take Leiter out so early, but also you don't fall behind so early.
Yeah, it's just so tough. You don't know what to throw him in a scenario like this because he's all over every sort of low fastball. And now Leiter's breaking stuff, especially like that curveball, isn't really too useful of a pitch. It's really just the sinker, cutter, slider you're trying to rely on. Maybe that four seam, but Kreiner's just doing a great job of reading a lot of these pitches. And even a pitch like that, he might not have been all over. Does a great job of staying close enough in that timing to foul it off.
3-2.
And another full count.
So cutter was a home run. He adjusted to sinker. It was a home run. Full count. What do they go here?
Oh, he goes back. Cutter challenges him. 3-2 again. Beautiful pitch. He gets him on the slider.
That's a ball.
That's a great adjustment pitching-wise by Rebel. Third full count of the game. Throws a slider, which he hasn't thrown before, and gets a big strikeout.
Absolutely. Big pitch to go with. Yep, you know he hasn't seen that pitch too much. Got him on that cutter time in that previous pitch. They slow him down a little bit with that slider, give a little bit more depth to that pitch. And that's going to be the stuff that you got to go through the pitch against Kreiner. You got to think about those pitching adjustments all game. As we flip over to our other upper bracket series, Alex Gakil and Jado Wavy. We're in a 3-1 game. Jado off to a great start against Alex, but it's almost like the other game we talked about. Alex Gakil was off to a great offensive run so far. Now you wonder when he can get it going here in this game.
Yeah, we mentioned this may happen with our upper bracket guys. You know, Gakil off to what seems to be a slow start so far. This is going to be a huge at-bat for him with the go-ahead run coming up to the plate with 2 outs. But so far, a little sluggish offensively.
But that's a swing that'll get you going. A Chuck Nasty, perfect to left center. But that's going to be a grounder to short. And just as he starts a rally, it ends just as quick. So Alex just has to make some adjustments to the plate. He's got some pressure on him in his bullpen a little bit early here with Camilo Doval here in the top of the 6th.
Doval in already, too, so Alex must know this is a big spot.
And that's hit high and deep to left. Does it have the legs? It does. Ronald Acuna catches a hanging pitch. It takes it to straightaway center. That's a beautiful swing, especially when you got to hit 100 on the cutter. You slow down to the 90 on that slider. That's going to land, too, and this should be 2. Jado looking great to start off his series.
Yeah, this is becoming a very scary inning very quickly for Gakil. He gives up the solo shot, and then that was a cheap double on a pretty bad swing. And whenever those happen, it just seems like they're always rally starters, so immediately he goes to a different pitcher to try to stop the bleeding. Look at this performance by Wilsey here.
Yeah, he's found the offense, and he has kept it going. Ty Plays had gotten it going in the latter half of the series versus Tappy, but Wilsey is just foot on the gas right now. Potentially 1 out away from a Game 1 Mercy Rule win.
I don't know how you beat anybody that scores 14 runs in 3 2/3 innings. Like, what is this?
It's unreal. And another really good swing. And, like, who knows how many pitchers he's gone through just to try to get to this point. Like, man, like, these big starts are so huge in these games. Like, no matter who the player is, whoever just puts up that 5, 6, 7 run inning in these first couple innings could just run away with the game no matter how good the player is. And Wilsey's really trying to do that right now. Another really good swing, but a diving catch by Mike Trout. Big out to end that inning. And now Ty Plays needs to score 2 to stay out of Mercy territory. And here he goes, 5, 6, 7 coming up in the order. You got Ronald Acuna up against the lefty. And a great swing just right to Austin Riley. It's a good swing, but just perfectly located. You can't do much with that pitch. It's going to go right to the first baseman.
It's a perfect pitch, and we're looking at a potential 4-inning Mercy Rule here, and even though it's a best of 3, it doesn't feel like it when you drop the first game in 4 innings. So Ty played desperately hoping to extend this one a little bit farther, because then he's looking at winning 2 in a row with his first loss being so quick.
Absolutely, and you're seeing Wilsey really attack the corners here. And so far, it's working. A little late on that inside cutter. Tell Marte a little behind on it, and now Ty Plays is down to his final out, and 99 Miguel Cabrera making an appearance.
How about that? Came out today, Signature Series Miguel Cabrera, career tribute program. He's going to have to get it done next game, though, because Wilsey's going to take this one.
Yeah, we'll have to find more time to tribute Miguel Cabrera because he got one pitch there and flew out. But we'll have to bounce back your Ty Plays. Rough game 1, but you still got time. You could easily do the same thing back to Wilsey. He's got to get going right away in game number 2.
Yeah, it's so tough when you lose that quick, though, because it feels like you have to win 2 separate best-of-1s.
Yes, it's a lot of pressure, and especially when someone played that well against you. And that momentum really stays sometimes game to game.
This is really impressive pitching by Jado. I mean, Gakil was hitting everything yesterday. He was unstoppable, and just 2 runs so far.
Yeah, and you really got to give credit to Jado because he's had a lot of these crazy close series, and this pitching is clearly something that's given him an advantage this game, but kept him in series against other great players. That's a great swing on a down and away sinker. Is Adley going to drop that in the gap? He does. And again, Adley Rutschman, you have an opportunity here. If you're Alex, you get that 1-out double, 5 spot in the order coming up. He's going to pinch hit here. Play the matchup to try to get this offense going. And assuming Roy Halladay would stay in this game on his end, they'll look to capitalize here with that runner on second.
This is a really smart pinch hit because he also has a lefty on deck, so it's almost encouraging your opponent to go to a lefty here. Kind of looks like he kills angles to get Halladay out of the game. Oh my goodness, what a play.
That is what Ellie De La Cruz does. Absolutely scolded ground ball, and he just makes that diving play the other way. That's just an unfortunate one. Yeah, you could do that pause menu scroll. I don't blame you. I would need to take a second to pause and just walk away and breathe after that. Great swing, just a little bit middle on that PCI, and of course, when you've got Elliott short, that's just what Ellie De La Cruz does.
That's just such good strategy with that pinch hit, though, because it's a win-win. Either they bring in a lefty and Halladay's gone, or you get 2 consecutive at-bats left on right here. Going to be important that he converts on the second one.
Yeah, and he's starting to read those away pitches. Jado pitching a lot of those away sinkers in this lefty-righty matchup, and Alex is pretty much on them. So I like staying with that lefty matchup so you can just focus on those pitches, try to drop another swing into that left center gap probably.
That's in.
That's been a story for Jado, too. You mentioned his pitching, keeping him in games, and he's been pitching outside a lot more than other people in this tournament. We mentioned yesterday how comp players pitch inside a lot. Jado kind of going with a different approach so far.
Take your base.
Yeah, you want to know how I did any sort of good against competitive players back in MLB 21? It was throwing a bunch of changeups down and away with Felix Hernandez. That sometimes with these players, you got to test them on the away stuff because they're so good at hitting the velocity, turning on the inside stuff. You got to test them on the away stuff, the slow stuff. And he got it there with Mookie Betts, and I think Alex might have gotten something going here.
That is such a huge at-bat and a great adjustment. Finally does hit the away stuff, and it's the first pitch he sees from Raleigh, too. Did not need any time to adjust, and all of a sudden the game's tied up after Jado has dominated the whole way.
0-1's the count.
And we talk about those managerial decisions and who does what. He brings in Cody Bellinger to pinch hit for Jimmy Fox. Yeah, why would you do that with Jimmy Fox? Is that driven to deep right field? Is Mike Trout going to catch it? He does. But he pinch hits Cody Bellinger, and then he takes that lefty matchup, puts up a great swing, even though an out. And that might have been a swing that convinced Jado that he was on Roy Halladay, get him to take him out of the game in that at-bat. And then that different pitcher could have just been who got Alex going.
That's true. The bomb wasn't given up until Halladay left the game, and it was the first pitch.
And again, these games are like for these starting pitchers who could sometimes just be so tough to hit. Sometimes they just need to get that starting pitcher out of the game to get them going. And in this series, we got a 5-5 game between Pitching Rebel and Kreiner. And we look at our Fuentes-Monty matchup. Monty building a lead with emphasis with a Cody Bellinger perfect to right field. 8-4 on Fuentes now in game number one.
And that was Fuentes using the new 97 Adam Ottavino that just came out too. We mentioned him earlier. He might see some play. Not the best start for Fuentes with that card.
Absolutely. That's the thing that's interesting. You take that risk of bringing in that new reliever, but since you haven't used that new reliever much, you might have to get a feel for their pitch mix and how you can approach these hitters. As with that Adam Ottavino, for example, you got a little bit of a different pitch mix with that slurve in comparison to the other Adam Ottavino we get, which I believe has a slider. So that might be a factor.
You've got to figure out the timing, too, with pinpoint or analog. You know, every pitcher's delivery is different, and if you haven't used an Ottavino card in a while, you might have an early release and hang one.
Oh, and this is hit high and deep to center field by Cody Bellinger. We're going to have a play at the wall, and it's caught by Mike Trout. Pitching Rebel robs a 2-run homer from Cody Bellinger, and he's going to keep this game 5-5.
Our first robbed home run of the entire tournament, and it could not have come at a better time. Rebel showing why he's one of the best, not only at the plate, but defensively. Times it perfectly and keeps Kreiner off the board for now. What a play.
And this game one is huge if you're Rebel. Kreiner's been someone who's ridden on a lot of momentum once he got going. He couldn't be stopped. If you could steal a game one away from him, you could keep him out of his element for game number 2 and maybe even steal this series with how he's playing.
It's such a huge swing. You're right. Kreiner really feeds off that momentum. It seems like he scores in bunches. And that robbed home run took it from 7-5 with 1 out to 7-5 no outs to 5-5 1 out. And Rebel able to escape the inning.
And yeah, you're going to see a little bit of a pause here from Rebel. He's going to get ready to lock into play. I think he sees an opportunity to build up a lead against Kreiner. You got Ketel Marte, Chipper Jones, the 97 Chipper Jones, by the way, and Corey Seager all coming up this inning against Jose Alvarado.
That's really interesting that you mentioned it's the 97 Chipper Jones. That's for Rebel, you said?
Yeah, he's got the 97 Chipper Jones, and I believe he's running the shortstop captain. So he has him maybe DH and has that card boosted so he could wild card Mickey Mantle.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's really impressive. We see Chipper wild-carded a lot on these shortstop teams, but Rebel electing to use the set-eligible 97 Chipper so that he can instead use his wild card on Mickey, and it has paid off so far in this tournament.
And yeah, and so much of this tournament is just having the swings you're comfortable with. You just need enough on the attributes, and while that Chipper is a little worse offensively, he's got enough of those attributes, especially with that captain boost, where that swing, everyone loves Chipper Jones' swing.
Well, and that Chipper, despite being a 97, has come through for him a bunch, too. He hit that big grand slam in Rebel's first game of the entire tournament to really shift the momentum in that one, too.
Now we are in our 4-screen view. On your bottom right, Monty up to a 9-4 lead against Fuentes. And that's been the name of the game for Monty, getting off to an offensive start. As on your bottom left, you got a perfect from none other than Adley Rutschman. And Ty Plays is off to a 1-0 start in game number 2 down there.
That's all Adley's done all day, and a couple of interesting storylines here on the right side of the screen. Jado able to answer back and retake the lead with 1 run. And also in the bottom right, Fuentes, who has hit well all day, only 4 runs through 4 innings so far. We'll see if he can turn it around, facing a big deficit.
Yeah, and Monty's just done a good job of this all day, establishing that lead right away in the game. No matter how good of a hitter it is, he's jumping off to an early start, and this is how he's been able to battle in a lot of these series. He's fought through his lower bracket against great hitters. He's just getting off to that great offensive start, putting so much pressure on.
Not only getting the lead in a bunch of games, but getting it on the road when he's the away team, never giving his opponent an opportunity to close him out without him having a chance to answer.
Yeah, and we actually talked a bit about how that home field is a really big advantage, and when you're trying to play catch-up with that team at home, it could be tough. But when you're in the away team against a great hitter, and they score 5, 6, however much in the first inning, then you're already starting the game behind. That's tough to always play catch-up for the length of an entire game.
It's definitely demoralizing. And in the bottom left, we've got an Adam Wainwright start from Ty Plays.
Ooh,
looking for a bit of a change-up to what he's been throwing normally. Pretty similar to Halladay in terms of pitch mix, a card that just came out today, so these players have had no reps against him. And it's a must-win game for Ty Plays, so I like that move a lot.
Yeah, and that's the stuff that was fun about today's games. We got the new content drop, so you're seeing some, middle of the tournament adjustments for these players. And you're seeing them come into play as Mike Trout's going to smack a ball to the right side. And Alex Kikil is getting going here again against Raleigh Fingers. Get that home run last inning off of Raleigh Fingers, I believe, and now has 2 runners on against him, and in comes Javier Assad.
This is a big inning for Kikil. He's struggled all game. Really, the 3-run home run was his first sign of life offensively, and now he's got a chance to rally again.
Ball, that's out.
Well, let's see if he goes on that. Oh, that's a tough check swing. That's what happens sometimes in those away sinkers. You want to be ready for him, but you just expand that zone a bit. And then he bounces back with a backdoor cutter. Great pitch choice from Jado. Now you're in a 1-2 count. Almost gets him to bite in that low changeup. But you can just see that Alex is a little off. He's check swinging a bit at the plate here. Jado just trying to expand that zone, see if we can get that check swing call or get him to expand here.
And Jado has stayed away for most of the game, stayed away at the start of this at-bat. Will he come with something different here? He ends up going inside. Big pitch here.
3-2 pitch to Jose Ramirez, and a beautiful take. Great at bat from Jose Ramirez. That's what he does. Now you've got the bases loaded for Ronald Acuna Jr.
This is such a momentum swing, this at bat. You could end up scoring 4. You could end up hitting into a double play. Bases loaded, nobody out are always such swing plays in close games like this.
Ooh, he got that inside cutter. Literally just missed it. You have 82 speed on third. He is going to send him home. Here comes the throw home. He's going to hit the cutoff man. It's a tie game. Just like that.
Good swing and just underneath it. Could have been a lot worse for Jado, but still time to score in this inning for Kikill, and Jado's got to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, and you've got Adley Rutschman here, someone who has hit the ball well to all fields. Got to be very careful with your location here. Beautiful swing on a down and away cutter, but that slight delay in the jump, in case Ellie caught it, is going to actually save a run. Now the bases are loaded.
And here we go again. Another situation where you could hit a grand slam or you could hit a double play. The highest of highs, the lowest of lows. Such a huge spot in the game. And we end up in this spot in the lineup too with the double lefty because of that pinch hit earlier. You have to imagine if a left-handed pitcher comes in here, there's going to be a counter pinch hit for Bellinger too. So it's a tough spot to be in as a pitcher for Jado to make the right decision here. Do you leave Assad in or not?
Yeah, and I don't even know if he's faced that 3-batter minimum with Assad yet. I don't know if he faced
That's
2
true.
or
He
3
might
at this
not have.
point. But it seems like this is where the decision comes into play, and this is where you really think about the decision last time. You pinch hit for Jimmy Fox. Now you still have this matchup if Assad stays in. This is a big opportunity for Alex.
Yeah, this is a second advantageous at bat because of that pinch hit, really paying off.
Ooh, that down and sinker just flew into the zone. Now an 0-2 count to Cody Bellinger. Great first couple pitches from Jado. And yeah, this is where you see the steps out. This is a big at bat in the game. Both players just trying to stay locked in. Inside cutter on the black. Little early
The
on it.
tension is so high in this at bat for both players.
Oh man, yeah, this is an edge of your seat type of at bat. Every pitch is just landing close. Another 1-2 pitch. That inside slider sits back enough on it to fight it off. 1-2 again.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
There's a good take on a low sinker. You just keep working that pitch count, seeing more pitches in this at bat. And now he takes that inside cutter. 3-2. Do you challenge him? Do you take your walk? What do you do here? He goes backdoor cutter. Beautiful pitch, but Alex almost crushes it.
Look for the sinker down and away playing off of that.
Yup. He went inside, and that is crushed to right field. And Cody Bellinger in 2 straight at bats puts up a good swing. This time, a go-ahead grand slam. Coach approved on that bottom left corner. And it's a 10-6 game now for Alex.
The strategy from Kikill. The pinch hit. You take Jimmy Fox from your set collection, you put him in your lineup, and early in the game you say, no, I want Cody Bellinger instead. You smoke a ball to shortstop for an out, but it starts a rally anyway, and then you come back in your second at bat and take all the momentum back.
Man, what a stretch of swings for Alex. He fights in that at bat, stays alive, just keeps working it until he gets a pitch he can hit. And then next at bat just jumps on that down and away fastball. Another really good swing. And again, it just comes hit after hit for these guys sometimes, and Alex is heating up.
And traditional lineup construction strategy has you alternate handedness, right? Right, left, throw some switch hitters in there. This back-to-back lefty strategy from Kikill has generated the bulk of his offense in this game, and it has paid off in a big way.
Yeah, a lot of people make their lineups mostly focusing on that handedness, but with how Diamond Dynasty is, sometimes you just feel more comfortable with a player in the right spot in the order. And like you said, that's really worked out for Alex here. 2 straight innings where Seager and Bellinger were big parts of it, putting up good swings.
And they both got multiple at-bats versus right-handed pitching. And so he was able to keep the rallies going because he had multiple advantageous at-bats back-to-back.
And yeah, a lot of people would be worried about a lefty-lefty pitching scenario, but Alex just wasn't even worried. It's really paid him off. He's got those advantageous matchups, and in that inning, Seager and Bellinger both going yard versus a righty.
That was a really impressive inning from Gikil after struggling all game. How does Jado bounce back here? He's given up 9 in the last 2 innings.
Big part of that game to have that rally in the bottom of the 7th. Now you come back top of the 8th. You have 6 outs to score 5 runs here, and just so much pressure, especially knowing how good Alex is. But that's how you get it going. Inside 4-seam that he turns and burns on. And Jado's not going to go down without a fight. It's now a 4-run game.
Jado has not gone down without a fight this entire tournament. There's a reason why he's in the upper bracket right now. Every time he gets in one of these situations, he has battled and he's come out on top. And I imagine this game is going to be much closer than 4 runs by the end of it.
Yeah, he's had some next level of persistence to battle in every single one of these matchups, even against these incredible hitters. So now you're getting to that bottom part of the order. He could battle all the way here, and if he gets some runners on as that order rounds up its way to the top, this could get real interesting. And here's Adam Ottavino. New card coming out today, or that came out today. We'll be checking back in that game as we get closer to crunch time. As we flip over here, we got Fuentes and Monty. And you see Monty is starting to run away with this one. This home run by Mookie Betts gave him a 13-5 lead, and he just hasn't given Fuentes an opportunity to keep up with him.
Yeah, the big story in this game is the lack of offense from Fuentes, as Monty's going to make it a 10-run lead with Mike Trout. Monty coming back after that battle, the 3-game battle, and still putting up this kind of offense is so impressive. Not showing any signs of fatigue.
Absolutely, and this is big. If you just find a way to get this game number 1 win and just have all this momentum your way, especially as the away team here, changes the entire implication of this series, where Fuentes could have came in very confident offensively, and now he's down 10, game number 1.
And Fuentes did score early in this one, so a lot of zeros in the middle innings, and you wonder how that affects Fuentes moving forward.
Yeah, it's so tough, even for some of these best hitters, to just keep scoring all day. And Fuentes has faced this battle before. Yesterday, he had some scenarios where he slowed down a bit, but he managed to fight. So it's far from over, as that's going to be driven deep to right field by Corey Seager. Now 15-6. And again, we've talked about this with Fuentes a bit. One big inning from him could get him right back into this game. So, again, far from over as we get to the late part of this game.
And he's had a lot of big innings in this tournament. An interesting strategy here from Monty, going to his best reliever with the mercy rule on the table. Camilo Doval in the 7th, trying to get that mercy, immediately gives up the mercy. And now, if Fuentes can make some sort of run and make this game close again, no Camilo Doval for the later innings.
Yeah, and even though Fuentes is down a bit here, he's putting up some solid bats, seeing some pitches, fighting off a pitch like that absolute dot of a cutter. And it would be easy to count someone out in a game like this, but Fuentes just keeps on battling, and again, almost feels like it could be a matter of time type thing. He could just get a big rally and be right back in this game. Oh, and he challenges him inside on a 3-2 pitch. And that's what I'm saying. Fuentes is just so on at all times. He went all down in a way that at bat, and then 3-2 challenges him with an inside cutter, and Fuentes still has that ability to turn on that and pull that out of here. And that's how Monty's been pitching, just really focusing on one part of the zone and trying to surprise him. But Fuentes doing a great job of adjusting there.
I will say, going to Camilo Doval in a 10-run game gives your opponent a little bit of a window if they do start coming back. You didn't necessarily have to burn him in that situation. And if your opponent's going to come back from down 10, it means you're throwing a lot of pitches too. So if that game gets close, that'll be interesting to watch how the bullpens work out.
And we're in the middle of a battle here with Kreiner and pitching Rebel. In our previous couple innings, Kreiner ended up scoring 2 to tie it. Rebel comes back top of the 7th, scores 2, takes a 2-run lead, or ties it back up 2. I think I got that score mixed up. And in this inning, Kreiner is Or Rebel scored. No, yeah, Rebel hasn't scored this inning. Kreiner scored 2 in the bottom of the 7th. Take a 9-7 game. So this is looking like back and forth offensive battle between two of the best.
It's been a great game so far. If you're Rebel, you'd really like to put some runs on the board in this inning. Only having the top of the 9th left to hit and already being down against Kreiner is not the best spot to be in.
Good swing from Chipper Jones, just right to the center fielder. And Rebel's going to go down, still down 2. And here comes Kreiner, looking for some much-needed insurance, because Rebel is definitely far from done offensively. But you definitely want to look to keep scoring here. Try to build up some insurance runs so you can be a little bit more comfortable on the mound.
Ball in.
And this is an opportunity for Kreiner to put this game away with some offense. He's got one more half inning before he has to pitch again and try to close it out. And every run he scores here is going to make his life a little bit easier going into the top of the 9th.
And I see some parallels in how pitching Rebel has approached Kreiner on the mound. A lot of inside cutters in on the hands. Some of the strategy in the pitching against these great hitters coming from just throwing the same pitch over and over and over again and just challenging these players. And Rebel is someone who's been there, done that before. And I guess that's what he's doing to stay in this game against Kreiner. The cutter that he just misses there, but again, gets him on his front foot. Now Kreiner down to his final out this inning.
And Rebel's doing a great job putting the ball in great locations in the strike zone, but right on the black. One thing about Kreiner is he has such a mastery of the strike zone that he's not going to swing at balls like that, but if it is in the zone and on the corner, he's pretty likely to swing at it. So if you can dot a little bit, you can generate some weak contact. And honestly, holding Kreiner to 9 so far is a win for Rebel. He's just got to come back offensively here in the 9th if he can escape this one.
Yeah, when you're playing against someone like Kreiner, it's a little bit of a different game with for a lot of players who play MLB The Show. You throw those pitches out of zone to get them to chase. Someone like Kreiner, you're not going to get him to chase too much. You got to play the timing game, get his timing off. Throw the pitch they may not expect to get him a little bit early or a little bit late on something. But even still, he's got such good PCI placement. He's going to battle even on a pitch that he's not ready for.
This is a big out Rebel needs to get here.
And Jose Ramirez, I've been saying it all day, he just battles in every at-bat he's in. It's unreal. 3-2 again, and that is driven to deep right field. And Jose Ramirez just stays alive in a 2-strike count in a much-needed insurance run for Kreiner.
Kreiner picking up on the sequencing perfectly. He fouls off the cutter in on the plate. Pitching Rebel goes back to a front door sinker in the same tunnel, and Kreiner was ready for it.
Absolutely unreal. Like, that level of hitting so consistently is just insane. And now he's up 3-0 with Marcus Semien. You got to be careful if you're Rebel. You got to try to get Semien out here with Mike Trout coming up here soon.
You don't want to face Trout, so you got to come after Semien for sure. Give him some strikes.
Oh, he got a slider. Got him to roll it over, but just too much of the plate. He hit it hard anyway, and here comes Mike Trout. Got that really good contact and power versus righty here.
And I think Trout's been one of Kreiner's best cards. Just seems like he's hitting moonshots all the time.
Absolutely. In the all fields, he has 2 solo homers this game. Looking for number 3 here. Gets him a little bit early on that down and in sinker. He's going to go back away with the cutter, and he sits back just a little too much. It's just unreal how well Kreiner just seems to predict these pitches. A great swing on an inside cutter is right to Chipper Jones, and now we're down to 3 outs here.
That's inside.
And here comes Corey Seager to get it going for pitching Rebel.
And if you're Rebel, you take it one at bat at a time. You've scored 7 already. You can score 3, no problem. And you just can't give away any at-bats for free. Every at-bat you take needs to be a good one. No pop-outs on late swings or anything like that.
You got a replay on your left side here. Alex Gakil picking up a great 14-9 win against Jado to start. That was a crazy rally that got him going late game. And speaking of a late game rally, this is it high and deep to right, and it's gonna go. Corey Seager with a leadoff solo homer here in the 9th inning, and here comes pitching Rebel. He's not done yet, especially with top of the order coming up here.
And Mickey Mantle up next, followed by Mike Trout. Good chance to keep the rally going here. And that's a big first at bat for Rebel, just getting on the board. The biggest thing is not making an out there, but you'll take the solo shot all day.
Yeah, and you've got Mickey Mantle leading off his wild card, one of his best players of this tournament so far. He's hitting 473 with him. Opportunity here to get this tying run up at the plate if he places it back carefully. Oh, that down and in cutter again, and he is dialed up for it, pulls it foul. And this is where things get interesting for Kreiner, is how he's going to pitch sequence his opponents. Almost gets Rebel the swing and miss on a down and away cutter. He sits back just enough on that.
Rebel was protecting against the backdoor cutter there and got a lucky foul ball. New life in this at bat.
And there's that down and in cutter again, and he just can't keep that fair, but he's ready for that pitch. Kreiner's got to be a little careful with that. Now a 2-2 pitch. In a way backdoor cutter. There was that backdoor cutter. He thought it was going to be the sinker again based on that swing timing. And it's a beautiful pitch to get out number one.
Just great sequencing from Kreiner. You know, Rebel was thinking about that sinker that he had the foul ball on. And so just a little bit late on the timing and the cutter.
Yeah, those hard-hitting cutters inside like that are really tough, especially when you're not ready for it. It could be an opportunity for a free early strike, but Kreiner went at it again. He threw a second cutter, and Rebel again just missed that outlier cutter.
2-2 the count.
Typically, this is a spot with Duvall where you'd go low and away slider, but you definitely don't want to throw it with the shift on. So does he stay inside?
Ooh, he went down and away cutter. It honestly was good that it caught the zone there. Gets off that PCI, and a big strikeout for Kreiner. Grounder, the second base, the semi, and make the play. He does. And Kreiner picks up a 10-8 win in game number 1 versus pitching Rebel. What a crazy sequence that was. Even with that robbed home run, he managed to keep the bats going and come out with a 10-8 win.
Huge game 1 win for Kreiner. Rebel's not going anywhere. If you're Rebel, you got to be happy about only giving up 10 to Kreiner. I know it sounds crazy if you're watching, but Kreiner has scored a lot more than 10 throughout this tournament. So honestly, you pitched well, you played well, you only lost by 2. And game 2 is next up. It's a must win.
And here we go, back to tie plays versus Wilsey. Wilsey had a dominant game 1. Currently up 6-3 and an opportunity for tie plays to tie it up here. With one good swing with Adley Rutschman, who's arguably been the MVP of today. Now in a 2-2 count, but he takes strike 3 on a good inside sinker.
It's a great pitch. He was trying not to swing at the cutter in off the plate, and that's why these players love Roy Halladay. The sinker cutter tunnels you can create, especially against left-handed hitters.
0-1.
But this is an opportunity. If you have one of those sinkers catch a little bit too much of the plate to Mike Trout here, he could definitely drive one to that right center field gap, especially if it's away. He's got to be careful to sit back on those away pitches rather than pull them and roll them over. But that's going to be a strikeout on Mike Trout. As we flip to our other game here, a big double play here as we end the 8th inning. Is Monty up 17-10, looking very good.
Fuente's coming back and putting up a 10 spot, though, after struggling. Just hard to keep up with 17 runs. And into this game, Ty plays first and third, nobody out, and doesn't convert. Going to be a big story, especially as the away team being down a game in the series.
And here comes Monty, another home run. He's been very consistently, now 4 straight innings where he scored a run. And the thing is, you got to be encouraged if you're Fuentes, because you're feeling the offense waking up. But this is why Monty's done so well. He gets that early lead established, and by the time you get that offense going, he's too far ahead, and he still goes.
Got him.
I'm just so impressed by Monty. That was such a stressful series against Alex K. Every pitch mattered for 3 straight games, and then he immediately comes back out here and doesn't lose any steam. He's scored a run in every inning of this game except the 2nd inning.
And this is going to be the test for Fuentes. He's obviously down 8. Whether or not he comes back down 8, You got to see if you can carry some offensive momentum into this next game, because you'll be the away team next. You'll have that opportunity to jump on Monty and take an early lead.
Yeah, and interesting going to Kenley Jansen here. You know, it's a new card with a lack of familiarity for a while for some of these players. He's been cycled out for a bit. You don't have to go to him here in an 8-run game, and you're giving Fuentes an opportunity to see some pitches from this card when you really didn't have to. And if Kenley comes in a high-leverage situation in a different game state later in the series, Fuentes is going to have some reps under his belt.
And we got to talk about that last pitch, as that is destroyed by Jose Ramirez. Great swing from Fuentes. Now he is down 7. But in that last pitch and that last at bat, a cutter right down the middle, intentionally thrown down the middle seemingly by Monty, is what got that fly out. And this is why some people say that fastball down the middle is sometimes that best pitch in the game.
Sometimes it is. You're never expecting to see it there. He also led off the game with that same pitch, and Fuentes took him deep. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Definitely one of the riskiest pitches in the game, but he gets an out here.
Yeah, especially risky since, you know, Fuentes feels like he could just get going offensively any second. And funny enough, the pitch down the middle got the fly out, but the dot of a sinker on the black is what he hits. It's a perfect out the center. It's unreal. But that's a ground ball to first. The Bellinger throw to second, back to first. And an inning in game ending double play. And Monty claws away with this win. You felt like Fuentes could have kept it going, but there he goes. 18-11 win, and he picks up a 1-0 lead in the series.
And if you're Fuentes, it's hard beating anybody that scores 18. You got to come away from that game and be happy about the fact that you started hitting a lot better at the end of it. Go out and hit again in game 2.
And here we go back to tie plays, and Wilsey scoreless in the bottom of the 5th. Still up 6-3, and here we go with tie plays again. Some runners on with a chance to tie this game. Didn't strike the opportunity last time. But here you go, now ahead 2-0 with Austin Riley.
Almost the exact same situation, and he did not come through like you said last inning. Tying run at the plate, nobody out, didn't score in the 5th. Now he gets another chance here with Austin Riley.
Now a full count. He's worked a full count here. Big pitch here. Wilsey's going to step off. Here we go again. 3-2 count to Austin Riley. And he expands that zone on a pretty good away sinker. And that hit and run really works out. Now those runners both get to scoring position and no double play.
Yeah, huge strategy there, going with the hit and run. Swinging over the top, stayed out of the double play.
And that is driven to right field by Jose Ramirez. He turned on that sinker, and just like that, tie plays has tied it up. And he's been in this scenario before, having to chase someone who's been ahead of him. And he's had a lot of battles so far in his lower bracket, and he's in another one right here in game 2. And that one's gonna go for Elly De La Cruz. Perfect. This time to left field, and now he's got a 7-6 lead.
It really feels like for these players, once the floodgates open, it just starts a flurry of run scoring. Ty plays struggling for most of the game, scores 4 runs out of nowhere on back-to-back home runs, and all of a sudden has a lead.
And it gets that bullpen. Roy Halladay was taken out of that game, and over here, speaking of Roy Halladay, he's already facing some trouble. Kreiner already up 1-0 against pitching Rebel, looking to make this a big inning, and again, taking some close pitches ahead. 2-0 in the count now.
Yeah, if you're Rebel, you do not want this top of the first to go poorly.
Great four-seam down and away. Probably was anticipating a way cutter.
That's ball 3.
But can't get him to bite in that sinker. 3-1 count. Hitters count for Jimmy Fox. Opportunity to do damage here. Rebel's going to think about this pitch. Here it comes. Inside sinker. He found the zone with it. Now we're 3-2. Oh, and the front door cutter pays off. What a pitch from Rebel to get a strikeout.
Great tunneling, sinker cutter in the same spot, back-to-back pitches, and that's a pitch that Kreiner has adjusted to in game 1. Wasn't able to predict that one this time.
Yeah, and that's a tough pitch to react to, especially if you don't throw it too often. And a splitter over the plate is going to end up in the ground, and Rebel gets out of trouble. Keeps it at a 1-0 game, so big for him to get out of that.
That is so important. Kreiner could have easily put up more than one with the way that inning was going, and now Rebel gets to settle down a little bit and try to put in some work against Al Leiter.
2 balls, 1 strike.
And here he is, Mickey Mantle, the only one who's been using the Commerce Comet. And it's been working out for Rebels so far. And here leading off down 1-0. Oh, he just misses a sinker that just gets the middle of the plate. That's 1 out.
Yeah, and if you look at the PCI there, he was sitting cutter all day. So good pitch by Kreiner, keeping him off balance.
Ooh, the down and in cutter right on the black. Al Leiter dotting that one. And then back door with the cutter. Very quickly, 0-2 count to Mike Trout. Ooh, and he goes inside cutter. Good fight, though, for Mike Trout. Still an 0-2 count, though.
Ball 1.
That is a ridiculous take. Are you kidding me?
That is such a, impossible take. He just threw that cutter down and in, and that slider is in the same exact path, and he just spits on it. Unreal.
That's a ball.
And then they come back and to pull the trigger on the front door sinker that almost catches the plate. So great pitch recognition.
And this is how some of these at-bats go. He's got to fight off those pitches, stay alive, and then just stay alive till you get that mistake. And now he's all the way up to a 3-2 count, getting that pitch count up. And Kreiner works him high. And again, he fights it off. 3-2 pitch yet again to Mike Trout. And there's a slider. Catches some plate. It's high and deep to center field. Does it have the legs? It does not. That's one that Rebel definitely wants back. He just was underneath that one. Probably wanted to pull that one a little bit more down the line. And that's what happens at Chip It. Not going to carry the same way as the Shield Woods like you see in your bottom stadiums.
How about the top right here? Kill already out to a 6-0 lead in game 2.
Man, once he gets going offensively, he just can't be stopped. 6-0, and Monty, you got to feel for him because he had that, not Monty, Jado had been fighting with a lot of great hitters here. He had a bit of a lead in that game, had him a little bit on some pressure, but Alex just broke it open and then can't be stopped here. 6 runs in the top of the first in his next game.
Kikil also pitching with Jacob deGrom, so that's only the second time we've seen him today.
Yeah, I think I really like because so many of these players are going sinker cutter. In deGrom, you haven't seen too much. I mean, you've seen John Donaldson a little bit more than him. And I like it just to mix it up.
Inside, ball 1.
How many pitches is Rebel seeing? 23 pitches in the first already.
Unreal. He's just fighting in these at-bats, not really putting up any bad swings, just staying alive, seeing a lot of pitches, and this is what you got to do. You get that pitch count up early, and you just really raise your chances of getting some sort of mistake over the plate that you could actually punish just by staying alive in these at-bats.
And Wilsey with a huge RBI double in the bottom left to stretch the lead a little bit. Went off the top of the wall at Shield Woods, was almost more than 1 RBI.
Yeah, and that's a big situation for him down there. Now ahead 2-0 with Adley Rutschman at the dish, trying to extend that 2-run lead. Great take on a down and in fastball by Adley Rutschman on your bottom left. Now a 3-2 count after that foul ball. And Mark Melanson making an appearance, by the way, for tie plays on the mound.
Shows you how important the cutter is as a pitch for these players. That's about all Mark Melanson's got, cutter and splitter. So probably going with a familiarity play too. This card came out today. Players haven't seen him.
There's that walk. Now you've got the bases loaded for Wilsey, for Derek Jeter. And this is where that cutter would really come into play. You would love to just throw that cutter away and get a rollover, but a beautiful swing on a down-and-away splitter, just right to the right fielder.
That is devastating for Wilsey. Even though he's up by 2, it feels like a lot of wind out of your sails when that happens. You've got bases loaded, 2 outs, take a perfect swing, and Jeter just doesn't have the pop to get it over the outfielder. That is so tough.
Yeah, and that's how this game plays sometimes. You could do the perfect thing, perfect pitch to swing at, perfect swing, all ready for it, and still have that not really go your way. You got to keep your head up. You still have a 2-run lead. You're winning in this series. You got to focus on the mound and see if you can get yourself a nice, easy inning here.
And Wilsey's sticking with Trevino in the bullpen, so that could be a choice over Ottavino, or he just doesn't have Ottavino. But I think most of our players have moved away from this card, but Wilsey's still sticking with him for this game.
Yeah, Ty Plays was definitely doing some grinding and some downtime, getting some new content, getting some new cards, and he's got a few of those guys on the team. But some of the players a little bit slower to make some decisions. You're probably Kenley Jansen, the big hitter that you'd see for most of these teams.
Yeah, especially because you can just go buy him, right? He's in the pack of the sellable cards. So, pretty easy card to just throw in the middle of this tournament. And it's so cool that there, like you said earlier, there's a content drop right in the middle of these series. Really changes strategy up a lot.
Yeah, and especially in that bullpen, which has been so weak for a lot of this tournament. It just gives people a few more options to side with it. It's, again, strategy of trying the new player and seeing if that throws players off, and putting yourself in a little bit of an uncomfortable zone, some players that you haven't used really at all. You got 2 lefties coming up here this next inning on your bottom left corner. And I'll tell you what, if he's putting a righty in, you've got 2 great batters in Juan Soto and Rafael Devers to add some insurance if you're Wilsey.
And this is the exact same situation that got Gakil going in his first game. A pinch hit platoon created that double lefty situation and gets a lot of advantageous at bats as Fuentes hits a 3-run homer to start off hot here.
Yeah, there's something a little funny about Derek Jeter hitting that perfect liner to right field, and then next time we see him come up for Fuentes, he just hits 107-mile-per-hour moonshot. And this is what Fuentes has been doing a lot of these game twos. He has a rough game 1, or maybe doesn't do as well as he should, and it starts off hot in game 2, and he's already up 5-0 in the top of the second.
And this is the right takeaway from game 1. Like we said, Fuentes losing the whole time, but really started hitting well at the end of it. Obviously hard to pull it back when you're down 18-10, but taking that momentum into game number 2 and already putting up a 5 spot.
Yeah, big inning for him. Jeter and Mookie Betts going yard that inning. But now Monty's got a chance to respond, try to put up some runs on his own, still very early in his game. And now, again, that pressure to keep up with Fuentes. He's got that 5-0 lead. Now you got to keep that pressure on your own end, try to keep up with them.
And Monty is probably feeling like he really needs to win this game. I don't know where his fatigue level is at, but if I were him, I would not want to go into another game 3 of an intense series with all this offense. It will have been his 6th game in a row where he's had to keep up with someone that scores double digits every single game.
Absolutely, and especially if you know that one of those players in that upper bracket are going to drop down, and even if you win, you got to play one of them next. You definitely don't want to go into game number 3 and hop onto the next series. Just 2 series in of 3 games, just a lot of energy put into that.
Just missed a grand slam there. Oof.
Yeah, good timing on that inside cutter. That smack to right field. Man, is this he's gonna score him? It looks
good
like
animation.
He is. Gets the sack fly, which is big. You gotta, even if you're not connecting on every single swing, you're getting some unlucky outs to fielders. At least getting that runner home is big. Manufacturing runs anyway is a lot of what keeps these players consistently scoring, even if they aren't piecing up swings and getting hits on them every single inning.
And Wilsey's had a couple of unlucky outcomes here in the last couple innings, but still in control of the game and still taking good swings.
And now he's in a 2-2 count. Got to be careful. Your tie plays. Mariano Rivera on the mound. He's thrown some clutch dots and some close counts here. But, oh, that's a pitch you definitely don't want to throw. A changeup right down the middle. He's honestly lucky that's only a single for Austin Riley, because that could have been way worse.
That was hung on accident, but it ended up about the best place you can hang it, because right out of the hand it looks like a high sinker, and that's why he gets the early swing over the top, but still didn't get the out. And here's Kenley Jansen in a high leverage situation.
Yeah, Ty plays just wants to keep this at a 4-run game. Opportunity just get one more out and get out of this, and he looks like he's going to get it. Hard ground ball right to second. A good swing, but again, just not enough launch angle on that swing. And it's going to end our inning 11-7 in Wilsey's favor. As on your top left, the ball is hit high and deep to right field. And that one's going to go. Pitching Rebel with a 3-run homer with Chipper Jones, and he has just taken the lead from Kreiner.
The lineup construction strategy of using the lower overall Chipper Jones to be able to use Mickey Mantle as your wild card and then still having Chipper Jones come through for you game after game in this tournament. Rebels got to be so happy with that decision.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of talk this season with players getting 97 overalls after a 99, but in this instance, it definitely is in Rebels' favor. He must love Chipper Jones' swing, and he has some version to use and now boost with him with that captain. As that is driven to left field by, of course, Mickey Mantle, and it's now a 5-2 game.
And this strategy of player choice has given Pitching Rebel 5 runs in this inning alone, a 3-run bomb from 97 Chipper to allow him to use Mickey Mantle as his wild card, who comes through right after with a 2-run bomb. And starting to pace Kreiner a little bit. It's important to be ahead in this game for Rebel after how Game 1 went.
And that's the thing. A lot of people, if they want to get their fix of a Chipper Jones, they've been using that 99, but he's choosing that 97 and saving that wild card slot for that Mickey Mantle. And it's paying dividends as we flip over back to Wilsey, and Ty plays. Leadoff runner here for Ty, looking to get him going here against Javier Assad.
And already 1 run on the board in this top of the 8th, so Ty plays trying to rally a little bit.
And we saw this, that down and away sinker could be a little sketchy to Ellie De La Cruz. He had some big hits on those pitches in the previous games we've seen. Now he's ahead 1-2 in the count. Gonna come back with that inside sinker. Beautiful pitch from Javier Assad. And a ground ball double play could get Wilsey out of this inning.
That's what he's going for with pitch number 1. Late swing. Doesn't get the double play, but you know he's happy about that weak contact fly out.
Yeah, just one of those swings where you're a little bit impatient, looking for a pitch to turn on, and whether it's just a factor of playing for a while and not being on your game still, or just not really ready for that pitch like you thought, it can get you a little bit behind on it. That's why those righty-righty inside sinkers could be brutal to hit sometimes.
And don't forget, Ty Play is down 1-0 in the series, so it's now or never for him in this game. If he loses, his tournament is over.
Oh, and that's driven to right field by Adley Rutschman. That cutter just got on the plate a little too much, and it's now a 2-run homer in a 1-run game. He only needs 1 to tie it now.
So important. Such a good swing to take with 2 outs. You're able to chip away at the lead a little bit in the 8th, and we've seen a lot of good 2-out rallies in this one, so inning not over yet.
And that's up the middle. Marcus Semien, yet again with a diving play, keeps Mike Trout off the bases. It's huge for Wilsey to get out of that still at that 1-run lead.
And you mentioned earlier, Semien with that huge defense, the diamond shield at second base. We've seen it pay off for Kreiner, and it pays off here for Wilsey too.
And yeah, at this point in the game, that is driven to right field by Adley Rutschman. Another absolute bomb from Adley Rutschman, and that's how you bounce back. You score 1 run of your own after giving up a couple, and he's got to keep building up that lead.
Huge bounce back swing there. You lose a bit of momentum, the lead is cut down to 1, and you extend it right away.
And yeah, he's got to keep riding with this momentum. You've got to lead. If you could just put up a couple more good swings this inning, this puts all that pressure on Ty Plays. Everything on the line for him. And you can tell Wilsey trying to pitch to him, knowing that he could be a little bit urgent down to his last couple innings, try to expand that zone a little bit. But you got to
see more of the same in the 9th.
Absolutely, and you only do that if you have a few run lead. You get him, you put all that pressure on him if you know he has to score 2-3 runs. So that's why all this insurance matters. You just put a little bit more pressure on Ty Plays, which just takes him a little bit out of his comfort zone. But that's a great sinker. Get a strikeout of Juan Soto.
Big out number 2. If you're tie plays, you got to keep this to a 2-run game.
There's a changeup that just ends up a little too high. He sits back beautifully on it. Now you got that 2-out runner. We make our way back to the top. Ronald Acuna coming up. And it looks
this
like
is a crazy pinch hit.
Yeah.
Oh, he's looking for a pinch runner. Never mind. I was like,
yeah, I was gonna say,
is he really gonna take
Acuna,
Acuna
that'd be
out?
crazy. Especially with not like any you're sacrificing defensively if you take out that great speed in center. But he's not gonna pinch hit. It seems he's debating a pinch runner here. I think he's gonna pinch run, get Jock Peterson there with 66 speed. I can't imagine that's too much of an improvement from Rafael Devers.
No, and at Shield Woods, the outfield's not deep at all, so you would have to hit it in very specific parts of the outfield for that pinch runner to make a difference, but you never know. Maybe it will.
And Zeffy, you got to keep an eye out on that decision, because as we're getting late game and you never know what happens in potential extra innings or anything, if having that extra pinch hitter, especially of Jock Peterson's caliber, could have helped him at some point.
And also, Jock's pinch hitter court not activated because he's a pinch runner instead. So you lose your last lefty bench bat, and when he comes back up to hit, he doesn't have the boost.
Ooh, what a play from Kenley Jansen. Did it get him out of the inning? It is a 2-run game for Wilsey, looking for 3 outs to secure a series win for him.
3 outs left in tie plays tournament life. Got to start it off with a base runner.
Yeah, and
Jimmy's 0 for 4.
Got that 4, 5, 6 part of the order too. They try to go to a way cutter here, and some great patience from Ty Plays to start it off. Starting off with a 3-0 count. Definitely got to remain patient here. He's going to swing 3-0. Sat back in that cutter, was expecting it, but sat back a little too much. Now a 3-1 count.
Yeah, swings on 3-0 and 3-1. Pretty interesting down 2. But he's probably just trusting what he sees.
Now coming back with an away cutter and perfectly located. Gets him the check swing. And man, I mean, I definitely respect the confidence. He's ready to swing at any of those pitches that are close. But sometimes you wonder if he hadn't swung at one of those pitches, if that changes the complexion of the pitch routine. Especially 3-0 count.
Yeah, if it's a called strike instead of a foul ball, maybe it changes how your opponent sequences because they don't have any information from the swing that you took, right? He hits the foul ball late, so he comes back with the sinker, and then that's fouled too, and then he comes back with the cutter, gets him out in front.
That's roped right to the second baseman, Marcus Semien. Again, great swing, but a really tough pitch to do much with. Just hits it right on the line, the second base. Now you've got Ketel Marte, the final potential out up here for Ty Plays.
Yeah, you never want to see a perfect line out when you're trying to mount a 9th inning comeback, but he's had multiple chances in this game. You think back to, does
Riley make the play? He does. Wilsey picks up the 12-10 win. A couple good swings, solid contact for Ty Plays, but some pitches right on the black. Definitely an unfortunate ending you feel for him. Putting up some solid swings, but that's just how this game goes sometimes. GG's to both of them, and Wilsey will be moving on to your next round of that lower bracket.
And a great tournament from Ty Plays, and Wilsey with a really impressive tournament run so far. Again, only series he's dropped has been to Kreiner, so he has been playing as good as anybody in this tournament.
This is a big scenario. Kreiner at the dish, down 4 against pitching Rebel, who's established some early game momentum. And I just got to look at that pitch count. Kreiner is down 4, only 2 runs, but we're getting towards 80 pitches from Roy Halladay here in the third.
That's just unreal. And again, these players can only use 1 starter, so Halladay will be gone soon.
Like, it almost feels like some strategy just to be very patient, just drive that pitch count up in those first couple innings and just get to that bullpen right away. And that's driven to deep right field by Trevor Story. Doesn't have the legs, it does not. That's a deep fly out to the warning track. That is a big sigh of relief if you're Rebel.
That's a good swing, but it's one of the reasons you pick Ship It over something like Shieldwoods is because swings like that can stay in sometimes. Sometimes it helps you, sometimes it hurts you, and Rebel's very happy with his stadium choice after that swing.
Absolutely. It's kind of crazy thing about Rebels scored 6 and is actually faced less overall pitches than Kreiner here.
3-2.
As we are through the 3rd inning. Like, we might have a full start from Roy Halladay on the other side of things just in the 3rd inning. Like, that's a lot of pressure on Rebel, even with the lead, just to tap that bullpen so early.
Yeah, that's crazy. I got to imagine Kreiner has worked some walks in there, but I'd like to see the foul ball counter too. It's just that is so many pitches for 3 innings.
It's so difficult to be so consistent with your PCI and timing to foul off that much and just stay alive in those at bats. That's a great swing, but again, just right on the black, right to second base.
And that's below the zone, so it's a pitch that's hard to get underneath, so he just couldn't lift it enough to get it over the second baseman. And a good bounce back inning pitching wise here for Kreiner. He's going to need to try to keep Rebel contained as he tries to mount a comeback.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you're seeing here in these last few games, is with how the pitching is playing in his game. That's a good pitch. Sometimes that pitch location reigns supreme, even with a perfect swing. And those pitches right on the corner, just below the zone, like you said. You can't really do too much with them. Even on a perfect, he's got to hope it gets through an infielder. And now that's a strikeout to end the inning. Kreiner's a chance, with that pitch count riding up for Roy Halladay, to put up a big inning here in the top of the 4th.
And in the bottom right, you see Fuentes got off to that huge start, 5-0 early, and Monty slowly coming back. 6-4 game now.
He's out.
Man, Monty just doesn't stop battling. Even down 5-0 off the rip, gets a 4th spot right back, and he's right in that game with Fuentes and limiting him a little bit after that really hot start.
Aye. 1-1.
And then Alex Gakill on your top right corner, still off to a good start, 9-3 here in game number 2. As that's going to be hit up the middle. Ellie De La Cruz will hit an RBI single, and Alex just is all over the baseball here. Now up 7 here in the top of the 5th.
Yeah, Gakill has played one of the most impressive tournaments of anyone. Slow start last game, has been hot since, and approaching a Game 2 Mercy and possible series win here. Mercy Rule run's going to get to the plate. He is the away team, though, so Jada will have a chance to answer.
Nope.
Yeah, and Gakill running that Charlie Blackmon card, someone you actually haven't seen too much out of these teams, but a really good choice, that max contact, really good power versus righties especially, and he's been all over the baseball with him this entire tournament.
Yeah, and I think he's bringing him in for his captain, if I remember correctly, which is smart because Blackmon has the pinch hitter quirk.
And that's the thing that's so interesting, is that there are a lot of repeated players you see on a lot of these teams, but it's those couple players that round out the depth of a team that make all the difference for these players. And for Alex, I mean, Charlie Blackmon's been doing that, and now he sets up a perfect opportunity, top of the order here. Mike Trout, who is 3 for 3 this game, looking to do some damage.
And chasing his 100th home run in total. He's got 98.
Man, that's a great swing, too. Even though that's a double play, it's a great swing on an away cutter. It's all over the ball to all fields. But it is a double play and a big one for Jado. He's trying to mount a little bit of a comeback here in these late innings.
Another really good swing on a pitch that's just located really well and hard to do anything with. That's a big double play for Jado. And getting out of this inning, only having given up 10, gives him some new life.
Yeah, and there's a lot of the pressure builds up, especially since he lost game 1. He's down 7, but you find a way to limit that damage. I mean, one good rally could get you moving forward here, and we're in those middle innings. Jacob deGrom might not have much longer on the leash. Might see him get pulled out at some point soon. That could be the thing that allows him to break that seal and put up a big rally.
And a second really good start from a deGrom card in this tournament. He's only been in it twice, but he's performed both times.
And on your replay, you see Fuentes, right as we talked about him potentially slowing down. He hits a 3-run homer with Adley Rutschman. Now it is a 9-4 game in game 2 in his favor. That's huge for him. Fell behind, losing game number 1. That's a great bounce back game. And I feel like he's done that a few times in that lower bracket. Just lose game 1 and then just bounce back in game 2.
Yeah, Fuentes has really been scoring in bunches. He's hit multiple home runs a couple of times. And really important for him being down 1-0 in the series and on the road. He's paced that game. He's been winning. He's been out in front the whole time, which is important because your opponent can't close you out with a mercy rule at some point. So good performance from him. 9 runs is probably not going to be enough, but you love to see him hitting after his struggles a little bit early in game number 1.
Yeah, you see Jado took a second to pause, maybe try to mentally reset. He knows he's got a bit of a gap in that scoreboard to make up here. Gets a down and away sinker just underneath with Cody Bellinger there. And talked about Jacob deGrom in the previous series being a late MVP type performance with a great start, and looks like yet again Jacob deGrom is getting the job done here against Jado.
He was absolutely one of the biggest factors as to why Monty advanced in his best-of-3 series. And again, putting up a pretty solid start, only giving up 3 runs against this level of competition. And I'm curious if other players in this tournament are going to take notice. They've all kind of ran with the sinker-cutter guys, and this is 2 times now against some of the best players in the world where deGrom has performed really well in a tight game.
Absolutely. It might not be a guy you can go to every time, but you might just need to sprinkle a picture of his archetype on your team somewhere to just throw your opponents off. I mean, these players have been facing sinker-cutter pitchers nearly all week, and now you throw them off with a little bit of an outlier four-seam, fast slider type pitcher. Look at that changeup. Gets him to bite in that check swing. Now quickly, 2 outs here.
And that's an unconfident check swing. That's like, didn't really see it well the whole time. And that's part of the reason you would use a deGrom after all these sinker-cutter pitchers. It's just a little bit more uncomfortable.
This has been one of those players, Josh Donaldson's, that's a single up the middle. One of those interesting wild card choices that's really worked out for Jado so far. And, I mean, he could be the one that gets him going. 2 out single here, brings up Mike Trout. If you got to be patient here, look for a great pitch to square up. Maybe you could take a gap into that 7-run deficit.
I think the wild card for all our players has been interesting. It's almost just been like they're using who they're most comfortable with. You know, you only get one of them. You know, got Rebel with Mickey. We had Ha-Seong Kim, who was not a wild card, but just an example of using someone you're comfortable with. And in this one, like you said, Josh Donaldson. So in the big games, they're picking who they want to have on the field, even if it's not necessarily the best card available.
Yeah, you see an interesting variety. I mean, we saw a bit of Hammer and Hank before. You see 99 Chipper Jones. You see that durability Captain Cal Ripken. A lot of variety in that wild card spot we're seeing. And it's not as simple as one option is the fit for all. Everyone's been mixing up who that is on your top left corner. Kreiner demolishes an inside fastball with, of course, Adley Rutschman. Make his deficit versus pitching Rebel 8-4, but still a tough lead to come back from if you're Kreiner.
We need an Adley Rutschman home run counter for everyone.
Yeah, if you are not convinced that you should try that Adley Rutschman catcher on your team, I hope this tournament has shown you. Is on your top right corner. Alex Gakill just keeps going. A single here with Ronald Acuna to lead off that top of the 6th. And if he string together some runs here, that puts some pressure for the mercy rule coming into play in these later innings.
And Rebel using that Ottavino in the top left. The card Kreiner hasn't seen yet, and it doesn't matter.
And that one is going to keep going. Ellie De La Cruz, who was just an unstoppable force versus righties. He does it again, and Kreiner's clawing back, now down 3. Yeah, I'm really
Fuentes also with a Fuentes with a 2-run bomb in the bottom left with Jose Ramirez. Stretches it 12-4.
I'm really interested if we're talking about switching catcher options. I really want to see how many people throughout the weekend give that Carlos Santana card a try. maybe someone wants to mix it up, whether it's at catcher or somewhere else, because we've been seeing these switch hitters have been making big plays all tournament for these players.
They really have, and Santana also 99 durability, and both Adley and Santana have first base secondary, so technically you could play both if you wanted to. But yeah, Santana, really, really good card.
Here comes Fuentes, who's been storming back in this series with a great offensive showing here in Game 2, up 12-4, looking to keep it going against Monty, who has also had to battle in a lot of these games. But you want to establish that offensive momentum, and there you go. 1-0 slider that he just slices to left field, and you could potentially hit a two-run homer here and get in that mercy territory.
Yeah, and a mercy would be huge for Fuentes. Get the momentum back, go into Game 3, and I mentioned earlier how Monty probably doesn't want to be involved in another 3-game series sweat fest, and it's not looking good for him to avoid that so far, but he did take Game 1. He did score 18 in Game 1. He's just going to have to either come back in this one or keep it together with the fatigue in Game 3.
Yeah, and this Justin Morneau is going to drive one to left field. Perfect. I was just about to say, he's really tough to face that captain boost. Maxed out contact versus righties. I know he also has maxed out clutch. And that's a perfect to left. And Fuentes looking really good offensively right now.
Morneau's a great pick on the durability team. He's really only missing contact at the plate, and the durability captain gives you a contact boost. So ends up pretty much maxed out at the plate, and Fuentes has had a lot of success with him in this tournament.
Yeah, now Camilo Doval is in. Whether or not the mercy rule happens, you get Doval out of this game before any close scenarios, which is big for Fuentes. But again, if you could just maybe put up a couple more runs of insurance and try to preserve that mercy rule, that would be some big momentum heading into a Game 3. That sinker's going to get a swing and miss and a 2-strike count. And now you kind of see why Doval has gotten the job done for a lot of these guys. He's so tough with that outlier cutter and just mixing in that sinker.
Yeah, he's got him in a bit of a rocking chair here, and a step out of the box is a good call. He hasn't taken a good swing against Doval yet in this inning.
And of course, Adley Rutschman, 3 for 3 this game. Gets that inside cutter, but just a hair late. Now a 1-2 count yet again. He goes down an in slider, gets him a little bit early. Like you said, in that rocking chair, kind of back and forth with that timing. Now 1-2 again, but a great take on an inside cutter. Now evens that count 2-2. And that one's driven to right. Just right to the right fielder. And that'll end our inning. And we're 3 outs potentially away from a Fuentes mercy. So if you can keep this scoreless, that would be huge, especially if you don't have to burn another pitcher here.
Al Leiter coming up on 80 pitches, though. Acuña's not going to run that one down. He would have loved to get a first pitch out.
Yeah, Al Leiter's gotten the job done this game, and especially in this scenario, he's just going to ride with that momentum, try to keep away from that bullpen so he could go to them a little earlier potentially next game. Just stay with the one pitcher this game. Even though you can only use one starting pitcher and the bullpen has that full energy, it would just be great for Al Leiter to finish this game for the sake of his balance of his team. But already off to an 0-2 count to start. Ooh, 1-2 sinker in on the hands. A good fight at the plate for Monty. Now going to try to come back away with a pitch here in that 2-strike count and fighting that down and away cutter. Still staying alive here, 1-2.
He's really working him in and out.
Absolutely. This is why Al Leiter could be tough. When you just change inside, outside, sinker, cutter, just changing up what it is very tough to square up anything. And he gets him a little bit late and a down and in sinker. That'll be a deep fly out for out number 1.
I wonder if you get a pinch hitter here for Belly. This is a must-score inning. Doesn't look like it so far.
And yeah, he just hasn't found that timing with Al Leiter on the bump. A little too early on that sinker there. Tries to adjust, and now you face yet another sinker. Still very early. Now down 0-2 in the count. Again, not a good position to be in. They come back down and then almost dots a down and in cutter.
This is smart pitching by Fuentes, too. He goes in, out, last at bat. Now 4 straight pitches inside, trying to vary up the tendency a little bit, give him a different sequence. Now going back outside.
Oh, great take. And that's a pitch you could sometimes guess once they mislocate down and in. You throw a ball, you sometimes change it up, go the opposite way. He just misses that cutter, though. Deep fly out there. He's just barely underneath. And now he's down to his final out to try to stay alive in this game.
Well, if you've been watching this tournament, you know the right guys at the plate. And is Fuentes considering a pitching change here with 1 out to go?
I guess he is. He's going to consider his options. It's an interesting decision because Leiter's gotten the job done, but he's now in that yellow energy. It gets a little scary, that PCI getting a little bigger at the plate. But he gets it down and away. Cutter rolls it over to third, and Fuentes with a great bounce back performance after losing game 1. A 14-4 Mercy Rule win against Monty.
Big bounce back game for Fuentes, and you got to think he's got all the momentum going into game 3. Monty just escaping from another 3-game series. He's going to have to get it done one more time, but that was a great performance by Fuentes.
This is a big scenario in this game. Kreiner, who's been working comeback. That's going to be a ground ball to Patrick Corbin. The throw to second and the throw back to first. Massive double play. We just hopped in with the bases loaded, 1 out. Pitching Rebel looking to build up a bit of a lead on Kreiner. And he just rolls over a double play right to Patrick Corbin. And first of all, gutsy play to throw it to second there rather than get the safe out at home. But it works perfectly and gets that double play, and he's out of it.
Yeah, Adley only 68 speed, and that's such a big out. He brings in Claudio out of the bullpen, looking for exactly that, the ground ball with the slow sinker that he throws. And Rebel also bases loaded, 1 out, chasing that sinker below the zone first pitch. So a bit of aggression there from Rebel does not pay off.
Yeah, that was out, Claudio. That's an interesting addition to the pen because he throws so slow. And he could just be someone that throws off the hitters in their swing time because he's throwing like an 85-mile-per-hour sinker.
Inside, ball 1.
And the changeup is like mid-60s or something.
Yeah, and he throws so slow. Those bars are so small. He could hit so many spots. But here goes Kreiner. 2 straight singles to start off the top of the 7th. And things could get real interesting here as we head to the 5 spot and Jimmy Fox.
I mean, when you're playing Kreiner, you've got to convert on basically every opportunity that you have, and Rebel not being able to come through there, bases loaded, 1 out, could end up playing a big factor for the rest of the game. Left a lot of runs on the table with 1 swing.
This is where that lineup construction comes into play. He looked at the bench, considered a left-handed pinch hitter, but I don't think he had anyone else that could play first directly, so he decided to just keep Jimmy Fox out there.
2 strikes.
And I do like the idea of pinch hitting here because it is high leverage, but you're right, didn't have anyone to go to, so it's got to rock with Jimmy.
And Jimmy Fox definitely is not a bad guy. That's hit to first. What a play at first base. Wow, what a swing.
That was such a good swing and so lucky from Rebel. That was the computer jumping there, and he's able to go up and get it for out number 1. It's perfect on basically everything but the timing there.
And that might be one of those scenarios where you look back and you get that really good defense out of Ernie Banks over at first base, and it pays dividends there. As that's driven to right and right to the right fielder. The runner's going to advance to third here. And here we go. Here comes Trevor Story. He's putting up some great swings this inning. It almost feels like a matter of time with him that one of those swings finds the grass.
Ball, that's off the plate.
Rebel tried to get cute with the 4-seam there, and Kreiner wasn't having any of it, and that's his 2nd hard hit line out of the inning. Gotta imagine he finds some green grass if he keeps taking swings like that.
Now 1-2 count. Gotta be a little careful here if you're Kreiner. Rebel just been throwing in the zone away here, away sliders and cutters. Might try to change it up, get him something different. He goes back inside, and a great take. He does it again. Perfectly located sinker. Man, some great swings from Kreiner that just didn't go his way to end that inning, and it is still an 8-6 game.
He didn't take a single bad swing that entire inning, and he didn't score. That's just how MLB The Show goes sometimes. And now if you're pitching Rebel, I'm pretty sure he's well aware how well Kreiner just hit that last inning. And priority number one is making this lead bigger than 2, because Kreiner is not going to score less than 2 in his last 2 innings of work.
On your top right corner, by the way, Alex Cakill up 10-5, and yet again bringing in Cody Bellinger to pinch hit for Jimmy Fox.
Same pinch hit he made in the first game that really started the rally.
Absolutely. And that's going to be a single through the infield for pitching Rebel. Jose Ramirez just slaps it through the shift. Now you've got a leadoff runner. And you got to start thinking, if you're trying, you want to get that rollover double play pitch, but you also have Ellie De La Cruz up, so you might just have to pitch to the batter here and try to find a way to maybe get a strikeout if you can.
And he did get the double play with Claudio, but there's really only so many ways you can attack a hitter with Alex Claudio. He's basically only sinker circle change, so you've got to hit your spot, and if you leave something over the plate, it's probably getting crushed. So he's doing a good job pitching on the corners, but look out if he hangs one.
On that bottom right corner, Fuentes on the mound induces a ground ball to short. Derek Jeter makes the diving play and beats the throw to second by a hair to keep Monty shut out in the top of the first. That game's heading 0-0 into the first, and now Fuentes has been hitting. That might not last for long because he's been so on his game offensively. Alex Cakill on your top right corner just keeps on swinging. Another single up the middle. He's still up 5, and Jado's fighting back, but it might not be enough. Is how well Alex is hitting. He has a chance to extend this lead, and in comes Kenley Jansen for Jado to try to get him out of this jam.
And it could be a lot worse for Jado. Alex Cakill with 21 hits in this game, so even though he's put up a 10 spot, he's missed a lot of opportunities too. And you know he wants to come through here, stretch this to an 8-run lead.
Oh, and that's a changeup down in the way. It sits in the zone a little too much up the middle. And Mookie Betts is going to get this an 11-5 lead.
Yeah, and every run that scores is just making it harder and harder for Jado, especially already being down in this series as a whole. You just feel it start to slip away a little bit every time one of those singles are hit hard up the middle.
Outside, that's a ball.
And this is the thing with Alex, is that he's got 22 hits. He's just been consistently scoring. He had a couple of shutout innings before, but he just put up run after run after run this game. It's just nonstop pressure. When he's on his game, he is nearly impossible to get out, like we talked about with like a Kreiner, where it's like he gets going, he's so tough to get out.
He's out hit everyone he's played, and that's been the difference.
And even in a situation like this, up 6, knows he has a big situation here, and he's still fighting in these at-bats, and now it's a 3-2 walk. And you got to keep Jansen out there against Charlie Blackmon, which is definitely a scary at-bat here. Ooh, he challenged him inside cutter. Now, I don't know if Alex expected him to be so aggressive and fly out to third.
Almost looked like Alex was looking for sinker there, which makes sense given the fact that a double play gets Jado out of the inning. So good pitch selection, challenging him right away, getting a one-pitch pop out.
But you still got to get Mike Trout out here. Nowhere to put him either. Have to find a way for Kenley to get it done. Great four-seam down and in.
Hang on, we got time.
Now a 1-2 count. Big pitch here for Jado on the mound.
Ball, that pitch is out.
A great take on a 99-mile-per-hour cutter away.
Count's full.
Now we're a full count. Do you challenge him? Do you throw something in the zone? Here it comes, and he doesn't. 12-5 now for Alex Cakill.
That's the Mike Trout effect. 3-2, 2 outs, bases loaded, and he chooses not to put the ball in the zone. Trying to make Alex beat himself, and he didn't.
Great patience, even in a big situation, big lead, to just take your pitch. And now you bring up Jose Ramirez, who has also been a tough guy to get out. Again, with the bases loaded here at 2 outs, and one swing, and it could essentially be a dagger in this game.
Yeah, every run that comes across makes it harder and harder, and a grand slam even puts an 8-inning mercy on the table.
0-2 is the count.
And here comes Jose down 0-2. I bet he will foul off a couple tough pitches. That's what he's been doing all day.
Ball 2.
Great
It's a combination
takes.
of the small strike zone and the high vision.
Here we go, 2-2, and he got him the check swing. You can't foul it off. You're check swinging like that. Beautiful pitch. It's still a 12-5 game. If Jado wants to get going, he needs a big inning right now.
Yeah, 6 outs to go in Jado's tournament life. Down 7. Needs to make some magic happen. And he's really, throughout this tournament, won games with his pitching. So coming back hitting-wise, maybe not the spot he was hoping for, but you never know. He could make it happen.
So we flip back to our Kreiner Pitching Rebel matchup. Pitching Rebel with a 2-run homer in the previous inning to make it a 10-6 game right after Kreiner started to rally. But, of course, Kreiner is still fighting here. 2 runners on for Cody Bellinger. But he gets a swing and miss on a perfectly located down-and-away sinker.
That's such a huge out.
And that's hit high and deep to left center. Does it have the legs? It does not. That's on the warning track. And Kreiner's been slowed down here in these last few innings.
And Kreiner's taking great swings too, but again, the choice of pitching Rebel to go to Ship-it Stadium, that's a swing that's probably a home run at Shield Woods. Kreiner had another one hit to right field earlier with runners on that was caught at the wall, so the stadium really playing well for Rebel, and he's looking for some big insurance here. We saw Kreiner with a huge 9th inning comeback yesterday, and probably looking for more of the same here.
As we check in on our other games here, we see Wilsey had the 2-0 series win versus Ty Plays. On your top right corner, Alex Gakil currently up 12-6 as Jado is up trying to rally back. On your bottom right, you have a Game 3 even series between Fuentes and Monty, and Fuentes up 1-0 here. Beautiful swing from Mike Trout on your top left corner. Rebels still putting that pressure on, not really going down easy in any of these innings, and keeps putting that pressure up to try to expand that lead.
And if he comes away with the Game 2 win, the story really is going to be how well he has pitched and how he has pitched out of jams. You know,
Absolutely.
Kreiner only 10 runs in game number 1, only 6 runs so far. And that's about as well as anyone has pitched Kreiner so far in this tournament.
And we talked about early in the game how that pitch count was so high for a starting pitcher, but sometimes the name of the game is to just pitch really around someone like Kreiner and just make him swing at really difficult pitches, because he's such a great hitter. Sometimes you don't even want to throw him strikes over the plate. Make him hit those difficult pitches, and even if you walk him, it's probably not the end of the world.
And to Kreiner's credit, because of that pitch count, you can tell that he's not swinging at junk. If you're going to pitch around him a little bit, he's going to let you. And he's just had a couple of near misses and lineouts in this game that have really held him down.
Yeah, those first 2 pitches in this at bat, very tough to take. All 3 of those pitches tough to take when you're trying to remain aggressive and come back. Now he's ahead in the 3-1 count. Also
Here's
on our
that
bottom,
new Kenley Jansen in a high leverage situation.
yeah, he's going to be used all tournament in these situations as that's driven to right field, but will go foul. 3-2 pitch to Adley Rutschman. Beautiful backdoor cutter, freezes him. That's the first out, and he's not even going to hesitate on that pinch hitter this time. He's off his game. In comes Kyle Tucker. And that is roped right to second base. Absolutely brutal. And now he's down to his final out just like that.
And that's a tough one, and Kreiner has taken a lot of those swings this game. And, you know, Kreiner hasn't faced a lot of adversity in this tournament, and when he did, he came through. So if he does drop his first game of the tournament here, the bounce back game is going to be really interesting.
And there it is, a down and in changeup. And Pitching Rebel bounces back with a 10-6 win in game number 2. And of course, this series is going to go the distance. We got a game number 3.
Wouldn't have wanted it any other way. Two of the best in the world
Ball, that's inside.
battling in that upper bracket.
And here we go. Alex Gakill, Jado Wavy. Alex up 12-6, looking to wrap up the series. Currently up 6, but a chance to add some more insurance here in the top of the 9th. He's just relentless in all of these at-bats, just stays in every single one, always ready to swing, and it just finds that pitch, laces a sinker to left center field, and Adley Rutschman with the 1-out double here.
And Jansen up to 32 pitches. You wonder if he still rides with them, but things not looking good for Jado.
Yeah, you got to really wonder, is the low energy worth it for a pitcher who's been somewhat effective? It seems not. In comes Jose Alvarado, and in comes a pinch hitter, Austin Riley.
And more great pinch hitting from Gakill. He brings in the lefty reliever, 3-batter minimum, and now he's going to face 3 straight righties with that pinch hit. Belly came in for Fox earlier, replacing a righty with a lefty, and now the same spot in the lineup. It pays off again.
Beautiful swing on a down and away cutter. Perfect to right center, and making it even more difficult for Jado to try to come back here. There's only 1 inning left.
"24 hits for Gakill. Just crazy.
Yeah, 24 hits, 14 runs at a ship it. Like, you'd think he have probably played at one of those very high elevation parks, but he's doing this at Ship It, a little bit more of a well-rounded stadium. Unreal showing for him.
We got a full count.
Now a 3-2 count, and even up 8, he's just still going. Every at bat, he's fighting.
And you feel so helpless as a pitcher in this situation. Feel like it doesn't matter what you throw. Your opponent's just so locked in. If it's a ball, they're going to take it. If it's a strike, it's going to get hit hard. Nothing you can do.
Ball, that's outside.
But a big part of this, that this is an upper bracket game. So even though Jado has not been on his game here, it is not the end of the day if he does lose this series. He would still have his chance in his lower bracket play. And he's been someone who's been battling all day with some great players. So he's definitely someone that still has a great chance here.
And he'll continue to battle for sure. And on the flip side, a win here for Gakill puts him into the top 4 and puts him into a lot of money. So great performance all around through the first 2 days, and looking to close it out with an 8-run lead in the bottom of the 9th.
And here we go, and your top left corner, pitching rebel already off to a hot start back at Chip It Stadium here. And Kreiner going for the Corey Kluber card. Mentioned him the other day how not many people used him because they went for other players in those set collection choice packs, but already rallying against Kreiner. And here we go to Alex, looking for 3 outs to potentially wrap up this series.
Yeah, Kluber is a good card, and everyone agrees that he's good, but other choices have just been made with set 4 being a bit young. So interesting that Kreiner went with Kluber for one of his first 2 picks. We know Fox is the other one from his lineup, so it's definitely an advantage in a tournament like this when you have Kluber and the people you're playing don't.
And I will say, as I know from watching Kreiner before, he's always been a fan of those 99 Corey Klubers. I remember him bringing him in the last couple of years of tourneys, I believe, is one of his big starters. So definitely a comfort thing for him as well. Just loves Kluber cards in that pitch mix.
He's always been good at MLB The Show, it feels like.
Absolutely. That sinker cutter hits different. He's got that slurve, while a lot of these other sinker cutter guys maybe don't even have a slider. And in comes Kenley. Try to get these final 2 outs. Mid at bat here.
Yeah, Gakill saying enough is enough.
Yeah, he's like, send me home. Get me out of this series. I've scored so many runs. But Jado not done yet. Front door cutter catches the plate. And the bringer of rain, his wild card, does it again. Number 70.
So many good wild card performances regardless of who the card is.
Now it brings up the heart of the order. 3, 4, 5 coming up here.
1 ball, 1 strike.
7-run lead now.
Ball, that's just out.
Some good takes at the plate here for Mike Trout. And that's driven to right field. Gets a 4-seam and he pokes it to right. It's now an 8-run game. Oh, 6-run game. I majored in math, I promise. And here we go. Jado not going down easy.
And we were really excited about players adding Kenley Jansen to their bullpen today, you know, solidifying it a bit more as the bullpens have been shaky throughout this tournament. But honestly, from what I've seen so far, Kenley's getting hit around too. So bottom line is these players are going to hit whoever, and maybe it won't be as big of an impact as we thought.
Yeah, I feel like the thing with Kenley has been that changeup that's been the pitch, and I feel like people have been really punishing that changeup. A lot of similarities to the Mariano Rivera card on the pitch mix, but a little bit different with the cutter and sinker velocities, and that changeup for both of them can sometimes hurt them if they hang it a bit. And that's driven to center field by Jose Ramirez. Does this one have the legs? It doesn't, just a tad late. And Jado is down to his final out of the series.
And with the changeup for Kenley, it's his worst pitch, so it's the biggest part too.
That's driven to right field, and Mike Trout says game over. That one hurts the soul. You think you have another home run to keep that momentum going, and Mike Trout just rips your hopes and dreams away with one jumping catch. And there goes our series. Alex Kill with a 2-0 series sweep.
Talk about getting kicked while you're down. That home run would have made it a 5-run game, and Gakil just takes it away anyway. But great performance from Jado so far, and like you said, headed into the lowers now, so still another chance to make our top 4.
As we flip back over to Rebel versus Kreiner, you see we've got a Corey Kluber off. We're back in the MLB 20 days, 19 days, 20 days
I got a ball, 1 strike.
of the Corey Kluber days. And
this is amazing.
I love this. Yeah, everything online, both of them with Corey Kluber. They both know what it's like to face a 99 Corey Kluber. And Rebel off to a good start, up 3-0 already against Kreiner.
And they're both smart enough to know this tournament was coming up, and when they got to that second set collect choice, I have to imagine this tournament was a big factor in both of them picking Corey Kluber.
1-1.
And now in a must-win Game 3, both of them turning to that card.
Yeah, I think the thing to get used to with Kluber is a lot of these sinker cutter pitchers have sliders with a little bit less downward motion to them. While Kluber, you could throw that slurve a little bit below the zone, almost like a curveball, and sometimes could take a little bit of adjusting to. You might expand that zone a little bit rather than seeing a slider every time. But great takes from Kreiner on all slurves to make it a 2 runners on here with 1 out.
Off the plate, ball 1.
And that really is a power pitch for Kluber, especially in right-on-right situations. If you throw that slurve low and away, it's really effective. And Kreiner doing what Kreiner does.
Oh, man, what a swing on a down-and-in sinker. And right as Rebel gets 3, Kreiner bounces back with 3 of his own versus Corey Kluber.
Fox still in the starting lineup for Kreiner here, too. He wanted to pinch hit for him twice last game. You do get a clean slate here. Looks like he's going to rock with him still.
And that's going to be hit up the middle. Ellie De La Cruz will range over and make the play. And yeah, I wonder if he at least changed his bench and got someone else who can maybe play first base. So he could have had that pinch hit option. But also interesting because Jimmy Fox does have those push tendencies in this type of scenario.
1-1.
I honestly would be cool with him righty-righty. You probably see a lot of cutters away that you can try to poke to right field.
Inside, ball 1.
Yeah, with Kluber, you're going to see a lot of cutters away, a lot of slurves away with your righties. So definitely an upside of a push tendency card for sure. Good call out.
That's going to sneak up the middle for Ellie De La Cruz. You've got 99 speed, 99 stealing on with 2 outs. Here come. Oh, here we go. Here's the pinch hitter for the captain, Trevor Story, coming up here.
And to your point, it did not look like Kreiner made any bench changes.
And that's going to be a late swing fly out to right. Very interesting. I mean, That's something that you may have thought about, but also he's sticking with his options. He looks like he's got Ricky Henderson on that bench as a potential pinch runner option. It probably has it aligned in a certain way. This is where the bench comes into play this year. Do you want backup catchers? You want someone who can play a bunch of positions? You want some players who can just come up and at bats? And especially when you pinch hit for your captain card, like these players are doing with their theme teams, you're also sacrificing one of those bench spots.
Or you could do something like what Kikil has done, which is a double platoon in the same spot in the lineup. So he starts with a righty, brings in the lefty as a pinch hitter, and then later can also bring in a righty to counter.
What a throw from right field. He thought that yelled trouble. And a leadoff potential double for Chipper Jones. And again, the difference of the Chipper Jones cards actually hurting Rebel there, because that Chipper Jones is a little slower, I believe. And that is a leadoff double taken away from him.
That's a big out, and you're only getting that out with a perfect input throw from right field. So give Kreiner props there defensively. Rebel with a big defensive play in game one, robbing a home run. Kreiner with a big defensive play here.
And this game has some big implications, as that'll be a ground out the first. Because the winner of this game will win the series, moving that winner to the top four with some big money at play, while the other will have to battle it out in that lower bracket to try to fight their way back.
Ball two. 2 balls, no strikes.
And the Commerce Common at the plate for pitching Rebel. He's been his wild card, and he's done wonders for him so far in this tournament. Already ahead 3-0 in the count. Really difficult hitter to face leadoff every single time through the order. Now you've got a 3-1 count. Got to be very careful what you throw him if you're Kreiner.
And Rebel has done a lot of damage with Mickey Mantle, hitting from the left side specifically, as he hits one through the right side there again and keeps it going.
Yeah, just gets that barrel out in front of that cutter. That backdoor cutter is risky, because if it catches plate a little bit like that, it's a little easier to get the barrel on. But if you throw it right on the black, you could really get some bad swings. And now you've got 99 speed on the base paths for Mike Trout.
Ball that's outside.
Ooh, front door cutter.
This already feels like a big spot in the game here.
It does. We're so early on in this game, but you just have that 2-out runner here as you're getting towards the heart of the order. Mike Trout, righty. And a gutsy pitch in that front door cutter, but now we've worked all the way to a 3-2 count with Adley on deck. This is a big out to get. Here comes the pitch, front door cutter again, and Rebel is absolutely ready for that one. Couldn't keep it fair. Here comes the pitch again, and a hit and run. Mickey Mantle on the run, and he's going to advance all the way over to third. And on your right side, Fuentes going back-to-back. The first tie of the game, and now take the lead in this series. Both of these games now in game 3. And oh man, we're gonna have some crazy finishes with how this is looking so far.
I just feel for Monty mentally. Like, how many hard games has he had to play today, and he's in yet another one.
Yeah,
but he's right in it yet again.
That mental fortitude is being tested today for him. It is so tough to go out there and perform. This is going to be a ground out. Rebel had a rally brewing, but he's going to ground out to end it, and big jam for Kreiner to get out of. This could just scream an opportunity for you to bounce right back, take a lead of your own here. That's a solid swing to left center field, just underneath it with Jose Ramirez. And at 99 speed, Mike Trout will get there pretty easily.
He made that look easy, but he was shaded towards right center with the shift on. That's why you get yourself a Mike Trout in center field. That wasn't even close to dropping, and it should have been.
And it just feels with Kreiner here, he's been so close. His timings has been a little bit off, but those PCIs have been all over the baseball. He's just been a little bit off on that timing these last couple games and some swings. It feels like he's really close to connecting.
Yeah, and sometimes even last game he was connecting and just making outs. So that's his storyline too with Kreiner being the home team. We've talked about it a couple times. In these situations, the away team kind of has to lead the pace or it gets really hard. And we'll see how that plays out as we move through the middle innings.
And we flip over back to Fuentes and Monty. Fuentes kept the bats going as that's driven to right field by Austin Riley. How far is his ball going to carry? It's over the right field wall. And Fuentes storms back down 1 in this inning and picks up 5 runs to take a 9-5 lead.
This is what Fuentes has done all tournament, scoring in bunches. Was down at the start of this inning, like you said, in an emphatic 4-run lead now. And we talked about Monty a lot, the mental fortitude. Does he have one more in him here to play good enough in the second half of this game to come back?
And that's driven to center field by Corey Seager. Does that have the legs? It doesn't. And it just feels like Fuentes has just been relentless with the bats. And Monty's had a lot of battles, and it's just a battle of stamina. Does he still have it to keep up with another hitter like this? It's really tough.
We've mentioned Camilo Doval making a lot of high leverage appearances, but Mariano Rivera has pitched really well for Monty throughout this tournament. And this may be the first inning where he really got hit around.
Yeah, Mariano's had some clutch pitches, and he's honestly pretty good in a similar light as Camilo Doval and Kenley Jansen, just those really fast cutters and mixing in a sinker and changeup type pitch in that, where that's the type of pitcher that these guys have wanted to go to, get some high velo on that cutter, especially out of the bullpen where they've been a little weaker. Oh, what a swing from Marcus Semien. If that was caught at third base, I probably would have just broke down and started to cry if I were him. You're trying to come back, you put up a great swing on an inside sinker, you destroy it, it's almost caught at third.
That third baseman jumped so high. We need a vertical check on a replay there. That was crazy. And that's definitely, like Roflo says, a break your controller moment if he comes away with that line drive.
Absolutely. You need that broken controller on standby. Everyone needs a throwing controller in games like this. That's a ground ball, and that might be the throw your controller moment. Great swing on a down-the-way sinker, right to short. And man, does Monty can't get it going here, and Fuentes has an opportunity with some good swings here to keep on expanding that lead.
Yeah, Fuentes with a real opportunity to put this one away here. Needs 6 to carry it to a mercy, so still pretty far away, but being the home team is an advantage, and the more he adds on, the harder it gets for Monty.
And now you've got top of the order coming up. You're bringing Javier Assad to try to stop Fuentes from pouring it on, but it's going to be a tough task with Mookie Betts leading it off. And that's right through the shift.
We've talked about that a couple times, how these players sometimes have the shift on and then pitch in a way that isn't beneficial to the shift. He goes low and away slider, and great swing by Fuentes just going with the pitch and pokes it right through the open spot of the infield.
And that's the thing with the shift is, in this scenario, it makes sense to pitch away, especially when you try to get those early rollover swings. These players who are good at hitting the velocity, but you sometimes got to remember you have that shift on and turn that off, because it's also an easy opportunity like that just to poke a single through the infield. Now you get a free runner on with nobody out.
I wonder if we see the runner going here.
Yeah, 3-2. We've got a 4-run lead. He's sending them. Here comes the pitch inside and scolded right to Cody Bellinger, but no double play with him sending the runner there.
Yeah, it's smart. I was going to say if I had time too, Assad is pretty slow to the plate, one of the easier pitchers to steal on, so even if you swing and miss there, probably in there safely, and he got a huge jump.
Now you bring up Mike Trout, a runner in scoring position, that 125 clutch now in play. And he's 3 for 3 this game, so a scary at bat here.
Yeah, this is terrifying.
Oh, he's just challenging him inside, just relentless like he has pitched throughout this tournament. 2-2 pitch. I wonder what pitch he goes to. He goes to the away cutter. And honestly, a good swing just right to Cody Bellinger. Now that runner's over to third.
Perfectly placed pitch, and Cody Bellinger with a couple really good plays on hard hit balls to first base. That's why you put someone like that that's tall with diamond defense at first for plays like that.
And even though this is like a 4-run game, even though we're down to 2 outs, if you could squeak together that 1 run and make this a 5-run game, every run matters, especially late game here, everything on the line. A lot of these hitters start to lock in and piece things together in these late parts of the game. So your Fuentes, you definitely want to try to maximize, get this 1 runner in here. But he's going to ground out right to second base. That's going to end the inning there.
It's just great pitching from Monty. He gets into a 2-strike count in basically every at-bat and then just throws a perfect pitch. Cutter's just off the plate. In 2-strike situations, it's too hard to lay off of those and get some weak contact. And now he's got to make it happen at the plate. He scored 18 runs in game 1, so we know he can do it, but only 5 so far here.
And Roy Halladay seemingly had his number. This is some of the farthest we've seen a starting pitcher go into the 7th inning here with 77 pitches. And I think that is going to be the big question mark. How long do you keep Roy Halladay in? How long does he remain effective? And is that going to be the thing that allows Monty to start brewing up a rally?
Well, we've seen time and time again in this tournament, as soon as the starter comes out, the runs start coming in. So if I'm Fuentes, I'm rocking with Roy as long as I can.
What a swing from Monty. Down and in cutter that he pulls down the line. And this is now a 3-run game thanks to Jose Ramirez.
That's such a good swing. If that's a cutter in on the hands, you're shattering your bat, but he reads sinker out of the hand and puts the PCI on the ball. And J-Ram with another home run.
And a reminder, this is a lower bracket game, as you see in your top right corner. The loser of this game will get eliminated since they are in that loser's bracket, while the winner is going to end up playing the loser of one of our upper bracket games. I'm pretty sure they would be playing the loser of the Alex Cakill series, which was Jado, if I remember correctly.
Yep, you're right. Winner of this takes on Jado.
No, that missed. That's a ball.
And loser of Kreiner and Rebel takes on Wilsey.
Oh man, there could be a potential, see how that other game is going here soon,
Nope.
of some
Ball.
crazy matchups with Wilsey looming in that lower bracket on that other one.
Wilsey is not someone you want to play. Like I keep saying, he's had a really impressive tournament and is only in the lower bracket because of Kreiner. He's been dominant otherwise.
Beautiful fastball from Adam Ottavino. 2 outs here in the inning. It'd be big to preserve that 3-run lead
Ball.
here.
1-0. That's a ball.
And we've seen this new Adam Ottavino from the Career Tribute program that came out today a couple times here. Just a good comp card, good on legend, sinker cutter, weird delivery.
Ball.
Three-one to Mike Trout. A tad late up the middle, and oh, the diving play gets past Trout in center, and he should advance all the way to third here with 2 outs. Wow.
I don't hate that dive. Feels like a lot of runs at Shield Woods come from home runs anyway, and you know it would have been demoralizing for the top of the 7th to end on a diving catch. So even though he gets a triple out of it, still 2 outs, so just needs 1 more out.
And that's big. Also, like we talked about, Roy Halladay out of this game here. And solid swing. But that's going to be hit high and deep to center field and not have enough. That runner gets all the way over to third. Fuentes gets out of it.
Yeah, I think that's a dive he probably doesn't try if there's less than 2 outs, but with 2 outs, even on a deep fly ball like that, obviously the runner can't tag or anything, so don't hate the dive. He missed and made a good pitch to get out of it.
And apparently in our other game, Kreiner is currently up 6-3. Managed to take a lead against Rebel, and that game is going to be crazy as we get towards the finish line. But here, currently, we're still in another game 3. Everything at stake here. Looks like Rebel actually put up another run here in the top of the 5th, making it a 4-6 game.
1 ball,
These
2
two are
strikes.
just so good. Rebel answering immediately with a run. That one is going to be crazy all the way to the end.
Absolutely. Both these games coming down to the wire, both players within reach, all in a game 3. A little bit of different stakes since the loser of our left series since they're in the upper bracket. Still will just be in the lower bracket with a good chance, while the loser on our right side ends up getting eliminated. Wow, Adley Rutschman didn't get a home run or some crucial hit.
What?
Like, we haven't seen that much, but Jose Ramirez does, though. Perfect to left field off the foul pole. Sits back perfectly on a down and away cutter. And we talked about Adley Rutschman being that guy, but Jose Ramirez has also been one of those guys in this tournament.
That's a crazy swing, especially for the first pitch of an at-bat. Typically in that tunnel, you're seeing sinkers away, and Rebel just sits back on the changeup and hits it off the foul pole. Just incredible mechanics.
Hey, 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And Ellie definitely also a scary hitter to face here, especially as the tying runner at the plate that has maxed out contact and power versus righties. Very lucky foul ball down in the way there. He stays alive in this at-bat. 1-2 count now.
Kluber up to 83 pitches now as well, so probably his last couple batters here. Kreiner's hoping this is the last one.
That's in, ball 2.
Oh, but he's going to battle. Great take on an inside cutter. Now a 2-2 count. Ooh, that down in the way sinker. He was waiting for that to be the changeup for the looks of that PCI and swing timing. Now a 2-2 count yet again.
That's a good job protecting. He's swinging early enough where he can hit that foul even if he's wrong.
Oh, and that slapped up the middle. What in that bat from Rebel to just go inside, outside for a few straight pitches to foul him off, then gets that backdoor cutter and just hits it right up the middle. And yeah, that's probably your sign to take out Kluber. In comes the bullpen and Javier Assad.
I mean, I just can't say enough how incredible this series has been. We're in game number 3. These are 2 of the best players in the world. A lot of legacy between these two. Both ex-champions as well. And they're just trading blows here in a decisive game 3.
That's ball 2. 2-1. That's ball 3.
Ooh, that down and in sinker. Takes it down and in. 3-1 count here to Ernie Banks. Gets a sinker right down the middle, and that's driven to left field by Ernie. Does it have the legs? It does. And just like that, pitching Rebel bounces back and is up 7-6 with a 4-run 5th inning.
Came into this inning down 3. Now he's up 1. You mentioned the choice of Ernie Banks earlier. First baseman on the shortstop team. And again, pitching Rebels unique choices for personnel paying off dividends.
Ball, that's inside.
Yeah, those are the picks that make all the difference. And Ernie Banks with a monumental home run here in game number 3. Big check swing there that goes Kreiner's way. Gets out of the inning, but not without Rebel taking a 7-6 lead here in the late innings.
Hey.
And Kluber's still in the game for Rebel too. A lot less pitches thrown as well.
Yeah, we talked about last game how Kreiner really got that pitch count out of starting pitchers, but not as much this time around, but he has put up 6. That's going to be driven to deep left field, but just underneath it. Warning track power for Cody Bellinger there.
Just missed it.
Yeah, just a hair late on the top left of that PCI. And that's why you play it, chip it early on a low and away cutter. That's going to be routine for Elliott Short. And here he comes, Adley Rutschman up with 2 outs here.
And if Rebel can put up a 0 here, it's going to be huge momentum-wise. It's a tough task because Kreiner can go deep on any pitch, but would be massive to go into the 6th with the lead.
Ball, that's inside.
And yeah, sometimes, especially in a situation where you're trying to get potentially Kluber out of this game, those first swing outs will hurt you. And again, a swing that Kreiner is just laid on end up being a fly out to left, and Rebel holds on that 7-6 lead.
Hey.
As we have our 2-way camera going, we got Fuentes and Monty on your right side. Game 3 as well, but in the lower bracket, that's going to be a 1-out triple for Derek Jeter as Fuentes looks for some insurance on that right side.
Ball one.
And I was going to say, if you're Monty, you got to go infield in, but they did it automatically. You just can't give up another run here in the 8th, and he gave up 2 of them.
Mookie Betts doing Mookie Betts things, and Fuentes might have just put the dagger in that game. Currently up 5 here in the bottom of the 8th, and you also have the heart of the order coming up. 2, 3, 4 coming up. Just misses that swing with Jose Ramirez.
That home run really feels like a dagger, especially with all the battling Monty has had to do all day. I will say, if he manages to put up at least 5 in the top of the 9th and come back, with everything he's been through today, that will be one of the most impressive half innings I've seen in tournament play.
Absolutely. He's gone through a long day. Fuentes has been very consistent offensively, and if you were to pull that out of the hat here in the 9th, that would just be some insane baseball. And honestly, with how Monty's fought, you really can't count it out. You never know.
You do never know, but you wonder if fatigue did start to set in towards the end of this series. You know, he puts up 18 in the first game and then just kind of lets the air out in the next 2 games.
And here we go. Top of the 9th inning. Monty slide at the plate. Down to his final 3 outs, down 5, and in comes Kenley Jansen to get these final 3 outs.
3 outs for your tournament life in game 3 here. Monty's battled all day, and that's a good swing with an unfortunate result.
Not how you want to start off that inning. You see a cookie of a slider. Don't get that PCI low enough, and he is ground out right to first.
Ball.
But a good bounce back to start here. 2 straight good takes. Trying to get ahead in the count with Jose. Now it's a 3-0 count to Jose Ramirez.
That's low. Ball 4.
4-pitch walk.
I'm surprised he nibbled as much as he did there 3-0. You might as well just give him a cookie and see what happens.
And a perfect up the middle for Mookie Betts. It should just be a single. Runner getting over to third. And I'll tell you what, Monty's not going down easy. A couple good swings left in him still.
And he's got the MVPs of everyone's tournament so far. Some of the nastiest cards coming up. He's got Ellie into Trout into Acuna here.
And you've got 125 contact and power versus right here with Ellie. So absolutely petrifying at bat, even with a 5-run lead here.
Ball.
Great patience for Monty, though. He's starting to adjust, see a lot of pitches at the plate here, making Fuentes locate in the zone. He gets it there, though. Now a 2-2 count. He went back to that backdoor cutter, too close to take, and he fights it off. Tries again, that time a little bit more outside. Now 3-2 with Mike Trout looming on deck. And there's that changeup. A little early on it, but a very hittable pitch there. 3-2 again. And back to that backdoor cutter.
Battling.
He went to it again, and it froze him this time. A big strikeout for Kenley Jansen and Fuentes. And he's now 1 out away from picking up a series win here.
And that's just good pitching. Monty expecting him to go to something else, and he doubles up on the backdoor cutter. 1 step ahead.
And of course, Mike Trout. Probably one of the few hitters you want up in a scenario like this. Now in a 1-2 count, though. And that inside cutter, it's hit high and deep to center field. And Fuentes is going to battle out this 3-game series and move on to that lower bracket finals.
Just really well played by Fuentes in the series, and really, really well played by Monty in the tournament. But Fuentes really found his groove offensively and made the pitches that counted. But again, really impressed with Monty's tournament run. Nothing to be ashamed of, and had to battle more than anybody else.
And as we went back here, Kreiner took a lead here. Now up 1 here in the bottom of the 6th, and this is just a constant back and forth. Is that driven to right field by Trevor Story, and it's going to go 9-7 now for Kreiner.
And we mentioned in game 2, last game when Rebel took it, Kreiner missing some opportunities with runners on base, and kind of the opposite this game. Rebels 7 runs on 12 hits and Kreiner 9 runs on 8 hits. So getting it all done with the long ball and maximizing his base runners.
And we talked about the difference between the last game. Rebel was locating that pitch a little bit lower, really right on the corner, where Trevor Story had a similar swing like that, line drive right to the outfield. That time a little bit higher, about belt high, able to get that PCI underneath it and actually elevate it out to right field. That down the way changeup still doing wonders for Javier Assad. And yeah, that's the difference between swings like that. See, that's a well-located sinker right on a corner. A very difficult pitch to do anything with, even on some good swings. So sometimes it's a game of patience and just looking for the right pitch to swing at for these guys.
Yeah, and when you're pitching against Kreiner, you really just have to put it right on the black. It's really your best chance. If you leave it over the plate at all, you know he's a good enough hitter to come through on it. And Rebel's done a good job so far in this tournament. But just missed his spots a couple times in this inning.
And that's hit to deep right field, and man, you look at that PCI and the swing timing, and he must have just missed that. That'll be a fly out to end the inning.
Can't really take a better swing than that, especially with the shift on. That's a frustrating one for sure.
Yeah, that ball was absolutely sent to orbit, but too much launch angle on that one. And now Rebel has his chance to bounce back here. Top 7, Javier Assad on the mound now for Kreiner. You've got the 3 straight switch hitters, Adley, Jose, and Ellie. We've talked about a lot, have been huge in these tournaments. A good trio to have up here for Rebel.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough inning for Kreiner pitching-wise. But it's a tough inning mentally for Rebel. You really feel like you need runs here, especially as the away team. So he'll trust his approach. He's been taking good at-bats all game. He's out-hitting him 12-8. And we'll see if Javier Assad stays in the game to face this trio.
Yeah, and we compare contrast. Kreiner has definitely been very home run reliant. He's getting those home runs, chipping away run by run. Rebels had some opportunities, but has stranded some runners in a couple of these scenarios. So as we get late game here, we have to see if Rebel gets into another rally and sees if he actually capitalizes on it this time around.
Going to a lefty is pretty interesting here. I think all 3 of these switch hitters are worse against lefties. Doesn't matter here.
Absolutely not. Adley Rutschman doing what he's been doing all day. Absolute rocket to left field on a down and in cutter. And that's how you bounce back with a perfect on a down and in cutter.
0-1.
What a statement swing on the first pitch of the inning by Rebel. We've been seeing it all tournament. You're going to get those cutters in from Alvarado. He didn't miss it.
Yeah, he just said right there, I'm not out of this game. I've got a lot left in me. I got one more in me. And he's got a chance to hide his game up with one swing here with Ellie De La Cruz.
Oh, 0-2.
Now an
That's
0-2
another
count.
cutter swing.
Yeah, definitely looking down in cutter. And if I'm Kreiner, I'm not throwing any cutters in the zone. He gets that one in on the hands and gets that check swing call. You definitely don't want to throw any in the zone anymore. If he's really expecting that pitch, you just can't give it to him. You got to make him expand and think that he's getting that cutter down and in, but just throw it in on the hands, maybe throw some sinkers below the zone a little bit. You can't give him that pitch.
Ernie Banks with a chance to come through again. A huge home run earlier.
Ball 2.
Great take on a down the way cutter there. 2-1 count now. And that is demolished to left field. Ernie Banks does it again on another inside cutter. Kreiner gives him that cutter. He gets that PCI up there, and another perfect homer for Rebel. And we are tied up yet again.
You said it. Can't throw those cutters in the zone. You could tell from Rebel's approach that was what he was looking for the entire time. He got it in the zone twice this inning, and he hit 2 solo bombs.
Oh, that's off the plate.
And Ernie Banks, another one of those picks. That's been the name of the game for Rebel. An interesting mix of players have got him this far. Wild carding 99 Mickey Mantle, using 97 Chipper Jones instead. And that Ernie Banks, an unpopular first baseman pick, doing wonders for him here.
3-2.
He's had some big home runs in this game. He's carried the team.
Now you've got 3-2 outs, and he's just staying alive in this inning. And here comes that Chipper Jones, that shortstop captain boost.
And this is a huge at bat. 97 Chipper has come through time and time again this tournament.
Ooh, but a well-located sinker, that's where you want to put it. He was reading that part of the zone well for this inning, but gets him just outside of it. And we still remain tied, and here comes Kreiner. 2, 3, 4 part of the order coming up for him in this half of the inning. Prime opportunity to take that lead right back.
Yeah, you really start to feel the dynamic of home and away here. Rebel able to tie the game up, but Kreiner just a half inning ahead, and 3 outs for free basically to get back out in front.
Oh, and there's that inside cutter. Great pitch to go to right after that inside four seam. Now ahead 0-2 to Cody Bellinger. He tries to expand again at that inside cutter, but off the plate this time. He does it again. Kreiner is ready for it. Don't you dare throw that pitch in the zone, Rebel. He's sitting on it. Don't you dare.
That's ball 2.
Great
Five
take
straight pitches
in.
5 straight pitches inside with the shift on.
Yeah, this is how you pitch into that shift, and especially someone like a Kreiner, you know, is ready to pull a pitch. You want that cutter just in off the hands. That is nearly impossible to even keep fair if he gets the timing up for it. That's where you want that to land every time. Now a 3-2 count, though, and he's fought his way to a chance here. And he goes away, gets in the way, sinker right on the black. But just a little bit high above that corner to get him underneath it. You got a first out.
Just great pitching, and Kreiner great hitting too, just barely misses it and gets underneath it. But 6 straight inside pitches followed by a 3-2 outside sinker. Finally gave him the mix-up in the last pitch of the at-bat.
Yeah, both of them were just putting up so many consistently good at-bats here. It's just like every at-bat is going the distance. They're just missing their swings. The consistency at the plate has just been so impressive.
That's a ball.
That's why they're both one of the best players in the world. Every single at-bat is a challenge for a pitcher.
Yeah, absolutely unreal mix of patience and aggression at the plate. They're putting themselves in great at-bats over and over again. Now you got a 3-1 count with Ronald Acuna and a great take on a down and then cutter. And now that Assad's missing some spots, you probably got to start worrying about him. Maybe decide to go to someone else here for this Adley matchup. And in comes Camilo Doval.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Rebel going to the reliever that everyone in this tournament has trusted the most in the biggest spot of the game so far.
And that's it, high and deep to right field. Does it have the legs to leave? It does. Adley Rutschman does it again. A 2-run home run to make it 11-9 for Kreiner.
Wow, what a swing. Immediately answering Rebel's 2 home runs. And that's a backbreaker if you're the pitcher.
Yeah, and we talked about him being ready for that inside cutter. That one just caught the plate, and he was ready for it timing-wise. And here, chip it, even though it's a little lower elevation, that's going to be a strikeout to give it 2 outs to Rebel. Sometimes you just need to elevate that ball to right field and get enough over that tall right field wall. And that's driven deep to center field. That one should be caught right here in the track, but not without Kreiner taking a 2-run lead as we head to the top of the 8th.
Hey.
And in comes Corey Seager to lead off the top of the 8th here for pitching Rebel, quickly behind a 1-2 count.
Ball. 2-2 to count.
Good fight on a down-in sinker, and this is the name of the game with a lot of these late-game relievers. Hard-hitting cutters and sinkers in on the hands. Those opposite-handed hitters. It's got to be a game of swinging at the right ones and keeping it fair. That one Rebel just couldn't keep fair. Still a 2-2 count.
Seager 0 for 3 so far this game. Needs him to start getting on the board here.
And that smack to right field, just a little off that PCI. It's right to the right fielder. That was an opportunity of a pitch there, though, and he read that well. Just didn't have the PCI.
That was smacked. That's a tough out, number 1, when you're trying to mount a comeback.
And an up and away sinker. He sits back perfectly on it. And Mickey Mantle does it again for pitching Rebel. Left center field, perfect bomb, and he's only down 1. And now you bring up that heart of the order. Mike Trout, Adley, and Jose Ramirez coming up soon, and in comes Kenley.
And guess who? Mickey Mantle, yet again, the most valuable wild card we've seen from anybody in the tournament, comes through again to cut the lead to 1.
Now you get Kenley in the game here early in the 8th, as this game is going back and forth here in these last couple innings. We'll see if that pays any dividends in the top of the 9th here. As that's driven to right field by Mike Trout, it's gonna go! An opposite field homer now again for Mike Trout. And we're tied 11-11 again here in the top of the 8th. This is unreal.
Did you expect anything else from these two? I mean, what even is that swing? That's a changeup off the plate away, low and away. And not only does he sit back, but the PCI is directly centered on the ball and ties the game up with Mike Trout. Just amazing.
Yeah, and again, that's so tough to do with Mike Trout. This will be a fly out to center field. Mike Trout, when you talk about that extreme pull tendency, sometimes it can be tough to sit back and those away pitches on. But he just did so perfectly there to tie the game.
You're right. That's such an easy pitch to roll over on with an early swing, especially with that tendency, and Rebel just executing.
1-1.
Great pitch on that sinker just outside as we get Rebel to get some check swing strikes here in his later part of the game. But as we've seen with Jose Ramirez at small strike zone, the high contact, high vision, he fights in every single at bat. So far from over here, and definitely could be a problem if you drive that pitch count up on Jansen. Ooh, he went high
That's such
cutter.
a smart pitch.
Beautiful pitch. Yeah, he hit a home run earlier in the inning on a high sinker up and away. This time you go high cutter. It doesn't have that down left movement and gets him to bite outside the zone, and that keeps us tied.
It's so smart. You're right. He tunneled it exactly with the sinker that he gave up a home run on. And not only that, but it's the perfect time to throw it against someone like Jose Ramirez because he is shorter. When you're using that standard strike zone view, it almost looks like it's in the zone like it would be for other cards, but since Jose Ramirez is so short, it ends up above the zone, you end up just underneath it and flying out. And now we've got a tie game in the bottom of the 8th.
And especially with Jose Ramirez, I believe he has that bad ball hitter quirk, so you got to be careful with how close to the zone that is. But that was just basically perfectly located. You had a weak fly out to center.
Ball.
And here we go, bottom of the 8th. Tied 11-11. Camilo Doval, who's been the guy for a lot of these guys in these games.
Ball, that's off the
And now
plate.
he's behind 3-1 to Trevor Story.
Nope. Ball 4.
Wow, what a pitch and what a take for both those players. You get a leadoff runner on here with nobody out. And here comes Jose Ramirez, but for Kreiner now.
And you can feel Rebel really nibbling. He does not want to leave one over the plate. Ends up in a leadoff walk.
He definitely is nibbling, but he's lucky Kreiner got to bite on that down the way sinker. But of course, right after he does that, he has a great take on a down and in cutter. Now a 2-1 count here. And that is going to be hit to deep right field. And Jose Ramirez is going to give Kreiner the lead right back. 13-11 here in the bottom of the 8th.
Such disciplined hitting. That was the first pitch of the entire inning that caught anything of the plate. And Kreiner turns it into a go-ahead two-run home run.
It's just a constant back and forth. Someone takes the lead, they tie right back up. He takes the lead right back. These last 4 innings have been madness. That's up the middle. We're going to have a jump throw. Wow, beats out Marcus Semien, a big out. Try to get a first out here for Rebel.
That's huge. You need to get out of this inning as fast as possible if you're Rebel, and can tell with a huge play with the shift on.
That's out.
Now you've got Trout up. We saw for Rebel, had a great swing opposite field, but the trend is to usually pitch him a good bit away because it is tough to sit back on those away pitches. But again, he's nibbling a little bit here behind 3-1 here. And again, that He's just spitting on that all day. Those down the way sliders and slurves. I think Rebel wants to find the zone with them, but he's pixels off. Because now he gets a runner on first with 1 out.
Yeah, he's just nibbling. He doesn't want to leave it over the plate, and he's getting a bit unlucky with his pars. He's just not getting the calls or just missing it, so it's just a little bit off the plate, even with a good release.
And that's kind of how you got to go to Kreiner, though. You have to nibble in some scenarios, because you see he just punishes so much over the plate. He's got to be really careful what he throws him here, especially in this close game. Even these pitches on the black or just outside, he is all over right now. He's
gotten him to chase a cutter a couple times, and foul balls have kept Kreiner in it.
That's a great read. He got him to chase that cutter like you said, and just that time go a little bit further in. And in these games, the difference could just be that check swing. Just keep throwing it in on the hands and try to get him to bite in that 2-strike count. Now you bring up Acuna here with 2 out.
Another guy who's typically pitched away, but you run into the scenario of, do you want to go back to that well yet again? He goes inside here, good mix-up, and gets out of the inning.
Perfectly located sinker right there to get him to bite. Only thing you could really do is ground that out right to third, and now you bring up Elly De La Cruz for Rebel, looking to tie this in the top of the 9th. At first at bat, you get a check swing strikeout to start it off.
4 straight half innings of these players scoring 2 runs each, and Ernie Banks has been the catalyst all game for Rebel.
And yeah, this is perfect time for an at-bat for him here. He's read the ball well with him. He just missed the swing early on this at-bat. Now in a 2-1 count. Ooh, but he expands a bit. Thought that was going to be that inside cutter. He goes to the 4-seam instead. Now 2-2 on the count. And a beautiful slider from Kenley Jansen to get an early swing and miss.
That's such a smart pitch, too. Got him thinking about the front door cutter, goes slider instead, and gets the early swing.
And that's grounded to short. Elly De La Cruz makes the throw, and I'll tell you what, that's a controller break moment. Perfect round out to short to end a battle of a series between 2 of our best players in the game, pitching Rebel and Kreiner. But what a series for both of those guys.
That was everything we were expecting to happen. 3 games, Kreiner dropping his first game of the tournament, and Rebel battling along the way too. Just comes out a little bit behind at the end of game 3, but luckily for Rebel, still in the upper bracket in that one, so gets another chance here.
And yeah, we just witnessed a lot of crazy matches here. We have a 2-1 series that we just saw with Kreiner picking up the win, and Alex Gakil picking up a 2-0 series win in that upper bracket finals, while in their loser semifinals, Wilsey picked up the 2-0 win on tie plays, and then Fuentes battled to the end versus Monty for a 2-1 win, and it was lower bracket games. Big deal because they only had 1 more series to lose, and you had a lot of great performances, but also some players who end up getting the boot, and at least in this Kreiner Rebel series, pitching Rebel still has time to fight here in that lower bracket.
Yeah, and I've been saying it for a while, but Wilsey's not really the guy you want to face in that lower bracket, so Rebel has a really tough matchup there. Dropped a matchup in the upper bracket to Kreiner, and had Kreiner on the ropes for a bit too before a huge comeback, so going to be a tough series for Rebel. But our 2 lower bracket guys that have made it this far, both Wilsey and Fuentes, have put on a show themselves, and they've played great tournaments.
And absolutely on that other side of the bracket, in that upper part, Alex Gakil been nearly an unstoppable force here. Honestly, the most impressive performance, I'd say, overall in this tournament for him. A lot of 2-0 sweeps for him, and he's had a great day of games. And of course, Jado has to move down to that bottom part of the bracket on that side.
Yeah, Gakil with the only undefeated record in the tournament now that Kreiner dropped one to Rebel. So definitely the most impressive run of the tournament. Already qualified for the top 4, so we'll be seeing him tomorrow. And just a really impressive performance overall.
And just in general, all of these players put on a show here in these games we just saw. A lot of run output, especially after a little bit of a wait for some of them. Some of these players played their first round of games that lower bracket, while some of the players that upper bracket just had to wait for their turn to get going. And you see here, Kreiner just got off to an unbelievable start versus Rebel in game number 1.
This Kreiner Rebel series was just one of the best we've ever seen. Two absolute kings going at it back and forth, going all the way to the 9th inning of Game 3, and that 2-run go-ahead bomb from Ramirez was the difference.
Absolutely. Then we flipped over to Alex Gakil. He had actually been down between Jado to start off the first half of Game 1. He broke open a rally with some managerial decisions, and Cody Bellinger coming up with a huge grand slam to make it a 10-6 game. And he just kept the foot on the gas and would win that series. Wilsey also crushed it in his series.
Yeah, Wilsey's been crushing it in every series, to be honest, and that's why I said Rebel has a tough matchup ahead of him. But Rebel's been crushing it in every series, too. It's going to be a good one. We're getting down to the end here, and these players are locked in.
And yeah, even though Wilsey was on his game, Ty Plays really did battle here. He did put on a good showing here, despite coming up short in that series. And that's been a theme of a lot of these series is, while someone has picked up a loss, there have been a lot of great players who've gone down along the way. And it's just a battle of persistence for a lot of these players. Someone like Fuentes really battled back in his series, put on a great offensive showing here, starting in game number 2, and just kept the foot on the gas.
Yeah, Fuentes has just been consistently good all tournament, especially on offense. Had a tough series loss yesterday, went down early in a series today, and was able to run 2 straight and come back and win it. So all of our competitors that are left, anybody could win it, really.
Absolutely, and we were down to our top 8 there, and at that point, of course, when you get to the top 8, some people have to lose eventually. We lost a couple great players. Ty Plays put on a show today, battled through a lot of great games in this tournament. And I'll tell you what, that Josh Donaldson choice card showed up for him. And Monty as well had a lot of battles. And of course, Camilo Doval, his favorite card, was a big part of his fight in the series today.
Yeah, rocking the Dominican Republic uniforms on that card, but they're rocking with the All-Star ones. But yeah, he's been everyone's favorite tournament closer in this one. We've seen him in a ton of high-leverage situations, and he's pitched a lot. These relievers have thrown so many innings in these games with the one-starter rule.
Absolutely, and both these players, like I said, have secured spots in the top 8 already. Both of them locked into that 7th and 8th spot here in the tournament. Despite them losing out today, still put on a great show and still guaranteed themselves some money and a good spot here overall.
Yeah, great performances, even from those who didn't make it all the way to here, and walking away with a little bit of cash and a lot of respect. Just great performances all around. Even the guys who dropped the series in the end played extremely well. We haven't really seen anybody have a bad game this entire day, which is kind of crazy this deep into a tournament, and I've been really impressed with everyone's play throughout.
Absolutely, and to remind you all, in terms of some cards that have shown up in today, we have some great content you can get. You have your Tops Now, whether it's these September Tops Now cards, maybe you want to build up your Cubs Steam team with that Pete Crow Armstrong and Nico Horner card, or build up some other teams with those other Tops Now cards, including that really good 97 Jose Abreu.
And do your Tops Now. Helps you with the set collection, helps you with the monthly awards program that's inevitably coming out, getting you a little points boost there in that program, and help you work your way to maybe a Corey Kluber, who both Rebel and Kreiner think was the pitcher they wanted to go to in a must-win game.
Absolutely. And we're going to be taking a break here as we head into the latter part of our games. We still have one more group of great games in store to watch, so we want to see you back here after a short break. A lot of great baseball to watch, and we'll see you guys back here soon. are back. Welcome back to day 2 of our group play here in the MLB The Show 23 Championship Series. I'm Scan, this is Brev, and we've watched a lot of great baseball, but I'll tell you what, we've got a lot of great games left here today. Some crazy games left. What do you think, Brev?
Yeah, win or go home for the games we have left. And all 4 of our players still to play today have had great tournament runs. We're looking at 2 really good matchups here to round out the day.
Yeah, in our bracket here today, you see Kreiner picking up the 2-1 series win in that upper bracket, guaranteeing him a top 4 placement. But that also means Pitching Rebel moves down to that lower bracket, having to take down the offensive powerhouse of Wilsey.
And Wilsey's had a great tournament, talked about it a lot, but let's be honest, Rebels had a great tournament too. That matchup is going to be crazy.
And on this side, we had Alex Gakil picking up a 2-0 sweep against Jado, and he's been great so far. But Jado again has to bump down to Fuentes, who has also been on his game offensively these last few series. And this last series for both of these games, they are going to be crazy.
Yeah, Fuentes has been an offensive powerhouse the entire tournament, and Jado has really won a lot of his games with smart pitching and disciplined hitting. So that's an interesting matchup to look out for as well. Jado's pitching versus Fuentes hitting, and on the other side, Rebel and Wilsey both knocked into the lower back bracket by Kreiner, and so both of them trying to extend their tournament life after playing really good tournaments. And Kreiner and Gakil moving on to Saturday.
And yeah, like we said, we got some crazy matchups here. Group A and Group B, lower bracket finals. Again, all these players are looking for a spot in that top 4. And it's down to this one series. Loser goes home and gets the boot from our bracket here. And we're right here into game number 1. Pitching Rebel versus Wilsey. And man, Rebel's got to take down another really good hitter in another series.
And how about this Corey Kluber pick? He goes with him in Game 3 last series. Must have liked what he saw. Comes right out of the gate with another Kluber start.
And yeah, Wilsey hasn't seen Kluber at all today, so it could be something to throw him off his game, give him a little bit of a different look than what he's seen so far.
He pitched really well last game against Kreiner. Honestly, I think he gave up 6 through 6, which is saying a lot when you're facing Kreiner.
Yeah, to say that, that was a good start. He gave up 6 and 6, but against Kreiner and how he hits, you celebrate that all day.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the averages these guys put up with their cards. Wilsey's Acuna's at 486, and it's really a hitter's game.
And yeah, good patience for Wilsey to start here. 3-0 count, but now back to a 3-2 count and some away cutters. He's going to go down the away slurve, and that's hit high and deep to center. Honestly, a very good swing, but just missed it. And honestly, might want to sit back on that a little bit more and try to hit it to right.
It was a really good swing, but as you mentioned, that's the pitch that separates Kluber from these other sinker cutter guys, the power slurve, and it's especially effective against right-handers. He tried to throw that a couple times in 3-2 counts to Kreiner, and every time it ran a bit off the plate and Kreiner took the walk. He gets that one over the plate for a strike and gets a crucial first out of the game.
Absolutely, and I'm interested to see how Wilsey does because, of course, Rebel went the distance in this series, and he's had a little bit of time to cool down while the rest of those other series finished, and he was hitting so well. I'm interested to see if he picks it right back up or if he's got to take a few innings to adjust. That's a beautiful cutter in on the hands. That's 2 quick outs for Corey Kluber.
Yeah, and the combination of Kluber and Wilsey having some time off between his last games, or between now and his last games, could act as a double negative for Wilsey here. Not only is he uncomfortable because he might have to get his mechanics back a little bit, but he's uncomfortable because he hasn't seen this pitcher. So really smart starting pitching choice from Rebel, and it'll be interesting to see how our former upper bracket players perform too, Rebel and Jado. This is the first series that they're playing where if they lose, they go home.
Absolutely. An interesting thing with Wilsey, since we're getting some time to dive into his team here, I feel like he's got a very righty-heavy lineup overall, but he does not care. Marcus Semien gets an inside sinker on the hands, and he's up to a 1-0 start here in the top of the first.
Semien's been Wilsey's best card. He had a 4-home-run game with him in round 1 yesterday. Continues the dominance.
Beautiful swing on an inside sinker. That's the type of swing you want to see to get you going. Turn it in on some high velo sinkers in on the hands righty-righty, because if you let that pitch beat you for a while, then it's really setting you up for a lot of free outs.
You're absolutely right, though. Tons of righties in Wilsey's lineup. And maybe he's expecting Leiter to come out in game one, or maybe he's just more comfortable with righties. But again, that slurve is going to be the best pitch, especially right on right. He's going to have to learn how to hit that.
And yeah, it's got to be a comfort thing. You see that 581 batting average on your bottom right corner with Austin Riley. He's read with every pitch with him at the plate real well. If you're hitting 581, you're consistently squaring up pitches with them.
Yeah, you're getting a hit 3 out of 5 at bats. I'll take that regardless of the handedness.
Absolutely, and he works a great count here. Gets on base, and you see that pitch count in your bottom right corner. 22 pitches for Kluber here. And this is where we talked about last game. Rebel tries to nitpick around the plate here, trying to either get those pitches right on the corners or just get him to chase. And Wilsey just being very patient, being very selective here. Now he's got 2 runners on here. And again, pressure starts setting with that pitch count getting up.
Yeah, this is an impressive first inning from Wilsey. He did have the 1 check swing strikeout, but every other at bat has been really good swings, even the one that made an out. So not looking too terrible against Kluber here early.
I'm interested to see how much Rebel attacks the zone with Kluber here too. You're really relying on those sinkers and cutters to get you those strikes, but also Wilsey's been all over them this game. So you got to find that balancing act of where to throw in the zone while also not giving him pitches he can hit. There it is, inside cutter on the hands. Threw some sinkers down the way to get his eyes outside and comes back inside. It gets a late swing out of Ellie, and it's only a 1-run first, and here's Al Leiter on the bump for Wilsey.
Pretty good inning from both players there. If you're Rebel, you're happy about only giving up 1 with those 2 runners on towards the end of the inning, and if you're Wilsey, you're happy you came out and scored after a long break.
And on your right side, we have our other lower bracket finals game. Fuentes versus Jado Wavy. Jado just got dropped out of that upper bracket, but Fuentes has put up a very good run in that lower bracket here, and just like that, Jado has a leadoff runner and Ellie De La Cruz on base.
And a 0 in the top of the first for Fuentes, who also hasn't played in a while, so a couple of slow starts here a bit from our lower bracket players.
And Josh Donaldson's going to hit that down the left field line. You got 99 speed running, a little late to getting that ball in the corner there. Couldn't see where it was. Now Ellie's over at third with nobody out. Now you got runners on the corners for Mike Trout.
That's a ball. Ball 1, no strikes.
Donaldson, game 1 for Fuentes too. This is what he did last series, and it didn't work out too well. So going right back at it, but Fuentes has won series so far with his bat.
Absolutely. That's hit down the line. That's going to stay fair. And Fuentes has Jado has a couple singles down the line here in the first, and he's just crawled together with 1 run here with still nobody out. And John Donaldson just can't get it out here in the top of the or bottom of the first.
Yeah, 3 straight singles all on weak contact, really. He had the infield single with Ellie and then a couple of dribblers that make it through the infield. So not a lot of solid contact so far, but still nobody out in an early rally here for Jado.
That's a ground ball up the middle, but that one's going to get into the second baseman's glove. And he turned too. I thought he was a little late in the throw, but must have been a weird latency visual thing. Double play, and now you have that runner on third with 2 outs.
That's a big out for Fuentes and a relief because it's the same contact he's been getting all inning, and he finally gets rewarded for it with a couple outs.
And yeah, I'm really interested because with the length of time these guys have been around today, while Jado only has played 1 series, he's been around all day, and that's hit high and deep to center field. 3-0 swinging at a 4-seam fastball, and that's going to leave. I was going to question if you still have it against John Donaldson after a little bit of a longer day today, but Jado proving me wrong. Perfect to center field.
That's crazy to go out and get that in a 3-0 count, but you have the matchup you want. Ronald Acuna versus the left-handed pitcher John Donaldson, and this is the 2nd series in a row where Fuentes has come out game 1 with John Donaldson and gotten rocked a little bit. Remember, Fuentes dropped game 1 convincingly last series.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision for sure because he did end up winning that last series, but also he could have had a difference in that series had he not sent John Donaldson out to start. And on Jado's side, we got Marcus Stroman on the bump.
Wow, second time we've seen Marcus Stroman in this tournament. The other one was with Tappy. And we talked about it earlier, another sinker cutter guy, but it's a familiarity thing. You don't see a lot of Marcus Stroman these days. He's been out for a long time, not a terribly popular pick, especially for these comp players. So Jado's been getting it done with his pitching all day, and feels like he has something here with the Stroman pick.
Yeah, this might be the type of thing just to throw Fuentes off a little bit. Give him a different look from the outlier Roy Halladay that we've been seeing all day. But thing is with Stroman, he's a little bit easier to read sometimes. That arm slot, especially on that glove side part, that arm side part of the plate, sometimes be a little easy to read based on where he releases the ball.
Yeah, similar pitch mix to Kluber, though. He does have a power slurve to go with that sinker cutter, so a little bit of a budget Kluber, I would say. I think he got hit around in the one time he was used earlier today. See if Jado has better success.
And an interesting pitch, I'm interested to see how he implements it. There it is, that splitter. A lot of pitchers don't have that splitter along that sinker cutter mix, at least in the rotation, other than Roy Halladay, that is. And I'm interested to see how much he tries to attack with that pitch in the zone and try to play that off of that slurve.
Yeah, what's interesting about Stroman is typically he's not a popular pick, especially on the lower difficulties, because he doesn't have a ton of speed differential, as we get a great shot at his pitches there. Only a total of 7-mile-an-hour difference between all of his pitches, but you can get away with it a little bit on Legend because the timing windows are so strict. You can get early or late swings even with just a couple miles an hour.
And there was that slurve, a great take by Fuentes, and he is brewing something up. 2 runners on, nobody out. Looking to do some damage here early to try to even this game right back up.
That's 2 great at-bats from Fuentes to start this inning.
It seemed like he had a little bit of a quick inning to start, but bounced back with a nice second, driving that pitch count up. And someone like Stroman, while he's got that sinker cutter mix, can sometimes throw a mistake if you don't execute a pinpoint right, or at least just work a great at-bat. And even on a pitch like that, very tempting down and cutter, holds back and keeps the check swing back.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he chases here 2-2. It's probably going to be a ball.
Ooh, he went middle away with that sinker just outside. He's a hair late on that sinker away right now. See how long it takes for him to adjust to that this game. He's done it all game, and that is a drive to deep right field by Adley Rutschman. And we have 3 straight hits and 3 runs in the top of the second for Fuentes, and he has tied it right back up.
This is exactly the inning that Fuentes needed, and it's such an impressive at-bat. He fouls off the sinker away that's off the plate. Typical sequence would be to then come to the cutter in off the plate. Jado trying to play off of that knowledge, attempts to go for the front door sinker, and Fuentes was all over it. And Adley with another home run. He's done it all tournament for everybody.
And that's hit the deep right center for Corey Seager. A 4-seam that's a little too much over the plate. And that is going to go a long way to make it a 4-3 game. 474 feet off of Corey Seager.
This is Fuentes' tournament run in a nutshell. Taking great at-bats and scoring runs in bunches. A strong answer inning here after giving up 3 in the first.
And this is where that risk of Stroman might not be working out. Fuentes has adjusted here a good bit in the second. And you kind of got to ride with that momentum while you have it. If you could keep putting up good swings in Marcus Stroman here, like we've said, you can get that bullpen nice and early this game.
Yeah, already 35 pitches. And Fuentes has a tendency to swing early in the count, too, so that just tells you the damage that he's done. And good discipline not swinging at balls as well.
Yup, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, Fuentes just been so consistent offensively. And you think about Stroman, it's a risky pick, but you thought it could have worked out how that first inning went. But he's just done a good job of bouncing back and right back to where he left off. He's just been hitting. And Wilsey also hitting on your left side of the screen, up 4-0, and that is driven to left field by Kyle Tucker on a sinker right on the black. And now, just like that, Wilsey's got 7.
That is a crazy home run, and this is sink or swim time for Rebel. He hasn't been down like this in any game so far, even in the Kreiner series.
And that's
he's down early.
Man, 7-0 real quickly for Wilsey. And yeah, this is going to be tough, especially like almost an advantage for Wilsey that he just went the distance with Kreiner and had to face something like this, where it's like, how much longer can Rebel keep up? How much longer can he try to keep up with someone who is just putting this many runs?
Yeah, it's a war of attrition for sure, but Rebel has been doing this for longer than anybody else, so 7-run lead I'm sure is nothing to him. To his advantage as well that he's the home team. Doesn't have to worry about an unanswered mercy here with this wide of a gap.
Absolutely. And you're definitely just looking to get some runs on the board. Outlighter's had your number so far in that first inning, but plenty of baseball left. And as we've seen with Rebel, he's put up those big innings and battled before. So it's far from over. He's got to stay composed and try to come back bit by bit.
Ball 2.
Definitely not what Rebel was hoping from Kluber, though. A strong outing versus Kreiner, and Wilsey has just hit him up.
Absolutely. You go to that bullpen all the way in the second inning. So whether or not he ends up finding a way to come back, you are just getting to that bullpen right away. And we know already not many 99s in that bullpen for a lot of these players. So that becomes a big worry with some of these relievers who've been coming out inning after inning for these guys who've been some big question marks. But there's his 97 Chipper Jones. Used him over that 99 overall so he could use Mickey Mantle as a wild card. And there's that shortstop captain Jimmy Rollins coming out for Trevor Story. And it's an opportunity here with 2 outs here, or you could try to scrap together a run or two and just keep trying to poke away at that 7-run lead.
0-1's the count.
And Commerce Comet on deck, who's been Rebel's best hitter. So one more base runner could prove costly for Wilsey here.
And Rebel's being real patient on those low pitches right now. Those sinkers low, right at the knees. He's doing a good job of taking a lot of those close ones. But still behind the 8 ball here, down to a 1-2 count. And he's going to try to dot an up and in sinker. Tough to do. Now we're at a 2-2 count. And a good tunnel.
There.
Yeah, good sequence right off that high sinker. Now you got a 2-2 count again. And he goes back away. Great take. 3-2. Runner on first. Should be running here with 2 outs. He goes back inside and just can't keep it fair. Good cutter, but even better swing that he just missed, and we're back to a full count.
Bit of a sinker PCI there. You can see he's just late and to the right of the ball. And Wilsey got 2 lazy flyouts to right field on 4-seamers in that exact spot that inning. So that's something to watch if Rebel tries to adjust to the 4-seamer from Al Leiter. It's worked twice.
And yeah, that was one that caught a little bit of the plate. That almost helped him out because that's on the black. His PCI is right on it. But that's one of those things that you can't expect to last all game for Rebel. We'll probably start to find those PCI placement on those pitches eventually here. If you're Wilsey, even though you got to score those inning there, you have an opportunity to potentially run away with this game and get that mercy territory pressure on Rebel. That would be huge to start off the series.
Yeah, he's definitely in control. And he wants to keep it going for sure, and he definitely did.
Good swing from Derek Jeter. It hits off the top of the wall and stays in play. But Derek Jeter just is that opposite field power off the very top of the wall, and that's a leadoff double for Wilsey, and it does not seem like he's stopping offensively.
Yeah, this is an impressive offensive performance so far, especially having taken time off from last round.
Now behind 0-2, though, that Raleigh Fingers forkball doing wonders because it sets up a down and in slider, and you get a beautiful swing and miss. And you get that hard first out. You got to face Devers. He's got 125 clutch versus righties.
That strikeout was a swing that looked pretty ugly, but if it was a front door sinker, he'd have been up 9-0. So just sitting on a pitch and reading it and just didn't see the slider out of the hand.
Yep, sometimes when you just guess pitch and you're assuming someone's going to throw something, you just full commit to it, and it sometimes makes you look silly, but those strikeouts and swings like that are worth it when you're still managing to put up 7.
And Rebel coming right back with his own 4-seamer, so an interesting pitching development coming up here in this game.
In our other game, Adley Rutschman hitting a 2-run home run for Jado, taking a lead right back, and that game is screaming back and forth between Jado and Fuentes to start.
And this has been both of their tournaments all day. Both the last 2 days is back and forth every game. They've battled.
It's been unreal. That's going to be a ground out the third. That'll end our inning here. Still 7-0 game. Big shutout inning for Rebel. And if you could put up a couple here with that top of the order coming around, now you could start to try to chip away with that 7-0 lead. On that right side of the screen, Fuentes up at the dish, leading off with a diving play at short by Ellie De La Cruz. I can't say I'm surprised.
That's what he does. He dives better than anyone. And Rebel with a couple of outs on four-seamers himself, so giving Wilsey a bit of a taste of his own medicine there to get the shutout inning.
And you see Stroman getting up in that pitch count 47, but he's gotten two pretty quick outs here to start off this top of the third. Interesting to see if Justin Morneau and Fuentes here will just be a little bit more patient, try to look for a little bit more of a selective pitch to swing at. Now very quickly ahead, 2-0 in the count.
4 runs on 2 hits for Fuentes.
3-0 count. Great taking that sinker. And that's a pitch that's tough to take because these hitters want to stay aggressive and look for pitches to hit. And that down and in sinker is so tempting right there. But sometimes taking that pitch is the difference between working a walk and driving up that pitch count, or just getting a pitch a little bit more selective with to get in the zone. And right as we talk about being selective, a first pitch swing on an inside sinker, and that's going to end our inning. And it's still a 5-4 game here in the bottom of the third. That John Donaldson forkball is getting a lot of early swings out of these players today. Jose Ramirez just missed that.
And sometimes those early swings on those belt-high forkballs leave too, so a bit of unlucky result there. Not the worst swing in the world. And if you're Fuentes as a hitter, you have to try to not get frustrated. Jado has made it a point to basically throw a ball like every single pitch early in the count, and he gets him to chase there even after a walk to end last inning. So Fuentes has done what he can to work the walks, but even still, Jado not giving him anything to hit so far.
Yeah, and he knows Fuentes has been scoring a lot of runs, and sometimes these situations, you just got to not give him a pitch to hit and just keep doing that until he proves he can be patient. And in this case of Fuentes, who has been so good with the dish, sometimes it's better to walk him, because in that scenario, you get a 4-pitch walk rather than giving him something easy to hit. That ends your inning. And in that case, 3-1 count gives him the forkball, not in the zone, but it induces an out. And sometimes you don't really want to challenge him in the zone in that hitter's count.
And it changes pitch to pitch. Sometimes it's better if you fall behind to just walk the guy. Tom Glavine was famous for that. If he felt like he was behind in the count in a bad enough situation, he would just walk the guy and move on to the next hitter and get a reset on the count. So a couple of ball forward pitching styles here so far.
Yeah, especially with someone like a John Donaldson. Beautiful slider right on the corner, and that's going to freeze him. End that inning right where it started. And with John Donaldson, with that velo on that slider and the speed differentials he has, he sometimes can really throw you off on those sinkers just outside the zone, those sliders right on the black or on the zone. So you always got to stay on your toes, ready to hit that velocity at the dish.
Yeah, John Donaldson's a whole different type of beast when it comes to velocity. These players make it look so easy to hit John Donaldson on Legend. It is not easy at all. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, like I said, like I could hit the fastball, and then I get that forkball, and I just swing and miss, whiff every time. I could probably make like a wind farm just for my swings and misses on John Donaldson forkballs.
And you get the worst flailing animation where the game basically tells you you're terrible. Yeah, I know the feeling.
Yeah, but they're making it look easier, not really whiffing on those forkballs. They're still sitting back enough, putting up solid enough cuts where even when you just miss it, you're still putting up a solid enough swing. And Marcus Stroman, I gotta say, on the mound on the other side, has been getting the job done here so far, but I don't know. I don't want a commentator jinx anything, so I'm gonna knock on some wood.
We've been jinxing stuff all day, so just keep it rolling.
We absolutely have. Don't make me look like I have a script. That's it high and deep to right. But it's caught by Acuna. I thought that was going to be it for a second. I thought the jinx was there. But it lives on for another batter. And you got the top of the order now, though, with Mookie Betts in. We talked about that power slurve. And there it is. See, didn't last long. Mookie Betts pulls a cutter that catches the plate to left center. And this back and forth keeps going back and forth. Fuentes with a 2-run homer to take that lead right back.
It's a big momentum home run and an interesting shift in philosophy for Fuentes this inning. He's been attacking on the first pitch of a lot of at-bats. He realizes he's not going to get a ton of strikes from Jado, and when he's been getting him in the zone first pitch, he's been taking a hack. It pays off there on a cutter basically right down the middle, and he grabs the lead right back.
That two-out hit's kind of a big deal because you bring up Mike Trout, heart of the order. And now this inning could just keep going on. You're driving up that pitch count up to 64 now. A lot of balls thrown. Nearly 30 of those 64 pitches have been balls. That just kind of shows how very nitpicky Jado has been on the mound and not trying to attack him too much in the zone. But that's going to be a fly out just late on an inside sinker to Mike Trout. He's not expecting that as much as he thought, and this is now a 5-4 game, 6-5 game, in Fuentes' favor. And as we've been seeing, it's been a crazy back and forth. We flip-flop to our other game, though. Pitching Rebel has sent Raleigh Fingers out for a few innings, and he seems to be getting the job done, only allowing 1 to Wilsey. And now Rebel's got 2 runs of his own, making it an 8-2 game on your left side.
Rebel chipping away, and he needs to get out of this 4th inning with only 8 runs for Wilsey. He's got a long road ahead of him, already down 6.
Absolutely encouraging to put up that 2, but you got to find a way to keep Wilsey at 8. You only have so many opportunities to chip away with only so many innings left. We're already in those middle innings. We bottom in the 4th here when he comes up next. On your right side of the screen, Jado putting up some good swings, aggressively swinging. 3-1 there on the way, forcing, but a good swing. Just right to the right fielder on that one. And on your left side, Kyle Tucker just draws the 2-out walk, and this is where you question Raleigh Fingers, 30-plus pitches. And here comes Adam Ottavino to try to get out number 3 in the inning.
This is a good pitching change. He's just looking for 1 out, and Raleigh was at the end of his road there with the pitch count. So mixing it up with the pitch type too. Raleigh with no cutter, Ottavino with a good cutter.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how much he throws in on the hands to the lefties. Beautiful cutter, hard hit, but Ernie Banks getting the job done at first. That Adam Ottavino can get the job done with those glove side sliders and cutters, and he's going to get it done. Also, he's got a slurve, not a slider. And it's an 8-2 game over there with Rebel up at the dish.
Ernie Banks has been that dude for him all day, so he's got a good guy to lead off this inning.
Absolutely. Ernie has gotten the job done. He had some big moments in that series versus Kreiner, even though it didn't go in his favor. And especially in this left-handed matchup here, you're just looking for a sinker, a cutter to catch the plate a little too much with Ernie here. But that's just a dot of a sinker in on the hands. That's the type of pitch that'll freeze you.
Rebel looks a bit uncomfortable against Leiter. I wonder if he hasn't faced him much in this tournament, or if he's really just having a bit of a letdown after scoring so many runs against Kreiner and having 3 really intense games.
Yeah, some interesting spots out of Wilsey on the mound, going up and away four-seam, trying to change it up from just that normal sinker cutter that a lot of these guys heavily rely on, trying to throw those four-seams in here and there. And now 1-2 count, and he goes back that down and then cutter in. Rebel's a little committed, especially after striking out in that down and then sinker last at bat. Back inside, he goes four-seam this time, but off the plate, still a 1-2 count to Ketel Marte. And he went there again. Another cutter on the hands. It's a little too early on it, too much on the plate with that PCI, and Will's just been attacking inside to these righties over and over again. That one ends up in the zone. At 97, Chipper's going to slap that down the line, and a 2-out double here for pitching Rebel and Chipper Jones. And this is kind of big. Bottom part of the order. This at bat with Trevor Story is huge, as that top of the order is waiting on standby.
Pitch count getting up there for Leiter, too.
Yeah, and that bullpen always a big part of this game. Couldn't sit back on an away four-seam there. Al Leiter makes a good play. Ends our inning there. And I'll say Wilsey's mixing in those four-seams a good bit here. I think that's been the factor. It's helping him keep Rebel off his timing, not just sinker cutter coming out of Al Leiter here.
He's gotten a lot of outs with that four-seam fastball, which is arguably Al Leiter's worst pitch, but when you're playing someone that's as locked in as Rebel has been on the sinker cutter, it causes them to move the PCI when they don't need to. The fact that the four-seam stays straight means that you can miss people's PCIs with it.
As Derek Jeter is going to hit a ball to deep right field, and again, off the top of the wall, and he's up on second base with nobody out, and Wilsey just looking to keep it going after that swing. You definitely mound visit Adam Ottavino, make sure that confidence doesn't affect him too much, but now you've got Juan Soto to deal with here.
Tough spot for Rebel, but lucky he didn't give up a home run there. Hits the top of the wall. Still a chance to get out of this inning with a 0.
And surprisingly enough, Juan Soto, someone that you haven't seen used often enough in this tournament. He's been a big part of this bottom part of the order for Wilsey, though. You got him and Devers wrapping up that order, 2 monster lefties. So any sort of right-handed pitcher, especially with how these bullpens are, have a really tough time with those last 2 hitters. And here we go, Juan Soto with a single through the infield, and that just brings up Rafael Devers, and it at least brings the decision to Rebel. You want to keep in Ottavino here. Looks like he's going to keep riding with him. He's going to get that weak fly out to center, but it's deep enough. It should score that runner from third. Now a 9-2 game, and again with these situations, you get that runner in scoring position. Wilsey's doing a great job manufacturing runs, getting him home, and just still chipping away.
Wilsey's had a great game offensively. And to your point about the 2 lefties, the fact that he left Ottavino in for the first one meant that he was probably going to leave him in for the second one too. Maybe he's trying to stretch him to as many innings as he can since he had to go to his bullpen so early.
Absolutely. And honestly, Ottavino, not a bad matchup in that scenario because he had a great swing early on in the inning on an away cutter righty-righty, but it changes up the timing when you start throwing those same cutters to lefties. They now got to be a little bit earlier on it, and you got to almost anticipate those inside cutters. So it ends up working in his favor, getting that weak fly out to center field on the swing he was just late on.
This is a big pitch here. Is it cutter away or sinker in?
He goes sinker in. There's a strikeout. Here comes the throw to second with 58 speed. You take the risk of the hit and run, and it hurts. Ends that inning there. But still, 9-2 in Wilsey's favor. And in an inning where he's a little slow offensive, he still got a run on the board.
That's huge for Rebel, though. Basically a double play. And looks like Wilsey was sitting cutter away. Rebel comes sinker inside, gets to strike him out, throw him out, and a chance to bounce back here. He's got to start getting the offense going.
Yeah, you got top of the order. Your guy, Mickey Mantle, leading you off the Commerce Comet. It's your opportunity to get things going. And this at bat is a perfect opportunity to get something going. Get that leadoff runner, 99 speed on for you to just set up a rally. And you can maybe start chipping away at that 7-run deficit.
I tell you what, that strikeout looking on the low and in sinker is in Rebel's head every time a righty's up, and he finally connects on a 4-seam.
Beautiful swing from pitching Rebel. He's done a great job on those up and away fastballs these last couple games, and that's a pitch that I think he's trying to throw up there to either freeze him or induce an early swing, but with that 4-seam and you get that little bit of velo, you kind of just found his timing there, especially since you went to that last inning. He remembered it and made a good adjustment to hit that out to right.
What do you got?
That's a statement swing, especially for Al Leiter. He's gotten a lot of outs on those up and away 4-seams. Rebel finally connects on one, and you see Wilsey pause immediately, so inevitably getting the bullpen arms up. That's a swing that makes you feel like your opponent's starting to figure things out.
Ooh, that up and in cutter just gets the job done, gets him a little bit early. And I would say now that he hit that perfect home run up and away, you probably start to eliminate that spot. But now he changed up that at bat and started to attack him a little bit more inside. He gets the swing and miss.
And Wilsey has really just owned him on that low and in corner. He struck out looking earlier, and as a result, Rebels had it in his head the whole game that he needs to protect that. It's led to him chasing a lot of pitches in off the plate.
Yeah, he just hasn't found that timing. And you talk about a lot with pitching how estabilishing inside is huge. And in this case, it's a perfect example of that. He's just all over that inside third of the plate, whether it's a sinker or a changeup, just getting him off his timing. And there was that sinker he was finally looking for, but of course he's just on that lower part of the PCI with it. That's right to the shortstop.
Rebel just needs Leiter out of the game.
Yeah, he needs a different look out there for sure. He has
wants
not
to
read
hit
him
against
well.
anyone else right now.
And he's at least getting that pitch count up, but your Wilsey, I mean, you kind of got to stick with what's hot, and especially now that Rebels heating up, you could try to keep separating that lead. It feels like he can get going here very quickly, especially once you take Al Leiter out of the game.
That was a sharp line out, and Jose Ramirez made it look easy, but the Diamond defense and the increased speed from the Rollins boost both contributing to making that an easy play when it might not have been otherwise.
Yeah, Jose Ramirez, I think, a very favorable third base, second base type option, but throwing him in the outfield is also a pretty underrated move. Don't see it too often, but in this tournament, you've seen a few people running him out in left, and he's made it look easy out there.
Yeah, he's a really popular pick for the outfield on the shortstop team specifically because outfield is a position that's a bit harder to fill spots for with shortstops.
Absolutely, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, a lot of these players running that shortstop, Jimmy Rollins captain, getting that contact boost, or you're running that Cal Ripken Jr. discipline captain, but that's your wild card. You're seeing usually one or the other here on most of these teams today. That's an inside sinker. 3-0 swinging, a little bit too aggressive of a swing, especially with that type of output he got. He wasn't expecting that pitch enough, and not the type of out you want to make, but you at least have a 6-run lead here for Wilsey, and you bring up Kyle Tucker, the lefty versus the righty here, and you're probably trying to get Adam Ottavino out of this game.
Yeah, looks like a pitching change here maybe. I guess not. But yeah, swung at ball 4 on a 3-0 count and makes an easy out, giving Rebel a window here by slowing down his offense a bit. Probably would love to come through with a 2-run homer.
Yeah, he threw 2 inside cutters, 1 on the black, next one just outside the plate, and Rebel just said, nope, no more. Bring in Javier Assad. I need a sinker in this pitch mix after those first 2 pitches. And here he is to try to get out of this inning.
Had success with the changeup with Assad against Kreiner too.
And there's that inside cutter. Does it have the legs? And it's caught on the bounce by Mike Trout. And Wilsey sending him to third right away with 2 outs. And that's a single that gets first and third here for Adley Rutschman.
Looked like the outfield was playing deep there. I don't know if that was an auto shift or not, but it ends up costing him.
Yeah, literally a game of inches, just a few inches further, and that's a diving catch. Instead, he fields it on the bounce. But goes back to that inside cutter with Assad, and he gets out of it anyway, taking us to the bottom of the 6th. And again, Rebel's doing a good job of keeping himself within reach, but he needs that inning where he can break open some runs and actually chip away.
Wilsey's had a lot of traffic offensively, and even though he's given up 9 runs, Rebel has pitched out of a lot of traffic too. And he's giving himself a chance to come back by continuing to get out of these jams with limited damage.
In a pivotal inning here, because Al Leiter's getting up in that pitch count. He's now in that yellow energy. How far did he push the envelope? So far, it's working out here to start.
He is just low and in corner. Almost every pitch has just been owning him there all game.
Yeah, and Rebel just been too early on the inside cutters, but too late on the inside sinkers. That's kind of then the seesaw he's been on right now. He just has to find the timing on one of those, and it's probably what it takes to get Al Leiter out of this game. Away sinker, grounded to short. Derek Jeter makes it look easy. And man, you feel like Rebel's so close in that timing and PCI, but just a little bit off. He's definitely got to get Leiter out of the game. Like, that's a pitch that he would have loved to keep fair, but just been early on those cutters, late on those sinkers, pretty consistently on that inner third.
And it's pretty clear he's just not hitting Leiter, and his win condition for this game is to get Leiter out of the game.
And there was that down in sinker, and difference of that swing, that late side of good, just a little bit behind on it, and he hits at the center, and he just can't get anything going against Al Leiter here. And again, Wilsey an opportunity to keep breaking this open. As we get towards these later innings, we flip-flop to our other game on your right side. You see Fuentes is taking a 6-5 lead versus Jado, and again, a crazy close game here as we're getting to those close late innings.
The offense has really slowed down in that game. It's been 6-5 for a while, and 6 has been a low run count for Fuentes throughout this tournament. So we mentioned the dynamic, Jado's pitching versus Fuentes hitting. Looks like Jado's pitching has been good so far.
He's got that PlayStation 5 controller with the customization. He's going through some settings here. This is another level of settings change that we're seeing mid-game here. We saw some PCI changes. Now we're seeing the controller settings change. But that's what happens. I mean, he still put up 6 runs, but he's fell off of the plate, trying something a little different to see if he could find it. And, oh, man, the adjustment must have worked out. Perfect on an inside sinker by Mike Trout. And it's now an 8-5 game for Fuentes.
That's just incredible. How often do you see somebody go into their controller settings and adjust left stick sensitivity, get right back into the game, and 2 perfects in a row, one of them with a 2-run shot? That's just next level adjustment. Like you said, we've seen PCI changes mid-game so far this tournament. That's the first time we've seen that, and it pays off immediately.
And I'm really interested. I would love to ask him if either he just did that just to try to change it up, or if he knew he was off with his PCI and was like, hey, I know what to do in this scenario. I got to change my settings like this, and that'll get me right lined up in those PCIs, because that's a great start. 2 straight perfect PCIs after making that change.
That's true. Maybe he's been in this spot before and he knew the adjustment that he needed to make was to do that controller change. Pretty next level stuff.
Now you bring up Justin Morneau here with 1 out. Kenley Jansen in this game probably earlier than you'd want if you're Jado, but you're just trying to keep Fuentes here at 8. Not the most runs scored this game, but this has been a crazy close game nonetheless, and you got to try to keep it that way. I don't know how many more runs you have left in the tank here this game.
I think I send the runner here. Good chance of stealing, getting in there safely if you swing and miss.
Ooh, what a take. Either that was a great take or that pitch kind of buckled him. It's now a walk here. You get 2 runners on for Austin Riley, who has done a lot of damage with runners in scoring position today.
Riley has hit a lot of home runs for Fuentes throughout this tournament.
Now ahead 2-0 in the count. Exactly what you want here against Kenley Jansen. Now 3-0, especially with a switch hitter on deck. You got to definitely remain very patient here if you're Fuentes. An opportunity to really do some damage. You want to get your right pitch. Is that down the way cutter sat back on it just a little too much. Now a 3-1 count.
What do you think about the infield back here? A ground ball is a run. You're already down 3.
Oh, and there we go. Bases loaded. And now you get Adley. And yeah, this is an interesting one here. Is that his hit to the left center field gap? Adley Rutschman looking to clear the bases. That runner is going to be sent home in a bases clearing double for who else? Adley Rutschman. Is now an 11-5 game for Fuentes.
I tell you what, if Fuentes makes it into the top 4 and is playing tomorrow, we're going to be looking back on that controller adjustment he made in the 7th inning. Has been looking locked in ever since that happened and stretching the lead by quite a bit after being shut down for a while.
Absolutely. We flip-flop, and Wilsey has been rallying on this side, currently up 10-3, and Austin Riley again up with a lot of runners on in this situation. The base is loaded with 2 outs and a must-out for Rebel. And he throws a slider down the middle, and Wilsey's just underneath it, and he stays alive getting out of that inning.
It's insane how much traffic Rebel has pitched around in this game. It doesn't seem like it because he's given up 10 runs. But Wilsey's been threatening every inning, but only scraping across 1 or 2 the last 2 or 3 innings. If Rebel can find it offensively, get Al Leiter out of the game, and start to make a run here, that could end up costing Wilsey.
And yeah, this is a big part of the game. Al Leiter getting up in that pitch count. He's clearly just had Rebel's number, and that's going to be a single up the middle, and that's probably where you pull the plug on Al Leiter and go to the pen. You have 9 outs to get with your entire bullpen to work with. And that Rebel put up a good swing with that sinker. You take him out, and in comes Javier Assad.
Yeah, that's the type of swing that makes you feel like their PCI was just too big. It's an early swing on a sinker away, and they still are able to poke it up the middle with pretty solid contact.
And this is the beauty of having a starting pitcher go that long. You could just go to the bullpen, no hesitation, and you've got all the options in the world here since you could expend your entire bullpen game by game as you only have 9 outs left to get. But it's very interesting. You're still seeing a pretty similar sequence out of Wilsey, just with a different sinker cutter pitcher, establishing that inside part of the plate. Now he's got a changeup to work with Javier Assad. Now we're in a 2-2 count. He's going to come back to that inside cutter, and Rebel was waiting for it. Now a 2-2 count again here. Back away with the sinker, and Rebel's just fighting this at bat, getting that pitch count up, looking for that mistake pitch.
This at-bat has been such a battle, and it really feels like a rally starter if you can get through this at-bat with a base runner.
And there it is! Corey Seager turns on an inside cutter. And that's just what happens when you have those at-bats where you foul off pitch after pitch. It just feels like you're due eventually to get something, and he gets that cutter. And here we go with pitching Rebel. We got Al Leiter out of the game. He still got nobody out in this inning, and now down 5.
And a 5-run lead is nothing for these guys. We've said it a lot. And getting Al Leiter out was priority number 1 for Rebels. So we'll see if he can keep this rally going.
Inside ball.
And here you go again, top of the order coming around. Mickey Mantle, arguably his MVP up here. And you would love to get him on base as you get towards that heart of the order. Getting those runners on for Mike Trout and company is huge when you're trying to chip away at a 5-run lead here. And he's working a good at bat here now, 2-2 on that pitch count.
This is another at bat with a lot of foul balls.
And that's going to be hit to short. And too early of a dive from Wilsey and Derek Jeter. A little impatient with that dive, and it's going to cost him. He could have made that play potentially. He timed that right, even with the 99 speed. But now the Commerce Comet's over at first. And we're starting to get towards that heart of the order. Mike Trout here in the 2 spot. And Rebel might be cooking here.
That's ball 2.
Based on the animation, it looked like he might have had that play even without a dive at all. So just way too early of a dive, gives up a base runner. And Assad pretty slow to the plate. I wonder if the steal is in Rebel's mind here too with 99 speed.
Ooh, sits back in that away cutter just late in that timing and just off that PCI. Mike Trout just missed it. That's a big out to get for Wilsey because it brings a double play in order. But you're getting towards that heart of the order still. Adley Rutschman, who's done damage. Another pitch that Rebel's just late and just underneath. 2 in a row that just end up in the zone that Rebel was definitely looking for, but it's a little bit off for that timing and PCI placement.
That's honestly a really good swing, like you said, just a little bit off, and that's why Legend is so hard. You'd like to get a little more run support here, chip away a little bit more if you're Rebel.
Yeah, you got that guy Al Leiter out of the game who's had your number for the first bunch of innings. You're seeing a high dosage of those away sinkers, and he knows those away pitches are coming.
That's inside.
He just hasn't found that placement here yet, and to get to these last few innings, you only have so much time to find it. Now we're in a 2-2 count, and I feel like this is a perfect time to have Jose Ramirez up. He just stays alive in every single at-bat, almost like that Corey Seager at-bat. He's just going to stay alive and see if he can get something he can hit here.
And Wilsey going back to the well with the 4-seam up and away, another foul ball.
And that, man, that tells you how dialed up Rebel is. If I feel like he's swinging at anything right now with Jose Ramirez up, and he's in fight mode right now.
This looks like the exact same at bat as Seager, like you said. He's hoping for the same result.
Boy, and then he went inside cutter, but a little further inside this time around. And he's going to get that late swing fly out, and we talk about the strategy built over the game. Last time in the scenario, after a lot of foul balls, he went down and then cutter. It just caught the plate that last time. That time, a few more inches outside, and he gets the out that he needs.
Maybe that was a factor. Maybe he threw the same pitch that Rebel hit a home run on, but just way more off the plate, knowing that Rebel was going to be looking for that again.
On your right side, Fuentes, 11-7 on Jado. Jado scored a couple more, I believe, to make it 7-11, but now we're in the bottom of the 8th. He's got 2 innings to score 4, and you got Ketel Marte leading you off here against Javier Assad.
Not a terrible spot to be in if you're Jado, honestly. Home team, Laughing Mountain, only down 4. very winnable game for sure.
Absolutely. Definitely want to get on with Ketel Marte, though. Get that leadoff runner on, and you bring up Trevor Story, and you start to make some decisions being made on the mound with Javier Assad. You see, actually a lot of bullpen left for Fuentes. A lot of options here to get these last 6 outs. You got 3 lefties, 3 righties, including some of the heavy hitters, Camilo Doval and Kenley Jansen. But he's going to ride with Javier Assad from the looks of it right now. Jado's pausing, probably just mentally resetting, trying to get focused here as he's only got 6 outs left in this game.
Trying to get his mental straight. This is a big game number 1. You're down in the 8th inning, and a comeback is necessary. And if you're not in the right mental state to do it, it's going to be hard. It's just taking a breather there. And yeah, that's a great point about Fuentes' bullpen. Looks like he got a lot of mileage out of John Donaldson after a rough start.
And he's going to keep pushing that envelope with Javier Assad here on the mound. Not going to really force any change here. Going to keep him out there since he has a 4-run lead. And if anything gets scary, he's still got those 2 big relievers, Kenley Jansen, Camilo Doval at play. But you're seeing that slow, methodical play, some pause time, some steps taken off the plate. This player's trying to stay focused and stay locked in as he's been playing for a good bit today. Is that leadoff runner that you need if you're Jado? You got Ketel Marte on, bringing up Trevor Story. And again, I see what Fuentes does here on the mound. You got Javier Assad, who just gave up a single, and he might go with the pen, and here he goes. Kenley Jansen in.
I was going to say, you're already in the 8th inning, and now you've got 2 high-leverage relievers you can go to in Jansen and Doval. First sign of trouble, he's going straight to one of them. I think it's a good move.
2 straight sinkers in the zone, attacking Trevor Story, and very quickly down 0-2. It's very aggressive pitching to start off this at-bat. It almost dots him on a down-and-away fastball.
Probably runs the cutter off the plate now.
Oh, he went back to the 4-seam. Yeah, I would have absolutely rolled that over. And that runner's going to get over to third. And just like that, 2 runners on the corners. And Adley Rutschman, who seems to always be up in these spots, up with a chance to do some damage.
We could make a 12-minute long montage video of all the home runs he's hit in this tournament for everyone. So, big opportunity here.
Oh, and he gets that away sinker. He's going to roll it over and get a double play. It does score to run, but in this situation, you definitely trade that run for 2 outs. Now you're only 1 out away from getting out of this inning, and not what you want to see out of starting together some sort of rally. First pitch swinging and grounding out to first for a double play, and of course, right after you hit a single with Marcus Semien. And you think about if he was a little bit more patient at bat, if he could have just kept that rally going here.
It's a really smart pitch from Fuentes, though. He threw 2 sinkers to start the inning, and he blew them right by him. So, good pitch selection and an overcorrection from Jado on the timing.
Absolutely. Also, I'm going to blame Kreiner for the jinx there. He typed Hadley Clutchman in the chat. I'm going to say it's his fault for that ground ball double play. I will take no blame for my commentator jinx. But here comes Ellie in a 1-2 count here with 2 outs in the inning. And there's that inside cutter. And this is a big at-bat. Ellie, even though he's a switch hitter, great splits versus righties, and an opportunity here if you put up a big swing to take a chunk of that 3-run lead out. Oh, and that's a slider that gets over the middle of the plate. You got 85 speed on first. He's going to play it safe, keep him at 2. And that tying runner is coming up to the plate here in the bottom of the 8th. And, of course, it's the bringer of rain. 2 for 4 in our game. And this is where that wild card play really comes into play. This is why you choose Josh Donaldson here.
You get 1 wild card, and he picked Josh Donaldson just for a situation like this.
And I thought he had it on that slider. I thought that slider was going to be the one that he pulled out, but just a hair bit behind. Sometimes when you're pitching these close games, these pitches come in quick, you get slightly thrown off, even when a pitch is a cookie. And very quickly, Donaldson down 0-2.
He saw the slider a bit too well. He's a bit late on it.
Now here you go, 0-2 again. Front door cutter, ballsy pitch but it gets the job done right on the black, and it freezes him to get out of the inning in a huge jam to get up as we flip-flop to Wilsey versus pitching Rebel, and Wilsey's just kept it going here in the top of the ninth. One out here, up 12-5 now.
That pitch from Fuentes was so good. You very rarely go up and into these guys because you get punished so hard if they connect, and just buckled the knees in the right-on-right matchup. And tying run at the plate ends up in a strikeout, and you're down 3.
And those front door cutters are really risky because these players are so good at hitting that inside velo, but sometimes when it's high velocity like Kenley Jansen's or Camilo Doval or Mariano Rivera, you could just catch him a little bit off guard thinking it's a four-seam in on the hands. And as long as you don't throw it too often, you could sometimes throw it out there. Now is a beautiful time to do for Fuentes, is that's a beautiful swing from Wilsey and Derek Jeter out to left field. And just like that, it's a perfect home run. 15-5 here to top of the ninth, and Wilsey's just padding away here.
This is a statement inning in the top of the ninth, but Wilsey really won this game earlier with great pitching from Al Leiter, and it's just gotten out of hand here now with an 11-run lead. If you're Rebel, you got to start looking to game number 2 and 3 and figuring it out offensively.
Yeah, and Wilsey's all over it. Another perfect 3 in a row to all different parts of the field. And at this point, you know, you're probably not thinking too much about your pitches with Kenley Jansen. He's just going back and forth, sinker, cutter. But those are great swings against one of your top relievers in your bullpen, which, whether or not the series really goes distance or really gets close to you, definitely have to be worried about as we're getting into game 2. And you got to have to use Jansen again.
Yeah, Jansen will get a lot of innings in game 2 at least.
Patrick Corbin's here to get this final out here in the top of the ninth, but Will's just been on his game offensively. He's been very difficult to stop. The only person to beat him was Kreiner, as that's going to be driven to left field on an inside sinker, and he's just keeping going. Even with an 11-run lead, now a 13-run lead, he just hasn't stopped.
You know what, though? Earlier in the day, we saw a game 1 where somebody put up 18 runs in the first and walked away with the win. And that was Monty against Fuentes. And Monty ended up losing that series. So, great performance by Wilsey. Absolutely dominant win here, but not over by any means.
Yeah, and you're just spending more time in this game, seeing more pitches, taking some energy away that could be put into this next game. You don't want to throw outs or really intentionally get out, but you might just want to get going into that next game and save some of those good swings and that energy to get you going, because Rebel might bounce back with a vengeance here to start game number 2.
And if you're Rebel, you're just looking for some confidence boost swings here. You're looking to see some pitches from Assad, who you'll probably see again, and you're looking to get some confidence back with some good swings.
And those are definitely a couple good swings. Some sinkers that are catching the play. He's hitting them up the middle. He's got that timing down right now in these matchups, and is looking to tally some runs so you improve that scoreboard a little bit, and now you'll get some at-bats versus Kenley Jansen in a not very close game. I don't know if I would do this just because I would love to save him for those close scenarios later on.
I really dislike this choice by Wilsey. He's played a great game, but you're up 13. There's no reason to give Rebel looks at Kenley Jansen here. I mean, you could probably just pitch Assad into the red and still not blow the lead. So just giving him information going into the next game of the series. And that's something that doesn't usually happen in ranked. You don't play the same person over and over like we've said, so could be a factor. We'll see how Kenley pitches next game.
Absolutely, and yeah, that's why it's a questionable decision. It definitely, some may not even turn out to be a big deal, but you give some at-bats versus Kenley, especially with these relievers who you only see 1 or 2 innings at a time. Just getting some looks against some first game of the series is huge, so you can start to predict how he's going to attack you in game 2, game 3, because these games could be close. You might need Kenley to get you some big outs, but you've already gotten some looks against him.
And Rebel was taking good swings on him too, so not only is he seeing pitches, getting the arm slot, getting the repetition, but he's getting the timing down too.
And there's that cutter up and in, just a little bit early on it. And again, you're just kind of seeing these sequences, and again, a solid swing just a little bit early on it. That'll end our inning and our game. Wilsey with a great 18-5 win. But you got to see how Rebel bounces back. You got to see if he can really turn it around here in game 2. He will be the away team, and we'll have those first swings to try to do that here.
And good news for Rebel, he will not have to face Al Leiter in game 2 with the one starting pitcher rule. So he'll need a big bounce back game. All props to Wilsey, though. That was a dominant performance. And if you're Rebel, you've dropped 3 out of the last 4 games you've played after a really strong start to this tournament. So how is your mental state, and can you pull it back and roll off 2 in a row here?
Absolutely, and it's definitely worth keeping an eye out on with Wilsey. He put in a lot of great offensive performance to end that, but can he keep it going in the next game? As this is hit high and deep to center field by Mike Trout. Does it have the legs? It does. Jado is trying to claw back here, and no better way to start than a lead-off home run against Kenley Jansen here in the 9th inning, and here comes Camilo Doval, the game on the line. Only a 4-run lead now for Fuentes.
This is the advantage that Fuentes generated by saving his bullpen and pitching John Donaldson for a long time. He's got 2 high-leverage relievers in Jansen and Doval, gets Jansen through the 8th, and has the luxury of going to the next one in the 9th.
Absolutely. You're working through the heart of the order here, and interesting thing with Doval is that's going to be smacked to the left center field gap. Should be a 0-out double. It's going to keep him 2. Nobody out still at second base, and great couple encouraging swings. The interesting thing with the Doval and Kenley matchup is that they're honestly not too far off on the types of pitchers they are. They got some high velocity cutters and sinkers and sliders that are a little bit slower at play. Just Kenley has that changeup and maybe a little bit of a slower cutter in comparison. So if you save him for the end, not too much of an adjustment for Jado to make, but he just misses that cutter in on the hands there to make it the first out.
That's a fantastic pitch. He was pounding him inside all game, all at bat with sinkers. Got him thinking about it. He was probably telling himself to lay off the sinker in the 2-strike count, and he comes back in the same tunnel with a front door cutter.
So Ketel Marte, who was starting on a rally the previous inning, up with a chance here again. And you're going to see a high dosage of those inside cutters. Maybe the occasional away sinker here with Camilo Doval. And now you're ahead 3-1. You get a cutter right down the middle, and that's one you definitely want back. Center cut cutter you could have easily pulled out of here, but we're in a 3-2 count. And he goes there again with a cutter high and deep to left, and he does not miss that one. Ketel Marte hitting an opposite field homer, and Jado is fighting, now only down 2.
We saw a crazy bottom of the 9th inning comeback yesterday in the Kreiner versus Wilsey game. Jado started this inning down 5, has cut it to 2 with only 1 out.
It's where you start to worry about Doval. He just laid 2 cutters right down the middle in a row, but you still got another batter to face with him with that 3-batter minimum, I believe. So you definitely got to worry about that bullpen. Consider other options as you're getting going. He at least has multiple options as he's going through the latter part of this game, but not an encouraging start here for Camilo Doval.
Gotta see an inside sinker here, I think.
Yep, there it is. In on the hands, though. Still a 1-2 count. And he comes back with the cutter, and it looked like he was looking for it, but just anticipated it a little too much. Now it's
He
2
was
outs.
looking for it. That was actually a too early swing on a 98-mile-an-hour cutter up and in, so...
Yeah, he read that
He
like
was
an up and
sitting
in
on
four
it.
seam, but it was an up and in cutter, and that's what those cutters have been doing. Is that is driven to deep left field by Adley Rutschman. I'll tell you what, even though he misses that pitch, Jado is punishing those mistakes. And he's got one more run to cover, and he just gave up a first pitch home run with Mariano Rivera. And here comes the pinch hitter, Cody Bellinger, with a chance to tie this game.
And Rivera has to stay in the game. This is a huge matchup. Advantage hitter.
Especially with the first pitch homer, that confidence is not going to be doing well on Mariano's side. And since he's been punishing those mistakes, and that was one right there, a changeup that just caught the center plate. It's a little bit underneath it. Now you're in a 1-2 count. Great take inside. 2-2 on the count now. The pitch from Mariano. And it's that four seam in on the hands, gets him a little late. And Fuentes claws away with a 13-12 win to send us home in game number 1. And man, you gotta be encouraged after that last inning from Jado. He found some swings, but still not enough because Fuentes had such a great start to that game.
That game was so close. Anything going the opposite way of the way it did could have changed the outcome. And really smart pitching by Fuentes at the end there. You know, he gives up the solo shot to cut the lead to 1 on a four seam, but sticks with the four seam. And we've seen a lot of success with that pitch in the first game of both series. You know, these guys have been hitting all day. They face sinkers and cutters a lot, and that's what they're looking for most of the time. And those four seams can come in clutch from time to time. Just throw the PCI off.
Absolutely. And interesting ending results of those game ones. Wilsey basically ran away with game number 1 against Pitching Rebel on the other side. Jado almost fought all the way back. And now the tides turn, home field dynamic changes, and both now we got Wilsey, who is going to be starting off at the plate, while on the other hand, you've got Jado, who is just rallying back, starting off the plate here in game number 2. And especially if you're Jado or Rebel, actually, Rebel is actually starting off at the plate, my bad. And both these players who lost game 1 looking to establish an early lead here as the away team. You got to try to kickstart this game with some offense.
An interesting dynamic here is both players that are down 1 game in the series are the away team, so they both have a disadvantage here moving into game number 2.
Yeah, that's the thing that's tough when you're the away team, and especially since you're down in that series. And how good these guys have been hitting, you just have to keep up that pressure. Like, if you're a Rebel, you almost feel like you have to score a good chunk here in the top of the first, because Wilsey just put up an impressive offensive performance, and he's going to be on your tail every inning as that home team.
Yeah, I think Rebel's just excited to face literally anyone except Al Leiter. That's not a great swing you want to see, though.
Especially now with Mike Trout, gets him to bite away, and beautifully placed cutter by Roy Halladay to get him to bite. And now it's just a game of throwing to those spots and just seeing how patient Rebel is. A lot of pressure at play here, and with swings like that, I would be definitely throwing a lot of pitches outside his zone here, seeing how much he expands.
That's definitely a pitch Rebel, or a swing Rebel does not take often. That was, and he bounces right back.
That's a swing he takes often, though. Adley Rutschman catches a down and in splitter. And that's how you get going. You get that 1-0 lead. You definitely want to keep putting on, though. And you want to jumpstart Roy Halladay here and try to get that confidence down right away.
And just a big deal to come out and get a run. You know, get on the board. Get something going after that disaster of a game 1.
Yeah, you have an opportunity as the away team. While you are at that disadvantage, you got the opportunity to take some momentum your way here in the top of the first with the big inning. And if you're Rebel, you definitely are looking to do that here, especially after that solo homer. But yeah, he's a little bit stingy on those pitches near the zone. I feel like he would not have even check swung at that he was playing versus Kreiner. But as you go through the day and you start putting some energy into games, the swings don't really hit the same at this point. But that swing definitely hits, though. A sinker right down the middle. Rebel is all ready for it, and Jose Ramirez hits that out to left center. That's how you get it going. You hit the mistakes whenever they show up.
This is a big confidence boost inning for Rebel for sure. 3 solo shots after dropping game 1 by a lot.
Yeah, that's how you bounce back. You get 3 home runs here in this inning. After a rough swing with Mike Trout, you bounce back with 3 in a row here, and you're starting to get at that Roy Halladay pitch count. And we talked about that momentum. You could just skew things your way here as that away team. As that is driven to deep right field by Ernie Banks. It's going to land by the warning track. This is where that 64 speed comes into play. They'll only keep him at second, but should not make much difference here with 2 outs as you bring up Ketel Marte.
And after that awful swing that Rebel took for the double play, he's really had like a mental reset. Every single at bat, every single swing since then has been great.
Yeah, you almost look at that swing as that's hit hard right to first base. That's a good bounce back. It's like that. He needed that ground ball double play to realize, okay, I'm off. I have to relax and stick to my approach again. And he found it very quickly, picking up 3 straight runs. And now the pressure turns to Wilsey. See if he can put up some runs of his own here in the first.
And a Roy Halladay mirror match.
I'm just interested to see how much Wilsey keeps the bats going. He had a great finish to that game. He put up a big scoring game in game one. And the thing that we've seen in some of these situations where, like you mentioned, sometimes that player is a great game one where they put a lot of offense in, and game two is an opportunity to flip that on its head. All of these hitters have the opportunity to put up big games like that. And sometimes that new setting, new game, just mental resets someone, gives them that opportunity to even a series. But I'll tell you what, great first swing for Wilsey. That's going to get to the wall and bounce off the wall. Jose Ramirez is going to get in a little late, and Ronald Acuna is down with the leadoff double.
Not showing any signs of rust. That is a perfect to start the game off. Probably wanted that sinker a little bit more inside.
Absolutely. And you bring up Ellie De La Cruz, who does a lot of damage versus righties. And I'm interested to see how Rebel goes about it, because we saw in a previous scenario with Kreiner, he would just keep on pestering inside cutter after inside cutter. Someone like Wilsey, who is great offensively, I wonder how much you keep pushing that. He's now a 2-2 count, and he hasn't swung it too much inside here. But he does there. Down and in cutter, but right to the right fielder, Mickey Mantle. But that's enough to get him over to third, and whether or not this turns out to be a big inning, if he could cash in on that runner at third, makes a big deal here as you're getting going offensively here.
It's a perfectly located pitch and a really good swing, but just didn't get enough elevation, enough launch angle on the result there.
And we talked about it a bit when Rebel played Kreiner, how in some of these games you have some opportunities to score some runs, and sometimes the difference is just you missing a couple opportunities. And if you're Wilsey, you got to make sure you hunker it down, find a way to cash in that runner at third, because sometimes that one run that you add on could be the difference in the game. So you got to be careful here with Marcus Semien and try not to swing at a mistake. But two great pitches from Roy Halladay, and now we're at a 3-2 count.
Gotta imagine he doesn't get a sinker here.
He got the splitter in a really difficult pitch to take. Now you got runners on the corners for Austin Riley. And then this Rebel goes back to what's been working, those away cutters and sinkers. Got a first pitch strike. And you're definitely looking for that ground ball with Austin Riley here, trying to get him to roll over something. There's that away cutter. But Wilsey just sits back on it beautifully and hits it to right.
Wilsey is just so locked in this series. He's hit so many perfects.
You really haven't seen many bad swings where, like we saw in the first inning of this game with Rebel, he had that off swing with Trout that he rolled over into a double play. This feels like in so many at-bats, he's putting up squared up swings over and over again. It's unreal.
It's extremely impressive. Even when he pulls the ball foul, he hits it 108 miles an hour. Just craziness.
Stays alive here, 1-2 count. The pitch from Roy Halladay is going to go back to that inside cutter, and he knew he was going to get him to bite, and he does. Weak fly ball to right field, and again, you have a runner moving over to third, and runners are on the corners here for Adley Rutschman.
He's gotten him to bite on the cutter off the plate for both outs this inning. We'll see how many times he can go back to that and still get results, or if he starts working in the front door sinker to try to mix it up.
An interesting thing, and this is screaming commentator jinx, 300 batting average for Adley Rutschman is a very low average for someone like Wilsey, some of his hitters.
Yeah, he's in like 563 with Austin Riley. I also don't think he's paralleled, so I wonder if he picked him up just for this tournament.
Yeah, he must not have used him too much here, whether he's using the captain boost that fits him or he's just giving him his reps now. But he's getting that opportunity here in a beautiful take as he gets ahead in the count, and in comes Derek Jeter with the bases loaded here in the bottom of the first.
Rebel doing exactly what I talked about. Went to that front door sinker, 3-2 count, and just missed the strike zone by a pixel. Didn't get the call.
And that's going to be driven to right field, and right when he needed it, Roy Halladay dishes out a perfectly located cutter, and Rebel is able to get out of trouble, but still high on that pitch count to start off this game, which is what you don't want to see. But now that you've been given that break, you're Rebel, you got to find a way to put up your own big inning, and what a swing to get it going. Chipper Jones hits it high and deep to left. but it's caught at the warning track. I thought that was going to carry.
Another four-seamer with a weak flyout too, and it was up and away again.
Yeah, I want to see how much he adjusts to that. He did that later on in that first game. Picked up on those up and away four seams. Wonder how many of them you can get away with if you're Wilsey. But we flip over to our other game, Jado versus Fuentes. If you guys saw that, Jado was clawing back into that game in the bottom of the ninth and loses only by one. But he's kept some momentum here in this next game. 2 runners on here, 1-0 lead in his favor. An opportunity to make it more here with Trevor Story.
And both of our players down 1-0 in the series have come out in the top of the first and put up runs.
Absolutely. Now that we have a 3-2 count, runners will be running, and all he needs is a ball to land in the gap. He could put up 2 more here. Beautiful take on that backdoor cutter. It doesn't catch the zone at all. Now the bases are loaded for Ketel Marte. Ooh, but a little bit of an impatient swing there. Check swings, gets the call against them. Now you're behind 0-1 in the count, and just like that, down 0-2.
Definitely pressing a bit with that first check swing. He wants this badly.
Oh, and he got a pitch to hit. High sinker, but just a little bit underneath it, a little bit early on it. We're still in an 0-2 count, but definitely a pitch he could have hit here. And he goes high with the four-seam. Beautiful sequence. Go with that high sinker. You just missed it, and you come back with a four-seam, and it just stays high, and it's enough to get a swing and miss and out of trouble for Fuentes.
That was just a perfect tunnel. I think he wanted to go up and in with the sinker and left it middle. Gets away with the pulled foul, but realizing that it's a pitch his opponent's probably looking for again, he goes high four-seam and gets him to chase.
That's the art of pitching. He didn't want that pitch there very likely. It just lands there, and he's like, you know what? I'm just going to tunnel a four-seam off of it. And it pays dividends for him as he gets out of trouble. And now, on your right side of the screen, you got Fuentes up, looking to even this game right back up.
In both games, we've seen someone already pitch out of a bases-loaded situation. Very clutch pitching so far.
And those are the differences in these games. You talked about it a good bit with Rebel and Kreiner, that when you get into those situations, you get runners on. How often do you capitalize? And the fact that these guys have pitched out of that trouble, already making a big deal for these games to start. And on your left side, we got Wilsey at the plate, currently down 1-3, and Rebel doing a good job of just putting that pressure on. Putting up good swings to start, but did go down shut out here in the top of the second inning. Of course, Wilsey starting off with a full count here against Roy Halladay, and we talked about that bottom part of the order. You got Juan Soto up in the 8th spot. Right after, you have that captain spot with Rafael Devers, and Rebel just still challenging him inside, this time with the four-seam fastball, getting that late swing to center, and now you probably bring another lefty here in Rafael Devers. Here he comes.
Seen a lot of success pitching with those four-seamers by both players in that series. Really goes to show you how much these players are looking for sinker cutter all the time.
Yeah, in some of these instances, that opposite-handed matchup is sometimes working in their favor because you could get a lot more of those cutters in on the hands off the plate. That's getting a better job of those late swings and misses than those sinkers have been on average. So in this situation, even though it's righty-lefty, not necessarily the worst thing, but Rafael Devers doing what he does. Perfect up the middle over Ellie De La Cruz's head. And Wilsey's got that runner in scoring position here with one out.
And even though Wilsey put up 18 in the first game, he left a lot of runners on base still, and already in this game had bases loaded and didn't come through, so he really needs to start cashing in on some of these base runners he's generating. Try to get some momentum here in game number 2.
And then on your right game, you saw a solo home run from Mike Trout here with 2 outs in the first inning for Fuentes, and he evens that game right back up with Jado. And that's out of the inning for Fuentes at the plate. That game remains 1-1 through the top of the first, or through the first inning. And we're working a 3-2 count here to Ronald Acuna on your left side of the beautiful four-seam fastball right on the corner. He clearly thought he was getting an away cutter. Takes it right on the corner, and a beautiful strikeout for Rebel. And he's seemingly attacking the zone against Wilsey, but already 50 pitches here in the bottom of the second.
And more success with the four-seam fastball. That's really been the story so far. But you're right, that pitch count is high for Halladay. He'd like to get another strike here, get out of it, and try to stretch this start to 4 or 5 innings if he can.
And this is the thing, when you pitch like this and you're trying to keep on throwing inside cutters, beautiful splitter to get out of it. When you're pitching like how Rebel is, it can sometimes work out, especially against these good hitters, but it's just going to drive that pitch count up. You work a lot of counts, you throw a lot of balls, but it's getting the job done so far. Only 1 run for Wilsey so far in the first 2. And again for Rebel, an opportunity to build a gap in this lead as you get to that 3, 4, 5 part of the order.
And again for Wilsey, leaving a guy stranded on base in scoring position.
Yeah, you always got to keep an eye on that. Rebel getting out of trouble real well here, but again, you got to take advantage of those opportunities when you get out of trouble to score runs of your own. And you also have to, oh, a beautiful cutter in on the hands from Roy Halladay. And yeah, that cutter in on the hands just been the pitch that you see here in these righty-lefty matchups with Roy Halladay. Oh, what a play at first by Austin Riley to get a glove on that and throw up the first quick. And again, that inside cutter, it's been so tough for these players to face, especially since you got to worry about that four-seam now right on the corner. Start expanding that plate a little bit with those cutters in on the hands, and when you do that, get some weaker contact like you've been seeing.
That's really the reason why these players trust Roy Halladay so much and throw him all the time, is that power cutter. In disadvantageous matchups like with lefties and switch hitters, you can still run it inside and it really gets up on you velocity-wise. Nice little 2-out triple here, though, with 99 speed. Maybe some 2-out magic for Rebel.
Yeah, big swing for Ellie De La Cruz. It's again that inside cutter, but he got his hands in enough on it this time, and that ball rolled all the way to the wall out there.
Ball.
And of course, with Ellie De La Cruz's 99 speed, that runner's on third, and now Ernie Banks in that 125 clutch comes into play.
1-1.
And Banks has had a great tournament for Rebel.
No, that's inside.
In this at-bat, we're seeing a high dosage of those inside sinkers here, trying to get his eyes inside, and he comes back with an away cutter. Beautiful swing, but just right to the second baseman.
And Rebel now leaving a runner stranded in scoring position. That was basically a perfect swing, but off the plate away, and again, another spot where just didn't get enough launch angle on it and rips it right to the second baseman. And now this is an important inning for Wilsey here. You get out of a bit of trouble there at the end of the inning. You've only scored 1 so far, but you're only down 2. Definitely an inning where you can take the momentum back.
And that'll be a lazy ground out to short and a big first out to get for Rebel. And yeah, that was interesting. That last pitch, I think he was clearly sitting on that cutter away. He felt like he knew that pitch was coming, but he just expanded that zone a little bit. Just goes right to the second base. It's so difficult to do much with that pitch. And now Wilsey hits a perfect right up the middle, right into the shifted second baseman. And interesting start to this inning. You get a weak rollover. You bounce back with a perfect right into the shift. And a weak fly ball to left field. This one going to land. It does not. Chipper Jones ranges over. And a very quick number 3 inning.
Very quick inning for Rebel. Just really good pitching. Before that inside cutter, he had been working the four-seam and the splitter to success. So you get yourself a Roy Halladay, so you do have that sinker cutter, but Rebel doing a good job throwing the secondary pitches as well with great effectiveness. And then right when Wilsey's trying to adjust, comes right back to that cutter inside, gets a 1 pitch out. And now if you're Rebel, you really feel like you have the momentum, especially if after that pitching performance, and you're trying to go out there and score.
And we talked about Rebel's bottom part of the order here, especially with that 97 Chipper Jones coming up here soon. But it all starts here with Ketel Marte trying to work some pitches, get that inside cutter that you're looking for, but just over the plate. But with how this day has gone, he's just been very committed on those inside cutters, and he's been swinging at those all day, even the ones that are inside off the plate like that. There it is again. Just good enough in on the hands. A little bit underneath it with Ketel. And yeah, that's been the bread and butter here for Roy Halladay, that power cutter in on the hands to the lefties, and it's a very difficult pitch to take, especially with how long these guys have played and just been around today. You have to be quick enough on those inside pitches.
Especially with being in so many two-strike counts, it's almost impossible to lay off of with 2 strikes. And, you know, Roy Halladay had that famous moment with Mo Rivera in the dugout learning how to throw that cutter, and it's really been the marquee pitch that has made him good in real life and the pitch that has made him popular in our game as well.
This is where the pitching mind games really come into play, because he's just been attacking all inside with those cutters, and now 2 straight pitches he goes back down and in with that sinker, as Rebel starts to be a little bit more patient. And there's that cutter again. Does he hold back this time? He does. Now we are in a 3-2 count.
He might see a cutter off the plate again. It's on Rebel to take that pitch.
He did, but that one is scorched, but again, just below the zone where you can't really elevate it, right to the right fielder. And yeah, just challenges him to take that pitch, and in a 3-2 count, maybe thinking he's going to attack the zone.
Ball outside.
But it works out in Wilsey's favor.
Both of these players have had big moments so far in this game where if they could get an offensive rally going, they would steal a lot of momentum and turn the game in their favor. And so far, neither of them have converted.
Absolutely. And here we go. It's Roy Halladay. There's that sinker, just absolutely brutal. You're trying to predict, get a gauge of how your opponent's going to throw, and of course, Roy Halladay throws a perfectly located sinker that you absolutely can't do anything with.
Yeah, you spend the whole inning trying not to chase that cutter in, and then he just dots the front door sinker in the same spot. Not a whole lot you can do, really, as a hitter.
Yeah, we've seen it from Roy Halladay, a bit with Mariano Rivera, where you establish that power cutter. You could sometimes start throwing in that sinker, tunnel it off that same arm slot, and especially for these hitters, we're starting to try to be a little bit more patient on those cutters off the plate. You could get away with some of those sinkers on the black. You establish inside, as on your right side, Jado starting off with a leadoff single as he's down 1 to Fuentes here. And that's what you want to do to start, get that leadoff runner on for your heart of your order for Ronald Acuna Jr.
Both games at Shield Woods and both games low scoring so far.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic for how good of players they are, but this is just how the games go. You adjust on the mound, you maybe lose some energy throughout the day. A lot changes, as that's going to be a down and in sinker that strikes out Ronald Acuna Jr. and a big first out for Fuentes on the mound.
And on the other side, a sinker, same spot he got Rebel to strike out on, ends up ripping it for a leadoff single for Wilsey.
But quickly behind 0-2 on your left side of the screen, Derek Jeter, you got to be careful here. This is screaming double play pitch. Narrows that away cutter, try to get that early rollover pitch, and now he's going to come back down and then sinker. On your right side, though, Jose Ramirez drives a middle of the zone sinker to center field, and that back and forth between Jado and Fuentes is still going back and forth. It's now 3-2 in Jado's favor.
It was a 1-run game, and game 1 came down to the last out. It's a 1-run game again. Those two are battling back and forth.
Yeah, you got to say there's something with these players who are still battling back and forth after a little bit of a long day. They've been around all day, and it says a lot to just have that tenacity to just keep going back and forth, keep scoring runs whenever you give them up. And it's just, we're setting up for some crazy battles here in the latter part of these games. Oh, that
Rebel
splitter.
finding more success with the splitter. He's really working that pitch a lot.
Yeah, that's where Roy Halladay can get tough, because you start mixing in that splitter. It could look a lot like that sinker that comes in way quicker. But of course, as we say that, a sinker down the way just gets laced beautifully to left field by Rafael Devers, and now you've got that top of the order up. We talked about rallies and taking opportunities, and another rally here for Wilsey, try to take advantage of.
He's left runners on in both games, and especially in this game. This would be huge to come through in this one.
Absolutely, and especially with Ronald Acuna Jr., that max clutch, max contact. You don't even want to try to do too much here. Just look for the right pitch to hit that you can barrel, whether it's a single up the middle, whether you can elevate a pitch. He's got to be patient, but he gets in the way. Cutter, well located, hits off of Halliday, though. He's going to get that out at first, and another jam that pitching Rebel gets out of here, and he retains that 3-1 lead.
Rebel's been pitching out of jams in both games, and Wilsey has left so many opportunities on the table in this game. And here we are, same situation as last inning. Rebel with a huge opportunity to come out firing, score some runs, and try to get some big momentum and stretch the lead a bit.
As that's a beautiful swing to right field by Mickey Mantle. This one will be over to right fielder's head. You talk about the particular location of those cutters. That one right there is a little bit higher than that bottom right corner. And he can get that PCI down there and elevate it a little bit. And now you got a leadoff runner over at second.
And the location is so finicky because if it's in off the hands, it's so hard to stay fair and make good contact. But if you leave it over the plate like that, it's getting smoked, especially if you've been throwing it a lot. And Rebel didn't miss that one. Leadoff double, and hopefully some momentum if you're looking at it from his perspective.
And here we go with Wilsey throwing 3 straight cutters down and away to Mike Trout, trying to see if Rebel's a little bit impatient on those away pitches. Now evens it up basically. 3-2 count. We're full here. And here we go, away cutter, and there it is. And that's what gets tough. Oh, he held back. I thought he went on that. Great
It looked like he swung. I thought the ball even turned white like for a strike. That is a huge break for Rebel.
Yes.
Not a good check swing, and he doesn't make an out.
And look who's up, Adley Rutschman with 2 runners on. And this is what we're seeing on both sides. Some runners getting on, and the other team kind of testing that hitter's patience, especially with those away cutters to righties, trying to see if they can be patient on them. And now we're with Adley here, a lefty in the situation, and you'll see those inside cutters, seeing how patient he is. Did he hold back? He did. Another check swing for Rebel, evening at 2-2. And he comes back with a sinker, and he demolishes it. That one's going to leave, and there's Adley Rutschman again. Rebel got that down in sinker. We talked about that pitch last game. It's almost like he had been waiting for that pitch to finally come, and he got it. Nearly identical location to that double, and now Rebel's got a 6-1 lead.
That was such a game of adjustments for pitching Rebel and a confident at bat. He lays off the cutter inside, doesn't check swing. The second one, he's probably looking for that sinker, check swings on the second cutter. And then you're right, last inning, gets caught looking on the front door sinker and is probably looking for that again, and he's able to convert. First time this game with traffic on for both players that somebody has had a big home run to get those runners in.
And now that we're getting towards that middle part of the game, the big question now is Roy Halladay. He's the guy that's been getting the outs and getting out of trouble here, but you're driving up that pitch count for both sides. You can only last so long with him, and we talked about that bullpen a lot. We're going to start to get interesting here in these later innings, as both these players are probably going to need to tap into that bullpen here very soon. When there's that down and sinker, now you see why Rebel is very committed on it. When you're just a hair bit behind, it is so difficult to get that bat head in front and pull that.
When you hit a big momentum shifting home run like that, when you're pitching Rebel, it's almost tough to come back and have good at bats afterwards, because you feel like you just accomplished what you needed to get done and you've taken the momentum, and it's hard to come back and keep that going after you clear the bases. But he did what he needed to do, got 3 more on the board, and it's Wilsey's turn now to get something going. And if he gets runners on, he's got to get them in.
And the game of pitching can be so precise. That pitch was just a little bit inside in that middle third of the zone, and Rebel just got that PCI to the corner, and underneath that with Ernie Banks. Had that been a little bit more inside that PCI, he would have absolutely hit that out, but just a little bit off in that swing. And right back with Wilsey here, it's a little bit off in that timing with these games, even in a stadium like this. It's a game just getting those just lates or those PCIs on that outer edge and getting your opponent a little bit off.
And if you're Rebel, you're a bit disappointed that Halladay's at 83 pitches. He has pitched a fantastic game. Almost the direct opposite of last game. Rebel really struggled hitting Al Leiter from Wilsey, and Wilsey has really struggled hitting Roy Halladay, at least when it matters, with runners in scoring position.
And you got to see that pitch count going up if you are Wilsey, and you just got to be waiting for your pitch, and he gets it. Down and in sinker to Marcus Semien, and he turns on that. That ball is going to go a long way. 454 feet and big home run with emphasis.
Simeon's been doing it for him all tournament. Had a 4 home run game yesterday, and just the thing he needed to hopefully start getting some momentum back.
And it's the thing, we have that pitch count going up. First of all, Rebel has to start worrying about the bullpen. But if you're Wilsey, that's a very good confidence-building swing. You got to stay patient and keep focusing on getting that pitch count up. Work these counts, see a lot of pitches, because like we saw there, late game here, he's got a higher chance of seeing these mistakes with Halladay still on the mound.
And if you take enough of those swings in a row, you get Halladay out of the game, right? So it's a good way to start the rally. Another good one there. I imagine we'll see Roy leave soon.
And that's one of those situations where that shift really hurts. We talked about it a bit, pitching away from that shift when you've got it, and that hit stays fair and isn't an out, I think, because of the players shifted there. And now it's a 1-out double, and at this point, you probably take out Halladay. He might have gotten that second good swing to take him out. And here comes Mariano Rivera.
Interesting going with Rivera here. Basically the exact same pitch mix that Halladay has, so makes sense with the amount of success that Halladay has had so far this game. And once again, going to see those power cutters inside to lefties.
And he started off with that first pitch changeup, and I feel like that's probably the reason he went with Mo. Try to get that changeup in play here, which is a little bit loopier than what that splitter would normally look like, but try to get him a little bit off his game on those sinkers. Beautiful backdoor cutter there to make it 2-2. But a battle of an at-bat from Kyle Tucker, and we are full. 3-2 pitch from Mariano Rivera, and there's an away sinker just underneath that with with Kyle Tucker. That's going to keep him at second, too. Literally just missed that swing.
Man, he didn't miss it by much. He even had the good timing. You wonder if he was just late instead of good, if it actually would have helped him put it in the gap there. But hangs up long enough. And Rebel with a chance to get out of it again. It's been the storyline all game. Wilsey, runners in scoring position that don't come home. Rebel just needs one more out.
In our other game, this Jado Fuentes battle has just been raging on. 7-5 here in the 4th inning, and just both of them are still going offensively.
And Rebel just blew a 4-seamer right by him.
Yeah, and I think that's why you're picking Mo. You got that good cutter, but you got that 4-seam in play here as well, and that seems to be working well for these guys on the mound, mixing in that cutter and 4-seam off each other.
Rebel has just pitched a really good game. I mean, the Halladay start was great, featuring the splitters and the 4-seamers more than usual, just to give him a different look, and then going to Mo out of the bullpen at the right time and getting 2 crucial outs.
And I really like the adjustments from game 1, where Wilsey put up a big offensive performance, and Wilsey probably felt very confident heading into game number 2, and Rebel is just testing him with every single pitch, trying to get him to expand that zone, those cutters, and he's done a great job of just keeping him uncomfortable at the play here through 6.
It's so hard to come back after scoring 18 in one game and have the same type of hype or performance in game number 2. It requires so much of you mentally and physically to take that many good swings to score 18 runs on Legend, and it just feels like it's impossible to keep up from game to game.
Absolutely, and you got to really credit Rebel in that bounce back performance, because it would have also been easy to just chalk it up and kept going with what you were doing in game 1, but he's done a great job of adjusting on the mound. That's a beautiful swing by Fuentes, and Adley Rutschman going perfect here to center field. Now only down 1 here as we're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Fuentes with 6 runs on 6 hits, probably really relying on those home runs to get him to this point. And Jado's had to do a little bit more work so far just to get up to these 7 runs.
Yeah, he sat back on the 3-2 cutter and timed it perfectly, went dead center, and he timed that one up pretty well too.
Beautiful swing on a middle-in slider. Corey Seager going yard, and just like that, we are tied out here. And this game just seemed like a back and forth. Both of these two are just so evenly leveled after looking at that first game where Gito almost came back. We're in the fourth here. They're still going back and forth, 7-7.
These two have played 13 innings against each other, and the difference in total has been 1 run. Just a perfectly even matchup, just great baseball. And we haven't seen Kendall Graveman a lot in the last couple hours, and hasn't had a great tournament overall. Comes in, gives up a couple runs.
And here we go again with that shift in play here. Started off away in this at bat, but you're almost looking for that away pitch to try to poke it through that right side of the infield, get a runner on. A little bit later on that fourth seam kind of tells me he's looking to slap a ball to right field. He got it there. It's hit high and deep to right center, but Mookie's going to be just underneath it. That'll be just short of the warning track.
That was a good read scan. He was definitely looking for that cutter away and just swung a little bit underneath it.
And then Kendall Graveman gives up a couple runs to start and then bounces back, and he's 1 out away from getting out of trouble here.
This game is going to be so good as we move through the middle innings and the late innings. I mean,
These
two are just going at it.
Yeah, it's so difficult, especially with how long of a day Fuentes had. He's had some long series, and it's really difficult to keep going like this, but he had to face this yesterday too, battling it out in that lower bracket, as that is driven to deep right field by Jose Ramirez, and he just can't stop hitting no matter what. No matter how long his day is, no matter who he's facing, he's scoring runs against everyone, and it's now 8-7.
Fuentes has scored in every game. I'm pretty sure he's been up above double digits every single game. He continues to win with his offense, and now with the lead as the home team.
Yeah, that's huge. We talked about Jado having a good start, establishing that early game lead here, but Fuentes has just neutralized that and gotten the lead of his own here just in the fourth inning. And in terms of momentum, you wonder for Jado, how much do you have left in the tank? How long can you keep this going? Because it seems like Fuentes is still going here.
Don't forget Jado, too, coming from the winner's bracket at the start of today. So not only is he down 1-0 in the series, but this is the first series where if he loses, he's done. So going to require a lot of mental fortitude that he hasn't really had to put forward yet.
Absolutely. That is a great slider down away to Mike Trout, but at 99 speed in play, and he's going to beat it out. It's one of those swings again, that little dinky infield single that keeps these innings alive. And that sometimes makes a difference here, especially if he's going to keep out Kendall Graveman here.
Every time one of those singles happens, it feels like it's always a bomb next at bat. That's the worst feeling ever as a pitcher.
It does. It really does.
You get weak contact, and you still give up a base runner.
And that's going to be laced up the middle right in front of the center fielder. And here we go, a 2-out rally, all started by an infield single, and you have a big opportunity here, and I think you've got to just neutralize this, get a new reliever in, and in comes Jose Alvarado to face Justin Morneau. And I feel like you're going to keep an eye out on that away cutter from Alvarado. There it is, probably looking to poke that down the left field line, but you got to make sure it's in the zone. That's a perfectly located cutter there. He's going to come back inside here. You want to see if Jado keeps on alternating outside, inside here. There's that inside sinker in the zone. Now you've got 2-2 count here. And he goes inside again. Now 3-2, and I would be absolutely sitting on a down and away cutter. Either he's going to do that or just middle in sinker yet again and try to find that zone. I feel like that's really all you can bank on with Jose Alvarado, just that sinker and cutter.
Interesting to see if he puts one in the zone here with Austin Riley on deck. Traditionally, you'd say you don't want to walk him, but if he feels like Fuentes will swing, he can throw a ball.
Here he goes. There's that away cutter, and he fights it off. Perfectly located, too. He really couldn't do much of anything with that. We're at a 3-2 count yet again. And here we go. 3-2. And there's that inside sinker. He got the hands, and it looked like he was ready for it, but just didn't get that PCI inside enough. And that's where that being off the plate is perfect, because he got him to expand that zone and hit a little weak fly ball to the right. And big situation to get out of for Jado.
Could have been a lot worse, and yeah, he gets him to chase in the 3-2 count and bounces right back immediately.
That's it high and deep to left, and that'll go for Ketel Marte. That right there is a Shieldwood special 89 mile per hour line drive down the line. That's what you do sometimes. That's where you risk those away pitches, is allowing those lefties to poke one down the line.
A couple of statement at bats from Jado after giving up the lead. Comes back, 2 good swings, and already tied and rallying here in the 5th. There's been 16 runs scored, and it's the 5th inning.
Yeah, both these guys are in for a battle this game. This is game 2 of this series.
You would never think these games were on Legend after these games we've seen today. This is especially this deep.
Pitches so late into the day. It's just unreal. Like, literally, you give up runs like that last inning, and the first 2 swings of the inning, just 2 great swings on some high velocity pitches, and Jado's setting himself up again. He doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon.
2 great swings off a card that just came out today, so you don't even have a lot of reps against him. Just locked in, really.
Absolutely. There's the sinker, though. Ends up over the middle of the plate, but gets him a little too late. And now you've got that top part of the yard order coming around with Mike Trout.
Seemed like he was looking cutter there and just swings through the sinker late.
Yeah, and this Adam Ottavino, especially on that right side part of the zone, very tough to read those pitches. Beautiful swing on a sinker that just ends up over the middle. He's running to third right away, and he threw it straight to second. A big potential misplay by not hitting the cutoff man, and that's going to end up being runners on first and third here. I think if he hits that cutoff man, he'd actually have a play at third on Adley running.
I don't think Fuentes was expecting him to go to third base. I think he just threw it to second out of habit, really.
Yeah.
If he had gone to third, he would have had a good chance at getting him out. But smart base running and maybe caught Fuentes sleeping a little bit.
Yeah, and that if you are playing some games and you're in that situation before, you might just notice, hey, he just threw right to second in that situation instead of hitting that cutoff man. And he took that opportunity, got the free base, and bigger implications here because now you get that runner on third that could take the lead. But you've got 99 speed in Ellie De La Cruz at the plate. So ground ball, you try to turn 2, and you've got 99 speed at the plate now. Not going to be an easy or even guaranteed turn, which could score that go-ahead run.
And you get that runner to third base with less than 2 outs as well. So like you said, what may look like a routine ground ball double play with 99 speed at the plate, if he beats it out, it is going to be a run with only 1 out in the inning. Same with a sac fly. So really big deal taking that third base there on that base running.
And especially if he does not hit a hard grounder, especially if it's a third or first, makes you think about what type of play you throw and if that runner at third will be sent home. I almost would send that runner home on a dribbler to third, or at least try to bait a throw and try to save a potential double play in some instances. But we're in a 3-1 count. We're not even at that point. And just like that, the bases are loaded for, of course, the bringer of rain.
When you fall behind to Ellie there, it makes sense to keep pitching around and just face Donaldson instead.
And there's a fly ball to deep right field. Is it deep enough to score? The throw from Acuna was closer than it honestly should have been. But it's a 9-8 game, and Jado does a good job of getting that runner over to third and cashing in that run. And looking to do some more here with 2 outs here.
Looks like he's sitting sinker. He watched a cutter right down the middle.
Yeah, he's probably looking for something inside. Beautiful pitch right on the black. He's probably looking for something to pull here. He's been very patient on that away stuff right now. Here comes the 1-2 pitch from Javier Assad.
Long hesitation before that one. A bit of gamesmanship.
Yep, that's something you don't see often enough. Just that slight hesitation on the mound, as that's going to be a fly out to first base to end our inning. And yeah, those hesitations on the mound sometimes get to your opponent thinking or wondering what you're going to throw next. You just try to control the routine on the mound there, and sometimes just taking a little bit longer to throw that pitch can throw someone out of their mental timing, and enough to get out of that inning. And Jado still has a 1-run lead. And on our left side of the screen, this Wilsey pitching Rebel series has gotten interesting as the starting pitchers has left. It's now 8-6 in Rebels' favor, as that is hit high and deep to right field by, of course, 97 Chipper Jones. And that'll now be a 3-run lead, much needed insurance for Rebel as we're in these last couple of innings here.
And another low and in cutter that Rebel goes down and gets, so he's made great adjustments to the pitching style of Wilsey so far in game number 2.
Absolutely beautiful four seam right on the black. He was definitely looking sinker with where that PCI plays, but still a good swing to the left side, and you feel like Rebel's putting up some great swings in his later part of the game. He's made some adjustments.
It's 0-1.
And a Mickey Mantle here is a home run shy of the cycle.
That's a ball.
You know he's going to get it. He has to. He's been hitting so well with Mickey.
Yeah, you feel like it's going to happen, but he's behind 1-2 here in the top of the 8th. He went down and in sinker. That pitch he's been looking for all of this series, and again, perfectly located where he just gets that middle left of the PCI.
And look at the PCI, was looking for the cutter there with his angle.
And no cycle for Mickey Mantle, at least for now. But here we go. You still got Mike Trout to get out here in the top of the 8th, and you definitely still want to put some runs on because it seems like Wilsey is battling back, and that's a beautiful swing up the middle by Mike Trout, and you bring up your 3-hole. And you know, with pitching Rebel, he's got a bunch of switch hitters in the heart of that order, and I'm keeping an eye out on those down and in cutters and sinkers right now.
Yeah, he's going to get a heavy dose of the pitches inside. It's what Wilsey's been throwing for 2 games now.
Ooh, got him to bite on a down away sinker. Not what you want to see in an 0-1 count. Very quickly 0-2.
1-2.
But a good take to bounce back.
2-2.
Takes that sinker this time around. Now 2-2 on the count. And even if you're down 0-2, you're just working back these at bats. But beautiful sinker just below the zone. Sometimes not used enough as a pitch. Gets that swing and miss.
You don't see that pitch often, especially in competitive play, but it was a good one. It seemed like Rebel was waiting for that cutter once again and didn't really get it a whole lot. The only one he saw was way off the plate inside. So 3-run lead headed into the bottom of the 8th, and it's do or die time for Wilsey.
Absolutely. Of course, Rebels got some pressure on him to get the final 6 outs of this game, losing 1-0 in this series. And we talked about this bottom part of the order. For Wilsey, Rafael Devers and Juan Soto have been machines down there. And you got to face him righty-lefty here. We talk about those inside cutters. You got to be very careful if any of those pitches catch the plate. There was an inside sinker, but gets him just a little bit late on that inside pitch and right into that shift. And it's a type of out you want to start off an off swing on those inside sinkers and cutters.
As much as the shift has hurt Rebel sometimes, it has helped him a lot in this series. He's gotten several of those ground balls. Even one of them was on a perfect swing, but a guy just standing right there in the middle of the infield. And they're big outs when you're playing somebody of this caliber that can hit everything. Yeah,
and Rebel's doing a great job of pitching to contact. That's a dot right on the corner. And doing a good job, and both these guys are, honestly, of getting those sinkers and cutters just in that right spot to induce contact, but ground ball contact right to fielders. It's been the name of the game as this tournament's progressed, just seeing how patient these players are and seeing what pitches they swing at. And there we go again. A 4-seam right on the corner, perfectly located to be a fly out just short of the warning track. It had that been right on that corner there. That spells trouble.
And I don't know if it was foresight or not, but having Mickey Mantle in right field is actually great for Shieldwood specifically. Right field has the most amount of ground to cover of any place in the stadium, even center field sometimes. And he was actually shaded towards left center there and able to run under that one still, putting the 99-speed outfielder in right field.
Absolutely. We've talked about Mickey Mantle being a great choice for his wild card, and that's another reason why you get that great defense, 99 speed out in the outfield, whether it's center or right field for Rebel. And having that speed at an outfield like this is a big deal because you see a lot of deep fly balls out there, especially with that right field wall. Here we go, 2-2 pitch with 2 outs, and that inside cutter again gets the job done for Rebel and Javier Assad, and he's now 3 outs away from evening up this series.
Big 0 to put on the board for pitching Rebel. And any kind of insurance here is going to be massive because Wilsey has not hit well this game.
Yeah, and I think this is where that experience for Rebels come in. He's been in this scenario before, playing great players with everything on the line, having been in 3-game series like this, and great adjustments from him on the mound to kind of tame Wilsey for most of this game so far. And now here late game, he's going to lace another hit to the outfield. 94 speed will be coming home. Now a 10-6 game and a necessary 4th run of insurance now for Rebel.
Just a great swing. Gets rewarded a little bit. Swung late there. Not the best timing, but pokes it through the left side. And also great base running. Ramirez got a slow start because he was seeing if the third baseman was going to come up with it. And a Rebel actually sent Ellie towards second base to kind of force that throw into second. And he ends up going back to first as soon as the throw does come in. And he gets to run home for free, basically.
And now he's ahead 3-1 in this account with Ernie Banks, one of the players he's done great with. Just misses a sinker down in the way there. Now we're at a 3-2 count. And there's that sinker. A little bit over the plate, but he's definitely in a little bit of fight mode. Not the pitch he was looking for there, I think, in 3-2. Here we go again, and there's a sinker. But on the inner half, and what a play it's short. The turn 2.
That is absolutely huge. Derek Jeter making the defensive play, and that could have been 2 men on, nobody out. Instead, it clears the bases.
Yeah, and it's so interesting because Derek Jeter's been a big part of these teams, especially out there defensively. And as we've gone through the year, there's been a lot of great shortstop options, but for some of these guys, he's been the guy out there. And even in a scenario like that, that diamond defense doing wonders to minimize damage for Wilsey.
And we talk about confidence and familiarity with hitter cards. What's more confident and familiar than the live series collection you've had since day 1 or month 1 for a lot of these players? So even though there are good cards coming out, like you say, at the shortstop position, a lot of them still electing to go with Derek Jeter. Just feels like it gives them the best shot.
And speaking of cards that you like and you're confident with, Wilsey's leading off this inning with Marcus Semien, who he has been unreal with so far today. And you definitely got to be wary, and here he comes. Kenley Jansen, try to get the final 3 outs here for pitching Rebel.
And Rebel had both Jansen and Doval warming up and took a long pause there to pick between one of them and ends up going with Jansen.
He's got that shift on, so he went down and away slider here. Got to be careful. And he tried to poke that to right, but sits back too much in that Kenley Jansen cutter, and a big first out for pitching Rebel.
It's a huge first out for both players, really.
And then a great adjustment in this next at bat for Austin Riley. A 4-seam fastball catches a little bit of the plate, and that one is going to leave Wilsey now down just 3 here in the bottom of the 9th.
Chipping away. We saw a similar comeback with Jado against Fuentes last game. He's going to need 3 more of those.
This is the thing with Kenley Jansen, that 4-seam and cutter are very similar in that velocity. You may not be able to get away with it as much as you were earlier with Roy Halladay. You got to make sure you pitch a little bit differently, even though he's got that same pitch mix here. You are ahead 0-2 here, so a great start. But to get him out, I don't think you're going to have that 4-seam in the same way as that home run just showed.
And he had a lot of success with Halladay earlier with splitters. Maybe that's a reason he chose Jansen for the changeup specifically. Big spot here, 3-2.
Here we go, 3-2 pitch. He challenges him inside and just catches him a little bit off guard. Great pitch, right when it mattered most. A scary pitch to go to with how on these inside cutters these players usually are. But he challenges him, and sometimes you need to do that, and gets a necessary second out, and Rebels 1 out away from evening this series.
Wilsey just looks a bit off in this 9th inning.
Oh man, the fact he didn't even swing at that cutter, that's in the nitro zone there. Now we're in a 1-2 count. He's down to his final strike. Goes back to that sinker and honestly locates it perfectly just outside of the zone to get that foul ball. Goes back to the cutter, and yeah, Wilsey is dialed up inside here. 2 straight early swings.
Would be a great spot for the changeup.
It would be, especially if he locates it perfectly below the zone. He went cutter again. He thought he'd go to something like a changeup, but gets that late swing. And what a bounce back performance for pitching Rebel. Now you see why he's gotten here before. A crazy bounce back after disappointing game 1 for him.
Listen, let's be honest. Rebel did not play well at all in game 1. He got worked over. The final score was 18-5. He looked lost against Al Leiter. But that's the veteran presence. That's a guy who has won one of these circuits before, saying, you know what, it's a best of 3. Game 1 doesn't matter anymore, and he made great pitching adjustments the whole game there to hold Wilsey down after giving up 18 in the first, and we're headed to a game 3. That is going to be a good one.
And man, another battle going on here between Jado Wavy and Fuentes, and in the top of the 7th here, you've got the tying run up at the plate for Jado and Ellie De La Cruz, and a big part of the order to start a rally with Semien and Trout getting on, great speed, and now you get those really good splits versus righties against Ellie De La Cruz.
And here's high leverage Camilo Doval once again. Fuentes trying to cling to this lead. And on deck has been another great wild card for this tournament, Josh Donaldson.
Great taking that down in the way sinker, and you see a lot of that. And those inside cutters with Doval. He's going to come back inside, but he's going to lay off it this time. 2-1 count from Doval. He's going to go back door, but can't find the spot. Now you got to start worrying. 3-1 count. Hitters count with Ellie De La Cruz, and that's driven to center field. And there it is. He got that pitch to hit, worked the great count, and a perfect homer to center field. And we are even here between Jado and Fuentes.
That's fantastic hitting. Waited the whole at bat to get something over the middle of the plate and did not miss it. And that's been a theme from Fuentes in a couple 3-1 counts that I've noticed. He's been throwing pitches right down the middle, making it a point to not walk guys. And it hasn't paid off a lot. He's given up a lot of home runs on middle pitches in those hitters' counts.
We talk about Ellie De La Cruz doing a lot in the field at short, but we got the classic Derek Jeter jump throw there to get the second out here in the top of the 7th. I'll tell you what, I always love seeing that. Now he's just 1 out away from getting out of this inning, keeping his game tied 12-12.
It really is beautiful, and it's been in the game even before Jeter was. So now the fact that we get to watch Jeter do it himself is just awesome.
Absolutely. I remember watching those Yankee games as a kid and just watching that left and right, and you watch that cutter up and in right on the black, and talk about a bounce back from Camilo Doval. Beautiful strikeout to save face, get out of that inning. But of course, we have a tie game here heading into the bottom of the 7th, and this is where you could really put a lot of pressure on with a great inning if you're Fuentes.
That pitch from Doval was so nasty. I don't know what you're supposed to do with an up and in cutter at 101, but you're right. Fuentes, this is the advantage of being the home team. Even though he did just give up the lead, immediately gets a chance to answer and can dictate the pace once again just by getting out ahead before the 8th.
And this is still a crazy performance. Jado has been battling in so many of these series. And same with Fuentes. Fuentes has been kind of ahead in a lot of these games, but has had his back and forth. And here he is yet again. 2 guys who have had some crazy back and forths so far just in this bracket alone. And leadoff walk to get us going here in the bottom of the 7th.
And both of these guys have had fantastic tournaments and played really tough games against really good competition the entire time. And it comes down here, you're getting to the late innings of the game number 2. Fuentes with a chance to book his ticket to the semifinals with just a couple more good innings.
Absolutely. This is where you see the craziness, the close managerial decisions, the singular pitches that matter a lot. You see Lou Trevino, 11 balls and 4 strikes so far out of him to start off this appearance for him. And that's a must strike right there, making a 3-2 count to Jose Ramirez. Here comes that pitch, and Jose Ramirez fights it off. We have a 3-2 yet again with that runner stealing, and he's going to strike out at the plate, and he's going to run back at first. Good on him to just run right back to first after stopping him there. Just no hesitation. Once he realized he struck out, just very quickly reacted and sent him back.
That's great base running too, and the only way you're able to send him back that fast is if you actually hit the input to tell him to stop in place before you tell him to go back. If you tell him to just go back, he'll get a really long animation where he turns around slowly. So That's a veteran move in the base paths and runs himself back from and prevents running into a double play.
And this inning's going to stay alive as that's going to go down the line for Mike Trout. And now that runner's over to third, and Trout's going to slide into second. And here we go. 2 runners in scoring position for Ronald Acuna Jr. And tough decision here. You're going to go to Javier Assad, Justin Morneau looming on deck. It looks like this infield is going to stay in here as well. Especially with that high contact out of Acuna, you don't need too much other than just a hard grounder past those middle infielders.
Infield in is a tough call here because it has been a high-scoring game. You don't necessarily think that 1 run kills you here, but it looks like he's going to stick with that infield in.
I like the pitches. He didn't really give him anything to hit. Went infield in and just see if he would just press a little bit, expand out of zone, rolling over. But now you got bases loaded for Justin Morneau, and this is just screaming, going to that slow stuff away and just trying to get a weak out inside on the hands with the cutter as well. Because Morneau doesn't have the speed to beat out a double play, especially on a throw to home.
Yeah, he's thinking double play all the way here, but Morneau's had a great game so far.
And that is driven to right field by Justin Morneau. And that is a grand slam to make it 16-12 for Fuentes. And that is how you bounce back. Jado bounces back, has been battling all day, and that one's got to hurt the gut. You give up a grand slam right as you tie it up, and again, you are down 4 here in the late game.
Just such an impressive inning by Fuentes all around. Every at-bat was great, and again, that base running move that he made, it's not easy to send a runner in a hit-and-run spot there and have the reaction time to send him back immediately when you realize you struck out. Saves himself an out, gets himself some momentum, and Justin Morneau, a card we haven't seen a lot of, but a key part of Fuentes' durability team, comes through with a go-ahead grand slam.
As you see, our other game is getting going between pitching Rebel and Wilsey. And Wilsey starting off hot with a double to the right field. And that game is going to be a crazy game 3. But, of course, there's a lot at stake here. Fuentes with a 4-run lead here, trying to cement himself into that top 4 situation. And that's a beautiful swing to keep this inning alive with Adley Rutschman. And he's still just putting up great swing after great swing, even after a grand slam like that, where it's easy to just roll one over after the home run.
And that grand slam, the pitch was actually really good, low and in corner right on the black. He goes down and gets it. That last sinker, that single by Adley, was a bit off the plate. So Jado making good pitches, but Fuentes just doing what he's done all tournament. Just hit well, winning games with his offense, coming through in big spots.
And here's Juan Soto towards the bottom of the order for a couple of these players. Fuentes and Wilsey. Juan Soto's been a mainstay in that bottom part of the order. And again, not a great matchup here to righty-lefty in this scenario. And be very careful if you catch any sinker or cutter over the plate in this matchup. He gets a slider, it catches the plate, and a beautiful swing from Juan Soto. And Fuentes is not stopped yet. Another home run. Now got a 6-run lead late game, and that one just gotta hurt. You're Jado.
It's so good by Fuentes. You hit the big grand slam. We mentioned earlier, sometimes when you hit momentum-changing home runs, it's hard to come back and keep hitting. He generates another 2-out rally for 2 more runs after that grand slam, and Jado now down 6 with only 6 outs to work with.
You really got to give credit to Fuentes. He has just been so consistent offensively, and even at this point, another perfect on a down-and-away 4-seam. And he's just kept it going, even when he's running to these players who have battled like Jado, who have had great days. He's just kept it going, and he's nearing 20 runs here.
What's crazy is he's done it in every single game of every single series. He has hit the entire tournament for now double-digit games played, and this is just a chance to put it away here if he gets another home run.
Absolutely, and he is just locked. He's taking so many of these close pitches, being really patient. And that one's also going to sneak up the middle for Mookie Betts. And Jado just going to let that one roll all the way out to center, and he just can't get Fuentes out.
Well, we've got Mercy Rule run on deck here too, so he needs this last out.
And that one is driven to right. and you can't get him out. No matter what you throw, you get him a little early, you get him a little behind. He's finding a way to keep hitting, and there we go, 21-12. All in this inning. This has been a crazy inning for Fuentes here late game, and one swing could win it for him.
There's nothing you can do as a pitcher when your opponent is hitting like this, and Fuentes is one swing away from booking his ticket to the semifinals.
And genuinely, there is nothing you can do. He is all over every swing. Anything that ends up in the zone, he's getting a good barrel on. And, of course, Mike Trout with 125 contact and power. Game on the line, and that's going to be hit. And that one's going to sit. Another one of those situations, you get that pitch in on the hands, you get a late swing, and it's still going to land, especially with that pitcher confidence for poor Kenley Jansen. And now here you go. You got to face Acuna with that winning run over at first. And honestly, only 13 pitches out of Jansen. Just any pitch that's gone over the plate, Fuentes has just made him pay for it. He's just reading the ball really well right now. It's just incredible. And a hanging slider, line drive, and you kind of got to put the hands together and hope that finds a glove, and it does. And that's how you get out of the inning. A perfect line out to left. And what an inning for Fuentes. That could potentially clinch him this. That one hurts the soul of your Jado, but we've talked about it time and time again. Jado has had the battle. He's done it before. He did it almost in game one. Far from over here is on our other game here. Jose Ramirez hitting a 3-run homer in the first inning for pitching Rebel to give him an early lead.
It really feels like Rebel has all the momentum in that series. Wilsey came out and had kind of a dud offensively in game 2. Doesn't score in the top of the first, and then Rebel coming back and throwing a punch immediately with a 3-run home run. And we do see John Donaldson on the mound for Wilsey as well. I don't know if Rebels faced Donaldson in this tournament yet, but a lot of these players have had pretty good success against him throughout the day.
And if I saw correctly, Rebel's the home team, and I think he chose Shield Woods as the stadium now.
Yeah, that's a great call out. That's really smart. And he's been
picking Ship It, so he's really trying to lean in on that offense here. It worked out game 2. He managed to get the offense going there rather than at Ship It. And he's changed up that stadium going back to Shield Woods for game 3 at home field, and working out to start with that 3-run homer.
Yeah, that's a great point. He starts game 1 at Ship It, takes an ugly loss. Wilsey comes back in game 2, picks Shield Woods, and Rebel comes out with the win. So Rebel says, you know what? Let's go back to Shield Woods. I already beat you here once. Let's do it again in game 3.
That's going to be a chopper to first for Jado. And he's down to 2 outs here in the inning, and here comes Adley Rutschman in. Looking pretty bleak if you're Jado. If you want to get it going, you still got to put up a couple here and hope you find it in the 9th, but that's going to be very difficult because Fuentes has just been unstoppable here this last inning.
It really is just so tough, regardless of how many runs he has so far. Like, how do you beat anybody that scores 21 runs? It's really
especially
sometimes
this late in the day.
Yeah, that's a great swing there to cut the lead to 8, but you know, sometimes there's just nothing you can do. It feels like your opponent just has you. And this is one of those games for Fuentes.
Yeah, the level of hitter these players are, sometimes they just get it clicking and it's impossible to get them out. And this is what we talk about, how they don't make it seem like legend, but they're so consistent with their PCI placements and their swing timing, where it just, even they make it look easy. Like, I wouldn't even be able to do this on all-star difficulty in online games as consistently as someone like Fuentes has on Legend. But there's a big pitch, up and in cutter, that's worked for Fuentes all day. And now he just needs 2 runs to get a Mercy Rule win here.
And Rebel also going with Al Leiter in game 3, so he is using all of Wilsey's tools against him, choosing Shield Woods and using Al Leiter, the pitcher that Rebel could not hit in game 1 that got the W for Wilsey, and Rebel off to a 5-1 start as well.
Yeah, momentum is entirely in this way, and we talked about it a bit, how Wilsey had a great offensive start, but he found it right there on a cutter or a sinker that just catches the plate with Derek Jeter. That's now a good swing that can get you going here. Perfect to left field, but Rebels got to a good start so far, and you got to keep up with them, that's for sure.
Gets a lucky line out there too, just a little bit late on the sinker, in on the hands. And you talked about a lot today, Scan, how sometimes these players, once they get one bomb, the floodgates start to open. That could have been a situation there for Wilsey, but unfortunately lines out to center.
And that's driven to left field by Adley Rutschman, and right part of the field to hit that too. That's a laser. And now it's 3-5. The floodgates might be opening now. And it looks like on your right side of the screen, Fuentes goes down. He's now 3 outs away from securing a win in a spot in the top 4. And it's going to start with a very well-located sinker down into Mike Trout. And again, only so much you could do with that pitch.
And you know what? The score of this game is not going to tell the story of how close this series was. Jado almost coming back and taking game 1. And Jado having a fantastic tournament overall, playing goon after goon in this gauntlet of a tournament, and just really impressive play overall, but Fuentes was just a little bit better in this one.
Yeah, it's another one of those games you talked about a bit where just sometimes you just run to someone who's nearly unstoppable, and that's what Fuentes has looked like here in every series he's played, where even when he looks like he's struggling a bit, he just eventually finds it offensively, and he found it here, putting up a 21 spot when it mattered most in game number 3, and right as that game got close, he just ran away with it, and that is such a difficult situation. Definitely does not fairly represent how close this game was for so long and how close the series was.
Yeah, we were in the 5th inning of this one, and in total there was a 1-run difference between both players.
And that's a ground ball to third, and that will be it. Fuentes with a masterful performance to end his series versus Jado Wavy, and he will be moving on to your top 4 spots. And just absolutely masterful finish to that series. Right as it got close, he locked in when it mattered and ran away with that game. And again, there's just such a close series all the way through.
That one grand slam and a 12-12 tie game changed everything. Justin Morneau, the MVP for Fuentes. And coming back to this game here, Rebel already into Wilsey's bullpen. You see Javier Assad, the reliever, on the bump here in the bottom of the 2nd.
Absolutely, and we definitely have to keep an eye on some of these potential matches as we keep going. Fuentes just had to work through a crazy part of that lower bracket, but I think if I remember correctly, he ends up playing Kreiner. If I remember my different groups right. So that'll be a fun one to watch.
Yeah,
but
the semifinals. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. As that's driven to Adley Rutschman, and right as we're trying to talk about one thing, Rebel reminds us, hey, you know, I'm playing here. I'm trying to win the series here. Keep an eye out on me, Scan, and a big home run, and what a start for Rebel. Now up 8-3, and we talk about that momentum. It's been all on his side so far.
He's really been riding that momentum from the middle of game 2, where he kind of took control of that one. You see Wilsey making very little adjustments to his pitching style as well, as Rebel's going to get thrown out here, I think.
Oh, no. He slides in there. Aggressive send.
But Wilsey's still pitching inside to lefties all the time, and Rebel has adjusted extremely well and taking control of game number 2 here as well. And we've talked about it a couple times. It's not fun to be the away team and down.
Absolutely, and I love that aggression out of Rebel there. He's putting up a big inning this inning, and he saw an opportunity to try to force a close play, and what we've seen out of Wilsey just has been a little bit slow as Rebel's gotten some momentum, and he took advantage of a not perfect throw, which is sometimes really automatic for these players, and now you get that runner in scoring position, and again, then you keep out of a double play by getting that runner over to second.
Rebel just looked so much better than he did in game 1. He's really figured it out at the plate, and that's the beauty of these best-of-3 series. He played about as bad of a game as you can play and still has a chance to walk away here as a semifinalist if he can keep this up.
So yeah, actually got that mixed up. So of course, if Rebel wins this game, then we have ourselves another matchup between him and Kreiner, I believe. They're in the same group. So they would be meeting up again if he comes through and wins. But of course, don't want to call that too soon. Either winner would end up facing him. Both of them have actually played Kreiner already.
Looks like B plays A, so it would be Kreiner versus
okay,
Fuentes.
so it is flip-flopped. Okay. Makes sense.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Kreiner versus
So the winner-
Fuentes, and then
That
Gakil
missed,
plays
that's
the
the ball.
winner of this series.
We got a
Oh,
full
that's
count.
going to... Man, I know we've got a lot of baseball. I want to really focus on what we've got here, but I'll tell you what, if you aren't convinced to watch tomorrow after seeing these games tonight, just seeing those matchups, I feel like those are must-watch games tomorrow.
We've still got a must-watch game here. If you think Wilsey's going to roll over down 5 here, you are mistaken.
Absolutely. Rebel's been looking good, but like we've seen with Wilsey, he could just be a few swings away to kind of open that seal and get going offensively. Those swings kind of connect one after one for him, just like a lot of these players. So even though he's a little bit behind, all it takes is just a couple of those swings, but so far Al Leiter's getting the job done also pretty efficiently here. Only 39 pitches. When we compared to a lot of these other games, definitely being a little bit more efficient than normal here. But that's a beautiful backdoor cutter. If he's going to hit spots like that, then there's only so much you could do if you're Wilsey. You can't even swing at that, expect too much of a good outcome. He's got to keep driving that pitch count up and hope you find something over to center of the plate. But here you go, inside sinker, and just again, so well located by Al Leiter. And you get, it's almost like identical to what we talked about game one and how Al Leiter just had his number for pitching Rebel at the plate. It's kind of really tough to time up those inside sinkers, righty-lefty. And there's a fastball down the middle that he just missed. He must have thought that was going to be sinker there.
Yep, and again, Rebel finding success with secondary pitches. He's gone to that four-seam a lot to miss the bat, miss the PCI. And you're right, this series has really highlighted how good Al Leiter is for these players. He's one of those rare pitchers where he's almost at an advantage when he's pitching to righties because you have to worry about so many different movements on the inside part of the plate. Sinker, slider, cutter, and then Rebel throwing a four-seam there. And Wilsey swings for sinker and misses it.
This is a good start. You bounce back with a 2-0 count, and then you put a beautiful swing up on a down and away sinker. But again, that's the type of pitch where it's a great pitch to hit, but it's only going to be a single. So if you're going to get some runs on the board, you got to look to get that launch angle. That's hit to right center. Is this one going to land? And a diving catch from Mike Trout. And again, stops a rally with pitching Rebel out in the field, and he's going to maintain that 5-run lead.
That's an incredible play. If he misses that, not only is it a run, but it's probably a triple, and you steal so much momentum. That is demoralizing for Wilsey. Outfield was playing deep. Trout got a huge jump on it. Covers enough ground to get there, and a perfectly executed manual dive
Outside,
to get that
that's a
out.
ball.
Just such good gameplay.
Unreal. And this is what we're talking about, that momentum really skewing one way or the other, and you really feel it's in Rebel's side here. Everything's gone his way, and as long as you have that momentum, you got to keep taking advantage of it
That
and
missed, that's a ball.
keep building separation in his lead. We know how much Wilsey can score. That 5-run lead likely is not enough. So you got to keep that foot on the gas. You got to keep the pressure on, especially now that you're tapping into his bullpen here all the way in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, this Patrick Corbin move has actually been pretty good for Wilsey too, and it's a smart move because Corbin's pitch repertoire is very similar to Leiter's, and he's had the most success in this series with that type of pitcher. So really trying to work the same pitches with Corbin here, and has slowed
missed,
down
that's
Rebels'
a ball.
offense a bit so far, at least.
And especially off a rough start with the starting pitcher, this Corbin card also has a bit more stamina than most relievers, so you can kind of extend him a bit if he works out well and try to get you back into that middle part of the game with only one extra reliever used.
And
Beautiful sinker in on the hands.
Rebel looking pretty uncomfortable versus Corbin, to be honest. So Wilsey has created himself a window here to start mounting a comeback. He's had some good pitching innings.
Yeah, this is going to be a telling inning here. In the 40s on that pitch count with Al Leiter. We talked about it. Even if you're not reading that pitcher well, if there's anything you got to do, you got to keep driving that pitch count up to at least try to work to get him out of the game. Now that you kept Rebel scoreless there, if you could just put up 1 or 2 maybe, and just ride with that pitch count by Al Leiter, just make it a little closer. You're going to end up being a big difference in this game, especially with that good last inning. But again, he's having such a tough time reading those inside sinkers and cutters.
Leiter has just been so good for both players. Both players, some of the best hitters in the world, and both players struggling to get a lot of offense going against this card. Really showing out, showing why he's one of the best starting pitchers in the game.
And that's funny, we have the up and away four seam coming into play. We talked about how that was a pitch that got Wilsey some outs against Rebel in game 1, and Rebel hits him with that here in game 3 without lighter, sprinkling in the up and away four seam, and of course he just misses that to start off the at-bat.
Yeah, Rebel's saying, that's a pretty good pitch, let me throw one. And it's worked so far.
Yeah, just really good adjustments from him so far, especially by bringing out lighter out in game 3, and oh, what a beautiful cutter in on the hands that Derek Jeter makes him look silly. And now you put a lot of pressure on Wills. He's down a bit. He's considering that pinch hitter here, but I don't blame him sticking with the lefty here. You probably want a different look in this lefty-lefty scenario. You've been really struggling with those righties. Just something to give you a different look, and especially since he's really focusing on that left-hand side of the plate. You can just poke one down the line with Soto here with that shift on.
Yeah, also the only righty he had on his bench left was Ernie Banks, and Soto is playing the outfield, so that's not a clean transition there either. So nothing he can really do except take this at bat, but you're right, maybe he has a bit more success left on left.
Great take on that down and away cutter, and that just kind of changes that down and cutter you have to dial up for in that righty at bat, but lefty you could sit back and watch that all the way to the plate and wait for it to go outside. And now he's worked a 3-2 count here with Juan Soto, and he tried to come back for him, and he almost hits that spot to freeze him, but a great take. And now you bring up Adley Rutschman, and here we go again, a test of those inside sinkers and cutters. See how much Wilsey can hit that here with the righty up.
Big at bat in the game. Hasn't got a lot going so far. This would be huge to chip into the lead.
And there was that down and cutter, but just couldn't keep it fair a little too early on, and now he's behind in 2 strikes yet again. Rebel tries to double down on the cutter. I wonder if he goes to it a 3rd time in a row. He comes back with a sinker, and he gets the ground out he needs. Again, if that pitch catches a little bit more of the corner, he might lace that down the line. But again, perfectly located to get a ground out to 3rd. And it's crazy how minute these PCIs have been for them, where they've been getting to the corner, but just gets that ground ball when they need to with those sinkers.
Well, that's what makes Legends so hard. Your PCI is so small, your reaction time is so small, the timing windows are so strict. You just can't make a perfect swing every time. And when you're pitching the way Rebel has the last game and a half, it's making it really hard for Wilsey to really do anything.
And when you're playing for a while, as the competitive players like to say, some of these guys are slamming a bit. But that right there is not a slam PCI. That's a PCI perfectly placed in the middle of the zone. And of course, Mickey Mantle. And again, we talk about this momentum. Right after a rough end to the inning, you start off with a solo home run of your own. And now you're up 6 if you're pitching Rebel, and you got to be feeling good. And now you go to another reliever, Camilo Doval, really early on in this game.
This pitching change makes a lot of sense, though, because Wilsey is the away team, and it is the 4th inning. So Mercy Rule is active here. If Rebel somehow scores 4 more, the game will simply end. So Wilsey trying to prevent that situation, going to his best reliever in a very early spot in the game, but a spot that makes sense.
Yeah, just trying to put in that reliever to try to find outs, and Doval is a good choice. That high-velocity cutter, it's something Rebels struggled with a little bit in on the hands. But it's a good pitch to go to here to try to get these outs, and maybe just try to stop that momentum so you can transfer that to another reliever as you get to the 5th, 6th inning. But, I mean, Rebel's still fighting. He's not really putting up bad swings on those inside cutters. He's ready for them, and the issue with Doval, you don't have that much to change speed with inside there. So he's got to hope he keeps on expanding that zone. You get that little wimpy little swing inside, and man, he just missed that. He got that late swing in. And that's the thing with those inside cutters. It's tough to keep up with them whenever you see them every time.
That PCI looked like he was looking for a sinker out of the hand there. He's late and off the ball a little bit. But you're right. This is how Wilsey has pitched the entire series, and we talk about tendencies in 3-game matchups like this. Wilsey just continuing to pitch cutters inside to lefties, and Rebel has done a good job adjusting, although Wilsey escapes that inning there.
Yeah, and you just might need someone like Doval with the higher velocity on that to get him back into a rhythm. Because Rebel's been all over it with some other pitchers, but now you bring that outlier cutter into play. You kind of force Rebel to chase a little bit more, especially the lead here, trying to run away with this game. So while he does get a run on the board, he might have found something on the mound to try to stagnate Rebel here, but he still got out lighter on the bump. In a big inning here with Acuna, Ellie, and Semien here is Outlighter's had his number all game. We talked about a lot game one. You really got to work to get that Outlighter card out while you're struggling to hit against him.
And coming up on 70 pitches, so about 30 left in the tank here for Outlighter before the PCI growing issues really start to take place. So I think Rebel's hoping that he gets 2 more innings out of Leiter at least. But an opportunity and a window here for Wilsey yet again. If he can start to get something going versus Leiter and or get him out of the game quickly, could help his chances.
And again, that inside cutter, he just can't find that timing. He's been early or late on it all game. And that's, again, first pitch out. And then, of course, you bounce back right with the sinker. Say, you know what? I know you chased that cutter in on the hands. I'm going to throw you a sinker now and just land it in the zone.
This has really just been a pitching clinic from Rebel. And in the meantime, he's put up 9 runs himself.
Yeah, just like games like this are so frustrating against Outlighter. You can't find that good timing on those inside cutters. You almost know they're coming, but you just can't find your timing. You're either early or late. And that's what's the name of the game for Wilsey here. He's just been all over the place with that timing. But he's worked a good count here, and this is what you're going to have to do, just see a lot of pitches and hope something lands over the plate for you eventually. He comes back with that 4-seam, a few miles per hour quicker, and just, again, he had that timing for the cutter. Now that you got the 4-seam that's a little quicker, you get a late swing on that.
Look where the PCI is. He would have perfect a home cutter about 450 feet. Great pitch selection yet again for Rebel, going back to the 4-seam and really in control so far this game.
And you really got to say, it feels like in a lot of these 2-strike, 3-2 counts, Rebel just keeps throwing the perfect pitch just to throw Wilsey off, just a pitch that he might not be expecting or something that gets him just off his timing. It's been really impressive so far through 5.
He's really been one step ahead. And it's hard to pitch well against the caliber of player that we see in this tournament. So it makes this performance even all that much more impressive, especially considering Wilsey put up 18 runs in game 1.
Yeah, how about that? You give up 18 in game 1. You bounce back with a good battle in game 2, and you have been on your money with Outlighter on the mound here. And again, we talk about it as a game of adjustments, and a little bit of adjustments from Rebel here. He's got a leadoff runner on here against Camilo Doval, who he didn't read well. And again, that momentum really on his side here, and that's a great way to get going again. That leadoff runner with 99 speed.
And another cutter inside to a lefty. So Wilsey not making the same adjustments, more just trusting the same thing he's been going to here. But this is a scary inning. Only needs 4 runs to close this one out and punch his ticket to the semifinals.
You got to be careful there, Ernie. He's been great all day today, especially if a cutter or sinker just lands in that middle third of the plate. Definitely got to make sure you hit your spots. That's where that sinker needs to land, and he almost gets him to bite. But now a 2-2 count, and there's that away cutter. He gets the rollover, and that's a double play that just stops that rally right where it starts. And now it's down to the bottom of the order for Rebel to keep this going.
That's a big-time pitch to clear the bases here. And Wilsey, if he gets out of the 5th here with no damage, giving himself another opportunity.
Yeah, and if you're Rebel, you've had an opportunity to keep building a lead. You've slowed down here against Camilo Doval, and both these players, I feel like, are just in a battle to try to get the opposing pitcher out. They're both struggling to read those pitches. As that's drilled deep to right field by Ketel Marte. Is that going to float here at Shield Woods? It does. That's going to get off the wall, and he's going to run all the way to third. And we talk about that stadium choice and selection. That ball's only hit 89. That certainly doesn't get off a wall over at Chip It very likely, but that's going to flow all the way out here, and that's a swing that you kind of get away with here at this park.
Yeah, that's a fly out at Chip It, especially with the elevation difference. And so Rebel catching a bit of a break there, and coming back to Shield Woods has proved very well for him so far in game number 3.
And yeah, he's had a tough time adjusting to those inside cutters on the hand, but he started off with a little bit of a late single up the middle. Puts up a solid swing there, but it's in on the hand, so he can't really get much exit velocity on it. But it still works in his favor. Again, in this scenario, that stadium choice pays off, in a great take there. Now ahead in the count, 3-1 here. Again, that inside cutter being tough. He gets it again, is ready for that one, and Wilsey again throws it in on the hand. That one is just right to the first baseman, and our inning's over.
Wilsey there, down in the 3-1 count and a runner on third base. throws a cutter in off the plate again, and Rebel, trying to be aggressive, kind of bails him out there. It was a great swing. He hit it hard, but if he would have just put the controller down, he would have worked a walk, and the aggression leads to Wilsey getting another shot here, only down 6.
And that's the name of the game with Doval. That cutter is so quick. He feels like he has to commit enough to those cutters. Had that been a slower cutter, you could probably hold back and check swing on it. But that outlier cutter gets him to fully commit to that and hit a hard ground out to first. But on the other hand, for Wilsey, who's trying to read out lighter, you definitely want to work some bats here. You're working late into this game against Al Leiter, and you got to know he's only got so much left with Al Leiter as he's getting up to 83 pitches here. So you definitely want to try to keep working these at-bats and trying to get him out of this game.
You know Rebel's got the bullpen going, but you also know Rebel does not want to take Leiter out unless he has to. And Wilsey here, you're right, really needs to find a way to get Leiter out of the game.
And now he's worked the full count. It's what you want to see. Now you got a 3-2 pitch. He goes back inside and just, again, a sinker that he's all over, but just right to the third baseman. Now you bring up Kyle Tucker.
Just a little bit on top of it. Hits it 105 miles an hour, and the shift's going to pay off again for Rebel. We've seen this time and time again.
Yeah, and I think he's just trying to sit back and poke that to left field, but that Al Leiter slider is just so tough. It just gets you a little bit early on it away, lefty-lefties. He doesn't have too many lefties, and that's an easy ground out into that shift in. We talked about getting that pitch count up and working at bats. A one swing, one pitch at bat is definitely what you don't want to see.
He'll get something to hit here, 3-0. I'll be interested to see if he's looking to swing.
He gets in the way, sinker. He's taken all the way. 3-1 pitch. And then he goes backdoor cutter. Pretty predictable sequence from Rebel, and that pitch just catches the plate right into the barrel of Mitch Haniger. And there goes Wilsey, now a 5-run game, and here we go. He might have just gotten Al Leiter out of the game, which has been probably his biggest moment so far, getting him out of that game.
And how about the card that got it done, 97 Mitch Haniger. We've talked about a couple 97s that have come through big for players in this tournament. We saw Ha-Seong Kim for STW earlier in the tournament. Rebel rocking the 97 Chipper Jones, and right there, 97 Mitch Haniger, giving Wilsey a little bit of life, but he rolls it over and has to pitch well again to keep himself alive.
That's where the composure really comes into play. You probably get very excited that you get Al Leiter out of the game. You put up a great swing with Mitch Haniger, so you're ready to get going finally, and then you ground out the short, just being a little bit too aggressive. And now for Rebel, 28 pitches for Camilo Doval, who he's been struggling against. So you're looking very slim on that window with Doval now. He might even take him out right here after throwing the first pitch ball.
That's what Wilsey's thinking about. Does he want to try to stretch Doval, who's been his most effective pitcher by far in this game? Does he want to stretch him for a third inning, try to get some more outs with him, or does he want to take him out before a rally really even starts in the beginning? Looks like he's going to take him out.
He's going to go completely different look at Drew Pomeranz out here, bringing a lefty. And an interesting decision here because he's read the first two pitchers well, but Doval's the guy who got outs for him with that high-velocity cutter. He's going to the left. He forced a pinch hit here, but completely different type of pitcher at Drew Pomeranz. You're not getting that same hitting velocity like you were with Doval.
You're right. It's almost completely opposite. Pomeranz's best pitch is his two-seamer, which sits in the mid to high 80s, so really slowing the bat down. He found a lot of success with the velocity of Camilo Doval, and it feels like Rebel's looking for that two-seamer at some point.
And there's the difference with that cutter. Had that been Doval, he'd have to fully commit to that swing. But in this situation, there's only 95 on the cutter. He can turn on it, and there it is. Beautiful swing, and now you definitely look back at that Drew Pomeranz decision. Not only did it just bring up a pinch hitter, you still got more right-handed hitting the face here in a beautiful swing for Rebel.
And really one of the main reasons you go to a lefty is because there was a lefty in the batter's box, but Rebel just pinch hits Trevor Story immediately, and now his best card all series, Commerce Comet, making it back-to-back.
Unbelievable. We just talked about how Doval is that guy getting out. The second he takes him out, home run, home run. And now you've got Trout coming up, and you probably pitch around Trout here very heavily. Hope he stays aggressive, and then if you walk him, he's got to take out Drew Pomeranz.
No
He's
balls,
not
one
gotten the
strike.
job done. Let's put someone else in here because now you're 3 runs away from being in mercy or just being mercied.
Yeah, it was a tough call for Wilsey, though. He could have easily left Doval in and still given up the same results just because it was his 3rd inning. Pomeranz gets a big out there.
Yeah, that knuckle curve, you don't really see too much with him, but sometimes you locate it well and you're not expecting a curveball. You could throw him off, and in comes Kenley Jansen. I felt like this could have been the pick to go to Kenley, who's got another hard-hitting cutter, a little bit slower than Camilo Doval, but still getting up to 97, 98 sometimes. And he gets that outcome, that late down and in sinker swing.
It's tough, though. You've already used Doval. Do you want to use Jansen this early, too? And again, Wilsey just trying to prevent the mercy rule and stop the bleeding.
Absolutely.
But not going to be able to ride with him all the way to the end of the game. So you'll start seeing some lower-tier relievers coming in as we move through the 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Nope.
And also when you think about using a reliever that worked out so well, sometimes thinking you go to a similar type of reliever, it just might not work out well. He just saw a reliever for over 2 innings. It was starting to hone on in Doval. You bring in Kenley Jansen right after. Is that really going to be effective? And you try to go to Drew Pomeranz, and it's allowed Rebel to build up a little bit of a comfortable lead. Now up to a 7-run lead as we head to the top of the 7th. 9 outs left for Wilsey to try to come back here.
And I think Rebel is going to try to stretch this Mariano a bit, too. He got a first pitch out on a cutter away, and really a similar pitch sequence and repertoire as Al Leiter, just from the right side. So probably going to see a lot of the same strategy pitching-wise, and we'll probably try to mix in that 4-seamer here and there to get some weak contact.
Yeah, now it's big that he put him in to get that 3rd out of the inning. He got that out quick because now you could push Mariano into this inning, but you don't have to keep him in for 3 batters. You got that out to end the inning, and you could pull him whenever you sense trouble, and he's going to keep on going into those inside cutters. You've seen a lot of those here late game, and they can't find that consistent timing on it. There it was. 4-seam that caught the play, and Wilsey was ready for it. And now I feel like you're either gonna throw the same pitch twice in a row, catch him off guard, or I feel like a perfect pitch here would be a changeup, get an early swing and miss. And there's the inside cutter.
Front door sinkers on the table, too.
Yep, and there it is, especially right after the cutter. Now screams, I feel, changeup right after that sinker down and in. What do you get? Pitch. There it is. And a great take. Now he extends a 3-2 count.
4-seam spot. Goes with the cutter. Good pitch.
Yeah, and there's that 3-2 pitch just. He is considered deleting after that. But again, just you work a 3-2 count, and in these 3-2 counts, it's so tempting to always swing. You think that pitcher's going to hit one in the zone, and he just locates it an inch or so. In on the hands, and again, what can you do with that cutter right there? Perfectly located.
Wilsey 1 controller input away from losing this game and deleting MLB The Show forever, but he manages to escape it and hits the right button to back out of that and works the walk as a result.
Yeah, that might be the play of the game, not hitting the delete button when he went back to the home menu there. And he stays alive in this game for doing it.
Definitely would not win the series if he hit the delete button, so good play there.
But he works the walk right after. Got a little bit of a meme there going home and almost deleting the game, and worked a walk right after, and now a 3-0 count ahead of Mariano Rivera, and Mariano just needs to find the zone here. But Wilsey's doing a great job of being patient, just seeing a lot of pitches.
Rebel really doing the same thing he's been doing on the mound, but just missing his spots a bit, getting a little unlucky with the par in these last couple of at-bats. And Wilsey working himself into a hitter's count there and just late on the sinker. Just not a good swing. And you wonder if the fatigue is starting to set in from the long day as well as the mental state of being down 7 here in this deciding game.
Absolutely. He's had a tough time getting much going here, and it's tough to just still remain mentally confident in your reaction time and your skills. That's what causes the hesitancy, those just late swings. But that right there is a beautiful swing, a change-up middle lane that he just sits back on perfectly. An interesting choice because he was just late on a sinker in that previous at-bat. Now he throws a changeup in a similar height in the zone, and it kind of just fell right perfectly into his timing. He might have even swung thinking that was a sinker, but that just fell right perfectly into that timing for the changeup.
Willsy needed that in the worst way, and I wonder if that was an input mistake there by Rebel. I don't know if he would have intentionally thrown that changeup up at the belt. Maybe he had an early release on a down and in changeup. Either way, it's a big momentum shift here. Willsy's still got a long way to go, but he's in a lot better state than he would have been if that was a lazy flyout and the 7th inning was over.
Yeah, and confidence. Like we talked about the last inning, you put up a great swing. You hit a home run to chip away at that lead, and you get that next pitcher out who you were struggling with for a bit. And here we go again. You bring in Javier Assad here in the 2 outs in the inning. Weak fly out the first, a swing that he's a little late on. And well, as much as he got things going right away, you get out, and then we're at the same scenario starting next inning.
And going to Assad there for Rebel is really smart because the last out he had gotten was on a sinker. It was a late swing. Willsy didn't look good on it. And Javier Assad's best pitch by far is that sinker, especially with the pitch motion that he has. So going to what's worked and getting another late swing on a sinker.
And then Ellie De La Cruz starts off this next inning. It almost feels like a little bit of a pattern here where as soon as like Rebel gets out of a rally, he just comes up next inning, putting up great at-bats. This will be a ground ball to short. Does Jeter have the arm strength? He does not there. And you got that 99 speed on base. And again, we talked about with Rebel, he just puts up another great at-bat, sees a lot of pitches, and literally hits that ground ball in the perfect spot in the infield. And we've got 99 speed and 99 stealing. And I want to see if Rebel, with a little bit of a lead here, gets a little creative, tries some hit and run, or maybe even send a runner here just to put that pressure on.
Well, Willsy's having a hard time finding the strike zone, and he did in that first at-bat as well. So Rebel doing a great job being patient. That's a dot on 2-0 that he needed really badly. But if I'm Rebel, I'm sitting on something. Whatever I think I can turn on, whether that's an inside sinker or something else, that's what I'm sitting on.
And this is what happens when you get a lead like Rebel. You could take some pitches, look for that one pitch, and Willsy's just been pitching around the zone. As that's hit high and deep to right field, is this one going to float? It does not. That's going to die at the warning track. A swing that Ernie Banks has just missed. But Rebel's just looking for pitches to hit, get a little bit of a lead so you could just be a little bit more particular here at the plate with less pressure. And he just misses that swing with Ernie Banks.
And I love this approach from Rebel, being a little bit patient too, because he's got Kinley out of the game, or in the game now, and he already got Duvall out earlier. So the longer you stretch Kinley out, the more likely you're seeing a worse reliever. And Cattell to dead center makes it a 7-run game.
Beautiful swing for Rebel there to make it a 7-run game. And we talked about that inside cutter in on the hands and how Duvall had been so effective to him. As Kenley's been his game a little longer, that stamina gets lower, as that's hit high and deep to left center field. That is over the center fielder's head, and this will be a double here with Chipper Jones. And as Kenley's been in this game a little bit, that velo can tick a little down as that stamina gets up. And I think the difference in that home run is that it dipped down to 96 miles an hour, that cutter. Instead of hitting those high 90s like we saw at Duvall, where he was consistently behind, you got enough on that swing to hit it out to center. And now you got Luis Rengifo, an interesting role player off the bench for Rebel here, who has gotten a lot of work done here in late at-bats. That's hit straight away right field, and now we get scary, that potential mercy run at the plate now with the Commerce Comet, pitching Rebel's guy in the game so far.
Who else would you want at the plate? After dropping game 1 in a 13-run loss, pitching Rebel in the deciding game 3 is one swing away from a mercy rule win and moving on to the semifinals, and he's got his best card of the whole tournament at the plate in Mickey Mantle, who's already got 2 home runs in this game alone.
Absolutely. This is almost like a full circle moment with how game 1 ended. Now Rebel's got an opportunity right here with one swing, go for the mercy. I like the pitching changes to give him a different look. But with how Rebel's been hitting, he's been very patient, very selective at what he swings at here. So you might want to attack early in the count here, try to establish that early 0-2 count. There's that inside cutter yet again that Rebel's been biting at all game, but it stays in on the hands, and now 0-2 count to Mickey Mantle. Beautiful sinker, ground ball to third, and he's going to run up a double play. And as Willsy is literally at the final stakes there, with the home run being his game that gives him the boot, he comes up with the pitch when it matters most, and big double play. And here we go again. Javier Assad to start off the inning after getting a late inside sinker swing out last inning. And now Rebel only needs 6 outs with the 7-run lead.
Rebel wanted it bad there. He chases the inside cutter, pulls it foul, chases that sinker too. You know, he was thinking the same thing we were thinking, but now he's got to keep pitching. Wilsey more than capable of putting up 7 runs in 2 innings, or maybe even 1 inning as well. So Assad is going to need to get some outs here. 6 remaining to close this game out.
And there it is. First pitch down and away. Cutter Austin Riley crushes it. Despite his struggles this game, Austin Riley has had a great game for Wilsey. He's been the guy that he's been hitting the most consistent with. And again, you only have 6 outs left. And again, we have that righty-lefty matchup, and you're keeping an eye out on those inside cutters and sinkers, seeing if Assad can establish that inner third of the plate, and getting a late swing on the sinker there is beautiful.
Yeah, really got him in the rocking chair with the sinker cutter here, and another spot where he could go to a 4-seamer too, so a lot on the table for Rebel. This is how he's been pitching the last 2 games, and it's worked well.
Oh, and that front door sinker is beautiful, and it freezes him for a strike 3, and that's exactly how you bounce back. You give up a home run. I mean, you give that perfect single, and then you bounce back with a beautiful pitch to strike him out.
Sticking with Mitch Haniger here, too, does not hit righties well, but has had a good game so far for Wilsey. I know this is a platoon bat for him, and he's electing to take the bad matchup here.
Yeah, I wonder what his performance is in righty scenarios, because he actually has some great power versus righties, Mitch Haniger does. But I'm interested to see how he's been hitting righty-righty, because he tends to put him in those lefty matchups. Now 3-2 count here. He crushed a great down and away cutter last at bat. He gets a slider a little bit higher and was clearly looking down and away cutter there, that PCI all the way in that bottom right corner of your zone. And again, a perfect pitch at the right time for Rebel. Slider a little bit higher than that PCI.
I think the location of the slider just threw Wilsey off a bit, especially with Assad's release being really high out of the hand. Right out of the hand, you know, the belt high away slider looks like it's coming up and in. I think it might have just buckled him a little bit.
And Rebel's been so focused on that lower third of the plate for these last few innings. He's just pounding sinkers and cutters down there. Then you throw a slider that looks like it's going to keep going a little higher. Definitely threw him off that PCI. Here we go again, 3-2. Does Rebel have another one of those pitches in him? He's going to step off and make a second decision.
This is a spot where he's thrown a 4-seamer a lot in this series.
And there's the 4-seam, and it's hit high and deep to right field. And Derek Jeter crushes that to right field. And we talk about these handedness matchups here, and it really feels like for Wilsey, he's looked better in those same-handed matchups in this game with that sinker-cutter mix spin, causing him fits in that lefty-righty matchup. And a beautiful guess on that fastball there, Brav.
In Haniger, 3 for 4 in this game, another 97 overall. That's just a comfort pick for these players, and it's come through. Rips that sinker to second, and he's down to his last 3 outs.
But he does fight back a little bit. It's now only a 5-run game, so does a great job of getting himself, again, right back in it. But, again, if you're Rebel, you got to bounce back with some more good swings.
Yeah, it's tough for Rebel, too. You do want a little bit of insurance, but you've been dominating this game. There's some part of you that says, I just want to get back on the mound and close this out, you know. You do get a little bit of a comfort here with a 5-run lead, so it's going to be hard for Rebel to get locked in at the plate, I think. If this were me, I'd just be wanting to go pitch.
Yeah, especially you're making your way around to that top part of the order, and he's been doing a good job against that part of the order so far. I think the bottom part of the order has done wonders with that Derek Jeter card, leading the charge here in these last few innings. He's warming up Kenley Jansen, of course.
He put him as ready and waiting, too, so that's going to be his guy.
Beautiful inside cutter. It's just been the game. If you've been watching the series with us, you've just been seeing it all. Just inside cutter in on the hands over and over again. That's been the thing stopping these players as we've gotten further into our bracket today. Just swinging at those cutters just in on the hands. That one catches the plate, though, at least close enough for Jose to get the hands in. And 2-out single here to keep this inning alive. Now you've got Ellie De La Cruz, that max contact and power versus righties.
No, that missed.
Trevino's got some big outs for Wilsey here, and he needs one more, but that last pitch was ripped.
And that is roped to right field. Ellie hits it high off the wall. You've got 94 speed. He is sending him home. Level play at the plate. The cutoff man gets it in, and he's in there. A big insurance run from Rebel. You talk about how you want to get on the mound, but not without a couple more good swings out of him in the bottom of the 8th. Now a 6-run lead.
And that's been the story of the series. The pitching, the cutter's in off the plate to lefties, and the counter is that front door sinker. Rebel could not hit it in game 1. He's all over that one. He's been all over the sequencing here from Wilsey in games 2 and 3, and he can taste it with a 6-run lead.
This is such a big difference in that 3-game series where in game 1 he just couldn't get it going at all, and Wilsey ran away with it. While the rest of the series has gone on, Rebel's been on his game with it in game 2 and game 3, putting himself in a great opportunity to win this series.
And he needs 3 outs to do it.
And he didn't put in Kenley Jansen right away. Still got a side on the mound. He might wait for a decision to be made, or he's thinking about it at least, but here we go. Top of the 9th. Wilsey down to his final 3 outs in this series. He needs 6 runs to tie pitching Rebel here in the top of the 9th. And this is where we get to some crazy baseball. This is where you're going to see Wilsey put it all on the field and have some crazy good at-bats. I just feel it.
A couple things here. We did see a 7-run 9th inning from Kreiner yesterday, so this is on the table even in this tournament. Also with the pitching, he didn't have to go to Kinley right away. He could have tried to steal some outs with Assad with a 6-run lead, but he does go to Kinley, just trying to slam the door here with his best reliever.
And there's a cutter inside, and that's hit high and deep to right, and that one just catches the plate, and Wilsey puts a great swing on it, and talk about a perfect start to the 9th. An Adley Rutschman solo homer, and that brings it around to the top of the order again. And then an away slider belt high. That one's going to be hit high and deep to right, but caught at the warning track.
Again, Mickey Mantle in right field with that 99 speed, a guy you traditionally see in center, but he's got Trout as well, so Mickey able to cover tons of ground. And that was a really good swing, honestly. Surprising to only see 89 exit velo there and a big out number 1.
Absolutely. He read that pitch out of the hand, sat back on it well. There's not that much exit velo on that. It's not going to carry with that deep right field here at Shield Woods, and a big first out for Rebel. But that's going to be a ground ball through the infield. So despite that out, we're bringing up the heart of the order. You got 99 speed and stealing on the base paths. And here comes his guy all tournament who's been 0 for this game, Marcus Semien.
Simeon's been his MVP the whole time, and you're right, 0 for 4 in this one. You want to talk about full circle. Wilsey blowing a lead, giving up 7 to Kreiner in the upper stages earlier, now with a chance to do it himself and keep his tournament hopes alive.
Starting to pick up that routine, too. A lot of the sliders and cutters away. Coming inside with those sinkers in these righty-righty scenarios. He's done a great job, even though it turned to an out for Acuna. Just sitting back on those away breaking stuff and cutters. But now he's in a 2-2 count with Semien, and gotta be very careful here, as that's gonna be laced down the line to get past the diving third baseman. And here we go. Wilsey's got some fight, and we're talking about players who performed this game. Austin Riley's put up some great swings, and here he is with an opportunity to make it a 2-run game. And a perfect on the corner. That's going to be hit to second base. And an inning-ending double play, I assume. And, oh, man, you got to be so sad if you lose like that. Perfect, just right on the corner, right to the second baseman. And that is how you end your day. Pitching Rebel comes out with a crazy win to win that series. 2-1 versus Wilsey, and man, what a crazy finish.
That last swing is not how he wanted that series to end. He was a little bit on top of the ball, but you're right. Wilsey coming out hot, 18 runs in game 1, completely dominating, and the resilience of pitching Rebel. This is why he's one of the best, why he's won one of these tournaments before. Comes back with a strong game 2 and an even stronger game 3, and he's going to join our final 4 tomorrow.
Absolutely, and even though Rebel really showed out in the rest of that series, you really got to give credit to all of our players, including Wilsey, who really battled all the way to the end there, and it was the difference of just a couple swings potentially as the game got to a finish. And on our other side, Jado, Wavy, and Fuentes, who had to battle all the way through the lower bracket for a while here, has gone all the way through, and an impressive series with him as well versus Jado.
Yeah, Fuentes has played great. He's hit as good as anyone in this tournament, so it's great to see him in the finals as well, and we're going to have some crazy matchups tomorrow, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Like we saw in those matchups, we had some great players who made their way forward, but also some great players who unfortunately had to hit a stop sign there. We had some close games in both series, as you see in the score with Jado and Fuentes. That first game 1 was a battle, and Jado almost fought back. But unfortunately, it just didn't happen that way. As we flip over here, we got our highlights from this series with Wilsey and Rebel, and man, what a performance from both sides.
Yeah, this was actually the second series we've seen in the tournament where somebody scores 18 runs in game 1 and then ends up dropping the series. The first one was Monty Slide earlier. It's just so hard to keep that going after a dominant game 1 performance, and Rebel made great adjustments throughout the series.
Absolutely, and it was just a game of adjustments. Wilsey had a great game 1. Rebel adjusted great in game 2. And the difference in game 3 was that Wilsey fell a little bit behind without Leiter on the mound, and Rebel just able to hold him off for just long enough, even including some great swings to end the day for him. And the difference was in the adjustments, and you saw a lot of adjustments from Fuentes on the other side as well, off to a slow offensive start, and then just turned it on in that latter half of the series.
Yeah, really impressive offensively. That game 1 was a great one. Fuentes went into the 9th up 5, and Jado cut it all the way to 1 before making the last out. And then in game 2, ended up 12-12 at one point after this huge home run by Ellie De La Cruz. And after that, Fuentes just took it to another level.
Absolutely, and you almost feel for Wilsey and Jado. They both were putting on great performances through this entire thing, and then just ran into Fuentes and Rebel, who just turned it on after a certain point, and it felt like despite them fighting and getting to that point, it was going to be very difficult to get past them.
Yeah, Wilsey especially had a tough tournament run, gets knocked out by Kreiner, and then battles pitching Rebel as well. Two of the best players we've seen in the tournament, and any of these 4 guys can win it. Fuentes versus Kikil, and then Kreiner. I think I have that backwards. They'll tell us the matchup soon.
Yeah, and this is big. Despite this day ending for Wilsey and maybe in a sour note, both these players do walk away with $1,500, making their top 6. So while some of these players ran into some studs to end their series and tournaments, they end up still making out well with some big money through going through all of these games.
Yeah, I mean, you're in the top 8, you cashed, and you got a lot of respect. We talked about it earlier. Even the players who lost today played amazing. Everyone in this tournament, one of the best players in the world, and we've seen such good gameplay from everyone. Got to hang your hat on some strong performances, even if you aren't around anymore.
Absolutely. We had some great players in this tournament who put on a show. And speaking of good players, you also have some great content you can earn in MLB The Show with your monthly award, Julio Rodriguez. Some players were rocking him in this tournament, despite him not being as much of a pick in those last few games. He was a big part of some of these runs for some of these players.
Yeah, free 99, maxed out contact, great hitter, great fielder as well. And how about that month he had in real life with the 429 average over the course of a month? Really put the team on his back.
And you also have Roberto Clemente, great second base, third base option, along with the outfield if you're looking for some 99 overalls to add to your team. And both these programs give you good content. We talked about that monthly award program. Some of those relievers were big for these teams in this tournament. So if you're looking for great players to add, definitely make sure you do both these programs of content. Get some great cards for those lineups.
And we had more great content coming out today, too, with the Career Tribute Program. Free 99 Adam Wainwright, free 99 Miguel Cabrera, honoring both of their careers as they look to retire after this year. So go play through that as well. Cards are really good.
Absolutely. We had a lot of great content drop in the game today, and of course our games today, we had a lot of them. We watched through the different stages of group play. As we're at the back end of it now, we had some crazy upper bracket play we watched. We had that Kreiner pitching Rebel matchup, which was unreal, and some of these players just battled all the way to that lower bracket. Wilsey had to fight through a good bit today, and of course ran at the pitching Rebel. Despite putting up a great performance, it just wasn't enough to get through. But a lot of great games that we watched today, especially even in that lower bracket.
One thing that stands out here too is that was Pitching Rebel's third series in a row that went to a Game 3, so he had a huge level of comfort there in Game 3 against Wilsey, and a lot of experience making those adjustments throughout this tournament.
And as we got to the end here, we didn't get to see much of Group B because we had a couple 2-0 series, but Alex Kakil put on an offensive show in your upper bracket matchup, and of course Jado dropped to Fuentes, who was also putting on the offensive show. He almost didn't make it through with a battle with Fuentes, with Monty Slide.
Yeah, that series was a lot closer than you'd be led to believe. And Alex Kakil, you mentioned the 2-0s. He's the only player left in the tournament that hasn't dropped a single game yet. So most impressive run so far, and we'll see what he can do in the Final Four.
Absolutely, and speaking of that Final Four, we saw a little bit of a tease these matches, how good these players played. Alex Kakil and Kreiner had some great days today, along with Fuentes and Rebel, who managed to get their way in. And tomorrow is what we're going to be watching, Kreiner and Fuentes versus Alex and Rebel. Some crazy good matchups tomorrow that I am just ecstatic to watch after those games today.
This is going to be some good baseball. These matchups are going to be insane, and specifically with Kakil and Rebel, you're looking at someone that really hasn't faced adversity at any point in this tournament in Kakil. He's dominated every single game that he's played, as opposed to Rebel, who I just mentioned, 3 consecutive series that went to 3 games, and he even dropped one of them. So completely different storylines of how they've made it to the Final Four so far, and we'll be interested to see how they play against each other tomorrow.
Absolutely. So shout out to our players who went out there and put on a show here today. Absolute fun time watching these games. Shout out to all of you who are in the chat watching, and thank you, Brev, for joining me in the booth. It was a fun day of games watching today, and that's going to do it for us today. We have another big day tomorrow. We will see you all around here again at 10 a.m. Pacific, and you all have a great rest of your night, and rest up. We got a lot more great baseball tomorrow.
Take care. Great call, Scan.